Chapter 241 China Regional Map. Shortly after Wang Hao returned to reality, Zhuang Xuer and others also came out of the virtual battlefield one after another. The 50 vs. 50 mode cannot be entered into a team. Everyone is randomly matched into the virtual battlefield, and then assigned to 2 different camps. There are so many survivors. If you want to join the team without forming a team, it is not easy to be assigned to the same game. How did you gain from the first camp match? Wang Hao asked. Before everyone entered the virtual battlefield, they were all in the team station. Therefore, now that they came out, they were still in the team station. All 7 members of the Qifeng team were gathered here. The biggest gain is probably getting familiar with the rules of this new model. Yu Jianzhong said. Didn't win? Lost? Okay. Wang Hao shrugged. In a camp match, individual strength can play a very limited role, especially when everyone gathers to start a team battle. The role of individual strength is limited. Winning or losing does not depend on individual strength, but on the entire camp. Strength. I actually won. Feng Gaoyuan smiled happily. You win. You're just unlucky. Yu Jianzhong said angrily. I won too. Su Guangyuan raised his hand and said. I got 45 redemption points as a reward. And 100 bullets. I got 78 redemption points. Zhuang Xuer continued. In terms of bullets, the total is 300 rounds. I also got a lot of bullets. Yu Qianing said. Wang Hao's previous analysis was correct. And it is now much easier to get bullets. Everyone told them what they had gained from this camp competition. Wang Hao's guess was correct. Whether it was a chicken win or a defeat, there was a combat evaluation in the end. However, this combat evaluation was also obviously affected by the final result of the camp competition, which Wang Hao did not expect. In other words, if your camp wins, even if your role in the whole process is limited, or even if you land in a box, you can get some rewards in the end. If your camp loses, even if you play no better excellent, the final evaluation result will also be discounted and the income will be affected. All in all, winning is still very important. In addition, everyone at the scene has gained bullets, which adds up to a lot. At least Wang Hao and the others will not have to worry about bullets in the next 2 or 3 days. I believe that other people participating in the camp competition will be in a similar situation. The price of bullets is really going to drop. Finally, there was the reward of random items. Wang Hao asked around and found that no one else received this reward except him. Even Zhuang Xuer, who also performed well, also did not receive the reward of random items. It seems that it is very difficult to obtain random item rewards, or even other rewards. In the end, everyone summarized the result as follows. The threshold for obtaining rewards in the camp competition is very low. You can get rewards almost as long as you participate. Unless you are the kind of person who has very bad luck and lands in a box and ends up losing the game in your camp. You will not get it. Any reward is basically rewarded by everyone else. But while the threshold for obtaining rewards is low, the difficulty of obtaining good things is very high. Bullets and exchange points are both regular rewards. But the maps obtained by Wang Hao are the real good things. Looking at it this way, this new model is not as simple as it seems. Rosen said. It's not easy. Yu Jianzhong was still upset that he lost the game. If you are matched with a group of teammates who are not strong enough and like to act independently, then just surrender and save time. Wang Hao smiled. Although Yu Jianzhong's words were complaints, they were also reasonable. If he really encountered such a teammate, Wang Hao would not be able to do anything. The captain is the captain. We fought so beautifully in this first battle and got good things. Yu Qianing looked at Wang Hao and said with a smile, No. Otherwise how could Wang Hao be the captain? Feng Gaoyuan also said, Wang Hao, take a look at what that map looks like. Luo Sun said, Okay. Wang Hao did not refuse. The obtained electronic map has been embedded in Wang Hao's personal information, and Wang Hao clicked on it using his smart bracelet. Then, a virtual screen appeared in front of Wang Hao and others. On the screen was a scene of the Huaxia district, with Silver Light City among them. Wang Hao clicked on the Silver Light City icon on the map. Then, the map of Silver Light City was enlarged and other cities disappeared. On the map, Wang Hao and others could clearly see all the streets in Silver Light City, and landmark buildings. Wang Hao clicked on one of the streets. The street was enlarged, and the buildings on both sides of the street were displayed one by one in front of Wang Hao and others. This is good. Yu Jianzhong couldn't help but praise. With this map, it will be much easier for us to leave the city in the future. Everyone nodded in agreement. Among them, except Wang Hao, None of them have ever left the city. They do not know the environment around the city. If they rush out of the city, they are not sure whether they can find their way back. If they encounter mutant beasts and zombies in the wild, it is also difficult to find a place to hide. But now with such a map, these are not problems, and can be easily solved. Wang Hao is also very satisfied with the function of this map. Before, he went out of the city because he didn't know the way, but he took many wrong paths. Now it's better. With this map, he doesn't have to worry about getting lost in the future. This may also be the most complete and accurate map of China in the world. After putting away the map, everyone took a short rest before starting today's other game modes. Solo row was okay, but for double row and 4 row, their team was still missing one person. In the end, Wang Hao decided to randomly match himself in the double row mode. Because of the existence of auxiliary functions, Wang Hao's overall strength can be said to be the strongest among all people. Strong. Therefore, even if he is randomly matched with teammates, Wang Hao is confident that he can survive until the end. As for the 4th row, Wang Hao is in a group with Zhuang Xuer, Yu Qianing and Su Guangyuan, and Feng Gaoyuan is in a group of 3. They will find another team member to form a team or randomly match. This is also the method that several people have been using these days. Although Feng Gaoyuan and the others had not joined the team before. Wang Hao, are you recruiting another one? Feng Gaoyuan said, in this case, whether it is a double row or a 4-row team, our team can form a team internally. This is much better than random matching. Anyway, the team can now have 10 people. There are still 3 places. I also want to recruit people. But people are not that easy to recruit. Wang Hao said with a wry smile. You can't just recruit everyone to the team. Right? Wang Hao has his own choice of team members. The standard is not to pull off whatever people see. Chapter 242 Chi Charon's Purpose. Wang Hao, I heard that you formed a team, and I want to join your team. After Wang Hao finished the 4-row game, he suddenly received a message from Chi Charon. Wang Hao was in a daze after seeing this information. What's wrong? Zhuang Xuer, who was standing next to him, noticed Wang Hao's abnormality and asked subconsciously. Chi Charon wants to join the team. Wang Hao didn't hide it. Except for Su Guangyuan. Everyone in their team knew Chi Charon. Zhuang Xuer's expression changed slightly. That will definitely not work. Yu Qianing glanced at Zhuang Xuer and said to Wang Hao, there are several elite teams under the Qi family. Which one does Chi Charon want to join? If she insists on joining your team, I doubt her. Is there any hidden secret? I know a little bit about Chi Charon's situation. Zhuang Xuer's expression returned to normal, and she said calmly, after Mingguang City was breached, everyone in the Qi family broke out. The Zhongzhan team has suffered a lot. And now the Qi family is on their way to Silver Light City. Why do you know so much about this? Yu Qianing asked curiously. Even if Zhuang Xuer's father is the commander of the 4th Army of Silver Light City, it is impossible for him to know everything. What's more, there have been a lot of things happening in Silver Light City recently. Zhuang Jian shouldn't have much energy to pay special attention to other cities. A certain family, Chi Charon told me. Zhuang Xuer said calmly. How could you? Yu Qianing was even more surprised when she heard this. Zhuang Xuer didn't explain too much. Yu Qianing's expression was a little suspicious. She didn't ask further questions, and continued, then, there is no need for her to join Wang Hao's team. The team under their family has not been completely wiped out. And the number of teams in Silver Light City has probably exceeded 50,000. It is not good for her to join any team. Why should she join our Qi Feng team? Zhuang Xuer did not answer this question, but just looked at it. Wang Hao. Yu Qianing also looked at Wang Hao. And Wang Hao said, don't look at me like that. I don't know either. Wang Hao really didn't know why Chi Charon made such a decision. And he didn't even understand why she took the initiative to talk to him before. More than anyone else. I want to know the reason. What do you mean? Zhuang Xuer asked. Let's see her strength. Wang Hao thought for a while and said, if she's strong, it's not impossible to bring her in. Wang Hao didn't know what Chi Charon's purpose was for approaching him, but he didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards him. In this way, Wang Hao will not reject him thousands of miles away. Of course, he will not accept it casually. The assessment is still necessary. Zhuang Xuer looked at Wang Hao and said nothing. Yu Qianing seemed not satisfied with Wang Hao's answer. But Wang Hao was the captain of the team after all. And it was Wang Hao who had the final say on who he wanted to join the team. Soon, Feng Gaoyuan and others also came out of the virtual battlefield. Their harvest on the virtual battlefield was pretty good. Although they didn't win chicken, They still earn some exchange points. Now they have 2 rows and 4 rows. There is no registration fee. So you can earn as many redemption points as you want. Wang Hao and Feng Gaoyuan returned to the school dormitory in the evening. Although the damaged things in his residence had been repaired, there was still garbage that had not been cleaned up. It would not be too late to go back to live after the cleaning was completed tomorrow. I saw that you were hesitant to speak before. Do you have something to say? After returning to the dormitory, Wang Hao called Zhuang Shuer. The change in Zhuang Shuer's expression did not escape Wang Hao's attention. Yeah. Zhuang Shuer didn't deny it. What do you want to say? Wang Hao asked. It's about Qi Charan. Zhuang Shuer said. I have had a lot of contact with Qi Charan in the past few days. She is not a bad person. But she does have a purpose for approaching you. Oh. What purpose? Wang Hao didn't expect that Zhuang Shuer would have more contact with Qi Charan in the past few days. He remembered that Zhuang Shuer didn't seem to have a very good impression of Qi Charan before. Wang Hao didn't know why she changed her attitude. It's my guess. Just listen to it. It may not be correct. Zhuang Shuer said. You said? I guess she approached you because she wanted to draw you into her family's team at the beginning. Zhuang Shuer organized his words and said to Wang Hao, you made a sensation in the college entrance examination and caused a stir. The attention of many people has also made many people optimistic about it. The commanders of the major legions in Silver Light City wanted to recruit you. Similarly, the Qi family should also be very optimistic about you. The Qi family has several elite teams under its banner. Naturally wanted to recruit you into the team. Or form a new team. But unexpectedly, you formed the team in advance. And the idea of pulling you into the team was shattered. But their idea of pulling you into the team should not have changed. But it has changed from before to win over you. And now to win over your team. Wang Hao frowned slightly and thought about it carefully. Zhuang Shuer's guess was quite reasonable. Otherwise, it would not explain why Qi Charan would take the initiative to approach him. Wang Hao didn't think so. He is so handsome that beautiful women fall for him. What you said makes sense. Wang Hao said, if they really think this way, they are destined to be disappointed. Compared with joining the Qi family, Wang Hao's current team is obviously more comfortable. Under the banner of the 4th Army, because of Zhuang Shuer, his team is well taken care of by Zhuang Jian and can move very freely. If he joins the Qi family, even if Qi Charan is in the team, the treatment will not be better than now. After all, Wang Hao and Qi Charan can only be regarded as classmates. But he and Zhuang Shuer can be regarded as good friends. The two relationships are obviously different. The Qi family's ideas may have changed. Zhuang Shuer said. They must have really wanted to win over you before. But the turmoil happened. During the turmoil, although the Qi family successfully broke through, their own strength suffered a huge blow. They may even want to win over you. But if they can't win over you, they may not want to be on good terms with you. Live on an equal footing or even invest in advance. Zhuang Shuer's vision. It's quite possible. This turmoil has weakened the strength of many big families in other cities. The Qi family is one of the families affected. They definitely still want to win over Wang Hao and the Qi Feng team. But their confidence is no longer as good as before. That's enough. What's more, for the Qi family, Yinguang City is a strange place. For a big family like them to come here rashly, it is not difficult to establish a foothold. But it is not easy to develop. Therefore, Zhuang Shuer, it is speculated that they may invest in Wang Hao and the Qi Feng team in advance without being able to win over Wang Hao. They cannot become superiors and subordinates, but can become friends or allies. Chapter 243 Assessment of Qi Charan. After Zhuang Shuer's analysis, Wang Hao probably understood in his heart. To be honest, Wang Hao has no prejudice against Qi Charan. And of course, he has no special affection for her. If the opponent is really strong enough, he would not mind recruiting her into the team. If she is not strong enough, he will naturally not accept her. As for joining the Qi family, Wang Hao, but there is no such idea at all. If we cooperate, it is not impossible. Wang Hao fully understands the importance of cooperation among everyone in this context. Qi Charan sighed. Zhuang Shuer obviously hesitated for a while, and then continued, you can recruit her if you want. Her strength is not weak. If she can be recruited into the team, she still has some advantages against the team. Help. In fact, in this era, children from big families are generally not weak. Because everyone understands that if they want to survive in this world, they must not be too weak. The leaders of big families must not be too weak. They pay more attention to the cultivation of their children. Such as Zhuang Shuer, Yu Qianing, Qi Charan, etc. The education, cultivation and training they receive since childhood are different from ordinary people. They are taught by masters. Even if they cannot enter the virtual battlefield when they are young, it will not affect their early training. Of course, Yu Long is an exception. Wang Hao nodded. But he always felt that there was something wrong with Zhuang Xuer's tone when he said this. Wang Hao didn't think much about it, just thinking that Zhuang Xuer was too tired today. In fact, everyone is quite tired today. During the day, we hunted mutant beasts and zombies. And at night, we fought in the virtual battlefield. There was almost no time to rest. If we hadn't paid attention to physical exercise, I'm afraid that under this intensity, we would have been exhausted. Some people can't hold on any longer. Okay, Wang Hao replied. I will contact her for assessment. Yes. After hanging up the phone with Zhuang Xuer, Wang Hao simply washed up and went to bed to rest. University A is located in a wealthy area, so you don't have to worry about being attacked by mutant beasts, zombies, or even rebels at night. The mutant beasts and zombies in this area have been cleared away. But there are two areas, civilian areas and slums. There are also a large number of mutated beasts and zombies, and the survivors living there will not be able to sleep well at night. Early the next morning, Wang Hao returned to his residence. He originally wanted to find someone to clean up his residence. But at this time, it was more difficult for survivors in civilian areas and slums to enter rich areas. And most people, he was busy fighting mutant beasts and zombies. So Wang Hao had to do this by himself. It took Wang Hao half a day to clean up his residence. At this time, Qi Charan contacted him again. You can join the team if you want, Wang Hao replied. But you have to pass the assessment. Okay. When will the assessment be? Qi Charan didn't feel embarrassed or flinched at all. Do you have time now? Wang Hao asked. If you have time, you can do it now. One of the last virtual mall updates was to cancel the intimacy restriction on team formation. As long as they are friends, you can form a team to enter the game. And you no longer need an intimacy level of 50. Okay, Qi Charan said. Let's meet in the virtual battlefield. Wang Hao and Qi Charan had already added friends before. The virtual battlefield is bound to the information on the bracelet, so they can form a team now. Enter the game. Soon, the two met in the team lobby of the virtual battlefield. Double row? Wang Hao asked. Okay, Qi Charan said. The two chose the duo mode to enter the game. I heard that your Qi family has many elite teams. Wang Hao and Qi Charan chatted in the island square. It shouldn't be difficult for you to join a team. Right? How did you come up with the idea of joining our Qi Feng? Yes. There are several teams. Qi Charan did not deny it. I want to join Qi Feng because I am more optimistic about Qi Feng. Wang Hao nodded without comment. Both of them had their own ideas in their hearts. The game started soon. Wang Hao didn't pay much attention to the auxiliary functions in this game. His main task in this game was to test Qi Charan. As for retaining the auxiliary functions, it was impossible. After upgrading the copy auxiliary function, the exchange points were all used up. And he only had 1 day to recover. He still didn't have enough exchange points to retain the new auxiliary functions. Fortunately, the 3 auxiliary functions that were randomly selected in this game all had average effects. So Wang Hao was relieved. If the auxiliary functions that he wanted to keep were randomly selected, but there were not enough redemption points to retain them, he would be depressed to death. It's better to keep some exchange points for backup in the future, Wang Hao thought to himself. In fact, he never returned Zhuang Xuer's exchange points. He just wanted to keep some exchange points as backup. However, this time, because the team added too many members in a short period of time, the equipment was stretched. So he was forced to consume all the exchange points. 1 empty. Used to upgrade auxiliary functions. Because the main task of this game is to assess Qi Charan. Wang Hao did not provide any advice on the landing point. Qi Charan had the final say. He only had to protect himself well, and prevent himself from falling into a box. Qi Charan didn't ask Wang Hao for his opinion. She had her own ideas, and facts proved that she was indeed very good. Qi Charan had her own ideas on the battlefield. It could be said that her ideas were very clear. Wang Hao even felt that her role as a commander was more than adequate. In addition to clear thinking, Qi Charan's gun is also very strong. She survived several face-to-face fights. There were even 1 versus 3, or even 1 versus 4. She also survived to the end. This level, which surprised Wang Hao. From Wang Hao's point of view, Qi Charan's strength should be on par with Zhuang Xuer, or even slightly stronger than Zhuang Xuer. Qi Charan's performance made Wang Hao both happy and hesitant. The joy is because if the team can have such a master join, the team strength will definitely improve a lot. The hesitation is because Chi-Charan is so strong. No matter which team he joins, it will be no problem. Even one under their family. You can choose a team at will. But she decided to come to Chi Feng. Wang Hao didn't believe that she had no other intentions. Chi Feng was a startup after all, and it was not very attractive to experts. Chi-Charan insisted so strongly. There must be other reasons for coming to Chi Feng. To accept or not to accept. This is a problem. However, when Wang Hao decided to give Chi-Charan an assessment, he already had a bias in his mind. Accept it. Chapter 244 Getting to Know Each Other. How was it? Can I enter Chi Feng? After the game ended, Chi-Charan looked at Wang Hao with a smile on his face, waiting for Wang Hao's reply. Although it was a question, her words were full of confidence and her tone was extremely certain. Of course, Wang Hao's answer did not exceed her expectations. Welcome to join Chi Feng and become the 8th member of Chi Feng. Wang Hao said to Chi-Charan. Thank you. Chi-Charan smiled even brighter. It's an honor for me to join Chi Feng. Then we will be teammates fighting side by side from now on. Right. Captain? Captain? Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said yes. No matter what purpose Chi-Charan joined the team, her joining would be a good thing for improving the team's strength. Moreover, Zhuang Shuer also said before, Chi-Charan's kindness not bad. I guess she joined Chi Feng because she wanted to win over Wang Hao. Captain, when can I meet the other 6 people? Chi-Charan asked. Now, Wang Hao said. I'll give you an address. You go there now. That's where our Chi Feng team is stationed. Normally, the team will gather there if they have something to discuss. I'll rush there later. Okay. Chi-Charan agreed without hesitation. I will exit the virtual battlefield and go there immediately. While the two were talking, they touched the airdrop box. As a result, what they touched were actually bullets. And the number was not enough. Phew. This result made Wang Hao secretly curse. Although I have guessed that it will be easier to obtain bullets in the future. It won't be so common. Right? For many people, this airdrop box is something they can only touch once with great difficulty. In the end, it only gives bullets. I'm afraid many people will be disappointed. However, Wang Hao didn't care. Compared to ordinary people, he had many more opportunities to touch airdrop boxes. And it was okay to touch some bullets. What's more, they had to hunt mutant beasts and zombies every day. And bullets were also a necessity. After putting away the bullets, Wang Hao exited the virtual battlefield and headed to the team station. When Wang Hao arrived at the station, Chi-Charan had already arrived. Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing also arrived at the same time. However, Yu Qianing's eyes when looking at Chi-Charan were not so friendly, while Zhuang Shuer was sitting there. On the other hand, there was nothing unusual. Are you all here? Wang Hao walked over and said, Let me introduce you to Chi-Charan, the new member of our team. You should all know him. Right? Yes. Of course. Yu Qianing looked at Chi-Charan, said. Chi-Charan still kept smiling, as if he didn't feel the hostility emanating from Yu Qianing. Captain, where are the 4 others? Chi-Charan asked. They will be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Guangyuan and Feng Gaoyuan came. Chi-Charan? Seeing Chi-Charan appear here, Feng Gaoyuan and the others were a little surprised. They didn't know about Wang Hao's assessment of Chi-Charan. When Wang Hao, Zhuang Shuer and the others were talking about Chi-Charan yesterday, Feng Gaoyuan and the others were still in the game. It's not surprising that Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 knew Chi-Charan. After all, Chi-Charan was quite famous in University A. Chi-Charan is a new member of our team. Wang Hao said with a smile. These 4 are Su Guangyuan, Feng Gaoyuan, Yu Jianzhong and Luo Sun. Please get to know each other. Hello. Classmate Chi-Charan. I am Feng Gaoyuan. Feng Gaoyuan licked his face, smiled, came to Chi-Charan and introduced himself. We will be comrades in arms from now on. If you need any help, just ask. I will definitely help you. Help. Thank you. Chi-Charan responded with a smile. Humph. Yu Qianing snorted coldly, seeming displeased. Wang Hao looked at Yu Qianing and then at Chi-Charan, feeling that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Okay. Everyone is here. Let's get ready and set off. Wang Hao said to everyone. Afterwards, everyone checked their backpacks, mainly to see if there were any problems with the firearms, whether there were enough bullets, and whether they had brought grenades, smoke bombs, painkillers, bandages, and large medical packs. Before setting off, These things needed to be checked. After confirming that there was no problem, everyone set off. And their destination was still a civilian area. Most of the mutated beasts and zombies in civilian areas have been eliminated. On the way, Zhuang Shuer shared his information with everyone. Now they have been compressed into a small area. So although the number has been reduced, but the danger has greatly increased. I heard that many teams rushed into danger in the morning and suffered a lot of casualties. Whether they are ordinary survivors or soldiers in the army, they have not stopped attacking mutant beasts in the past few days. With the attack of zombies, Wang Hao and his Qingfeng team can only fight for half a day now. Some teams are fighting mutant beasts and zombies from morning to night. They even gave up entering the virtual world in order to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. The opportunity of Battlefield is mainly because the redemption point rewards obtained here are more than those from the virtual battlefield. Some teams even fight at night. Xian Ning and I got 2 cars. Zhuang Shuer said to Wang Hao and others. No wonder when I came here before, I saw 2 cars parked at the entrance of the station. I was still curious about who parked this car here. It turned out that you got it, Wang Hao said with a smile. There are 2 cars. One is a jeep, and the other is a sedan. The Qingfeng team now has 8 people, and just 2 cars can fit in them. Of course, this is not a virtual battlefield. If it is crowded, 5 or 6 people can sit in a car. Of course, the best situation is to seat 4 in a car. In this way, when encountering danger, you can also ensure maximum firepower. Speaking of which, although Wang Hao prepared some good things for Zhuang Shuer and other members, the team didn't have a car yet, which was really not very convenient. In the early days, it was okay. Mutated beasts and zombies were not far from the rich area. Now, they are close to the rich area. There are no mutant beasts and zombies in the civilian areas of the human area. If you want to kill them, you have to go farther. It is obviously very inconvenient to have no car at this time. In addition, after the mutant beasts and zombies in Silver Light City were eliminated, Wang Hao and the others would have to leave the city if they wanted to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. At that time, it would be even more impossible without a car. It seems that the replica car matter will also be put on the agenda, Wang Hao thought in his heart. In the past, you could use Huaxia coins or exchange points to buy vehicles. But now vehicles have become a scarce resource. Huaxia coins are no longer available to buy. If you want to buy them, you have to use the exchange points. Moreover, in many cases, there is a price but no market. Even if there is you can't buy a car at the redemption point. Unless Wang Hao is willing to wait. It will definitely be faster to copy. Chapter 245 Order from the 4th Legion. 8 people and 2 cars drove to the civilian area. About 20 minutes after entering the civilian area, Wang Hao finally discovered the existence of mutant beasts and zombies. There are zombies in the building in front. Wang Hao pointed to the 2-story building in front and said to the team members, "Let's start from here today." Okay. I came here to hunt mutant beasts. With zombies, it doesn't matter where you start. Everyone parked the car and at the same time, released a wormhole device maker in a remote corner near the car. Just in case. Then, everyone walked towards the building. Wang Hao and Yu Jianzhong are at the front. Zhuang Shuer and Qi Charan are at the back. And there are others in the middle. In this way, Wang Hao can ensure that the entire team has the strongest strength in the front and last directions, and will not be overwhelmed, being breached or attacked by surprise. Of course, with see-through, it would be difficult for mutant beasts and zombies to sneak attack them. Duh. With the sound of gunshots, the battle officially began. Except for Qi Charan, Wang Hao and others have already had experience fighting mutant beasts and zombies. Fighting these mutant beasts and zombies today is not too unfamiliar. As for Qi Charan, although his face is slightly pale, but the hands-on however, her movements were not slow at all, and she did not ask for help or comfort. Her performance was very good. With Wang Hao's perspective function, and the combat effectiveness of the entire Qingfeng team, they advanced very quickly. Even after the battle, Wang Hao and others had a leisurely chat. After the initial discomfort, Qi Charan quickly adapted to the rhythm of fighting mutant beasts and zombies. This fact made Wang Hao and others admire him very much. Just as Wang Hao and the others were advancing smoothly, Wang Hao's smart bracelet rang. Wang Hao was a little surprised. He took a look and saw that it was a message from the 4th Army's exclusive channel. After Wang Hao formed a team and affiliated it under the name of the 4th Army, his and the team's information was loaded into the 4th Army system, and they had a unique information channel for the army. However, in this channel, Wang Hao, there is no permission to send messages. It is understood that only a few senior leaders of the Legion have the right to send messages on this channel. Therefore, this channel has always been quiet. At least since Wang Hao formed the team. This channel has not appeared. This is the first time today that I have ever read any message. What happened? Zhuang Shuer asked. Everyone present heard the sound of Wang Hao's bracelet ringing. Seeing the change in Wang Hao's face, they naturally guessed that something had happened. I don't know. Wang Hao shook his head and said, It's a message from the 4th Legion channel. Legion channel? Zhuang Shuer was slightly startled. This channel won't send messages easily unless it's a big event. You come on and see what's going on. Wang Hao nodded and clicked on the message. Looking at the message on the bracelet, Wang Hao's face became a little solemn. What's going on? Yu Jianzhong asked. Everyone else also looked at Wang Hao. At this time, they were in a shopping mall. There used to be a lot of zombies in the huge shopping mall. But now they have almost wiped them out. These zombies are all first and second level low-level zombies. And they are a threat. Not very sexual. The information said that a division belonging to the Legion was surrounded on Street No. 1078. The Legion ordered the surrounding teams to go to the rescue immediately. Wang Hao said. Street 1078? Isn't this a place not far from us? Su Guanyuan said. Wang Hao nodded. They are currently on Street 1075, which is not too far from Street 1078. Are you going? Feng Gaoyuan asked. Go. Of course. Zhuang Shuer said without hesitation. After saying that, she realized that Wang Hao made the decision here. So she looked at Wang Hao, obviously asking for Wang Hao's opinion. Zhuang Shuer must have special feelings for the 4th Legion. She grew up in the Legion. There may be people she knows in the besieged division. Now seeing them being surrounded, Zhuang Shuer naturally I hope someone can rush to the rescue. However, Zhuang Shuer also knew that this trip must be very dangerous. If the top brass of the Legion could send a message to call for a rescue team, then the situation at No. 1078 must be very dangerous. They were only a team with only 8 people. It may not be able to play a big role, but it may trap yourself in it. Wang Hao, you make your decision. Zhuang Shuer hesitated and said, It must be very dangerous there now. I can understand whether you go or not. Others did not understand what Zhuang Shuer meant. Wang Hao and Yu Qianing understood. Qi Charing glanced at Zhuang Shuer thoughtfully, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly but didn't say anything. Go. Wang Hao thought for a while and said, Street 1078 is not far from us. Since we have received the order, we must go there and have a look. But whether to help depends on the situation on the scene. We are just a team. The team has a limited number of people. So even if you are willing to take risks, the effect may not be very great. Wang Hao said the second half of this sentence to Zhuang Shuer. He was comforting Zhuang Shuer. And he was also explaining. Zhuang Shuer nodded and agreed with Wang Hao's statement. With the decision made, everyone stopped delaying and even ignored the few zombies in the mall. They immediately evacuated the mall and rushed to Street 1078. In the Legion channel, the message of ordering rescue has flooded the screen. Obviously, the senior officials of the 4th Legion are very anxious now. Which also shows that Street 1078 is indeed very dangerous now. There are several divisions in a Legion, and each division has a large number of people. At least tens of thousands of people. Now, a division is trapped, which shows how dangerous the area around Street 1078 is. Wang Hao and others jogged all the way. After about 5 minutes, they arrived at the outskirts of Street 1078. It wasn't that they didn't want to keep going, but that they would have to fight mutant beasts and zombies if they went any further. From their current position, they couldn't see the 4th Legion was besieging the division's people. But what they saw were densely packed mutant beasts and zombies, the number of which was simply explosive. Zhuang Shuer looked worried, and the others also looked serious. Many people already know that there are commanders among mutant beasts and zombies. Today's mutant beasts and zombies are much more difficult to deal with than before. Wang Hao and the others have been hunting mutant beasts and zombies smoothly in the past 2 or 3 days. So much so that they forgot about this. Now, seeing the scene in front of them, they realized that they had not encountered any difficult characters before. Nor had they encountered a large number of zombies and mutant beasts. Otherwise, they would never have been so easy. Chapter 246 Reinforcements arrive. Looking at the dense zombies and mutated beasts in front of him, Zhuang Shuer looked anxious. Looking at this situation, you know that the situation of the surrounded 4th Army Division must be quite bad. However, they are only a team of less than 10 people, facing this dense zombies and mutant beasts. What can you think of? There are really not many ways. Wang Hao also looked serious, because he found that within his perspective, he did not see a single soldier of the 4th Legion. They were all mutant beasts and zombies. In other words, at least within 200 meters in front, all zombies and mutant beasts are there, which shows how huge the group of these zombies and mutant beasts is. The expressions on other people's faces were also not very good. No matter who saw so many mutant beasts and zombies, they would probably not be in a good mood. Set up the formation, and let's shoot from the outside to attract them. Wang Hao looked at the situation and said, if we can attract some mutant beasts and zombies, it will relieve some pressure on the soldiers of the 4th Army inside. Wang Hao did not make the decision to force a violent attack, but only harassed him from the outside. No one objected to his decision, not even Zhuang Xuer. After all, they were the only ones who could if you want to forcefully break in. It is tantamount to hitting an egg against a stone. Even if you are lucky enough to force a breakthrough, it is impossible to break out with the soldiers of the 4th Army. Subsequently, Wang Hao's 8 people formed a formation, each occupying a position to ensure crossfire. After preparing bullets, grenades, smoke bombs, and other things on hand, they started shooting. Bullets flew towards the zombies and mutant beasts like raindrops. The mutant beasts and zombies on the periphery were beaten up and down. Some of their heads were blown off, and they fell limply to the ground. Ho ho ho! Some mutated beasts and zombies roared, turned around and glared at Wang Hao and others, and then rushed over as fast as possible. Just in time, seeing zombies and mutant beasts rushing towards them, Wang Hao and the others did not panic. Instead, they were quite excited, because there were only 20 or 30 mutant beasts and zombies rushing towards them. Faced with this number of mutant beasts and zombies, they are not panicked at all and have enough experience in dealing with it. Sure enough, before the group of zombies and mutant beasts rushed in front of Wang Hao and others, they were all knocked down. Wang Hao and the others did not even use grenades, incendiary bottles, and other items. Bullets alone were enough to clear them out. After dealing with these zombies and mutant beasts, Wang Hao and others turned their guns and attacked the mutant beasts and zombies in the distance. Immediately afterwards, another group of mutant beasts and zombies were attracted. In this way, Wang Hao and others are like attracting monsters in traditional online games. First attracting some mutant beasts and zombies, and then destroying them. Everyone's redemption points are constantly increasing. However, although they are already very efficient in killing mutant beasts and zombies, for the huge group of zombies and mutant beasts, this number is nothing at all. The mutant beasts and zombies in front of them cannot be seen at all. Reduced look. However, with a team of less than 10 people, it is considered good to be able to reach this level. It still lacks heavy firepower, Wang Hao said, looking at the mutated beasts and zombies in front of him. Weapons such as artillery, heavy machine guns, and tanks rarely appear in virtual battlefields. Even now, no one has obtained such things. However, some people have obtained light machine guns such as EP241 and PKM. But even these light machine guns, the probability of machine guns appearing in airdrop boxes is also extremely low. The power of a light machine gun is definitely higher than that of an ordinary rifle, especially when faced with a scene like this densely populated by mutant beasts and zombies. The light machine gun can play a greater role. Ordinary rifles need to change magazines frequently. There is no problem in a normal battle scene. But if you are surrounded by mutant beasts and zombies, frequent changes of magazines will obviously delay things. However, light machine guns are not something that ordinary people can obtain. They require incredible luck. The probability of them appearing in airdrop boxes is not much higher than that of airdrop guns. Wang Hao did not see too many in the 4th Army's advanced arsenal last time. There were so many light machine guns. And as for the heavy machine guns, he didn't even see a single one. I don't know if the probability is too low, or if there are no heavy machine guns on the virtual battlefield at all. Wang Hao thought to himself. Either way, it's obviously not good news. If they had 8 heavy machine guns now, they wouldn't be so powerless facing these zombies and mutant beasts. Tap tap tap. A burst of footsteps was heard. Wang Hao and others turned to look in the direction of the sound. A group of fully armed soldiers were coming quickly. They are soldiers of the 4th Army, Zhuang Xuer said in surprise. Those who came were members of the 4th Army. They had obviously received the rescue order and were not too far from Street 1078. They finally arrived. Everyone, speed up. Enter combat. The 1st and 2nd regiments attacked from the left. The 3rd and 4th regiments attack from the right. And the rest follow me. The arriving team ignored after joining Wang Hao and others. They directly set up their formation and launched an attack on the mutated beasts and zombies not far away, with almost no rest or pause. What should we do? Feng Gaoyuan looked at Wang Hao and asked. Follow me, Wang Hao said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. The supporting team should be the size of a division. With their appearance, opening the gap should not be a problem. Wang Hao and others can follow and contribute part of their strength. At the same time, they can also take the opportunity to continue harvesting mutant beasts and zombies. Wang Hao and others packed up their things and left the fighting position, following part of the 4th Army Corps. Who are you? Please keep your distance. Perhaps because of the rebels who appeared in the army before. The troops in Silver Light City are now wary of unfamiliar military forces. Even if Wang Hao and the others only have 8 people, they are not willing to let them get too close. We are a team under the 4th Army. Wang Hao showed his team information to the soldier. We also came after receiving the rescue order. The soldier looked at Wang Hao's team information, and his expression softened obviously. Young master nodded towards Wang Hao and said, just follow and don't disrupt the team's formation. Okay. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Wang Hao and the others followed the division forward, and the guns in their hands never stopped shooting. With the soldiers of the division in front, Wang Hao and the others could attack boldly with confidence and earn a lot of money. There are more and more redemption points, and the team's experience value is also rising. Chapter 247 Zombie Man. After probably breaking through a distance of more than 200 meters, Wang Hao's see-through finally saw the location of the besieged division of the 4th Army. Within the field of vision, there were densely packed survivors. They should all be soldiers of the surrounded division of the 4th Army. Seeing this situation, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the surrounded soldiers were not scattered or wiped out. They arrived not too late. However, the further you break through, the more difficult it becomes. Not only does the density of these zombies and mutant beasts become higher, but their levels also become stronger. At this time, Wang Hao and others have already encountered level 2 and even level 3 zombies, mutant beasts and zombies. The divisions that came for rescue had also begun to suffer casualties. However, with the mission in hand, the rescue division had no intention of backing down and continued to fight. Save some grenades, Molotov cocktails and other projectiles, Wang Hao said to his team members. Try to only use guns. Everyone nodded. Roar! Just when Wang Hao and others were following the soldiers of the 4th Army forward with difficulty, suddenly a strong figure rushed towards him. The soldiers of the 4th Army in front of Wang Hao and others were unable to resist and were knocked away one after another. Wang Hao and others were shocked when they saw this, and subconsciously pulled the trigger. Duh. Countless bullets hit the sturdy figure, but they were unable to cause any damage to him. This figure moved so fast that it was difficult for Wang Hao and others to aim and shoot at his head. Be careful, Wang Hao shouted, reminding his teammates. Bump! As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, he was already knocked out. He felt as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. His internal organs were in severe pain. He was in midair. His throat felt sweet, and he couldn't bear it. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Wang Hao! Zhuang Shuer's worried voice sounded. However, what filled Wang Hao's ears were more screams. The strong figure had already rushed into the crowd. He was extremely fast and surrounded by survivors. Therefore, everyone did not dare to attack again. Shooting randomly made him even more unscrupulous. Bump! Wang Hao fell heavily to the ground. Only then did he see the specific appearance of the strong figure. This is a big zombie man about 2 meters tall. He definitely weighs more than 200 kilograms. However, he does not feel bloated at all. His whole body is full of explosive muscles, and he is full of strength. At the same time, his speed is not affected by his weight. After being affected, his speed was extremely fast. Wang Hao guessed that after turning into a zombie, he might have had a mutation in agility, and his speed had been increased. In short, this is a powerful zombie that combines speed and strength. Wang Hao! Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong fainted. When Wang Hao looked at the zombie, Luo Sun's urgent voice came. Wang Hao looked for the sound and saw Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong lying motionless on the ground. Obviously, Wang Hao was not the only one who was attacked by the Qin Feng team just now. Luo Sun, Su Guangyuan, you two carry Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong to the rear. Wang Hao immediately ordered. The zombie man was still showing off his violence in the crowd, and many people were knocked to the ground by him. However, he was surrounded by soldiers of the Fourth Army. He wanted to get out, but he couldn't do it for a while. Okay. Luo Sun and Su Guangyuan responded. Each picked up one person on their backs and retreated towards the rear. Among the crowd, only 4 members of the Qifeng team were left: Zhuang Shuer, Yu Qianing and Qi Charan. Wang Hao. How are you? Zhuang Shuer and the others came to Wang Hao's side and helped Wang Hao up. I'm fine. Wang Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and fixed his eyes on the zombie man. What should we do? Should we evacuate too? Zhuang Shuer asked. Although Zhuang Shuer wanted to rescue the surrounded soldiers of the Fourth Army, the situation of their Qifeng team was not good now. So she naturally wanted to quit. There is no rush for now. Wang Hao's eyes were still following the big zombie man. This zombie exists and is a great threat. We must find a way to kill it. The 3 women all agreed. But how to kill it? Several people were at a loss. Now, the zombie man has rushed into the crowd. If you shoot in this situation, it is easy to accidentally injure one of your own people. If you want to kill it, it is best to use cold weapons. However, this zombie burly man couldn't even use a firearm to kill him. It would undoubtedly be more difficult to kill him with cold weapons. Wang Hao frowned slightly. It would be much easier if he had the auxiliary function of headlock. Unfortunately, he has not had the chance to retain this auxiliary function. Now he can only think of other ways. Seeing the zombies rampaging recklessly among the crowd, Wang Hao decided to take the risk. You 3 stay here and don't run around. After saying that, Wang Hao squeezed into the crowd. Wang Hao, what are you going to do? Zhuang Shuer shouted worriedly. However, Wang Hao had disappeared into the crowd at this time, and it was difficult to find him. Don't worry. Wang Hao will be fine. He is not a reckless person. Yu Qianing comforted him. Zhuang Shuer nodded, but the worry on his face did not diminish much. At this time, Wang Hao had already squeezed into the crowd, but he was not in a hurry to attack the zombie man. Instead, he found a zombie corpse, endured the smell of fish, and smeared its blood on his face. After a while, Wang Hao's entire face has been covered by blood, and his original appearance cannot be seen. Immediately afterwards, Wang Hao took out the grenade and dagger from his backpack. He held the dagger in his hand and the grenade in his pocket. Having prepared these, Wang Hao looked at the zombie man still raging not far away, and activated the auxiliary function, clone. 3 identical people appeared around Wang Hao. Because Wang Hao was surrounded by soldiers of the 4th Legion at this time, the 3 clones were separated from each other. In addition, the 3 clones who appeared had faces. They were all smeared with blood, so Wang Hao didn't have to worry about being spotted. After the clones appeared, Wang Hao immediately ordered them to rush towards the zombie man. There were many people in the crowd who wanted to surround and kill the zombie man. The behavior of these 3 clones did not seem abrupt. As for Wang Hao himself, he also followed the crowd and headed towards the zombie man. There is no shortage of brave men in the 4th Legion. Although the zombie man is very cruel, there are still many people in the 4th Legion surrounding him and trying to kill him. Even if many people are injured, it is precisely because of these soldiers. The siege prevented the zombie man from breaking out. Wang Hao's 3 clones, under his command, had quietly approached the zombie man, and then launched an attack on the zombie man without hesitation. The weapons they used were not guns, but fists. Of course, there were dagger. Chapter 248: The Power of Grappling. Grappling. This was something Wang Hao had obtained from the virtual battlefield before. With the help of the system, he easily mastered its essence and knew all the moves well. And after his clone appeared, he also possessed Wang Hao's power. The abilities Hao learned were only half of Wang Hao's original abilities. Although it is only half of the main body, it is already quite good. You must know that the grappling technique Wang Hao learned is not the usual grappling technique, but an improved version. After the improvement, all the moves have become extremely sophisticated and can maximize the damage. Another point, that is, Wang Hao's 3 clones attack at the same time. These 3 clones are one and the same. Their tacit understanding of each other is even better than that of the triplets. With their cooperation, the strength of this grappling technique can be further improved. Looking for a good opportunity, the 3 clones attack from 3 different directions at the same time. One attacked the zombie man's neck, one attacked the zombie man's legs, and the other attacked the zombie man's back. The 3 of them took action at the same time, blocking all angles of the zombie man. The zombie man seemed to be aware of the danger and took action first. Bump! I saw the big zombie man swinging a punch and knocking away a clone directly in front of him. The clone didn't even make a move to resist and was knocked away. This shows the huge gap in strength between the two sides. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao sighed. There are still big deficiencies in strength and agility. With Wang Hao's current strength, without using a gun, there is actually no big problem in facing first and second level zombies. After all, he had taken strength gene potions and learned grappling techniques. And his usual physical training had never fallen behind. Even without using thermal weapons, he still had a certain level of combat effectiveness. But his combat power is still not enough when encountering truly powerful zombies or mutated beasts. The gap is still quite obvious. Although this clone is only half of his strength, it can still give a glimpse of it. It seems that we still need to take more genetic medicine, Wang Hao said to himself. More exercise can only enhance his physical fitness, allowing him to face low-level zombies and mutant beasts more easily. But exercise alone cannot make a qualitative change in his physique. Therefore, he is still unable to face high-level mutant beasts and mutant beasts. Zombies. Only genetic medicine. Only this thing can truly improve people's physique and bring about qualitative changes in human physique. However, it is too difficult to obtain a genetic potion. Even if Wang Hao has always had good luck, he has only obtained one genetic potion so far. As for buying it with money, let alone Huaxia coins, it is difficult to buy it even using exchange points. Yes, this thing is too rare, and everyone knows its value. It is undoubtedly very difficult to obtain it through the market. Therefore, if you want to obtain genetic medicine, you need a lot of luck. Of course, as long as Wang Hao gets a genetic potion, the situation will be completely different. After all, he has the auxiliary function of replication. When Wang Hao was hoping that one day he would be able to obtain the genetic potion, the other two clones had already seized the opportunity and killed the zombie man respectively. 2 daggers were inserted into the zombie's body. However, due to the zombie's quick reaction, none of the daggers were able to hit the vital point. One of them was inserted into the back of the zombie man, and the other was inserted into the thigh of the zombie man. Ho ho ho! The big zombie man, with the dagger inserted, roared like a beast. He turned around and punched one at a time, knocking the other 2 clones away. Fortunately, the soldiers of the 4th Legion surrounded him, and did not give the zombie man a chance to chase the clone. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao frowned. This big zombie is really ferocious and difficult to kill. With 2 game sticks stuck in his body, it is as if nothing is wrong. His movements are not sluggish at all, and his speed is not affected in the slightest. If zombies and mutant beasts are as fierce as this, I'm afraid humanity has long since perished. The 3 clones have all climbed up at this time, looking for opportunities to attack the zombie man again. They are just clones. They have no pain, no thinking, and no fear. This is where they are stronger than humans. Therefore, even if they were just attacked, although they were injured, they still faithfully carried out Wang Hao's orders. Wang Hao did not let them use daggers this time, but only used grappling techniques. It was because of Wang Hao's order that they gave up using grappling techniques and used daggers. In Wang Hao's view, daggers are weapons after all. It is better to have weapons than bare hands. But the reality does not seem to be the case. This zombie man does not seem to be afraid of cold weapons. In this case, Wang Hao could only try the grappling technique. Looking for an opportunity, the 3 clones attacked again from different directions. This time, they did not have any weapons in their hands, just bare hands, and their targets were all the joints on the zombie man's body. Seeing the person who injured him reappear, the zombie man's anger level increased significantly. He ignored the soldiers of the 4th Legion who besieged him, and instead directly attacked the 3 clones of Wang Hao. The 3 clones had expressionless faces. In fact, they had no expression at all. When they saw the big zombie coming, the 3 of them changed their positions, so that the 3 of them always surrounded the big zombie. Although the big zombie was powerful and fast, the 3 clones had no expression on their faces, but obviously did not have high intelligence. He locked onto one of the clones, and then punched without hesitation. The clone was prepared this time. Although he was hit, and even vomited blood, he grabbed the zombie man's wrist with his left hand in a matter of seconds. Then his right hand passed under the zombie man's right arm, and at the same time, his left hand went towards pushing forward. His right hand was against the zombie's arm. Click! There was a crisp sound, and the zombie's arm was actually broken by the clone. This made Wang Hao's eyes light up. Obviously, although this zombie man is fierce and has extremely strong defense, and it is difficult for ordinary bullets to damage him. He is not without weaknesses. His joints are still as fragile as normal people. The big zombie man was obviously in pain, and wanted to use his left hand to twist the neck of the zombie in front of him. However, Wang Hao has 3 clones. These 3 clones cooperated with each other tacitly, and could even be said to share the same brain. Therefore, when the clone was attacked, the other 2 clones had already seized the opportunity and approached the zombie man. Only one of the clones was caught. The zombie man's left hand, which he wanted to swing out, then bent backwards. At the same time, his other hand was bent and hit the zombie man's elbow joint hard. Click! There was another crisp sound, and another roar came from the zombie man's mouth. Chapter 249 New Understanding. After being frustrated one after another, the zombie man looked ferocious and roared repeatedly. The stern and deep roar made people's hair stand on end. The furious zombie man broke free from the control of the clone and wanted to reach out to twist the neck of the clone in front of him. However, his outstretched arm was unable to exert force at this time and hung limply there. However, the zombie man's attack methods are not limited to his hands. He stretched out his head and bit the neck of the clone in front of him with his mouth. His teeth were not as sharp as humans, and he bit the throat of the clone in an instant, drawing blood, gushing. However, the clone acted even more ferocious than the zombie. He ignored the neck that spurted out a large amount of blood, but used his last strength to hold on to the zombie's head and not give him a chance to leave. At the same time, the other 2 clones had already taken advantage of this opportunity to break the joints on the zombie's legs. The zombie became angry and struggled to throw away the clone in front of him, and then used his knees to push against the other clone. On the neck. Click! The zombie was furious and broke the neck of the clone. The clone was pushed out and lay on the ground twitching continuously. But it was difficult to even get up. 2 of the 3 clones are dead. Wang Hao didn't feel much distress. He was just shocked by the terrifying fighting power of this zombie. If these 3 clones hadn't reached the advanced level of grappling, and they were not afraid of death and cooperated with each other tacitly, it would have been impossible to inflict any damage on this zombie. Any harm. Even after paying a huge price. The 3 clones did not cause fatal damage to the zombie man. But their sacrifice was not in vain. At least, they greatly reduced the zombie man's ability to move. At the same time, the threat of the zombie man's 2 hands was also weakened a lot. When the last clone tried to twist the zombie man's neck, the zombie man seized the opportunity and bit him to death. All 3 clones died. But the surrounding soldiers of the 4th Legion have not been watching the show. They have been looking for opportunities to attack the zombie. Now that the zombie man has been hit hard, how can they let go of the opportunity? Even Wang Hao, who had been in the crowd, rushed towards the zombie man at this time. The slow-moving zombie man was obviously less powerful than before, although he was still fierce and used his head, knees, arms, etc. to repel several 4th Legion soldiers. He was still outnumbered after all. Without being able to dodge quickly, he was attacked one after another. Under attack. Finally, Wang Hao seized the opportunity and gave him a fatal blow. The dagger in his hand was inserted straight into the head of the zombie man. Originally, Wang Hao actually planned to have his avatar stuff a grenade into the big zombie man, or directly use the grenade to die with the big zombie man. But there were too many soldiers of the 4th Army around, and using grenades would inevitably cause accidental damage. And the big zombie man, the strength is so great that even if you want to die together, it is difficult to do so. Fortunately, the result now is good. Although the zombie man's mobility was affected, he finally died in the siege of everyone. To Wang Hao's surprise, even surprise, the final blow to kill the zombie man was actually given by him. Wang Hao received 500 redemption points and a random item as a reward. There were many people besieging this zombie burly man, and it was also subjected to countless attacks. No one was sure who gave the final blow. Even Wang Hao was not sure that he was the one who gave the zombie burly man the last blow, until he is rewarded with redemption points and items. 500 redemption points. This reward number is the largest Wang Hao has seen so far. Only by killing a level 1 zombie can you get 1 redemption point. Now, killing this zombie hunk actually rewards you with 500 redemption points. The gap between them is like a chasm. It can be seen that this zombie hunk's level is absolutely not low. It may even have reached level 5 or above. High-level zombies are indeed difficult to kill. Wang Hao looked at the zombie man who had completely stopped moving, still feeling a little frightened. This zombie man went on a rampage and injured at least dozens of people, some of whom were seriously injured. As for whether anyone died except the clones, Wang Hao was not sure. Under the circumstances at that time, even if it's not something surprising if someone is killed by zombies. This battle also made Wang Hao fully realize the terror of high-level zombies. Of course, it also made Wang Hao realize that the grappling technique might be more useful than he thought. Wang Hao had the same idea as many people before. With weapons so popular everywhere, grappling skills would have a very limited role in killing zombies. But it was quite good for self-defense. But this battle gave Wang Hao a new understanding of this improved version of grappling. It is indeed difficult to use the grapple technique to kill zombies or mutant beasts. After all, if you want to kill mutant beasts and zombies, you often need headshots. The grapple technique has no special advantage in headshots. But grappling has its own advantages. It can attack the joints of creatures. Whether it is a normal human, a zombie, or a mutant beast, once important joints in the body are broken, the ability to move will be greatly affected, and the lethality will be greatly reduced. The zombie man just now is a living example. In this aspect, grappling can be said to be an expert among experts, because its main target is all the joints of the enemy. Therefore, using good grappling skills, although it cannot directly kill zombies and mutant beasts, it can provide a good auxiliary effect. Of course, in order to maximize the effect of the grappling technique, Wang Hao himself needs to strengthen his strength training. If his strength is insufficient, no matter how well he practices the grappling technique, the effect he can exert is limited. Wang Hao, are you okay? At this time, Zhuang Xuer and 3 others also rushed over with difficulty. It's not that they didn't want to come here before. It's just that the place was crowded with people, and it was extremely difficult to move forward. They had been blocked outside, and could only worry there. Now that the zombie man was killed, the crowd around them finally it's a little sparser. It's okay, Wang Hao said. At this time, Wang Hao also heard the comments from the people around him, most of which were about his 3 clones. Everyone obviously didn't know that they were just clones, had no thoughts of their own, and were not real human beings. Therefore, people had no idea about these 3 clones. I admire the bravery and sacrifice that the clones just showed. Some officers even want to confirm their identities and apply for military service so that their descendants can receive subsidies. Of course, they have no descendants. Chapter 250 looks more and more like a game. Those 3 people just now were so fierce, Chi Charan said. Although Yu Qianing saw that Chi Charan felt uncomfortable, she agreed with Chi Charan's words. Yes. If it hadn't been for those 3 people just now, it would have been really difficult to kill the zombie. The level of the zombie is definitely not low. Zhuang Xuer nodded, with a hint of confusion on her face, and said, why do I feel that those 3 people look familiar? Moreover, they look similar. Do you feel the same way? Chi Charan said. Obviously, Chi Charan also felt this way. Zhuang Xuer nodded. Wang Hao said calmly, I don't feel anything. Besides, their faces are full of blood, and you can't see their appearance at all. How do you know they look alike? Feeling, Zhuang Xuer said, although I can't see their specific appearance, their heights and clothes are the same, and it seems that their faces are similar. I didn't pay attention, Yu Qianing said. But even if they are taller, it doesn't matter if they look like them. Maybe these 3 heroes are triplets. Wang Hao twitched the corner of his mouth, but said nothing. He didn't expect that he had tried his best to disguise the 3 clones. But it still aroused the suspicion of Zhuang Xuer and Chi Charan. I believe there must be other people who think they look alike. Fortunately, no one else has seen him. I am not familiar with them. At most I just think they look alike. And I don't have many other associations. Moreover, this clone will disappear soon. And now is the critical moment to rescue the trapped division of the 4th Army. No one has the intention to clean the blood on the faces of the 3 clones. When the battle here is over, those 3 the clones should also have disappeared. However, this incident also reminded Wang Hao that he should be more careful when using clones in the future. When there are many people, try not to use this auxiliary function to avoid exposing any flaws. Especially when he is with other members of the team. They should use it as little as possible. Zhuang Xuer and the others are all very smart and know her very well. So there is no guarantee that they won't notice something. Let's say people first. Wang Hao quickly changed the subject. Sure enough, Zhuang Xuer's attention was quickly diverted, and she nodded heavily. The besieged soldiers of the 4th Legion were still not out of trouble at this time. And after killing the zombie man, the team here continued to move forward. When we surrounded and killed the big zombie man, only some soldiers of the 4th Army participated. After all, the space was limited. and it was impossible for tens of thousands of soldiers to surround and kill one zombie. Therefore, when we surrounded and killed the big zombie man here, the soldiers of the 4th Army in other directions continued to advance forward. Although the speed was still not fast, they had also advanced a certain distance during this time. Wang Hao, on the other hand, took Zhuang Shuer and the other 3 people and continued to move forward while checking the item rewards he had just obtained. Wang Hao found that this place seemed to be getting closer and closer to a game. A real game. After the zombie burly man was killed just now, not only Wang Hao, the person who gave the final blow, received exchange point rewards, but other people who participated in the siege and caused damage to the zombie burly man also received exchange point rewards. This is Wang Hao just learned the news from other people's discussions. Of course, the redemption point rewards received by others must be less than Wang Hao. Wang Hao guessed that the amount of rewards received by others is related to the damage caused to the zombie man. The higher the damage caused to the zombie man, in the end the more exchange point rewards you get. Of course, the person who gives the final blow can get the most exchange point rewards. In Wang Hao's view, the zombie man is like the boss in the game. If you kill the boss, you can get rewards. And those who participate will also get rewards. And the random item rewards Wang Hao gets are just like after the boss is killed. The items exploded are average. Wang Hao guessed that after the exchange mall and virtual battlefield were updated, the zombies and mutant beasts were like monsters in the game. And they survivors were like players in the game. And the world seemed like a real world. The game world is more real than the virtual battlefield. Death on the virtual battlefield is not a real death. But being killed here is death in the true sense. Low-level zombies and mutant beasts are like monsters in the game. High-level zombies and mutant beasts are like elite monsters or bosses in the game. And intelligent mutant beasts and zombies are definitely bosses. Even a big boss. You can get rewards by killing monsters, whether they are mobs or bosses. But the rewards for mobs are less. After killing elite monsters and bosses, you will get more rewards. Of course, these are Wang Hao's guesses and his own understanding of the world. As for what the real situation is, Wang Hao still doesn't know. He found that his knowledge of the world is still relatively lacking. Now is not the time to think about these things. The truth of this world still needs to be explored slowly by Wang Hao in the future. When Wang Hao saw the extra item in his backpack, he was stunned. It turned out to be the genetic potion that Wang Hao had been dreaming about. However, this time it is not a strength gene potion, but an agility gene potion. And it is only a first-level agility gene potion. Although it is only a first-level genetic potion, it is already quite good. No matter what level it is, this genetic potion is a treasure, and is quite rare. It seems that killing elite-level or boss-level zombies and mutant beasts is indeed explosive equipment. It is the same as touching the airdrop box on the virtual battlefield, and you can get item rewards from it. The difference is, the equipment that emerges after the elite zombies and mutant beasts are killed are of relatively high quality, and should not contain common items such as food and drinks. At least they are of the highest quality. Wang Hao secretly analyzed. This means that there is one more way for survivors to obtain top-level materials. And the probability of obtaining top-level materials through this method is higher. But compared with that, by killing elite-level or boss-level zombies, it is more difficult and dangerous to obtain the best equipment with mutant beasts. There are only a few zombies and mutant beasts at this level, and they are so powerful that most people really don't have the ability to kill them. Otherwise, their lives will be in danger. In comparison, touching the airdrop box is undoubtedly safer. After all, dying on the virtual battlefield is not a real death. Regardless, having one more way to obtain high-quality items is a good thing for human survivors. Chapter 251 Guess. Wang Hao and the other 4 followed the majority and advanced slowly. In fact, at this time, Wang Hao, Zhuang Shuer, and others were no longer so worried about the besieged soldiers of the 4th Army. There were indeed many mutant beasts and zombies besieging them, including high-level mutant beasts and zombies. However, the number of soldiers of the 4th Legion who were besieged exceeded 10,000, and the number of soldiers who came to the rescue also exceeded 10,000. These two groups of people combined, the total number is close to 30,000. In addition, many teams have come over after hearing the news. Although their combat effectiveness varies, at least they all have combat experience and weapons in hand, and they can provide some help. In this way, the survivors here, the total number has exceeded 40,000. The 40,000 survivors armed with weapons are still capable of fighting against these zombies and mutant beasts. Moreover, there has always been a connection between the rescue division and the trap division. under attack from inside and outside. They are really against the mutants. Beasts and zombies caused a lot of damage. At this time, Wang Hao and the others had put aside their worries, and instead followed a large army to hunt mutant beasts and zombies with peace of mind. With the large army standing beside them, Wang Hao and the others killed zombies and mutant beasts without too much trouble. Pressure can be described as a near miss. The battle lasted for more than 2 hours. Even Luo Sun and Su Guangyuan later came to join the battle and earned some exchange points. This battle severely damaged the mutant beasts and zombies in the civilian area. Of course, the Fourth Army itself also suffered a lot of casualties, especially the besieged division, which suffered a lot of casualties. Wang Hao and his team gained quite a lot this time. Everyone earned a lot of exchange points, especially during the battle. They kept throwing grenades and exploded a large area, earning more exchange points. Among them, Wang Hao naturally gained the most. His marksmanship was the most accurate, and he also received an additional 500 redemption points as a reward from the zombie man. In this battle, Wang Hao earned nearly 1,000 redemption points. Even though Wang Hao usually earns a lot of redemption points, this number still surprised him. The redemption points that were originally consumed by upgrading the copy auxiliary function were replenished in time. In the Qingfeng team, those who earn relatively few redemption points are naturally Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong. These two poor guys were injured during the attack of the zombie man. Although their lives were not in danger, they still suffered. He was injured, even knocked unconscious, and had to withdraw from the battle early. I really envy you. Inside the team station, Feng Gaoyuan said with envy on his face, "Why did those damn zombies target me? I missed such a good opportunity to earn exchange points." Yu Jianzhong he nodded in agreement. This afternoon's battle was indeed a good opportunity to earn exchange points. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, it was not very dangerous overall. After all, there were more than 10,000 soldiers of the Fourth Army nearby. There is basically no danger. In addition, there is no need for them to search for it at all. There are mutant beasts and zombies everywhere, and they don't even need to find bunkers. This environment is an excellent opportunity for harvesting. Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong missed it, so they were naturally very sad. You too haven't been killed by that zombie, so you should be burning incense and praying to Buddha. You are still thinking about earning exchange points. Rosen said with a smile, "There will be many opportunities to earn exchange points in the future. As long as you save your life, you will have no worries. An opportunity to earn exchange points. You're talking lightly." Feng Gaoyuan snorted, but his retort was not very firm. Indeed, if he could save his life, he would have other opportunities to earn exchange points. Under those circumstances, no matter how bad his and Yu Jianzhong's luck was, they might really lose their lives. "I have some information to share with you," Wang Hao said. "The zombie man died in my hands in the end. Of course, there was luck involved. There were many people attacking him at the time. I was lucky enough to complete the final step. Killing the zombie with one strike not only earned me 500 redemption points, but I also got an additional random item. I was pretty lucky. The random item was an agility gene potion, but it was only a level 1. Wang Hao. After saying that, he realized that the rest of the team were looking at him with envy. Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh and said, "What are you looking at? Wang Hao, you are so envious of us." Feng Gaoyuan screamed strangely and said, 500 exchange points. That's enough for us to work hard for a long time. And a tube of genetic medicine. That's a treasure that's hard to buy even if you have an exchange point. Wang Hao coughed awkwardly and said, "It's all luck. But that's not the point. The point is, I guess killing high-level mutant beasts and zombies can explode materials. The quality is not too bad. Maybe it's just an exception?" Luo Sun said, "It's not impossible." Wang Hao thought for a while and said, "After all, this is the first time we have killed high-level zombies. As for whether we can get item rewards for killing other high-level zombies, it is not clear yet. So, this is just my guess. I think Wang Hao's guess is very likely." Chi Charan said, "Since killing zombies and mutant beasts can reward redemption points, then killing high-level mutant beasts and monsters can be rewarded. It is also possible for zombies to obtain items other than redemption points." Everyone nodded. People in this world basically don't play games. At least, what Wang Hao learned is that there are almost no online games in this world, and people can't even access the internet. Therefore, they may not know much about mobs, the difference between elite-level monsters and boss-level monsters, and whether killing them can explode equipment is unknown. But based on the analysis of the existing information, this is still no problem. In this case, if we hunt more high-level mutant beasts and zombies in the future, wouldn't we be able to get a lot of good things? Feng Gaoyuan said. Have you forgotten how you fainted? Rosen struck. Feng Gaoyuan's face froze, and then he sat back a little slumped. Indeed, even after high-level zombies and mutant beasts are killed, top-quality equipment and materials can indeed be released. But only if they can be killed. Every high-level mutant beast and zombie is extremely dangerous. They are also very powerful, and it is not easy to kill them. In comparison, it is better to touch the airdrop box on the virtual battlefield. Chapter 252 Auxiliary Function, Puppet. The 8 of them ate something to regain some strength, and then formed their own teams to enter the virtual battlefield. Wang Hao, Yu Qianing, Zhuang Shuer, and Qi Charan formed a team, and the remaining 4 formed a team. Wang Hao actually didn't want to form a team like this. Not because he disliked the fact that the 3 women were too weak and would be a hindrance. In fact, the 3 Zhuang Shuer were all very strong, with excellent talents and rich experience, making them rare good teammates. But as the saying goes, 3 women in a play, and teaming up with 3 women are too lively. In addition, Yu Qianing and Qi Charan are somewhat difficult to deal with. Although Zhuang Shuer didn't say anything, obviously, his attitude towards Qi Charan would not be as enthusiastic as towards Yu Qianing. Wang Hao would inevitably feel a little awkward in this situation. Wang Hao originally wanted to change with Feng Gaoyuan or form a new team. But Feng Gaoyuan and the other 4 entered the virtual battlefield ahead of him. In desperation, Wang Hao had no choice but to bring the 3 girls into the game. Wang Hao, where shall we dance? Captain, where shall we dance? After entering the game, Zhuang Shuer and Qi Charan asked Wang Hao almost at the same time. Yu Qianing was snickering from the side, as if she was happy to see Wang Hao looking deflated at this time. Wang Hao was embarrassed and had a headache. He took a look at the route. This game's route did not pass through Peace City, and was relatively far from Peace City. They could drive to Peace City, but there should be no people in Peace City in this game. Go to the Research Institute. Wang Hao thought for a moment and said, prioritize the dormitory building. If there are too many people in the dormitory building, go to the teaching building first. The dormitory building has a larger room area, and it is no problem to support a team of them. In comparison, the area of the teaching building is slightly smaller. Therefore, if conditions permit, many people will give priority to the dormitory building instead of the teaching building. Okay. They both responded almost at the same time. After finishing speaking, Zhuang Shuer and Qi Charan looked at each other. Wang Hao pretended not to see it, but his attention was attracted by the system's prompt tone. The game is about to start, and the auxiliary function is turned on. Please choose one of the following 3 options as an auxiliary for this game. 1. Dwarf. Level 1, your body shrinks to 10 times the size of your original body. 1. 2. Diving. Level 1, you can submerge underwater for a long time without losing signal value. Duration is 3 minutes. Cooling time is 3 minutes. And you can attack underwater and return to the ground automatically during the process. Enter the cooling time directly. 3. Puppet. Level 1, you can control a man machine for your own use every 3 minutes. And the number of eliminations obtained by the man machine will be counted on your head. Note, players can use the redemption points to enhance the auxiliary function. Please choose this assistance. I choose 3. Puppet. Select OK. Without much hesitation, Wang Hao made his choice. Wang Hao has encountered the first and second auxiliary functions more than once. The more useless or even useless auxiliary functions, the higher the probability of appearing. Wang Hao rarely chooses them unless there is really no better choice. As for the third auxiliary function, this is the first time Wang Hao has seen it. The meaning of this auxiliary function is not difficult to understand. It is equivalent to finding helpers for yourself in the game. This is somewhat similar to the ability of clone. They are all controlled by Wang Hao. But the specific effects are not exactly the same. Clones have strict limits on the number of people, and they are all related to Wang Hao himself. But Puppet is different. What it controls is a human machine. That is, the machine brother in the game. As long as it is not a room match or a camp match. In this special mode of team competition, there will be humans and machines in every game. This is common sense. Compared with real people, the disadvantages of humans and machines are quite obvious. Humans and machines move slowly and have a low rate of fire. Generally, even novice players who enter the virtual battlefield for the first time are almost impossible to kill humans and machines. Therefore, this auxiliary function seems to be of average effect. What's more, in the game, humans and machines are not something you can encounter if you want to. Although you can control one in 3 minutes. After one game, a real player it is difficult to encounter 3 or more human machines. So the number of human machines that can be controlled by this auxiliary function will not be too many. But this auxiliary function is not completely useless. Although the human machine has obvious disadvantages, it is not completely without advantages. The built-in radar is the biggest advantage of the human machine. In the game, the human and machine can always find real players. This is a special ability given to them by the system. No matter how hidden the player is, the human and machine can find him nearby, and even appear next to him accurately. In addition, man-machine can also be airborne. That is, appear suddenly, which will leave players defenseless. However, players in virtual battlefield have long been accustomed to this situation. In addition to being shocked occasionally, there's nothing wrong with it. They deal low damage and are slow to react. For the players, not only will the sudden appearance of man-machine not bring them danger, but it's also equivalent to giving away heads and exchange points. For Wang Hao, the man-machine's self-contained radar and sudden appearance abilities are more useful. After all, under this auxiliary function, the man-machine is under his control. As long as he directs it properly, the effect is still very good. Who said humans and machines can't kill people? Wang Hao thought to himself. In this game, he was going to try letting a machine kill someone. Thinking of this, Wang Hao said to Zhuang Xuer and the other 3, when we meet the man-machine later, don't shoot. Leave it to me. It's easy to distinguish between the man-machine and the real person. From the way they walk, they can shoot, their identities can be determined by their frequency, damage caused, etc. Players who have played a few games in the virtual battlefield can basically distinguish between humans and machines. Wang Hao, you are so powerful. But you still want to compete with us weak women? Yu Qianing said. Compared with real people, humans and machines are definitely easier to kill. And there is basically no danger. Although there is no explicit explanation of the virtual battlefield, experienced players know that each player will basically be assigned a human machine during a game. This person will have the opportunity to appear around the player. Of course, if you are lucky, it is not impossible to encounter 2 or 3 human machines in a round. If you are unlucky, you may be killed by a real person before you encounter the human machine assigned to you by the system. Man-machine is the minimum living security provided by the system to players. But whether they can receive this minimum living security is not certain. Now seeing that Wang Hao actually wanted to fight for the minimum living allowance with them, Yu Qianing said this. Of course, what she said was actually a joke. And she was not really angry at Wang Hao for grabbing the subsistence allowance. Although she had not known Wang Hao for a long time, she also knew that Wang Hao was not a selfish person. What Wang Hao said must be he has his intentions. Chapter 253 Experiment. You are not weak women. Wang Hao said with a smile. I am looking for people and machines to be useful. At worst, when I meet real people, I will give you a few more. Then we must be able to eat them. Yu Qianing said. Real people are no better than human machines. Real people can move. Their shooting skills are more accurate. And their damage is higher. Killing real people and killing machines are 2 different concepts. I believe you are fine. Wang Hao said. Yu Qianing and the others are not weak women with no strength. Their strength is still very strong in the same rank. Wang Hao also believes that they can defeat other players. Besides, he doesn't just sit back and watch. He will stand by and hold the line. If the situation goes bad, he will naturally take action. In addition, with his early warning, even if Yu Qianing and the others encounter real players, the danger will not be too great. If we encounter a human or machine, we will let it go to you, Zhuang Xuer said. Wang Hao nodded. Zhuang Xuer was still the best. He didn't ask why. He believed in himself unconditionally. He was lucky to have such a teammate. Just spoil him. Yu Qianing looked at Zhuang Xuer teasingly and said. Zhuang Xuer's face instantly turned red. And she argued, Wang Hao must have his own intentions for doing this. And it's just 1 or 2 humans and machines. So it's not a big deal. For them, humans and machines are indeed not something they must fight for. As things. First of all, they are not weak. They don't kill people. And they don't have much problem killing real people. Secondly, each person can only be allocated 1 or 2 human machines. Even if they are not given to Wang Hao, they will kill them themselves. In the end, They will only earn 1 or 2 more exchange points. With their wealth, they are really not lacking that 1 or 2 redemption points. Yu Qianning shrugged and said, Okay. What you said makes sense. I have no objection. Qi Charan looked at Wang Hao curiously, his eyes rolling around, not knowing what he was thinking. However, she also nodded and said that she would not compete with Wang Hao. Soon, the 4 of them got on the plane, and Wang Haojin marked the OK mark. The route was not close to the Institute's dormitory building, more than 1,000 meters away. It was naturally possible to fly there, but it would be a little slower. After arriving at the target location, Wang Hao, Zhuang Xuer and 3 others jumped out of the plane and flew to the teaching building of the institute. No one is around. Zhuang Xuer immediately observed the surrounding situation. It seems that no one is competing with us for the dormitory building this round, Yu Qianning said. Wang Hao nodded. That's fine. He can give it a try. Not long after, the 4 of them slowly fell from the top of the dormitory building. During the fall, they again observed the surrounding situation to make sure that no other players jumped here. And then they were really relieved. It is not uncommon to change the jump point in the air. Anything can happen before landing. Wang Hao and others do not dare to be careless. They must be cautious. After landing, the 4 of them searched for supplies step by step. Since there were no other players around, the 4 of them were very relaxed. About an hour later, gunfire suddenly rang out. There is danger ahead. Zhuang Xuer marked a point, and then said to Wang Hao, where the person is, it should be a man machine. Wang Hao nodded. It was not difficult to tell whether it was a man machine. Of course, there were also some more insidious players, like to deceive other players by pretending to be humans and machines, and then attack suddenly when other players relax their vigilance. Of course, such a situation is relatively rare. After all, not everyone will relax their vigilance when they see a man machine. Moreover, even if they relax their vigilance, as long as they react in time when he attacks, it is really not certain who will live and who will die. Therefore, there are huge risks in pretending to be a human being. Wang Hao soon saw the man machine. He did not rush to shoot. Instead, he guided the man machine to a house. After avoiding the sight of Zhuang Xuer and others, Wang Hao used the auxiliary function of puppet. It seems like nothing has changed, Wang Hao muttered softly. Afterwards, Wang Hao closed the team channel and ordered the man machine in front of him, get down. The man machine immediately fell to the ground and had no intention of attacking Wang Hao in front of him. Climb. Stand up. Shoot. Wang Hao gave orders to the man machine one after another. Every order was strictly carried out by the man machine. Wang Hao was surprised to find that he could actually order the man machine to switch to shooting mode. The man machine of the system usually shoots at a single point, and the intervals are very obvious, which is why players are not afraid of the man machine. However, under Wang Hao's command, the man machine switched to automatic mode and can shoot continuously. Secondly, although the slow movement of man and machine has not changed, Wang Hao can make him run and preview in advance. In general, the auxiliary function of this puppet is quite good. Wang Hao is quite satisfied with this skill. Naturally, the strength of human machine cannot be compared with that of real people. Even with Wang Hao's control, the lethality of human machine is limited. But this is a situation where there is only one man machine. If there are 3 or 5 man machine, under the command of Wang Hao, attacking one target at the same time, then even a real player will not be able to withstand it. Let's go, Wang Hao said to the human machine. Under Wang Hao's command, the human machine left the high-rise building and returned to its sluggish appearance. This was of course what Wang Hao asked him to do. Wang Hao did not give up control of him, but just asked him to leave the dormitory building. The man machine has its own radar. Wang Hao is going to rely on them to find other players. Of course, not now. Hey, why did the human machine leave? Captain, you didn't kill him? Qi Charan was in another high-rise building and couldn't help but feel a little strange when he saw the human machine leaving the house where Wang Hao was staying with his unique steps. At the same time, no kill prompt appeared in the system. No, Wang Hao said. It's useful if I keep him. Useful? What's the use? Qi Charan asked, and how could the human machine just leave like this? After the human machine meets the real person, it can't just, are you alive? If you don't kill him, why won't he attack you? I hid, Wang Hao said casually. Hiding? Qi Charan didn't believe it. Wang Hao wasn't the only one who knew about the radar capabilities of the human machine. This was a common occurrence. Even if Wang Hao was hiding upstairs, the human machine would quickly catch up upstairs. Even if Wang Hao hides on the roof of the building, the man machine cannot see Wang Hao. But it will not leave easily, but will wander around. Chi Charan, why do you have so many questions? Zhuang Shuer suddenly said. Can't you concentrate on searching for supplies? Chi Charan curled his lips and stopped asking. But the doubts and curiosity in his heart did not diminish at all. Chapter 254 Man-Machine Cooperation. Of course Wang Hao knew that doing this in the fourth row would arouse curiosity and even confusion among Zhuang Shuer and others. But he had a reason for doing it. After all, this is just a random auxiliary function. Wang Hao is very curious about this auxiliary function and wants to see if it is necessary to retain it. Since he wants to understand it, he must test it in the game. If he does not test it in this game, you may not be able to encounter this auxiliary function in the next game. Secondly, Zhuang Shuer and the other three are teammates of their own team, and they spend a lot of time together. If this auxiliary function is really good, Wang Hao will definitely choose to keep it. And he might also reveal some details in the future to let them know. Some information is a matter of time. As long as your biggest secret is not leaked. The four people continued to search for supplies. And while Wang Hao was searching for supplies, he was still controlling the human machine. Under Wang Hao's command, the human machine had already hid in a toilet on the roadside. Duh. Familiar gunfire. Familiar rhythm. Another man-machine is coming. This is also the reason why Wang Hao asked the man-machine just now to leave. It is possible for two man-machine to appear in the same place, but the probability is very low. After the man-machine just left, a new man-machine is more likely to appear. Although Zhuang Shuer and the others didn't know what Wang Hao was looking for, they still did not attack the newly appeared man-machine. Wang Hao followed suit and soon controlled another human machine. After taking control of this man-machine, Wang Hao asked him to find the previous man-machine and let the two man-machine hide in the toilet. No one would have thought that there were two human machines hidden in an inconspicuous toilet on the roadside. So far, Wang Hao is quite satisfied with this auxiliary function. The cooling time is 3 minutes, which is not too long. After 2 rounds, Wang Hao has already controlled 4 humans and machines. The 4 subsistence allowances for their team have been distributed by the system. Whether they can encounter humans and machines again depends on luck. Of course, even with a minimum guarantee, not every game can be dealt out. Wang Hao and the 4 of them were lucky enough to meet 4 human machine players. Is it almost done? Wang Hao did not choose to stay here and wait for the man-machine to appear. The 4 man-machine were almost there. During this period, in addition to 4 human machine encounters, they only met 2 players. Those 2 players were originally planning to drive by, but they were attracted by the gunfire of the human machine and eventually became the king. Hao and his team were killed by the guns. Yeah. Zhuang Shuer and the others responded. Let's go and find someone. Wang Hao said. Where to go? Yu Qianing asked. I'll drive. And you just follow me. Wang Hao said. Okay. The 3 of them had no objections. There were no other players within Wang Hao's perspective range. But he was not in a hurry. In this game, in addition to using see-through, he also had other ways to find players. Controlled man-machine. At this time, the 4 man-machine received Wang Hao's latest order, move freely. After receiving the order, the 4 man-machine went in 3 directions. 2 of them set off alone. And in the other direction, 2 man-machine went together. Wang Hao and others got into the car from the roadside. After that, Wang Hao drove slowly and followed the man-machine in one direction. On Wang Hao's small map, in addition to the 3 teammates Zhuang Shuer, the specific positions of 4 human and machine are also displayed, which also facilitates Wang Hao's tracking. Soon, 3 players appeared within the field of vision of Wang Hao's perspective function. These 3 players were in our city and were scattered in different rooms. Wang Hao ordered the man-machine, who was leading the way, to leave. His mission had been completed, and the rest was up to Wang Hao and the others. Under the perspective auxiliary function, Wang Hao could clearly see the movements of the 3 players. He drove the car not far from one of the players. The player was obviously a little reckless. Even if there was only one person, he took the initiative to shoot at Wang Hao's car. Now, Wang Hao didn't need to think about the connection. He got out of the car and started fighting. Duh. Gunshots also rang out from the other 2 directions. They were obviously the teammates of the player who just fired. Although they were not here, they could fire in support from a distance. In this way, all 3 players in this team exposed their positions. Wang Hao and the other four ignored the player in the distance. They took advantage of the shelter of the room to kill the lone player nearby. Then, the four of them relied on smoke bombs and cars to attack the remaining two players. How could these two players be the opponents of Wang Hao and the four others? They barely put up any decent resistance and were killed by four people. Not even one of Wang Hao and the others fell to the ground. These three people are so stupid, Yu Qianing said while licking her bag. Wang Hao smiled and did not deny Yu Qianing's evaluation. In fact, in the eyes of experts, ordinary players are not much better than humans and machines. The three players just now have average strength, but they are not together. Wang Hao and the four of them attack together. How can they resist? When one person faces four people, he naturally seems a little dumb. Don't look at the three people's movements, but they are quite rich in the bag. Wang Hao and the four of them had a good meal, and then got in the car and set off again. In fact, the second man machine also gained something. Wang Hao quickly drove towards the No. 2-man machine. Before he arrived near the No. 2-man machine, gunfire rang out. Obviously, human machine No. 2 used its own radar to find other players, and the player also realized that he was a human machine. So naturally he had nothing to worry about. Wang Hao immediately asked the man and machine to avoid and escape while they drove there. Fortunately, they arrived in time. Although the man machine had residual health, it did not fall to the ground. Seeing a real person appear, the player also gave up the pursuit of the human machine and prepared to face Wang Hao and the others. After closing the distance, Wang Hao could clearly see that there were four people hiding in this area. The player who had just fired was just one of them. He might have been attracted by the man machine. At this time, he was a little far away from the other three teammates. Far. In this case, how could Wang Hao and the others be polite? For people drove directly to his downstairs and attacked the building without hesitation. The player wanted to resist, but finally fell to Wang Hao and the others' guns. He was beaten and wounded by Wang Hao and the others. Out of the box, Wang Hao was originally worried that their bravery would scare the other three players. If they fled by car, it would not be easy to catch up. However, those three people seemed to be very confident in their own strength. Or perhaps, Wang Hao and the others killed one person 4 times one by one, which did not allow them to feel the strength of Wang Hao and the others. In short, not only did they not escape, they actually returned. He took the initiative to touch Wang Hao and the others. Seeing this situation, Wang Hao smiled. Chapter 255. This man machine is abnormal. Clatter? Duh. Man machine. Han Wan spoke in the team, a little eager to try. It's been 4 laps. And there are still humans and machines? Teammate Yin Sen asked doubtfully. Is this strange? I have encountered a man machine before on the penultimate lap. Another teammate Lu Peng said. It must be a man machine. Han Wan said. I've already seen him. Damn. He's blocked by a tree. After saying that, Han Wan couldn't wait to climb down from the window and head towards the big tree in front of him. The tree is gone. Humans and machines usually just appear around real players, and they don't necessarily have to be next to real players. Sometimes, they will also be in a daze behind a tree or in a small room for a long time. These are common phenomenon. Han Wan was afraid that the man machine would be in a daze behind the tree. If other players came over later, the man machine would be robbed. Be careful. Don't get stolen. Yin San reminded. Don't worry. I know what's going on. You guys can hold it upstairs for me. Han Wan said. Is there any reason not to kill humans and machines when they encounter them? This is a redemption point delivered to your door. Han Wan took exciting steps and killed the man machine without hesitation. In this game, they were basically scrambling for points. The entire team had few eliminations, and he only killed one person. And it was a personal machine. Therefore, now that he sees a man machine coming to his door, how can he let it go? Yin San and others were holding guns for him upstairs. In fact, the remaining 3 people also wanted to kill this man machine. This meant that not everyone cared about the 1 or 2 exchange points. For many people, every redemption point is extremely precious. However, this man machine was discovered by Han Wanxian, and they are regular teammates in the same team. Naturally, they cannot have internal strife because of such a man machine. Holy crap! What's going on? This man machine is so powerful. Yin San and others were observing the surroundings and helping Han Wan to be on guard. But Han Wan's shocked cry suddenly came from the team channel. Only then did In San and others notice that Han Wan was actually losing blood. And he was losing blood very quickly. Han Wan. What's wrong with you? You can't even defeat a personal computer? Sherry said with some dissatisfaction. She was the only girl in the team. And her marksmanship was the worst among the four. She was usually teased and even laughed at by Han Wan. But now that she had the opportunity, she naturally wanted to come back with revenge. Women are often very cautious. Even though she knew that Han Wan's usual jokes might not be too malicious. Xiaoru felt quite uncomfortable after hearing them too many times. There was only one man machine in front of Han Wan. And there were no other players nearby. Han Wan lost blood. Naturally because of this man machine. No. This man machine is a little abnormal. Han Wan said in surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell to the ground. Holy crap. Han Wan. You were actually knocked down by a human machine? Lu Peng said in shock. Although Han Wan's skill cannot be said to be top-notch, he is definitely not a novice or a rookie. He can kill 2 or 3 in each game. When he is in good condition, he can kill 5. Therefore, now seeing Han Wan being defeated by a human machine, Lu Peng and the other 3 were very surprised. Stop talking nonsense now. Come and save me. This man machine seems to be trying to save me. Han Wan panicked and asked for help from his teammates. Here we come. In San was the first to jump out of the window and ran towards Han Wan. Because there was only one man machine in the field of vision. Lu Peng and Xiaoru did not move when they saw In San passing by, and were still on guard upstairs. I say, Han Wan. Are you too awesome? You can actually be defeated by a human and a machine. You are such a talent. Sherry said sarcastically in the team channel. This man machine is absolutely abnormal. Han Wan repeated and emphasized again. Okay. Stop making excuses. You might as well say that your gun is soft. Lu Peng said with a smile. It's just a human and machine. What can be abnormal? Han Wan wanted to defend. But I don't know what to say. There was nothing wrong with the pace and movements of this human machine. It looked like standard human machine movements. But Han Wan always felt that something was wrong. Correct. It's the timing and frequency of his shooting. When Han Wan came over before, he didn't take the man machine seriously. He put his gun away and ran over. He thought he would wait for a better angle before shooting. But he didn't expect that before he could get close. The man machine suddenly just lean out from behind the tree and shoot him. If this is normal, then the frequency of human machine shooting is definitely abnormal. The man machine usually shoots at a single point and rarely shoots continuously. But this man machine shoots very frequently. Almost the same as a normal real person player. Moreover, this man machine seemed to be aiming at him. Specifically hitting him on the head. By the time Han Wan reacted and took out his gun to fight back, he was already out of health. After he fired the shot, his health had been emptied, and he fell to the ground. During the entire battle, Han Wan was in a state of confusion. In San. Be careful. This man machine is not normal. Just when Han Wan wanted to remind his teammates, the man machine who was in a daze just now suddenly opened fire. And this time, the target he shot was not upside down. It's Han Wan who is on the ground. But In San who's running over. In order to increase his running speed and reach Han Wan as quickly as possible, In San put away his gun and ran. Duh. Gunshots rang out. And In San's body was bleeding. Others in the team could clearly see that In San's blood volume continued to decrease. Holy crap! What's going on? In San was also startled by this unexpected situation. Originally, in his opinion, it was a good thing for humans and machines to hit him. In this case, Han Wan would not be replaced, and their team would not be reduced in number. As for himself, his life would not be in danger if he took a few shots from humans and machines. After all, the damage caused by each shot of a human machine is much lower than that of a real player. But the current situation is different from what he thought. The damage caused by each shot of the man machine is indeed not high. But the problem is that this man machine does not shoot at a single point, but in fully automatic mode. This was the first time he had seen this situation on a human machine. Fight back. Fight back quickly. As an experienced person, Han Wan knew In San's current mentality very well, and he quickly reminded him. In San reacted after Han Wan reminded him. But it was already too late. Duh. Gunshots rang out continuously, and In San only had time to fire 2 or 3 shots before he was knocked down by the man machine. In San, who was in a hurry and only wanted to fight back, even forgot to take evasive actions, which resulted in him receiving many shots from both humans and machines. perhaps. In his subconscious, he still did not pay attention to this human machine. This required mental adjustment, and he was not able to react in a short period of time. Chapter 256. Is it a human machine? This guy has a chance to gain blood. Han Wan's shocked voice sounded on the channel again. He had hit this man machine before, and In San had also hit him a few times just now. It stands to reason that the combined damage of the two people would be enough to kill the man machine. But now, this man machine is standing still. There, he didn't fall down. In order to verify his judgment, Han Wan did not care that he would be replaced by the man machine. He crawled hard on the ground, approached the man machine, and saw the man machine hiding behind the tree again. Holy crap! He's drinking painkillers. Han Wan's shocked voice sounded again. How is this possible? When will humans and machines drink medicine? Lu Peng retorted subconsciously. Indeed, there may be medicines, large medicine packs, and painkillers in the man machine's backpack. But no one has ever seen the man machine drinking medicine to replenish his state. Even if he is about to be poisoned in the poison circle, there is no human machine drinking medicine either. I saw it with my own eyes. Han Wan said. He is recovering. He is indeed drinking medicine. At this time, In San's voice also sounded. It turned out that In San had climbed to the other direction, and he could also see the movements of the man machine. Both teammates said this, and Lu Peng and Sha Ru couldn't help but doubt it. Come and save us. Han Wan's desire for survival rose again. You two come together. This man machine is definitely not normal. Not only can he drink medicine, he just fired a gun, and it is different from other man machine. Yes. In San echoed. He didn't just shoot a single point, but fired continuously. And he also looked for headshots. So magical? Lu Peng said. Lu Peng and Sha Ru jumped down from the building almost at the same time and went to rescue In San and Han Wan. 2 consecutive teammates fell into the hands of the man machine, so they had to be cautious. Yeah, In San said. Duh. A burst of gunfire rang out, and Han Wan, who was just about to get away from the man machine, saw his last trace of blood being wiped away by the man machine. Damn! Han Wan couldn't help but curse. It was absolutely humiliating to be beaten and mended by humans and machines, and he felt unspeakably aggrieved. After the man machine killed Han Wan, he did not shoot In San on the other side. As a result, Lu Peng and Sha Ru naturally continued to run to the rescue. We'll be there soon. Seeing that he was about to approach In San, Lu Peng had already taken out the smoke bomb. To be cautious, he was going to seal the smoke before rescuing people. With the cover of smoke bombs, both human and machine players and real players would be affected. Impact. They can also be safer. Duh. Just when Lu Peng was about to throw the smoke bomb, gunshots suddenly rang out from behind a slope in the distance, and bullets flew like raindrops. The targets of these bullets are Lu Peng and Sha Ru. Lu Peng, who was holding a smoke bomb, was shot first and fell to the ground before he could even throw the smoke bomb. It seems like a human machine? In San, who was lying on the ground, immediately looked towards the direction where the gunfire came from. 3 figures appeared in the field of vision. The movements of these 3 people were somewhat similar to those of humans and machines. They were just similar. If it were before, In San could definitely say that these 3 were humans and machines. But now, he did not dare to do so. Explain? This is definitely not a man machine. Lu Peng said. When have you ever seen a man machine team up to hunt players? When Lu Peng said this, he looked like he was gritting his teeth. He and Shara had been on high alert before, and did not find these 3 people. They were hiding behind the slope. These 3 people had obviously been observing them. After they jumped down and came to support, they no longer hid, and turned to attack him and Shara collectively. This was obviously a premeditated action. Lu Peng even suspected that the person who defeated Han Wan and In San before was not a human machine. They were all pretended by real players. This, In San looked at the 3 heads exposed behind the slope not far away and hesitated. Indeed, he has never seen a man machine team up, let alone a man machine shooting like this. And he has never seen a man machine ambush a real player. But if they are not human machine, there is an obvious sense of stagnation in every move they make. This feeling is very obvious, and they are so similar to human machine. In San felt that his mind was a mess now, and he really couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. The movements and behaviors of the 4 people who appeared one after another were really weird. Duh. The gunshots continued to sound, and Shara could not hold on for long before he died under the joint attack of the four people. In the end, even the people hiding behind the tree came out and shot at Shara. Yin San and Lu Peng, who were lying on the ground, also turned into boxes at the moment Shara was killed. Four people, a full formation, turned into four boxes, and the family lay there neatly. In the void, there were still expressions of surprise on the faces of the four people. They could not see the situation on the virtual battlefield at this time, but they could communicate with each other. Tell me, are those four humans and machines? Shara was the first to speak. Absolutely not. Lu Peng said for the first time, it is impossible for humans and machines to form a team. After they meet, they will only attack each other. Moreover, humans and machines will airborne, but will not ambush. The three people just now had obviously ambushed what's waiting for us. There is definitely not the behavior of a human machine, but their actions are so like a human machine. Yin San said, it's just a resemblance. Lu Peng said, it's not like you don't know that some people like to pretend to be humans and machines to deceive others. These four are definitely pretended by real players. They usually do this a lot of times. With their movements and expressions, they are very similar to the man machine. These four insidious guys. It's best not to let me encounter them again. Something's wrong. But other parts, especially the movements and expressions, are really exactly the same as those of humans and machines. Can real people really act like this? Also, don't forget, the virtual battlefield has been updated and added like the Redemption Mall. There are a lot of new contents, and perhaps the strength of this human machine has also been strengthened. Han Wan did not see the three people who appeared behind him. He only made an analysis based on the first person who appeared. Then why are the humans and machines we met yesterday still so stupid? Lu Peng retorted, perhaps only some humans and machines have been enhanced. Han Wan thought for a moment and said, just like zombies and mutant beasts. Only a few are intelligent, and only a few are high-level beings. Han Wan also said this. That makes sense. Yin San continued, after the virtual battlefield is updated. No one knows what changes it will have. Don't forget, there is a word wait on the update announcement, which leaves a lot of room for imagination. Anything can happen. Chapter 257 Advantages and Disadvantages. In the end, Han Wan and others did not have a clear answer as to whether they were killed by human machines or real players. And no one could give them the answer. The virtual battlefield is inherently mysterious. Where it came from, no one knows yet. Although human survivors have studied the virtual battlefield for more than 100 years, they dare not say that they have completely mastered the virtual battlefield, thoroughly researched. What's more, this virtual battlefield has been updated recently. The changes in the virtual battlefield after the update are also unknown, and this requires human survivors to slowly explore. In short, the virtual battlefield is mysterious, and anything can happen in it. Wang Hao, what are you doing? Zhuang Shuer asked curiously, looking at the dazed Wang Hao. It's nothing. Wang Hao looked away and said to Zhuang Shuer with a smile, have you finished licking the bag? Yes. Zhuang Shuer nodded. They had just finished fighting here, and even though they were not short of supplies, the three women couldn't help but want to lick the boxes when they saw the boxes on the ground. Wang Hao happened to have something to do, so he didn't rush the three women. There seems to be gunshots ahead. Should we go over and take a look? Yu Qianing walked over and said, no need. Wang Hao shook his head and said, the gunfire has stopped. The battle over there is over. Yes, the battle is over. Wang Hao and Yu Qianing were not very sure, but among the four people present, he was the only one who knew that the battle ahead was indeed over, because the battle there was directed by him. The ones who killed tens of thousands of people in Han were naturally humans and machines, but they are not ordinary human machine. They are puppet human machine controlled by Wang Hao, and their every move is controlled by Wang Hao. The cooperation and ambush between the four humans and machines was not accidental, but Wang Hao told them to do so. The four men, Han and Wan, obviously did not realize the abnormality of these man machine at first. Their carelessness and Wang Hao's command led to such a battle result. The only pity is that Wang Hao's perspective auxiliary function has limited vision. He does have the eagle eye auxiliary function, but the terrain here seriously affects the effect of his eagle eye. Wang Hao can only give the four-man machine issued combat orders and deployed them before the war. As for the specific operations during the battle, Wang Hao could not influence it because he could not see the real-time progress there. As for how to find Han Wan and others, just like before, it was naturally based on the radar that comes with the man machine. In addition, as Wang Hao has been commanding humans and machines for longer and longer, he has become more and more proficient in using this auxiliary function. At the same time, he has become more and more familiar with humans and machines controlled by auxiliary functions. Now, Wang Hao no longer needs the man-machine to appear in his field of vision. He can give commands to the man-machine from a distance, and can check the specific location of the man-machine through the mini-map. In the future, the see-through auxiliary function will be strengthened, and the field of view will the distance has been extended, making it easier for Wang Hao to command people. After exploration, Wang Hao also learned that these man-machine controlled by him can switch shooting modes, replenish their status, cooperate with each other, etc. There may be other abilities that Wang Hao needs to explore further. But these controlled humans and machines are not without their shortcomings. They seem to have lost the ability to airborne and cannot teleport. In addition, there is inevitably a sense of sluggishness when they perform actions, such as the slow speed of reloading. The dodge speed is not fast, etc. Also, the damage of the bullets they shoot is still lower than that of real players. In short, this puppet auxiliary function has advantages and disadvantages. It can assist Wang Hao in fighting, but it is not advisable to rely entirely on this auxiliary function. Of course, perhaps after the level of this auxiliary function is increased, it may have different effects. There are only 4 man-machine under Wang Hao's control. It's not that Wang Hao doesn't want to control more. The cooldown time of his auxiliary function has long expired. However, he has not seen other man-machine since then. This auxiliary function is naturally limited. There is no room for performance. After Wang Hao and the 4 of them finished licking the bag, they set off on the road again. Wang Hao still relied on the human machine to help him find players. Of course, he couldn't rely entirely on the human machine to find players. After all, the speed of the human machine was too slow. Without airborne landing, with the ability to teleport, it takes a lot of time for them to find each person. Moreover, other players do not stay in one place, which also makes it difficult for them to find real players. Of course, it only increases the difficulty, and you can still find someone. The built-in radar of the human machine, combined with Wang Hao's see-through auxiliary function, allows Wang Hao to find more players. In the end, Wang Hao and his team won the first place with 47 kills. Wang Hao personally only killed 16 in this game. As he said before, many times, he gave up to real players, Zhuang Shuer and 3 others. I found that since I joined the team, it has become easier and easier to eat chicken in 4 rows, Yu Qianing said happily. Before Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer came to a university, Yu Qianing had her own teammates. However, after Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer came, she abandoned those teammates and resolutely joined Wang Hao and the others' team. Although Yu Qianing's previous teammates are not weak, how can they compare with Wang Hao, who has auxiliary functions? Therefore, after joining Wang Hao's team, her 4-row chicken eating rate naturally increased greatly. Qi Charan also looked at Wang Hao with bright eyes. She never knew that getting first place could be so simple. There are indeed some elite teams under the Qi family. Qi Charan has been 3 guarantees and won before. People who can join the elite teams are naturally not mediocre. Qi Charan also felt that it would be easy for him to form a team with them. But now, after comparing with Wang Hao, Qi Charan discovered what is real relaxation and what is real slaughter. Wang Hao seems to be able to predict the enemy every time, and he always seems to be able to find other players. These 2 points are something that others cannot do. After all, technology cannot be used on the virtual battlefield. Can he find other players? This requires a lot of luck. Being able to determine the positions of other players in advance requires extremely high skills. It is difficult for anyone to be able to do what Wang Hao is, if he didn't know that virtual battlefield cannot use technology. I'm afraid Qi Charan Wang Hao has long been suspected of cheating. After this 4th row, Qi Charan became more curious about Wang Hao. She didn't know how Wang Hao did this, and the previous man-machine incident. In short, Qi Charan felt that there was something wrong with Wang Hao. There are many things waiting to be explored by yourself. Chapter 258 Island Black Tea. Why are you so stunned? Wang Hao asked Qi Charan. Nothing. Qi Charan smiled and said, Captain, I am becoming more and more curious about you. Why? Wang Hao asked. It's nothing. Qi Charan did not explain. Afterwards, Qi Charan walked towards the airdrop box. Touching the airdrop box after eating chicken is always the happiest thing. Even people like Zhuang Shuer and others who are not in short supply are still obsessed with touching airdrop boxes. After all, No one knows that this kind of stuff can be found in airdrop boxes. This feeling of opening a blind box is very intoxicating. The same goes for Wang Hao. He also likes to touch the airdrop box. However, today Wang Hao's attention is on the auxiliary function of Puppet. He was hesitating whether to retain this auxiliary function. And at the same time, he was also speculating on the price of this auxiliary function. After a game of verification, Wang Hao has roughly understood the advantages and disadvantages of this auxiliary function. It can be said that as long as it is operated properly, this auxiliary function will become Wang Hao's great strength in the game. However, what Wang Hao looks forward to most is its practical effect. Humans and machines can be controlled on the virtual battlefield. But there are no humans and machines in reality. So, what can it control? Or, it can't control anything, and there will be other changes? In addition, its price also makes Wang Hao unpredictable. Logically speaking, the effect of this auxiliary function cannot be said to be strong. But it definitely cannot be said to be weak. As for the price, Wang Hao guessed that it should be between 500 and 800 redemption points. And 500 redemption points is more likely. After all, self-service auxiliary functions, like AIM, are only worth 800 redemption points. If it's only worth 500 exchange points, I can keep it for a look. Wang Hao thought to himself. Wang Hao's gains from killing mutant beasts and zombies in the past 2 days are not small. Especially today's killing of the zombie man, which directly rewarded him with 500 exchange points. Now Wang Hao's total exchange points have once again exceeded 1,000. And he spent 5. It's not a big problem to retain an auxiliary function for 100 redemption points. Wang Hao, it's your turn to touch the airdrop box. While Wang Hao was thinking about the auxiliary functions, Zhuang Xuer and 3 others had already touched the airdrop box. Have you finished touching it? Wang Hao asked as he walked towards the airdrop box. Yes. Zhuang Xuer nodded. I was not very lucky. I only found bullets. Xian Ning's luck was pretty good. I found an M416. Now that bullets are almost in abundance, it is indeed difficult to find bullets. What good luck. On the other hand, the M416 is actually pretty good. Guns are also divided into good and bad. The M416 has strong overall performance when it comes with complete accessories. When airdrop guns are extremely difficult to obtain, the M416 is the favorite rifle of most survivors. This gun will never be in short supply. Market. However, the probability of good things appearing is always low. And the same is true for the M416. Yu Qianing was indeed lucky to be able to get such a gun from the airdrop box. As for Chi Charan, he found 20 grenades and was pretty lucky. When facing zombies and mutant beasts, grenades are undoubtedly a sharp weapon. Whether it is an active attack or a breakout, grenades can be used to open passages. The probability of grenades appearing in airdrop boxes is not very high. Although it is lower than M416, the probability of appearing is higher. But compared to today's bullets, it can be considered a high-end product. Captain, touch quickly and see what you can touch, Chi Charan urged. I'll be satisfied if I can touch the grenade, Wang Hao said with a smile. Nowadays, their team has no shortage of bullets. Just like Zhuang Xuer just touched the bullets, there are thousands of them at once. Others can also get bullets. In this way, there is no shortage of bullets. But grenades, incendiary bottles, smoke, playing these things is more necessary. You don't have to use these things, but you must have them. While speaking, Wang Hao had already reached out to the airdrop box. When Wang Hao took his hand out, he already had something in his hand. Something that looked like a drink. What is this? Energy drink? It seems a little different. Zhuang Xuer stared curiously at the bottled liquid in Wang Hao's hand. Energy drink is a relatively common energy supplement on the virtual battlefield. It can not only restore the user's blood volume, but also restore the signal value. Of course, in terms of recovery amount, its effect is not as good as pain relief, medicine, let alone a medical kit. However, energy drinks also have advantages. That is, they are short-lasting and take up less space in your backpack, which is incomparable to painkillers and medical kits. In reality, energy drinks are not as popular as painkillers and medical kits. The thing in Wang Hao's hand is somewhat similar to an energy drink, but it is not exactly the same. Island black tea. Wang Hao sounded excited. Island black tea? What is it? Zhuang Xuer and the others heard this name for the first time. It is also a kind of blood-restoring medicine. Wang Hao explained, its effect is comparable to that of a medical kit, or even better than a medical kit. It can help the injured recover quickly, and it is also miraculous in treating serious injuries. In addition, it can also quickly restores the user's physical strength and energy and relieves fatigue. When Wang Hao explained its effect, he emphasized quickly. Although large medicine packs and bandages can also restore injuries, the effect is relatively slow and may only affect minor injuries. It also takes 2 or 3 days to recover. In comparison, the effect of the medical kit is better, but only slightly better. The advantage of the medical kit is that it is effective for most injuries, whether it is external or internal injuries. It can have an effect on whether it is a knife wound or a gunshot wound. Therefore, the medical kit is of high value and the price has always been high. But the probability of it appearing in the airdrop box is not high. Of course, the medical kit is not without its shortcomings. It cannot recover injuries too quickly, and its effect is limited in the face of serious injuries. As for energy drinks and painkillers, in reality, their biggest effects are to relieve fatigue and restore qi in blood, which is not very fast. The island black tea in Wang Hao's hand gathers all the effects of these items, and has unique advantages in terms of recovery speed and dealing with seriously injured people. Upon hearing Wang Hao's explanation, the eyes of Zhuang Shuer and the others lit up. This is definitely a good thing. If you put it on the market, it will definitely cause a rush, Yu Qianing said. Indeed, the price of medical kits can remain high, but this Hado black tea has better effects than them, so it is naturally more popular. Of course, neither Wang Hao nor Zhuang Shuer wanted to sell this island black tea. They were not short of money, so they naturally wanted to keep such a good thing for themselves. Chapter 259 Borrowing Exchange Points Again. After this virtual battlefield has been updated, there are a lot more things, Zhuang Shuer said. Almost all survivors are aware of the update announcement of Virtual Battlefield. Some updates of Virtual Battlefield are listed above, but they are not detailed. The announcement of Virtual Battlefield also states, more the content needs to be explored by survivors themselves. Obviously, Zhuang Shuer attributed the acquisition of this island black tea to the update of the Virtual Battlefield. However, Wang Hao knew that the bigger reason why he was able to obtain this island black tea was probably due to the auxiliary function of unconventional rewards. The effect of island black tea is undoubtedly very good. It is definitely a good thing. According to the unspoken rules of the virtual battlefield, the better the thing, the lower the probability of it appearing. After the player's rank is improved, it can be improved to a certain extent. The probability of getting good things is high, but this improvement is not exaggerated. Wang Hao's current rank is not high. With his current rank, the probability of getting good things is very low. Therefore, to be able to get this island black tea, Wang Hao himself thinks about it, and the unconventional reward is one of the auxiliary functions. Play a greater role. Thinking about it this way, Wang Hao felt more and more that the effect of this auxiliary function was really good. It was indeed the right decision to spend the redemption points to keep it. After Wang Hao touched the airdrop box, the prices of the 3 auxiliary functions randomly obtained in this game were also revealed. Wang Hao is not interested in the price of the first 2 auxiliary functions, because he has never thought about retaining those 2 auxiliary functions. What he cares about is the price of the puppet auxiliary function. However, when Wang Hao saw the price of the puppet auxiliary function, he was stunned. 2,000 redemption points. In Wang Hao's opinion, this is not a top-notch auxiliary function, but it is actually worth 2,000 redemption points. You know, Wang Hao now encounters a lot of auxiliary functions. The prices of these auxiliary functions vary, but the most expensive one is only worth 2,000 redemption points. In his opinion, this can only be regarded as a good auxiliary function, but it is actually the highest selling price so far. This price was far beyond Wang Hao's expectations. However, after being surprised, Wang Hao was even more excited. Yes, just excited. The price can roughly determine the value of this auxiliary function. Since the system has priced the auxiliary function puppet at 2,000, it means that it is worth at least 2,000 redemption points, and its value is only higher than the 2,000 redemption points. Wang Hao already roughly knows the role of the puppet in the game. Judging from its effect on the virtual battlefield, it can be sold for less than 2,000. After all, on the virtual battlefield, humans and machines are also rare. No matter how good the auxiliary function is, it is useless if you don't meet the human machine. The rarity of the human machine seriously affects the value of this auxiliary function on the virtual battlefield. Since this auxiliary function is not worth the price on the virtual battlefield, then the system has marked it with this price for only one reason: its realistic effect. The system believes that its real-life effect is worth 2,000 redemption points. In this case, What else is there to say? Must keep. Lend me 1,000 exchange points. Wang Hao turned to Zhuang Shuer and said. Now? Zhuang Shuer was a little surprised. They were still on the virtual battlefield. Although the exchange point was a good thing, it couldn't be used here. Therefore, Zhuang Shuer didn't know why Wang Hao wanted to borrow the exchange point now. You can also borrow it out. Well, it's now, Wang Hao said with great certainty. A little anxious on his face. His redemption points were just over 1,000. And it was obviously not enough to retain this auxiliary function. Fortunately, this was the 4th row. And he still had teammates. What was even more fortunate was that among his teammates, there was not short of money. Zhuang Shuer. Okay. Zhuang Shuer didn't ask in detail and immediately transferred 1,000 exchange points to Wang Hao. Zhuang Shuer rarely used the exchange points to buy things. But she always kept some exchange points with her just in case of emergency. And now she could lend them to Wang Hao. Seeing the exchange point that Zhuang Shuer forwarded, Wang Hao was slightly relieved. He was afraid that Zhuang Shuer would ask her in detail. In that case, it would be difficult for him to explain. After all, it was really strange to use the exchange point in a hurry at this time. At the same time, Wang Hao was also afraid that Zhuang Shuer didn't have so many redemption points. In that case, he might have to open his mouth to Yu Qianing and Qi Charan. He didn't have such a good relationship with them. At least that's what Wang Hao thinks. Once there are not enough redemption points, Wang Hao will miss out on this auxiliary function. It is hard to say whether he will encounter it again in the future. After getting the redemption points, Wang Hao immediately chose to keep it. After Wang Hao retained the auxiliary function of puppet, the 4 of them were teleported back to reality. Wang Hao, what did you do at the exchange point just now? After returning to reality, Yu Qianing asked curiously. Qi Charan also looked at Wang Hao with curiosity. But Zhuang Shuer, who lent money to Wang Hao, didn't seem curious. Of course, it was impossible for Zhuang Shuer not to be curious. But she was very smart and knew that Wang Hao must have a special purpose for borrowing the exchange point under the circumstances just now. It would not be a good thing for Wang Hao to ask more. Nothing. Wang Hao obviously didn't want to elaborate. Yu Qianing looked at Wang Hao and did not ask any more questions. Qi Charan's eyes were also full of curiosity. Unusual. Absolutely not normal. Who is in urgent need of redemption points on the virtual battlefield? There is no place to exchange money there at all. But looking at Wang Hao's expression before, he clearly didn't borrow the exchange point to use it after coming out. Otherwise, he didn't need to speak on the virtual battlefield. Moreover, after leaving the virtual battlefield, Wang Hao obviously he is not so anxious. Which shows that Wang Hao borrowed the exchange point just to use it on the virtual battlefield. Where can I use an exchange point? Qi Charan couldn't think of it. Is it a new feature after the virtual battlefield update? But why didn't they meet? They and Wang Hao are in the first team. If it can be triggered, there is no reason why they can't. The more Qi Charan thought about it, the more confused she became. But she did not ask. Wang Hao obviously didn't want to talk. And it was useless for Yu Qianing to ask. Qi Charan didn't think that her relationship with Wang Hao was better than that between Yu Qianing and Wang Hao. But with this incident, and what happened during the game before, Qi Charan's curiosity about Wang Hao is beyond words. However, she doesn't know when she will be able to solve the doubts in her heart. Chapter 260 Value for Money. Puppet, Level 1. Upgrade requires 10,000 redemption points. Virtual battlefield effect. Every 3 minutes you can control a man machine for your own use. And the number of eliminations obtained by the man machine will be counted on your head. Realistic effect. You can control a zombie or mutant beast for your own use every day. The higher the level of the zombie or mutant beast, the lower the chance of successful control. The higher the intelligence of the zombie or mutant beast, the lower the chance of successful control. P.S. Level 1. The success rate of controlling zombies or mutant beasts is 100%. Wang Hao ignored the curious looks of Qi Charan and Yu Qianing. He couldn't wait to see the actual effect of the puppet auxiliary function. After seeing the real-life effect of puppet, Wang Hao finally understood why this auxiliary function was worth 2,000 redemption points. The realistic effect of this puppet auxiliary function is similar to the beast control technique in some online games. With this auxiliary function, Wang Hao can bring a pet. However, this pet is somewhat special. It is not an ordinary beast, but a zombie or a mutant beast. In addition, there is also a problem of probability. Low-level mutant beasts and zombies are easier to control. First-level zombies and mutant beasts can even be controlled 100%. The probability of controlling high-level zombies and mutant beasts is very low. This it may not seem like a good thing. but looking at it from another perspective. That is, with only a first-level puppet auxiliary function, there is a probability that it can control high-level mutant beasts or zombies. This is all about looks. Moreover, if the control fails, it will not consume the controllable quantity for the day. In other words, Wang Hao can try to control high-level zombies or mutant beasts as much as he wants. Even if he fails, it doesn't matter. This is just a first-level puppet. As the level gets higher in the future, the control quantity and control probability will inevitably improve. Moreover, the mutant beasts and zombies controlled by this auxiliary function can be accumulated. This is completely different from Doppelganger. The auxiliary function of clone can only summon 3 at a time. And when the time is up, these 3 clones will disappear. But the mutant beasts and zombies controlled by the puppet are different. Once they are controlled, they will not disappear unless they are killed. One today, one tomorrow, and another the day after tomorrow. As time goes by, Wang Hao will be able to have an army of zombies and mutant beasts before long. Imagining that I would command countless mutant beasts and zombies to attack other mutant beasts and zombies in the future, the scene would make my blood boil with excitement. Based on these, this auxiliary function cost Wang Hao 2,000 redemption points. And Wang Hao didn't think it was expensive at all. Of course, this auxiliary function also works well on the virtual battlefield. In this game, the 4-man machine controlled by Wang Hao also killed several other players. Moreover, when killing, the system prompts what appeared was the name of the human machine. But when the reward redemption points were finally settled, the elimination numbers were all counted on Wang Hao's head. In this way, Wang Hao did not have to worry about his secret being leaked. Soon, Feng Gaoyuan and the others also came out of the virtual battlefield. Looking at the 4 people's faces glowing red, it was obvious that their gains in the virtual battlefield this time were not small. Everyone took a break and then split into teams for a double row. Yu Qianing didn't know what she was thinking. She actually offered to form a double queue with Qi Charan. You know, the relationship between her and Qi Charan was not harmonious, and they didn't usually communicate much. But she didn't expect that now Wang Hao was surprised when he offered to double queue with Qi Charan. Shuer, you and Wang Hao are in a group, Yu Qianing said to Zhuang Shuer. Zhuang Shuer looked a little unnatural, but still nodded. Wang Hao naturally did not refuse. Although Qi Charan wanted to refuse, he had no suitable excuse. Moreover, Yu Qianing offered to form a team with her. In the eyes of others, this was a sign of goodwill to her. If she refused, it would appear unreasonable. Seems unreasonable. Although Qi Charan knew that Yu Qianing did this entirely to create opportunities for Zhuang Shuer and Wang Hao to be alone together, she could not say this directly. Otherwise it would be embarrassing for everyone. Seeing Yu Qianing's proud eyes, Qi Charan felt angry and funny. She actually didn't have any ill intentions towards Wang Hao or Zhuang Shuer. But Qi Charan had been guarding against her ever since she appeared. As for why, Qi Charan actually knew it in her heart. Okay, I'm in the same team as Sister Qianning, Qi Charan said with a smile. Sister Qianning, you have to take good care of me. I'm still a newbie on the battlefield. I'm taking care of you. You idiot. Of course. Yu Qianing also had a smile on his face. Sister will definitely take good care of you. 8 people, 4 teams, each entered the virtual battlefield. I will return the exchange points I borrowed to you after a while. In the virtual battlefield, Wang Hao said to Zhuang Shuer with some embarrassment. Wang Hao was indeed a little embarrassed. He had not paid back the exchange point he borrowed from Zhuang Shuer before. As a result, he borrowed another 1,000 from Zhuang Shuer. This was Zhuang Shuer. If it had been anyone else, he probably wouldn't have dared to lend it to him again. There's no rush, Zhuang Shuer said with a smile. I actually don't have many places to use exchange points. Indeed, with her father Zhuang Jian here, she doesn't have to worry about food or use. For her, the exchange points are indeed not as important as other survivors. After all, the biggest use of the exchange point is to exchange for food and some battlefield supplies. And Zhuang Shuer has no shortage of these. Of course, Zhuang Shuer was not in a hurry. That was Zhuang Shuer's business. And there was no way Wang Hao would not return the exchange points just because of this. Zhuang Shuer didn't ask why Wang Hao was so eager to borrow the exchange point just now. Although she was extremely curious, Yu Qianing had asked Wang Hao before, and Wang Hao didn't elaborate. Obviously Wang Hao didn't intend to talk about it. She will naturally not ask again. At this time, Wang Hao was paying attention to the auxiliary functions of this game. Wang Hao didn't know whether he expected good auxiliary functions or ordinary auxiliary functions. When he encounters good auxiliary functions, he can't help but want to keep them. But his current exchange points have been exhausted. Although Zhuang Shuer is here, it shouldn't be difficult to borrow exchange points. But Wang Hao is too embarrassed to use them again and again. Sans and Zhuang Shuer. Fortunately, Wang Hao didn't struggle with this matter for long. And the 3 random auxiliary functions of this game soon appeared. Just 3 ordinary auxiliary functions. Seeing the 3 auxiliary functions, Wang Hao was a little disappointed. But he was also relieved. Although it's not a good auxiliary function, at least I don't have to worry about whether to keep it or not. It seems that I still have to keep some exchange points with me. Chapter 261 Promotion Rules. There were no surprises in this double Q game. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer won the chicken successfully. However, neither of them got anything good from the airdrop box. Only some food. It is worth mentioning that in this double Q, Wang Hao once again tried to control the man machine and let the man machine cooperate with his battle. The effect was good. Wang Hao became more and more interested in using the auxiliary function of Puppet on the virtual battlefield. Familiar. Do you want to borrow an exchange point? To Wang Hao's surprise, when they were touching the airdrop box, Zhuang Shuer took the initiative to ask him if he wanted to borrow an exchange point. This made Wang Hao embarrassed for a while. And he quickly said, no need. The 3 auxiliary functions this time were all average. And Wang Hao liked each one. Zhuang Shuer nodded and said nothing more. Did she see something? Wang Hao muttered in his heart. Wang Hao was still very moved when Zhuang Shuer offered to lend him the exchange point. The importance of the exchange point is self-evident. Even though Zhuang Shuer didn't use the exchange point many places, he could offer to borrow it like this. It is also very rare. It is basically impossible for other people to open this mouth. But Zhuang Shuer was able to take the initiative to offer a loan and exchange point, which also meant that she saw something. But it was just not clear yet. Otherwise, she would not have asked this question. Wang Hao is not too worried about this. The virtual battlefield is inherently mysterious to humans. What happens here and the items obtained are extremely uncertain. As long as he does not tell the auxiliary functions even if others speculate about things, it will have little impact on you. After returning to reality, Yu Qianing, Su Guangyuan and others also came out one after another. In the virtual battlefield, you cannot exit midway. Even if you land in a box, you have to stay in it for the entire game. Therefore, everyone starts at the same time and comes out at the same time. Which of you has played in the promotion match? Wang Hao asked. What? Are you going to play in the promotion round? Feng Gaoyuan asked. Yes. Wang Hao nodded and said. My solo queue points reached 2,200 yesterday. And today I will advance to the solo queue competition. Before yesterday, Wang Hao's solo queue points were 2,192 points. After one round, Wang Hao only gained 2,192 points. 8 points. This of course does not mean that Wang Hao can only be rewarded with 8 points for his performance in this game. In fact, Wang Hao was a chicken in solo queue in this game, so his points will naturally be high. But because he did not play in the promotion round, therefore, he could only score 8 points, and the overflow points were wasted. Moreover, only if Wang Hao completes the promotion match and successfully advances to the 5th golden tier, his tier points will increase again. Otherwise, no matter how many points he obtains, they will not be accumulated. This is also one of the reasons why many people get stuck in ranks so fast, Zhuang Shuer said in surprise. Among the people present, except for Su Guangyuan, she was the one who had the most contact with Zhuang Shuer. In terms of rank points, Zhuang Shuer knew Wang Hao even better than Su Guangyuan knew Wang Hao. After all, they often play together and are classmates. Zhuang Shuer knew that Wang Hao was the youngest in their class, and the last person in their class to be qualified to enter the virtual battlefield. As far as she knew, Wang Hao was only qualified to enter the virtual battlefield about 2 weeks before the college entrance examination. Qualifications. How long has it been? Wang Hao is actually going to play in the promotion round, although it is only the first promotion match. A promotion match for 1 from silver to 5 to gold. However, such a rate of rank improvement is scary enough. Judging from this rate of increase in rank points, Wang Hao's solo queue should have never been completed. In fact, the proportion of chicken games is very high. Otherwise, the rank points would not have increased so quickly. Yeah. Wang Hao nodded. Actually, the promotion round is nothing. Shi Charan said, you are from silver to gold 5. So in this game, all your opponents will be gold tiers. The specific tiers range from gold 5 to gold 1. The proportion of people in lower ranks is uncertain. It depends on your luck. If you are lucky, Most people may only be in the 5th golden rank. If you are not lucky, most of them may be masters in the golden rank. In addition, if you play in the promotion competition of the same rank, players will be matched into the same game first. Isn't there a possibility of waiting? Wang Hao said. With the restriction of matching ranks, it is naturally not as fast as before. Usually when they enter the virtual battlefield and click prepare, they almost advance in seconds. That is because they have not set any conditions. But this promotion competition limits themselves. All opponents are at the gold level. With such restrictions, it will naturally have an impact on the speed of entering the game. After all, the higher the rank, the fewer the number of players. And this rank is only limited to the gold level, which cannot be higher or lower. This restriction is even greater, and the number of players is smaller. Moreover, not all gold players of all levels will enter the virtual battlefield at this point. These will affect the speed of entering the game. Wang Hao feels that he may encounter a situation of waiting for matching. There will be situations where you are waiting to enter the virtual battlefield. Yu Qianing said, however, the waiting time will not exceed 30 seconds. If there are not enough qualified players matched within 30 seconds, it will be sent to the virtual battlefield, and the missing players will be automatically generated by the virtual battlefield. Their strength is higher than that of all real players in this game. So, if the virtual battlefield generates more players, the promotion will be more difficult? Wang Hao knows this common sense that it represents strength. Yu Qianing talks about the real level of real players, not the rank of real players. It can be seen from this that the overall strength of the players generated by the virtual battlefield is relatively strong. If there are too many such players, the difficulty of promotion competition will increase. Yes, Yu Qianing confirmed Wang Hao's guess. As for the promotion requirements, you need to be ranked in the top 10 in the game. Zhuang Shuer continued, furthermore, you have been ranked in the top 10 for 3 consecutive games. You are playing in a single row promotion match. In other words, in the next 3-day solo game, you must be in the top 10 in each game. If there is an accident, the promotion game will have to start from the beginning. So perverted? Wang Hao was speechless after hearing this. This is already settled. Yu Qianing smiled and said, the single row promotion competition is the best among the 3 modes. The requirements for the 2-row and 4-row promotion competitions are similar to those of single row. But what they require is individual ranking in the top 10. In other words, your teammates are not only a help for you to win the promotion competition, but also a resistance for you to pass the promotion competition. As long as they survive, your ranking will be affected. Chapter 262 The Horror of High-Level Promotion Competition. Wang Hao was also surprised when he heard this. This promotion match is indeed not easy. However, this is not the end. This is a rule for a relatively low-rank promotion match. Zhuang Shuer continued, the high-rank promotion match has another rule. High-rank promotion matches are reservations in advance. All players who have made reservations to play the promotion match must meet the number of players. After requesting it, you will be sent to the virtual battlefield, which means that in this game, everyone is a promotion player of the same rank. The remaining rules are the same as before. You must be in the top 10. However, this time it was not 3 consecutive rounds in the top 10, but 5 consecutive rounds. Is that an exaggeration? Feng Gaoyuan said in surprise. This information was also the first time they heard about it. They thought that the rules of all promotion competitions were the same, but they did not expect that the rules of promotion competitions were different for different ranks. Moreover, the rules of promotion competition sounded different. Obviously more cruel. In a game, everyone competes in the promotion round, but only 10 players can get the promotion quota. The other 90 players all need to play the promotion round again. Moreover, even the top 10 players did not advance completely. They only advanced 1/5 of the way. You need to win 4 more games. And they are 4 consecutive games. Once you fail to make the top 10 in any game, you have to start from scratch again. This rule can be said to be quite cruel. Facing Feng Gaoyuan's inquiry, Zhuang Shuer nodded to show that he was not lying. Because of Zhuang Jian, Zhuang Shuer's information was naturally better informed than others. Wang Hao knew Zhuang Shuer's identity, and did not doubt what she said. Zhuang Shuer's words made Wang Hao realize that the higher the rank, the harder it is to improve. Not only will the points obtained in each round be reduced, but it will also be extremely difficult to compete in promotion matches. If the number of people is not enough, and the promotion competition cannot be held, then won't the top group of people be unable to improve their ranks because of others? Chi Charan asked. That's right. Yu Jianzhong also said, People who can reach the first level of Crown of Glory are already very rare. If they want to play a promotion match, won't they have to wait a long time? Won't this delay their normal game? In addition, I heard that there are ranks above the ace rank, and there are only a handful of people who can get to the ace rank. If they want to compete in the promotion competition, won't the waiting time be calculated in months or even years? This is even if the promotion competition goes well. If it doesn't go well, they may be stuck for a lifetime. Chi Charan and Yu Jianzhong's words are also very reasonable. The higher the rank, the smaller the number of people, the harder it is to play a promotion match. And the promotion match for ace promotion is already very difficult. Ranks above Wang Hao are more difficult to beat. In addition to the strong opponents, the difficulty here is also related to the lack of players to form a game with. There are fewer people, so it is naturally more difficult to match a game. This is the rule for the promotion match for Crown of Glory to become an ace. Zhuang Shuer said, during the reservation queuing period, it will not affect the normal game, but points will not be accumulated. Everything else is normal. As for the rank improvement above Wang Hao, there seems to be a new rule. I don't know the details. It's okay if it doesn't affect the normal game, Rosen said. It's just that this rule is too perverted, even for promotions below the ace level. Well, wouldn't it be even more abnormal for the promotion competition for the ace and above ranks? It's definitely more difficult, Feng Gaoyuan said. However, that matter seems to be far away from us. Indeed, in the entire China, there are not many masters above the ace level, and everyone is a master, and there he is not young either. If he wants to be promoted to the ace, it is impossible without time accumulation. And now, they are all under 20 years old, and they are still far away from the promotion competition for ace or above. That's true, Yu Jianzhong said. Moreover, the virtual battlefield has already been updated once. No one can guarantee that it will not have a second or third update. Maybe it will change in the next update. The rules of the promotion competition are not certain. It makes sense. An update of the virtual battlefield has changed many people's understanding of the virtual battlefield. The previous understanding of the virtual battlefield by human survivors cannot be said to be completely useless. But at least there are some deviations. Major schools recently, the teaching materials have also been urgently changed. Just because some things have been added to the virtual battlefield and some things have been changed. With this update, it will be normal for the next update. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. We will talk about it when we have more information later. Wang Hao said, I have to go to my first promotion match. We will see you later. Wang Hao entered the virtual after battlefield. Other people also entered the virtual battlefield one after another. The entire Qifeng team did not play in single row today. Although it is a promotion match, Wang Hao actually does not have much pressure. For him, solo queue is the simplest and most relaxing mode. In this mode, he can use the auxiliary functions to his heart's content. On Earth, some game anchors only use 1 or 2 technologies and can eat whatever they want. Chicken. Wang Hao has so much technology now. How difficult can it be to eat chicken? Therefore, Wang Hao is not too worried about the current promotion match. He is worried about the future high-level promotion matches, as well as the double row and 4-row promotion matches. After entering the virtual battlefield, Wang Hao did not find that this game was any different from the past. Even when he was just matched, he only waited for 2 or 3 seconds. This waiting time was almost negligible. Since the waiting time does not exceed 30 seconds, this shows that in this game, apart from the real players, the rest are real humans and machines, not masters arranged by the virtual battlefield. As a result, this promotion round is not so quality. Among players of the same level, Wang Hao can almost walk sideways. This is indeed the case. Wang Hao succeeded in winning the chicken with 38 kills in this round, which also allowed him to advance to the first game of the competition and got off to a good start. However, if he wants to be promoted to the Golden 5, he still needs to play 2 more promotion matches. So he can only play them tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. What happened? Have you passed? As soon as Wang Hao came out of the virtual battlefield, Zhuang Shuer, who came out almost at the same time as him, couldn't help but ask. The promotion competition is very important to everyone. If you cannot pass the promotion competition, you will not be able to continue to improve your rank. If your rank is not good enough, your permissions in the exchange mall building will be restricted. Therefore, although she felt that Wang Hao would not have a big problem, Zhuang Shuer couldn't help but ask. Wang Hao smiled and nodded, and the worry on Zhuang Shuer's face instantly turned into a smile. Chapter 263 Night Out. After the rest of the team came out, they immediately searched for Wang Hao's promotion match. Obviously, they were very concerned about Wang Hao's promotion match. Wang Hao is not the highest ranked member of the Qifeng team now, but he is definitely the strongest. This is the consensus of everyone in the entire team. At the same time, Wang Hao is also the captain of the Qifeng team. Therefore, it can be said that Wang Hao's development level also determines the development level of the Qifeng team to a certain extent. Because of this, everyone is so concerned about Wang Hao's progress in the promotion round. I knew you would have no problem, Feng Gaoyuan said with a smile. There should be no problem in the remaining 2 days. For you, this promotion competition from silver to gold is just a formality. I don't even dare to be so confident. Wang Hao laughed. Modest? You are just too humble, Feng Gaoyuan said with a strange smile. Okay. Today's games are over, and it's getting late. We'll go back to school first. Do you want to go back to school too? No. Wang Hao shook his head and said, I won't live in the dormitory today. Okay. Knowing that Wang Hao had a house in a wealthy area, Feng Gaoyuan was not surprised by Wang Hao's decision. If you ask me, spend some time renovating the residence, Yu Jianzhong suggested. There is no need to run back and forth in the future. It's too late. We can just live in the residence. During this period, they had to leave the wealthy area every day to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. You must meet up before going out. The meeting point is this station. If there is a place to live in the station, you don't have to run back and forth. It's not impossible, Wang Hao said. This station was given by Zhuang Jian. Zhuang Jian was very generous. This station covers an area of more than 1,000 square meters. It is enough for all the members of their team to live here. However, there are no beds now. Buying a bed is not difficult. Okay, Yu Jianzhong said. Then when we come here tomorrow, we can buy beds and furniture. Okay, Wang Hao said. There aren't many people in our team. There are enough rooms here. Each person has a room. You can choose the room by yourself. It doesn't matter if you don't want to live here. You can decorate the room yourself. Okay. Yu Jianzhong nodded. To Wang Hao's surprise, Zhuang Xuer's 3 daughters actually followed him to choose a room. You also want to live here? Wang Hao asked doubtfully. The 3 of them, Zhuang Xuer, all have good family backgrounds. They all have places to live in this wealthy area. So there is no need to live here. Let's choose a room first, Yu Qianing said. Even if you don't stay here at night, it's very convenient to take a nap here occasionally during the day. Zhuang Xuer and Qi Charan nodded in agreement. Obviously, these 3 people wanted to occupy the room first for emergencies. Wang Hao naturally had no objection to this. After all, they were all members of the team, and it was appropriate for them to have a house in the station. After several people selected their rooms, they all left one after another. Wang Hao also left. He had no intention of staying here at night. However, Wang Hao, who left the team station, did not return to his home in the rich area, but headed towards the junction of the rich area and the civilian area. The reason why Wang Hao didn't stay at school tonight was not because he wanted to stay at his own home, but because he wanted to use the auxiliary function of Puppet. The auxiliary function of Puppet can now control 1 zombie or mutant beast every day. This number cannot be accumulated. In other words, if you do not control mutant beasts and zombies today, this controllable quota will not be extended to tomorrow, but wasted. Wang Hao was naturally reluctant to part with this. Therefore, he thought of using up the available quota before 12 o'clock at night. Because there are still some mutated beasts and zombies in the civilian area, the junction between the rich area and the civilian area is closed at night. It does not mean that people in the wealthy area cannot leave, but people in the civilian area not being able to come in. For Wang Hao, means being able to go out, but not being able to come in. Wang Hao is not too worried about not being able to come back. After all, he still has the wormhole device maker. As for whether the wormhole device maker can pass through the protective shield, Wang Hao still doesn't know yet. But even if it can't pass through, staying in a civilian area for a night is not a terrible thing. After all, although there are still mutant beasts and zombies in the civilian area now, the number is not large anymore. Moreover, from the outbreak of the turmoil to the present, there have always been survivors in the civilian area. These are residents living in urban areas. It is not impossible to stay in urban areas. After leaving the wealthy area, Wang Hao headed towards the place where they killed mutant beasts and zombies during the day. In order to save time, he specially took a taxi, which made Wang Hao once again experience the inconvenience of not having a car. Of course, it is not difficult for Wang Hao to drive a car. Even if he doesn't buy it, Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing can get it. But the problem is, the parking of these cars is a problem. Even in wealthy areas, it is nothing new for vehicles to be stolen. As for in civilian areas, it is not uncommon. Wang Hao comes to civilian areas at night. If he drives, he is a designated driver. For those who cannot return to the rich area, the wormhole device maker allows you to carry guns and backpacks, but does not allow you to drive through. It is not safe to leave the car in a civilian area. If you pick it up the next day, it will probably be gone. Even if Wang Hao stays in a civilian area temporarily, unless he sleeps in the car all night, there is a risk of the car being stolen. Brother, I can only take you here. There may be zombies and mutant beasts ahead. While Wang Hao was thinking about the car, the driver had already taken him to his destination. Okay. Thank you. Wang Hao paid 2 exchange points to the other party. The number of taxi is not that large. But Wang Hao still goes to the civilian area in the middle of the night. Generally, the driver will not accept his job at all. If he is not willing to pay the exchange point and only uses Huaxia currency, he will not even take this taxi. The car can't be found. Brother, be careful at night. This civilian area is not absolutely safe yet. The driver reminded Wang Hao kindly. Yes, I know. Wang Hao smiled and nodded, saying goodbye to the kind driver. Wang Hao continued to move forward, passing by the place where they fought during the day. The place had obviously been cleaned up. The corpses of zombies, mutated beasts and human survivors were gone. But the dark red ground and the floating bodies of human survivors were all gone. The strong smell of blood reminds everyone who passes by. A fierce battle once took place here. Wang Hao did not stay here, but continued to move forward. With a perspective auxiliary function, he could see everything around him clearly, without having to worry about being attacked by mutant beasts and zombies. Chapter 264 The Team Fighting at Night. Liuzi, be careful. Don't get bitten by that zombie bitch. Bite it. That's good. If you bite Liuzi, he will become a zombie groom. Haha. You're laughing. This bitch is so fierce. I guess she was also a tigress before she became a zombie. Lu Zi, I'll help you after we finish cleaning up here. You should hurry up. Otherwise, I will be bitten by her. After walking for about 5 minutes, Wang Hao heard a fierce battle. Under the perspective auxiliary function, Wang Hao clearly saw a group of people fighting zombies behind the corner. Sure enough, when he turned the corner, Wang Hao saw a group of 5 or 6 survivors fighting a group of zombies. What surprised Wang Hao slightly was that these 5 or 6 survivors were not using firearms, but cold weapons such as broadswords, daggers, and long swords. However, if you think about it for a moment, you will understand why. This team is not large in number, and its strength is not very high. It may not be a problem to deal with a small group of zombies or mutant beasts, but if they encounter a large number of zombies or mutant beasts, then they may be in trouble. Nowadays, there are still many mutant beasts and zombies scattered in this civilian area. They have no see-through, so naturally they don't know if there are other zombies around them. Therefore, in order to ensure their own safety, they give up firearms and choose cold weapons instead, in order not to make too much noise, so as not to attract more mutant beasts and zombies, putting his team in danger. Wang Hao watched for a while and found that they cooperated well and were very skilled in the use of cold weapons. Obviously, this is a team that has been getting along with each other for a long time, and they should have been specially trained in the use of cold weapons, which is different from many teams. The vast majority of team members are obsessed with thermal weapons. After all, weapons such as firearms and grenades can keep users away from zombies and mutant beasts and protect themselves to the maximum extent. Even Wang Hao and his Qifeng team can't. No one has ever practiced cold weapons specifically. They are also good at firearms. But this team is different now. Wang Hao doesn't know how well they use hot weapons, but they are definitely quite proficient in the use of cold weapons. Compared with hot weapons, cold weapons have obvious disadvantages, but they are not completely without advantages. For example, in this situation, using firearms is likely to attract more zombies and mutant beasts, but using cold weapons will not. There are such concerns. Wang Hao secretly observed from a distance for a while, but did not come forward to strike up a conversation. These people chose to hunt mutant beasts and zombies at night. They were obviously brave people, but their strength was not outstanding. Wang Hao could only pray secretly for them. After leaving that team, Wang Hao continued to move forward, and encountered several more teams in the process. This surprised Wang Hao. The vision of human survivors will be seriously affected at night. But mutant beasts and zombies will not be affected. Therefore, most survivors will not choose to fight mutant beasts and zombies at night. Even Wang Hao has deliberately done so before. Avoid fighting at night. But now, in this civilian area, there are many teams that choose to hunt mutant beasts and zombies at night. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Wang Hao probably wouldn't believe it. But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem difficult to understand. First of all, this is a civilian area. Compared with the wild, it is undoubtedly safer here. Even if you encounter a large group of mutant beasts and zombies, you can still use your familiarity with the environment and use the surrounding buildings to escape the pursuit of mutant beasts and zombies. Kill, and even ask for help from other survivors around you. The second is people's desire for exchange points. Previously, redemption points could only be obtained from the virtual battlefield, and the number of times each person could enter the virtual battlefield per day was limited. Therefore, for people who are average in strength and do not have strong teammates or thugs, they want to start from it's a little unrealistic to get a lot of redemption points on virtual battlefield. But now, after the redemption mall and virtual battlefield updates, there is another way for humans to obtain redemption points, and that is to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. As a result, many people are not very outstanding in strength, but they are eager to obtain more. People who exchange points are naturally very active in hunting mutant beasts and zombies. They kill during the day and will not stop at night. Sometimes they even deliberately avoid the day and only come out at night because they hunt mutant beasts and zombies during the day. There are many people, and they may not be able to grab it, but there is no such problem at night. According to Wang Hao's observation, these teams that go out to hunt mutant beasts and zombies at night basically use cold weapons. The reason is naturally to avoid attracting too many mutant beasts and zombies. Each team's the number of people is not very large. If a large number of zombies or mutant beasts are attracted, they will encounter a crisis. The difference is that some teams are very proficient in the use of cold weapons, while others are relatively unfamiliar. Obviously, the latter should have learned it recently. Perhaps our team should also practice cold weapons. Wang Hao muttered in his heart. Cold weapons have their own unique advantages under certain circumstances, and they are not that unbearable. It is still necessary to practice them. You don't have to be very skilled, but at least you can use them when needed. Wang Hao walked and looked all the way. As he continued to go deeper, he encountered more and more zombies and mutant beasts. With the see-through auxiliary function, he could discover the existence of those mutant beasts and zombies in advance. Don't worry about being caught off guard. Along the way, Wang Hao actually had many opportunities to use the puppet auxiliary function, but he did not use it because all he encountered now were low-level zombies and mutant beasts. After all, this was the first time he used this function today. Regarding auxiliary functions, Wang Hao hopes to create higher-level mutant beasts or zombies. Therefore, Wang Hao has been searching. Of course, if no high-level zombies or mutant beasts are found before 12 o'clock, Wang Hao can only use this puppet auxiliary function on low-level zombies or mutant beasts. Bald man, come and help. This zombie is so fierce. I can't stand it anymore. Ah! Just as Wang Hao was looking for high-level zombies or mutant beasts, a scream suddenly came from the front. Wang Hao was not too surprised. Along the way, he encountered many scenes of survivors fighting zombies and mutant beasts. Not all battles were so smooth. He also had situations where human survivors were at a disadvantage. I have seen it. It is normal for someone to be injured in such a battle. Bang! Just as Wang Hao was about to leave, a sharp gunshot rang out, piercing the night sky and spreading into the distance. Oops. Chapter 265 The First Zombie Controlled. Just when Wang Hao secretly thought that things were going badly, as expected, bursts of weird and miserable screams came from all directions. Then, numerous mutant beasts and zombies appeared in Wang Hao's field of vision. Wang Hao didn't dare to delay, and immediately used his power boots to jump to a high place, being careful and vigilant. Bald man, are you crazy? Why did you shoot? Boss, if you don't shoot, Shanzi will be bitten to death by zombies. Then you can't shoot. It's not the first time you have gone out to hunt mutant beasts at night. And zombies. Don't you know that those beasts' sixth senses are more sensitive at night than during the day? Boss, there are so many screams of mutant beasts and zombies. They seem to be getting closer and closer. Damn it. Find a place to hide. It's too late. Wang Hao was not far away from the team. In the dead of night, he could clearly hear the exchanges between several members of the team. Wang Hao, who has the clairvoyance auxiliary function, discovered the zombies and mutant beasts running towards the sound of gunshots before they did. But they were not far behind Wang Hao, because the mutant beasts and zombies in other places noticed the gunshots. After the sound, as if they heard the order to attack, they all ran towards this side crazily. In the blink of an eye, they were already around the team. Even Wang Hao in the dark was stunned by the speed of this arrival. Wang Hao lacks experience in fighting mutant beasts and zombies at night. This is the first time he knows that mutant beasts and zombies are more sensitive at night. Under night, they seem to be more bloodthirsty than during the day. As long as they smell human smell, will fall into madness and rush desperately to the place where human survivors exist. Not long after, the battle broke out again. This time, accompanied by screams. There was intensive gunfire. The people who had already exposed their positions no longer had to deliberately hide their positions at this time. They gave up their cold weapons, took out their firearms, and shot at the surrounding mutant beasts and zombies. However, there were too many mutated beasts and zombies looking for the sound of gunshots, and it was impossible to kill them all. Moreover, these people's marksmanship level could not be considered too high, and they were in panic and wanted to shoot their heads with guns. It's simply impossible. The speed at which they slaughtered the zombies and mutant beasts could not keep up with the speed at which the zombies and mutant beasts arrived. Wang Hao frowned slightly, but had no intention of going to help. It's not that he is cold-blooded, but in this situation, even if he goes down to help, it will not help. It is even the same as dying. There are too many zombies and mutant beasts here. Of course, if Wang Hao has heavy weapons, he can put them up high and use this opportunity to shoot. When the zombies and mutant beasts arrive, it will not be too late for him to move away. Unfortunately, he does not have heavy weapons. Not even a light machine gun. No, there are only so many zombies and mutant beasts that can be killed with a rifle alone. However, Wang Hao is not just watching the show. He is observing these zombies and mutant beasts. Although he does not know the specific levels of these zombies and mutant beasts, he can still roughly judge from the strength, speed, and even some small movements of these mutant beasts. Find out the level of these zombies. Low-level zombies and mutant beasts are slow and not very powerful, while high-level zombies and mutant beasts are quite flexible and can even use their brains to attack human survivors. They can also roughly see with the naked eye. See the level of zombies. Of course, this is only a rough estimate. The zombies and mutated beasts in front of him are densely packed, and the number is estimated to have reached thousands. Wang Hao, who has the perspective assist function, can just take advantage of this opportunity to make a selection. Soon, Wang Hao locked his eyes on a target, a male zombie among the zombies. This zombie seemed to be very irritable. He kept roaring and ran towards the team of human survivors crazily. The zombies in front of him suffered disaster one after another. They were either knocked down or thrown away, which shows his strength. So big, it should be at least a level 2 zombie. Wang Hao thought in his mind. Just because of its power and the speed it displays, it is beyond the comparison of other zombies around it. Wang Hao didn't hesitate anymore. Locked it as a target, and then used the puppet auxiliary function on it. Then, Wang Hao saw a green progress bar appear above the zombie's head. The progress bar was slowly advancing. Wang Hao could probably guess that the zombie would be successfully controlled only when the progress bar was full. However, just when the progress bar reached halfway, it suddenly disappeared. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was a failure of control. Wang Hao was both disappointed and happy about this. The disappointment is naturally because the skill failed to succeed, but the happiness is because it means that this zombie is definitely not a first-level zombie, because the success rate of a first-level zombie is 100%. Wang Hao calmed down and used the puppet auxiliary function on him again. The progress bar appeared again, but this time, he still failed. The progress bar only went about a third of the way before disappearing. Come again! It wasn't until Wang Hao used the puppet auxiliary function on him for the 4th time that the progress bar filled up in his nervous and expectant eyes. It's done! Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a little excited. But when the progress bar was full, the zombie suddenly stopped in place, with no expression or movement at all, as if it were a puppet. Wang Hao immediately controlled the zombie to break away from the zombie group and walk towards a remote corner. At this time, the team of survivors had been completely wiped out. Even from a high place, Wang Hao could not see their presence. Not even a single body. Wang Hao sighed slightly, feeling a little heavy. In this apocalyptic context, human life is really fragile and will be gone if you give it up. Even Wang Hao, who has auxiliary functions, does not dare to say that he is the one who decides on safety. All he can do is to continue to accumulate his own strength and improve his survivability. After calming down, Wang Hao jumped down from a high place, carefully avoiding the zombies, and went to find his pet. In a dark alleyway, Wang Hao saw his first pet. This zombie was about 1.8 meters tall, and the skin on his face was ulcerated. Wang Hao even saw small bugs crawling on his face. His clothes were already in tatters, and there was still a stench. And it was so close. Wang Hao, who was so close to him, couldn't help but frown. The limbs of this zombie are quite intact, and there are obvious muscles. Obviously, it has been exercised a lot. Squat down. Lie down. Stand up. After all, this is Wang Hao's first pet. Wang Hao is not very familiar with how to control it, and needs to slowly explore it. Chapter 266 Empty the Mall. After some exploration, Wang Hao had some understanding of controlling this zombie. He can give orders to it at close range or remotely. After being controlled by himself, the zombie seems to have established some kind of connection with himself. He can directly give orders to it in his heart. And for his orders, it will execute it without hesitation or hesitation. Even if you ask it to commit suicide, it will execute it immediately. Wang Hao is very satisfied with this. Wang Hao immediately ordered the zombie to leave Silver Light City. Now in Silver Light City, both ordinary survivors and official troops are hunting mutant beasts and zombies. Others don't know that this zombie has been controlled by him. If he encounters one, he will definitely attack without hesitation. Wang Hao doesn't want the first zombie he controls to die inexplicably. Today's slums are still dominated by zombies, and there are no human survivors guarding the 4 city gates. Therefore, it is not difficult for the zombies to pass through the slums and leave Silver City. Watching the zombies leave obediently, Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction before walking back. There are still a lot of zombies wandering around here. The place where the team was destroyed just now has a lot of zombies and mutant beasts gathered. Wang Hao doesn't want to fight these mutant beasts and zombies at night. Get some rest at night. Tomorrow it's never too late. Wang Hao trotted all the way, using his power boots along the way, and headed towards the border of the rich area. At this time, Wang Hao once again resented the lack of a vehicle. Without a vehicle, he could only rely on his legs to travel. Now it is not easy to find taxi in urban areas. Of course, even if Wang Hao has a vehicle, it will not be easy to stop unless he can put the vehicle into his backpack and carry it with him. After driving for more than an hour, Wang Hao arrived at the place where he released the wormhole device maker. Then, he couldn't wait to put down the other end of the device. After confirming that the 2 devices were connected, Wang Hao did not hesitate. He stepped in hesitantly. The next second, Wang Hao left the civilian area and appeared in the wealthy area. It's really possible. Wang Hao looked at the surrounding environment with joy on his face. This wormhole device maker is indeed magical. Even the protective shields in wealthy areas can be easily penetrated. Of course, this wormhole device maker is not without its shortcomings. The most obvious shortcoming is that the distance it can be used is too short. Only 1 kilometer. If the distance was long enough, Wang Hao wouldn't have to run so long just now. Fortunately, he usually pays attention to physical training. Otherwise, such a long journey would have been long ago. He fell down from exhaustion. In addition, the wormhole device maker has a shortcoming. That is, the transmission speed is not fast. In principle, as long as both ends of the wormhole device maker are connected, it can continue to transmit, but in fact, its transmission speed is not fast, with an interval of about 5 seconds, and it can only go in one by one. In other words, it can transmit up to 12 people in 1 minute. For the current Qingfeng team, this transmission efficiency is barely enough. But after their team expands, this efficiency may not meet the needs. It doesn't matter if it's safe, let alone 1 or 2 minutes. It can wait for 8 or 10 minutes. But if you need to use it to survive in a crisis, then the transmission efficiency may delay things. It seems that we can only prepare more wormhole device makers, Wang Hao said to himself. At least, everyone in their team must be equipped with one. Wang Hao's current copy auxiliary function is already as efficient as copying 1 item a day. However, this efficiency makes him not very satisfied. After all, he now wants to copy too many things: wormhole device maker, power boots, dog smash, genetic potion, and more. He has a lot of good things in his hands, and he wants to copy every one of them, especially as there are more and more people in the team. Only by arming all the team members can the overall strength of their team be improved. If possible, Wang Hao would like to be able to copy 10 or 8 items in one day. Unfortunately, the auxiliary function of copying cannot yet achieve such efficiency, even if this auxiliary function is upgraded to the 3rd level redemption point. To him, it was a huge number and daunting. After gathering himself, Wang Hao returned to his residence, washed briefly, and went to bed to rest. The next morning, when Wang Hao rushed to the team station after breakfast, he found a lively scene here. Hey, be careful. I spent a lot of money to buy this sofa. And the coffee table. Don't touch it. Good guys. How many things did you buy? Wang Hao left. Come over and smile at Feng Gaoyuan, Yu Jianzhong and Luo Sun, who are directing the work of moving furniture. Buy as much as you want. Yu Jianzhong said. We just bought necessary furniture such as beds, sofas, and tables. The 3 women bought more. Zhuang Xuer and the others? Wang Hao asked doubtfully. Where are they? They're still at the mall. Luo Sun said with a smile. We met them when we went to buy furniture. They arrived at the mall before us and had them delivered after we finished our shopping. Yes, they are still buying there. Looking at their posture, the 3 of them seem to be emptying out the entire mall. That's right. Feng Gaoyuan agreed. It's just a place to sleep. It's necessary to buy so much. Something? While the people were talking, another group of delivery people arrived. This time, they even came in a truck. It's right here. Be careful when moving things. Yu Qianning's voice came. Then, Wang Hao saw Yu Qianning and the 3 girls walking in from outside, followed by workers moving goods. Are you really emptying out the mall? Wang Hao was speechless as he watched a large group of workers carrying items in one after another. Beds and tables are understandable, and dressing tables are acceptable to Wang Hao. But what the hell are carpets and plush toys? Are you really ready to settle down here? Didn't you say that they only took a nap here occasionally? This posture makes it look like he wants to settle down here. That's not the case. Chi Charan smiled and said, we didn't buy much. That's right. Yu Qianning rarely agreed with Chi Charan. We have been very restrained. If we really buy it often, it will be a gift. That's not all. Wang Hao and Feng Gaoyuan were immediately speechless. However, considering that the 3 of them, Zhuang Xuer, were all wealthy people, it was understandable that they would buy these things for the occasional place to stay. Chapter 267. Both sides suffer losses. For half the morning, everyone was busy cleaning up their rooms in the station. Even Su Guangyuan, who came from behind, was the same. However, compared to others, Su Guangyuan has much less stuff. Although he has recently earned some exchange points by following the team. These exchange points can be converted into Chinese coins, which is quite considerable. However, Su Guangyuan is used to being frugal, so naturally they won't spend money lavishly like Zhuang Xuer and others. In fact, in the apocalypse, there are very few people like Zhuang Xuer and others who spend so much money on life enjoyment. Most people spend their money wisely. It is difficult for them to survive, so there is no need to spare money to enjoy life? All we can say is that even in the last days, people are different. They were busy until noon, when everyone was almost finished. At this time, Wang Hao took out 4 sets of wormhole device makers and gave them to Feng Gaoyuan, Yu Jianzhong, Luo Sun and Chi Charan. At this point, their Chi Feng team had 8 people, each with 1 set of wormhole device maker. I finally have this thing. I've been so jealous these days. Feng Gaoyuan couldn't put it down when he got the wormhole device maker handed over by Wang Hao. In the past few days, several people have experienced the magic of the wormhole device maker. However, only 4 of them, Wang Hao, have it in the team. This makes Feng Gaoyuan and others jealous. Now, Wang Hao has given each of them one. Sure enough, the 4 of them were very happy. I put the things away. I won't replace them if they are lost, Wang Hao said with a smile. These 4 wormhole device makers are the inventory that Wang Hao has copied in the past few days. There are many things he wants to copy now, and there is no time to copy the wormhole device maker for the time being. You can never throw it away, Yu Jianzhong said. They would definitely keep such a good thing carefully. How could they lose it? Chi Charan was also looking at the wormhole device maker carefully. She was extremely curious about this thing before, and now that she has one, she is naturally full of joy. To be honest, Chi Charan was quite surprised by Wang Hao's behavior of giving away their treasures for free. Even though they were all members of the team, Wang Hao was not obliged to equip each teammate with equipment. The Qi family has many teams. Qi Charan is very clear about this. The Qi family will also equip its teams with materials and equipment. But this is conditional and requires the team members to pay a price, such as sufficient contribution, using exchange points to buy at relatively low prices, etc. This was the first time she had seen Wang Hao give away money without any conditions or paying any price. It can only be said that Wang Hao is so kind to the members of the team, even though she joined the Qi Feng team with a purpose. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a sense of belonging to Wang Hao and the team. When several people were having dinner together, Zhuang Shuer brought the latest news. It is not an accident that a division of the 4th Army was surrounded yesterday. Zhuang Shuer said to everyone, as far as I know, there were many divisions that were surrounded yesterday, and almost all of them took the initiative to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. Was ambushed. What's the loss? Wang Hao asked. Not too optimistic. Zhuang Shuer looked a little solemn. The rescue of the 4th Army was quite timely, and the losses were not large. But the situation of other divisions was not good. The most serious division had more than half of the casualties. More than half of the casualties were serious injuries. It seems that the successful hunting in the past few days is most likely due to the zombies and mutant beasts deliberately showing weakness. Wang Hao analyzed, they are trying to paralyze the army in the city, and then come here unexpectedly, causing several divisions to suffer. It's very possible, Rosen said. After all, zombies and mutant beasts can no longer be viewed in the same way as before. It's normal for many of them to be intelligent and capable of planning. Everyone nodded. If it had been before, things like yesterday would not have happened. Yesterday's ambush against the Silver Light City army was definitely premeditated. This was obviously planned by the high-level intelligent creatures in the zombie and mutant beast groups. In fact, it is not difficult to understand the emergence of intelligent creatures among zombies and mutant beasts. It has been more than 100 years since mankind entered the apocalypse. The 3rd and even 4th generation of zombies and mutant beasts have appeared. They have been passed down from generation to generation. It is not surprising that some of them have evolved or mutated. In addition to some zombies and mutant beasts that have opened their spiritual intelligence, there are also many zombies and mutant beasts that have been enhanced in strength, speed, reaction, etc. In short, the mutant beasts and zombies now are obviously stronger than before, and the living environment of human survivors has also become worse. In addition to a few divisions, there were also some ordinary battle teams that were ambushed yesterday. Zhuang Shuer continued, compared to the divisions, these ambushed battle teams were even worse. Their strength was completely incomparable to the army. In comparison, it is difficult to get support once encountered nearby. Therefore, the team in the city suffered heavy losses yesterday. Although it was not his own team that was severely damaged, everyone was not in a good mood. After all, everyone belonged to Silver Light. If other teams are beaten too badly, the defensive power of the entire Silver Light City will be greatly affected. There were originally many survivors in Silver Light City. In the past few days, some survivors have fled from other cities. This has resulted in more ordinary survivors in Silver Light City. It can be said that in today's Silver Light City, ordinary survivors, they are the backbone of protecting the city's security. As for the army, although they are more powerful and have better weapons and equipment, their number is too small. Only a few 100,000. Compared with the tens of millions of ordinary survivors, there are only a few. The number of 100,000 is not that big. Therefore, if ordinary survivors suffer heavy losses, it is definitely not a good thing for Silver Light City. Based on the lessons learned yesterday, all the major legions and ordinary teams are very cautious today. Zhuang Shuer said, yesterday's battle was not fruitless. Although the price paid was a bit high, the mutant beasts and zombies, it has also suffered heavy losses. There are not many mutant beasts and zombies still stranded in the civilian area. It is expected that all mutant beasts and zombies in the civilian area will be cleared out in 1 or 2 days. This may be the only one. Good news. Although many legions and teams were ambushed yesterday, they did not sit still and wait for death after being ambushed. While asking for help, they were also fighting desperately, which also dealt a huge blow to mutant beasts and zombies. In yesterday's battle, both sides suffered heavy losses. It is not an exaggeration to say that both sides suffered losses. Chapter 268, Going to the Slums. Shall we go today? Yu Jinzhong asked Wang Haodao. Go! Of course we go, Wang Hao said. While there are still some zombies and mutant beasts in the civilian areas, we have to hurry up. It is estimated that if we want to kill zombies and mutant beasts in 2 days, We will have to go to the slums. Speaking of which, although our Silver Light City was not occupied by zombies, mutant beasts and rebels this time, it still caused heavy damage. Zhuang Shuer sighed and said, a large number of buildings were destroyed in the civilian areas, and it was even worse in the slums. It is still being ravaged by mutant beasts and zombies, and a large number of survivors have died at the hands of mutant beasts and zombies. In order to survive, many survivors can only temporarily escape from the city. However, it is even more dangerous outside the city, where zombies and mutant beasts more. This turmoil is really a disaster for human survivors. Everyone also looked heavy. In the past few days, they have also learned news about other cities one after another. It can be said that each one is worse than the last, except for the survivors who joined the rebels and survived. Other survivors suffered heavy casualties, and major cities suffered varying degrees of destruction. Although they have defended Silver Light City, they are still not optimistic. I am afraid that after driving away the zombies and mutant beasts, the post-disaster reconstruction work will also be a huge project. Let's not think so much. We only have so many people. And even if we have the intention, we are powerless. Feng Gaoyuan said. It is true that everyone in their team is very capable. But after all, the number of people is too small. Facing massive mutant beasts and zombies, what can be done is limited after all. However, some people don't think so. This person is Captain Wang Hao. If it were before, Wang Hao would have the same idea as Feng Gaoyuan. In this environment, their team could only do limited things. But it is different now. Now he has the auxiliary function of puppet, which can control zombies and mutant beasts. Given time, he may not be able to control an army of zombies or mutant beasts. By that time, the role he can play will be great. Of course, Wang Hao will not discuss this idea with Feng Gaoyuan and others for the time being. It is not the time yet. After eating, a few people simply tidied up and then set off again to the civilian area to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. Of course, Wang Hao still has something extra to do, which is to control another zombie or mutant beast. He will definitely use up his quota every day. The 8 people were still driving the vehicle brought by Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing. Compared with yesterday, zombies and mutated beasts in civilian areas are indeed more difficult to find. Wang Hao came here last night, and it was already relatively difficult to find at that time. Now half a day has passed in the morning, and all the major legions in the city have with the efforts of various teams. The mutant beasts and zombies in this area are naturally more difficult to find. Go directly to the slums. After spending some time, but still unable to find zombies and mutant beasts, Wang Hao immediately made a change. Everyone had no objection. Turned the car around, and headed straight to the slums. There is actually no clear boundary between the slums and the urban areas. There is only a street dividing the two areas. This is different from the clear dividing line between the urban areas and the wealthy areas. After crossing the separated street, Wang Hao and others could occasionally hear the sounds of zombies and mutant beasts. Here, everyone even saw flying mutant beasts. Obviously, there are more mutant beasts and zombies in the slums, and they are more rampant. Ah! Help! Not long after the car crossed the border, Wang Hao and others heard calls for help, and the voices were full of panic. Then, everyone saw a little boy looking at the zombies getting closer and closer with a horrified expression. Next to him, there were 2 people lying motionless on the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Duh. There was no need for Wang Hao to give orders, except for the 2 people driving the car. The members of the Qingfeng team leaned out and shot wildly at the zombies. Ho ho ho! After being attacked, the zombies went crazy, and many zombies ran towards Wang Hao and the others. The 2 cars stopped quickly. Although everyone's marksmanship was good, it was obvious that their marksmanship would be somewhat affected by being in the car. After getting off the bus, the 8 people stood in rows, interacting with each other to form a layered shooting. Zombies fell to the guns of Wang Hao and others one after another. These zombies are basically first-level zombies. They move slowly, and even when they run, they are not very fast. This gives Wang Hao and the others enough shooting time. With the strength of their team, killing these first-level zombies will not be too dangerous now. Wang Hao was shooting while observing these zombies. To his disappointment, he did not find any other zombies among these zombies. In other words, these zombies were all of the same level, and there was no higher level zombies. This is naturally quite disappointing for Wang Hao, who wants to control high-level zombies. After the zombie was controlled by Wang Hao yesterday, Its information appeared on Wang Hao's smart bracelet. To Wang Hao's surprise, the zombie was not the second-level zombie he thought, but the third-level zombie. This was naturally a surprise to Wang Hao. The higher the zombie level, the stronger their overall strength. The first zombie he controlled was a level 3 zombie. Wang Hao naturally looked forward to more pets in the future. After a fierce gun battle, the 30 or 40 zombies in front of them all became the dead souls of the Qingfeng team. Go and have a look, Wang Hao said to the team members. Everyone came to the little boy's side and first checked the 2 people on the ground. The woman is dead, but the man can still be saved. Luo's son, who was in charge of the inspection, said to Wang Hao. Save it, Wang Hao said. Rosen nodded. They didn't just save people when they saw them, but since they encountered them and had the ability to save them, they naturally wouldn't just sit idly by. Zhuang Xuer and Yu Qianing were comforting the little boy. Seeing the look of horror on the little boy's face, Wang Hao sighed softly. Before the turmoil, although the residents of these slums lived in difficult conditions, at least they had no worries about their lives. Except for those survivors who ventured out of the city to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. Others could at least save their lives. However, after the turmoil broke out, everything changed. The rich areas were fine, but the civilian areas and slums suffered, especially the slums. This was simply a paradise for zombies and mutant beasts. They were wreaking havoc here. It would be better if the residents fled to the civilian areas or outside the city in advance. If they failed to escape in time, it would probably be a disaster. What happened to this little boy was definitely not an exception. Thinking of this, Wang Hao hated the rebels even more. If it weren't for them, even if the zombies and mutant beasts could attack, they would never be as rampant as they are now. Chapter 269. Prepare to meet the enemy. About 10 minutes later, the man woke up. He took a look at the scene and quickly understood what was going on. He took the child and thanked Wang Hao and others continuously. You should take your children to the civilian areas as soon as possible. There are very few zombies and mutant beasts there, Wang Hao said to the man. I'm just going to take my wife and children to the civilian area. There are too many zombies and mutant beasts in this slum, and food is in short supply. I can't stay any longer, the man said with a sad look on his face. Who knew we would encounter these damn things on the way? Beasts. I have pity on my wife. She died under their claws. You can't resurrect the dead. You have to take care of your children now, Wang Hao said to the man. Brother Su, give them some food. And there are bullets. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. The man took the food and bullets from Su Guangyuan with a grateful face. This thing is nothing to Wang Hao and the others, but to the father and son, it is a life-saving straw. How is the situation in the slums now? Wang Hao asked. Are there many survivors? I don't know. The man shook his head and said. That night, countless zombies and mutant beasts rushed into the slums, and many people were still sleeping, died at the claws of those zombies and mutant beasts. When we escaped from our residence, the entire slum was already in chaos, with people running away everywhere, zombies and mutant beasts everywhere. That chaotic scene was what I for the first time in my life. I took my wife and children and fled in terror. We found a cellar and hid in it, temporarily escaping from zombies and mutant beasts. However, we escaped in such a hurry that we didn't have anything to eat or drink with us. None. Today, I really couldn't hold on anymore, so I took the risk to come out of the cellar, thinking about going to the civilian area first. But I never thought. Wang Hao and others also knew what happened next. Wang Hao didn't ask any more questions and just asked the man to take the child to the civilian area quickly. The situation may not be as bad as previously thought. After the father and son left, Chi Charan said, there are also many air raid shelters in the slums, and many individuals have built cellars and basements. When the zombies and mutant beasts first came, they might react, I don't want to come here. But after I understand what's going on, there must be many people hiding in these places. This father and son situation is definitely not the only one. Wang Hao nodded. He and Su Guangyuan lived in the slums before. They know the situation in the slums better than anyone else on the scene. Indeed, individuals are not allowed to build air raid shelters casually. Moreover, the cost of construction is also high, which is not affordable by the residents living in the slums. But it cannot be repaired. There is no problem with building air raid shelters and facilities such as cellars and basements. Where Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan lived before, there are cellars below. Although the area is not large, it is still no problem to hide a few people. Of course, compared to air raid shelters, The environment in cellars and basements is much worse. The air and light are not very good. It is okay to hide for a short time, but definitely not for a long time. However, it's just an evacuation, and everyone doesn't have such high requirements for the environment. Moreover, it is impossible for the entire slum to not have even one air raid shelter. If individuals cannot afford to build one, the government will build it. In fact, there are many air raid shelters in the three areas of rich areas, civilian areas and slums. However, the ones in rich areas, the air raid shelters are built with the largest area and the best quality, and they also have a large amount of supplies stored in them. The air raid shelters in civilian areas and slums are relatively worse, but it is not said to be completely empty. We'll look for it later and help if we can. Wang Hao said. We are all survivors, and we should help each other in this apocalyptic world. What's more, Wang Hao himself comes from a slum. Although there are many evildoers in the slums, there are also many poor people. If he can help, Wang Hao will still go there. Helpful. Everyone had no objections to Wang Hao's decision. Afterwards, everyone continued to drive forward, with Wang Hao still sitting in the lead car. His see-through auxiliary function could play a very good role in guiding the way. However, within 2 minutes of driving, Wang Hao asked everyone to stop. Encountered zombies again. Get ready to fight. Wang Hao said to everyone, there are a large number of zombies approaching on the left front. At least more than 100. Let's abandon the car and enter the hospital next to it. Okay. Everyone quickly got out of the car without any objection. There is a private clinic less than 50 meters away from everyone. There are not many such clinics in the apocalypse. After all, because of the existence of the virtual battlefield, survivors will basically use bandages and medicine when they are injured, including these medicines that can stop bleeding and restore injuries. Survivors will only go to the hospital or clinic for injuries such as colds, fevers, and injuries serious enough to require surgery. This clinic has a total of 3 floors. After entering the clinic, what you see is that the floor is in a mess. Stools, chairs, infusion bottles, etc. are everywhere. The decoration inside is very ordinary, and even many walls have peeled paint. It was filled with the smell of blood and disinfectant. The two smells mixed together made people nauseous. Go upstairs. Wang Hao looked at the environment and said to everyone. Everyone went straight up to the 3rd floor. There were more than 10 wards on the 3rd floor. There were windows in the wards, and the windows just faced the street. 2 people occupy a ward in groups. Wang Hao said, try to save grenades, incendiary bottles, and other throwing objects. The situation has changed. There are more than 100 zombies coming, and there are many more coming from behind. Throwing objects are left behind. Keep it in reserve. Using the see-through function, Wang Hao clearly saw a large number of zombies coming towards this direction. Why are there so many more zombies? Rosen asked. Everyone is already familiar with Wang Hao's ability to detect danger in advance. What Luo Sun and others are now curious about is why there are so many zombies, and they happen to be coming towards them. Because they are chasing the survivors. Wang Hao said solemnly. A group of survivors are fleeing this way. Everyone's expressions changed slightly when they heard this. Sure enough, about 30 seconds later, a group of panicked survivors appeared in everyone's field of vision. They were escaping in a panic, and the direction of their escape was this way. Behind these survivors is a large group of zombies. A rough estimate is that the number of this group of zombies must be at least more than 500. In fact, if everyone didn't shoot at this time, the zombies, and even the survivors might not find them. The survivors were running away, and they might not come to the clinic. Wang Hao and the others could completely avoid this battle. It's Uncle Zhao and the others. Just when Wang Hao was thinking about giving up the attack, Su Guangyuan's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 270 Convergence. At this time, Wang Hao also recognized several familiar faces among the survivors, including the Uncle Zhao mentioned by Su Guangyuan. Uncle Zhao's real name is Zhao Yongzhu, and he is also a member of the slums. He lives not far from Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan. On weekdays, he occasionally greets Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan. Su Guangyuan even goes to the city to work, and Uncle Zhao does many of the work. Introduced, since he met an acquaintance and someone who is kind to himself and Su Guangyuan. Wang Hao naturally couldn't just sit idly by. Uncle Zhao. Here. Wang Hao waved to the people fleeing downstairs. Everyone in panic subconsciously looked up in the direction of the sound, and then saw Wang Hao and others standing at the window. Wang Hao and others had already set up a posture to meet the enemy. Uncle Zhao and others saw this. Hi. He quickly ran towards the clinic. Behind them are countless zombies and mutant beasts. Hit! When the zombies and mutant beasts approached, Wang Hao decisively gave the order to shoot. Duh. For a moment, there was a loud sound of gunfire, and countless bullets flew towards the group of zombies. The zombies and mutant beasts running in front were beaten up and down, and the rotten flesh on their bodies was scattered everywhere. Those who were unlucky were even shot in the head. After being attacked, the zombies and mutant beasts did not show any fear. Instead, they raised their heads and roared at Wang Hao and others, as if to scare Wang Hao and others. What the hell? I'm telling you to die again today, Feng Gaoyuan shouted while firing. After experiencing several actual battles with mutant beasts and zombies, Feng Gaoyuan and others are no longer as nervous and afraid as they were back then. Even Zhuang Shuer and the three daughters can now face zombies and mutant beasts calmly. Faced with it, the discomfort of fighting zombies and mutant beasts for the first time has disappeared. Everyone knows that fighting zombies and mutant beasts may become the main theme in the future. If they don't want to be eliminated, they have to adapt as soon as possible. While Wang Hao fired, he was annoyed that when he encountered the lock auxiliary function on the virtual battlefield, he did not have enough redemption points to retain it, causing him to miss such a magic skill. If he had the lock auxiliary function, will undoubtedly be much easier now. Under the cover of Wang Hao and others, Uncle Zhao and others successfully escaped into the clinic. Without Wang Hao's explanation, Uncle Zhao and others immediately closed the door and moved cabinets, chairs, metal boxes and other items from the side, blocked the back door of the gate to prevent zombies and mutated beasts from outside. Uncle Zhao and others came in and quickly went up to the third floor. Wang Hao, Guangyuan? Uncle Zhao and others were surprised and happy to see Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan here. Uncle Zhao, now is not the time to reminisce about old times, Wang Hao said. Do you have guns? There are guns, but there are no bullets. Uncle Zhao also knew what the situation was now, on the way to escape. The bullets were all used up. Except for real masters. When most people face zombies and mutant beasts in reality, they need to consume a lot of bullets to kill one. As a result, the marksmanship of most survivors can only be regarded as mediocre. Normally, they usually do odd jobs to earn money to support themselves. As for the virtual battlefield, there is a daily limit on the number of times, and double rows and 4 rows also require registration fees. Therefore, many ordinary survivors only enter the virtual battlefield once a day. Battlefield. In this case, naturally one cannot expect their marksmanship to be very high. This is actually related to the development of the past 100 years. After the creation of the virtual battlefield, human beings have gradually been able to gain a foothold in this apocalyptic world. Although there is insufficient development, they are more than enough to defend the city. Many people are not willing to make progress. Under such a background, people naturally have no sense of crisis. They go to the virtual battlefield less frequently, do not practice guns in reality, and have no sense of combat. Especially those ordinary survivors with average talents, who have a little time. They would all use it to do odd jobs instead of practicing spear and body skills. In this case, the level of marksmanship would naturally not be very high. In addition, these zombies and mutant beasts themselves are dead things. They have already died once, and it is very difficult to kill them again, unless they are shot in the head. Otherwise, the bullet will hit their bodies, even if their bodies are shot, even if they are broken. It is difficult to kill them completely. It is for these reasons that ordinary survivors need to consume a lot of bullets if they want to kill a zombie or mutant beast. Although now on the virtual battlefield, the difficulty of obtaining bullets has been reduced a lot. Even in the exchange mall, the price of bullets it is also decreasing. But after all, it has not been long. Many people do not have enough bullets in reserve. They may use up all their bullets in a battle. What's more, people like Uncle Zhao and others are of average skill, so it is very difficult for them to win on the virtual battlefield. In reality, they are stuck in this slum, so it is natural that they lack bullets. We have bullets here. Take them and use them. Wang Hao and others took advantage of the break in the fighting to take out a lot of bullets. Compared with Uncle Zhao and others, Wang Hao and the others have quite abundant bullet reserves. They can buy bullets through Sun Yanfeng. In addition, they have a high probability of eating chicken. Recently, there are many bullets in the airdrop boxes, and once there are thousands or even thousands of bullets. Therefore, each of Wang Hao and the others have a large number of bullets in their backpacks. Uncle Zhao and others quickly picked up the bullets, and everyone got some. 2 of you go to the first floor to guard. Once zombies and mutant beasts come in, notify us immediately. The others go to the second floor and attack the zombies and mutant beasts from the second floor window. Wang Hao ordered Uncle Zhao and others. Okay. Uncle Zhao and others had no objections to this. It was Wang Hao who saved them and distributed their supplies. It was normal to follow Wang Hao's orders. What's more, they were just hiding in the clinic now, and did not to be truly safe and to truly escape. The only way is to kill the zombies and mutant beasts outside. At this time, everyone naturally has to join forces with each other. Uncle Zhao and others quickly took their positions according to Wang Hao's instructions, and then immediately launched an attack on the zombies and mutant beasts. Uncle Zhao and his group are all residents of the slums, and their marksmanship skills are average. They only fight one virtual battlefield every day. However, now they are facing a large number of zombies and mutant beasts gathered together. In this case, as long as they don't shoot into the sky, they can hit the zombies and mutant beasts. With the addition of Uncle Zhao and the others, Wang Hao and the others have become much more powerful. Although there are a large number of zombies and mutant beasts outside, Wang Hao and the others are not in any danger. Instead, they can use this advantageous position to earn money. Lots of redemption points. Chapter 271 Flying Mutated Beast. It's cool. It's so cool. Feng Gaoyuan grinned as he fired. Everyone else was smiling. Even Wang Hao. They are indeed very happy at this time. The perfect location allows them to easily hunt mutant beasts and zombies without worrying about their own safety. There are a large number of zombies and mutant beasts gathered outside. They don't even need to deliberately attract monsters. They just need to shoot here, and a large number of zombies and mutant beasts will come to your door. Who wouldn't be happy if you can earn redemption points so easily? However, just as everyone was happily and relaxedly hunting zombies and mutant beasts, Wang Hao suddenly saw a black spot approaching quickly from the corner of his eye. When Wang Hao looked up and observed carefully, the black spot had become the size of a wash basin. No, it's a flying mutant beast, Wang Hao immediately warned. At this time, everyone also discovered the existence of this flying mutant beast, and several of them raised their guns and shot at it. However, the reaction of this flying mutant beast was obviously not slow. The bullets flying towards it were easily avoided by it, but its speed did not slow down at all, and it was in front of Wang Hao and others in the blink of an eye. Be careful. The flying mutant beast had obviously locked onto Wang Hao and others, and rushed straight to the third floor window. Its target is the window occupied by Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing. Seeing the flying mutant beast approaching, Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing squatted down subconsciously. The flying mutant beast actually retracted its wings and flew into the clinic in a gliding posture. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. The flying mutant beast that entered the room spread its wings again, and with a beautiful spin, it once again pounced on Wang Hao and the others. Wang Hao and others did not forget to shoot. However, the bullet hitting its body did not cause much damage to it, but further aroused its ferocity. Wang Hao could even see the red light in its eyes. Bump! This looks somewhat similar to an eagle, but it is a flying mutant beast that is much larger than the eagle. It waved its wings, and directly flew Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong away. One of them hit the wall, and the other they hit the table behind them. And the pain caused by the huge impact made the two of them grin and look a little pale. However, the mutated beast's rampage did not stop. Its sharp claws grabbed Zhuang Shuer, who had just stood up, and then circled as if trying to take Zhuang Shuer out of the room and fly into the air. Ah! Wang Hao! Save me! Zhuang Shuer was shocked. Once caught and taken into the air, Zhuang Shuer's fate could be imagined. He would either be thrown to death or die from the mouth of this flying mutant beast. It would be impossible to survive. At this critical moment, Wang Hao had already taken out the big knife from his backpack and slashed hard at the claws of the flying mutant beast. Phew! Wang Hao exerted great force. After taking the second-level power gene potion, his strength was much stronger than that of ordinary people. At this moment, he used all his strength to attack. Although the claws of the flying mutant beast were not cut off, they also had an extra deep one, visible bone wounds. In pain, it subconsciously let go of its claws, and Zhuang Shuer fell down. Wang Hao quickly hugged Zhuang Shuer, rolled on the spot, and left the range where the flying mutant beast was wreaking havoc. Quack! 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 The mutated beast that was in pain made a hoarse cry from its mouth, just like the nightingale's cry, which made people's hair stand on end. The flying mutant beast that rushed out of the window did not leave. Instead, after turning in the air, it flew towards Wang Hao and the others again. At this time, the fierce light in its eyes was even worse than before. Holy crap! That beast is back again. Feng Gaoyuan, who had just struggled to get up, was frightened when he saw the flying mutant beast turning back again. I'll block it. You guys look for opportunities to shoot. Aim accurately. Wang Hao let go of Zhuang Shuer. Before he could ask about Zhuang Shuer's situation, Wang Hao had already rushed to the window with a knife in his hand. Snapped. As soon as Wang Hao reached the window, the flying mutant beast arrived almost at the same time. Wang Hao slashed out without any explanation, and the flying mutant beast flapped its wings towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao was slapped hard on the shoulder. Almost at the same time, he heard the sound of his shoulder bones breaking. Before he could scream, he was knocked out. However, Wang Hao's knife also caused a lot of damage to the flying mutant beast. There was a big hole in its abdomen and blood was flowing out. Duh. Feng Gaoyuan and others seized the opportunity and kept shooting. At close range, everyone hit the target with perfect accuracy, causing the flying mutant beast to scream in agony. However, this did not make it feel scared. Instead, it further aroused its ferocity. It flapped its wings and flew away Rosen, who was unable to dodge. Its sharp claws completely scratched Su Guangyuan's armor. The wards in this clinic are only separated by curtains. In fact, this row of wards is one connected long room. After all, this is a clinic located in a slum, and its internal environment and facilities are naturally not very good. This large ward has a lot of space, but there are some hospital beds scattered around, resulting in limited space for movement. This small space restricts the movements of Wang Hao and others, and also restricts the activities of the flying mutant beast. However, it was very strong and had rough skin and thick flesh, which still caused a lot of trouble for Wang Hao and others. In a short period of time, only Yu Qianing and Qi Charan among Wang Hao's 8 people were not injured. Everyone else was injured. The most seriously injured was probably Yu Jianzhong. This guy fell into a coma after being slapped against the wall. Wang Hao struggled to do it, and saw the flying mutant beast still wreaking havoc with a solemn expression. Although they have guns, this flying mutant beast is very tenacious. It has been shot many times and has been seriously injured. However, it still behaves very vigorously and brutally. It is not easy to hit its head. After all, it is not a dead thing. It is always moving, and it is protecting its head intentionally or unintentionally. This flying creature is tricky. Even if they fight this beast to death in the end, they are afraid that there will be heavy casualties on their side, which Wang Hao absolutely does not want to see. We must find other ways. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Wang Hao's mind, and he thought of something: the puppet auxiliary function. Just now, I was only focused on killing this flying mutant beast with everyone, but I forgot that I also have such an auxiliary function. If such a powerful flying mutant beast can be controlled for my own use, it will naturally greatly enhance myself, as well as the strength of the team. At the same time, it can also eliminate the immediate threat. Thinking of this, Wang Hao no longer hesitated, endured the severe pain on his shoulder, and used the puppet auxiliary function on the flying mutant beast. Chapter 272: Successful Control. Snapped. After Wang Hao used the puppet auxiliary function on the flying mutant beast, the green progress bar went out almost as soon as it appeared. Failed. Come again! Wang Hao was not discouraged and once again used the puppet auxiliary function on the flying mutant beast. He never thought that he could succeed in one go. The level of this flying mutant beast must be high, and the probability of being controlled is naturally not high. Failure is normal. Snapped. The green progress bar disappears again. Come again! Wang Hao used the puppet auxiliary function on the flying mutant beast again and again, but failed again and again. The most successful time, the progress bar was only about halfway. Wang Hao was very anxious at this time. If he was in a safe state, he could take his time. But now, their situation is not good. Yu Qianing and Qi Charan, who were not injured before, are now injured. They were almost injured before. Zhuang Shuer, who was taken away, also overcame the fear in his heart and went into the battle again. He also suffered a lot of injuries. As for Feng Gaoyuan and others, everyone was injured. Now, Wang Hao himself may be the least injured. Wang Hao. Guang Yuan. The door below can't be blocked. There are too many zombies and mutant beasts outside. Just when the situation above was critical, Uncle Zhao hurried from the second floor. Looking panicked, During this period, Wang Hao and others were busy fighting the flying mutant beast, and had no time to take care of the zombies and mutant beasts downstairs. The pressure was all placed on Uncle Zhao and others on the second floor. The pressure on Uncle Zhao and others was naturally great. Zing! There are too many zombies and mutant beasts coming outside. Uncle Zhao and the others cannot kill them alone. The crazy zombies and mutant beasts are hitting the door on the first floor. Although there are obstacles behind the door, there are no obstacles outside. There are too many zombies and mutated beasts. And the gate probably won't last long. Uncle Zhao, please hold on a little longer, Wang Hao said to Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao did not enter the ward, but he also saw the situation in the ward. Knowing that Wang Hao and the others had no time to take care of the zombies and mutant beasts outside, it was hard to say anything more. He nodded, hurriedly went downstairs, and rejoined the ward. Fought. Damn beast. Die! Feng Gaoyuan, furious, jumped directly onto the back of the flying mutant beast with the dagger in his hand, and stabbed it hard with the dagger. Because of the small space and the deformed movements after being injured, everyone no longer dared to attack the mutated beast with guns. Cold weapons became the main means of attack. Fortunately, although everyone rarely used cold weapons, they all carry at least one cold weapon in their backpacks. Some are daggers and some are broadswords. Guaguagua. The flying mutant beast became more and more courageous as it fought. Seeing Feng Gaoyuan actually riding on its back, it became furious and flapped its wings to continuously increase its height. Bump! Feng Gaoyuan, who was riding on the flying mutant beast, quickly came into close contact with the ceiling, and spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the flying mutant beast was obviously not ready to let him go easily. After lowering the height slightly, it suddenly violently hit him again. The lifting height allowed Feng Gaoyuan to hit the ceiling again. Bang bang bang. After several blows, Feng Gaoyuan was knocked unconscious, and more blood vomited out of his mouth. The people below attacked the flying mutant beast crazily, and it actually had no intention of letting Feng Gaoyuan go. After an unknown number of impacts, Feng Gaoyuan fell off the flying mutant beast and fell heavily to the ground. Unknown to anyone, old Feng Luosun hurriedly went over to check on Feng Gaoyuan's condition, and then said to Wang Hao anxiously, Wang Hao, it seems that old Feng can't do it anymore. Wang Hao looked downcast and followed without hesitation. I took out the island black tea from my backpack and threw it away. Feed him to drink. Luosun took the island black tea, opened Feng Gaoyuan's mouth and poured it into his mouth. Here, in order to cover Luosun and Feng Gaoyuan, Wang Hao and others had once again fought with the flying mutant beasts. Chi Charan was accidentally shot and flew away. Yu Qianing happened to be nearby and subconsciously reached out to catch it. At the same time, he held the dagger in his hand across his chest to resist the attack of the flying mutant beast. However, how powerful is the flying mutant beast? Yu Qianing, who is in good condition, might not be able to block its attack with all her strength. What's more, Yu Qianing was still holding a person and using one hand to defend. The claws of the flying mutant beast were seen grabbing Yu Qianing's dagger, and at the same time, its sharp mouth was already pecking at Yu Qianing. At the critical moment, Chi Charan, who was caught by Yu Qianing, took out his pistol and fired several shots into the mouth of the flying mutant beast. At such a close distance, Chi Charan would naturally not miss. The flying mutant beast was beaten so hard that it screamed in agony, and with fierce force of its claws, Yu Qianing and Chi Charan were thrown away. Before the flying mutant beast could attack Yu Qianing and Chi Charan, who fell to the ground again, Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan had already reached them. On the other side, Zhuang Shuer had already outflanked them. The three of them jointly attacked and restrained the furious flying mutant beast. Otherwise, with the current anger of the flying mutant beast, it would definitely kill Chi Charan and Yu Qianing. However, Wang Hao and the other three could only contain it, and the damage they could do to the flying mutant beast was really limited. Wang Hao should be the busiest one. While he is attacking the flying mutant beasts, he is still using the puppet auxiliary function. At the moment, it seems that there is only one way to solve their predicament. However, the level of this flying mutant beast is obviously not low, and it even has some intelligence. Therefore, it is undoubtedly quite difficult to control it. Wang Hao has used the puppet auxiliary function over and over again, but he has never been able to succeed. However, Wang Hao did not give up. This may be their only chance to escape now. If they cannot succeed, they may have to answer here today. Bump! Because he was distracted by using the auxiliary function, and trying to control the flying mutant beast. Wang Hao was not very focused. He couldn't dodge, and was caught by the flying mutant beast again. Then he was thrown away hard, and Wang Hao's body hit him. He grabbed the bed next to him, and the huge force knocked the bed over. Wang Hao himself let out a sweet grunt, opened his mouth, and spat out a large mouthful of blood. This blow from the flying mutant beast caused Wang Hao to be seriously injured. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he might have passed out. At the moment when it was knocked away, Wang Hao did not forget to use the puppet auxiliary function again for the flying mutant beast. Suddenly, the flying mutant beast that was originally going to chase Wang Hao suddenly stopped there, with all the fierce and crazy look on its face disappearing. Wang Hao was startled for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. Success. Chapter 273 suddenly flew away. Look! Why is this beast not moving? It's really not moving. Is there something wrong with its brain? Where did the zombies and mutated beasts get their brains from? Don't worry so much. Take this opportunity to kill him quickly. Luo Sun and others soon discovered the abnormality of this flying mutant beast. The flying mutant beast, which was extremely ferocious just now, seemed to be suddenly stuck and stood there motionless. How can anyone miss such a good opportunity? He was trying to seize the opportunity to intensify his attack. Even Yu Jianzhong, who had been unconscious and then woke up, and was more seriously injured, could barely support his body, and wanted to attack the flying mutant beast to avenge his previous injury. Don't, Wang Hao said immediately. However, Wang Hao's injuries were no lighter than others. Therefore, his body was very weak, and his voice was not loud. Everyone who was busy fighting did not hear his words. Wang Hao was so anxious in his heart. Before, he would have wanted everyone to join forces to kill the flying mutant beast. But it was different now. Now the flying mutant beast was his pet. If it was killed, wouldn't it be lost an important helper in vain? The level of this flying mutant beast is not low. Seeing that everyone was having a great time fighting, Wang Hao gave up calling for everyone to stop. He couldn't explain to his teammates that he called for a stop at this time, so he could only give the flying mutant beast an order to fly away from his heart. After Wang Hao gave the order, the flying mutant beast that had been staring blankly and motionless just now suddenly spread its wings and flew towards the window, and disappeared from everyone's sight soon. Damn it! Why did this beast run away? Yeah, it was almost there. It suddenly woke up. I don't know why this flying mutant beast went crazy. It suddenly stopped moving, and then suddenly it flew away. I don't understand. But that's a good thing. Otherwise, we'd have to deal with it today. I don't know if it will come back. This flying mutant beast is at least level 5. Regarding the sudden awakening of the flying mutant beast, everyone shouted that it was a pity. If they had more time, they could kill the flying mutant beast. In that case, not only would the threat be completely eliminated, but also get a big reward of redemption points. It's a pity that it's just a little bit different. Wang Hao was secretly relieved at this time. This flying mutant beast is indeed powerful, but it cannot stand still and let others surround and kill it. In just a short time, the flying mutant beast has already suffered a lot of injuries. If it is delayed for a while, I am afraid that the pet he just collected will die in the hands of his teammates. Wang Hao, how are you? Zhuang Shuer ran over immediately and asked about Wang Hao's situation. It's okay, but I can't die. Wang Hao stood up with Zhuang Shuer's support. How are you? I'm okay too. Zhuang Shuer said. Fine. It can only be okay. Zhuang Shuer's mouth was still bleeding with blood, and there was blood on his shoulders that stained his clothes. Looking at the others, they were all injured. The entire Qingfeng team was almost destroyed here. They still underestimated the power of mutant beasts and zombies. In the past few days, their Qingfeng team has been hunting mutant beasts and zombies very smoothly, and has also obtained a lot of exchange points. This makes everyone very excited. And at the same time, they also despise mutant beasts and zombies, feeling that mutants, beasts, and zombies are nothing more than that. But today, this flying mutant beast taught everyone a solid lesson, making everyone realize that high-level mutant beasts and zombies are very terrifying. A 6th-level mutant beast can destroy an elite team. It's not a lie. They really have this ability. From today on, I believe that everyone will no longer look down upon mutant beasts and zombies. Today's incident should be regarded as a lesson. Although everyone was injured, fortunately no one died. Thinking of this, Wang Hao quickly asked Luo Sun, how is Feng Gaoyuan? My life is saved, and I can take care of myself later. Luo Sun said, Wang Hao, your island black tea is really magical. I thought that old Feng's life could not be saved at that time. Unexpectedly, after drinking a bottle of black tea, his injuries stabilized immediately, and his breath became obviously stronger. This island black tea is really a good thing. It's a pity that there is only one bottle. It would be nice to have more. Is there only one bottle? Of course not. When Wang Hao just handed the island black tea to Luo Sun, he used the copy auxiliary function to copy the island black tea. Therefore, Wang Hao now has a bottle of island black tea in his backpack. Wang Hao is also very satisfied with the effect of island black tea. This is definitely a life-saving thing. It can not only stop the injury, but also further recover the injury. In just a short time, Feng Gaoyuan's complexion has become much better than before. The aura has indeed become a lot stronger, and it won't be long before this guy is full of life again. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, there was a fierce banging on the door downstairs. Obviously, the situation downstairs was already very dangerous. Wang Hao said to Qi Charan, who was relatively lightly injured, "Go down and take a look at the situation. If the gate cannot be guarded, ask them to retreat to the second floor. Let Uncle Zhao and the others set up some obstacles first." Okay. Qi Charan nodded and headed downstairs. "If you can still move, let's continue fighting," Wang Hao said to the others. "There are still many zombies and mutant beasts outside waiting for us to kill. It's not the time to rest yet." Okay. The whole in the team. There are two people with full zombie fighting capabilities, namely Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong. Although everyone else is injured, and the injuries are not serious, they can at least fight. Without the threat of flying mutant beasts, everyone can fight as before. Similarly, attack from high to bottom based on the geographical advantages. Several people stood at different windows and attacked the mutated beasts and zombies outside the window again. At this time, the grenades, incendiary bottles, and other throwing objects in the backpack were no longer controlled. Use them when you can. Everyone needs to use them as soon as possible. Kill these mutant beasts and zombies to gain time to rest and recuperate. Qi Charan quickly returned and brought the smallest news downstairs. The gate on the first floor could no longer hold on. The two survivors guarding the gate had retreated to the second floor. Uncle Zhao and others had led people to move the gate. Beds, lockers, tables, and other items were pushed to the stairs, blocking the way from the first floor to the second floor. It won't be long before zombies and mutant beasts rush into the clinic. Fortunately, the flying mutant beast flew away. At this time, except for Wang Hao, everyone else in the Qi Feng team was secretly thankful. If there were flying mutant beasts above and other zombies and mutant beasts below, they would really have no way to survive today. Chapter 274. The crisis is resolved. The sound of gunshots, grenade explosions, and the roars and screams of zombies and mutant beasts mixed together and became the main theme of this clinic. After the threat of flying mutant beasts was gone, Wang Hao and others were able to attack the zombies and mutant beasts outside the clinic with peace of mind. After Uncle Zhao and others had the support of Wang Hao and the others, the crisis came to an end. Under the joint attack of the two groups, the battle finally ended after about half an hour. When the last zombie in sight was eliminated, Wang Hao and others collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, gasping for air. A long-term and high-intensity team battle is a great test for people's bodies and minds. What's more, Wang Hao and others are still injured. After such a battle, everyone is naturally very tired, and even the injuries on his body showed signs of worsening. Now that the zombies and mutated beasts were finally eliminated, Wang Hao and the others finally had a chance to breathe. After sitting down one by one, they were too tired to get up again. Wang Hao, Guan Yuan, are you okay? After the battle, Uncle Zhao and others went up to the third floor. When they saw Wang Hao and the others collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, they quickly came over to check. Wang Hao and the others here were all injured due to fighting flying mutant beasts. But Uncle Zhao and the others, because they had never had close contact with mutant beasts and zombies, most of them were not injured. They were just a little tired. And the few who were injured were also injuries sustained before escaping into the clinic. It's okay, Wang Hao said. Uncle Zhao, why are you being chased by so many zombies? Su Guanyuan asked. Hey, it's our bad luck. Uncle Zhao sighed and said, the night when the zombies and mutant beasts entered the city, many people died under the claws of those beasts before they could react. We are lucky. They escaped the first wave of attacks from zombies and mutant beasts, and found a place to hide. It was a simple air raid shelter with 2,000 to 3,000 people hiding in it. Everyone relied on the air raid shelter to avoid the pursuit of mutant beasts and zombies. Kill. But everyone fled in a hurry, not even bringing food and water. And these supplies were not prepared in the air raid shelter. At first, everyone was not very worried, thinking that the zombies and mutant beasts would be driven away soon. So they endured it. We passed by. But we didn't expect that there were rebels in the city. There were too many zombies and mutated beasts entering the city. And the army in the city couldn't get rid of them at once. Many people were too hungry to survive. So a group of people were selected to go out in search of food and water. And we were the selected group. Everything went smoothly at first. But when we were preparing to go back, we encountered a group of zombies. And many people died under their claws. The rest of us escaped. Because we were afraid of attracting zombies to the air raid shelter. We didn't dare to go back to the open space directly. We ran here and ran. I didn't expect to see you here. Wang Hao. Guang Yuan. Didn't I remember that you moved to the civilian area? Why did you appear here at this time? After Uncle Zhao's explanation, Wang Hao and others also understood the whole story. However, it is obvious that Uncle Zhao has not known that Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan have moved to a wealthy area. The main reason is that during this period, Su Guangyuan has been following the team activities and has not done odd jobs. He has not had much chance to meet Uncle Zhao and others. Uncle and the others naturally don't know about this. We are here to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. Wang Hao said, let's not talk about this for now. While the zombies and mutant beasts outside are gone, you should hurry back to the air raid shelter. What about you? Uncle Zhao asked worriedly. Wang Hao and the others are all injured now. And the situation is not very good. We're fine. Wang Hao said. We'll rest here for a while, and then leave. Uncle Zhao, you go back with someone to deliver food first. And we'll keep in touch at any time. Uncle Zhao looked at Wang Hao and others. And when he saw Wang Hao said it seriously, so he said no more. Now is not the time to be pretentious. Okay. Let's go first. Thanks to you this time. Otherwise, none of us would survive. Uncle Zhao said. Others also came over to thank Wang Hao and the others for their life-saving grace. In the apocalypse, human life is at stake, and few people would take risks to save others. They were able to be saved by Wang Hao and the others this time. And they were very grateful to Wang Hao and the others in their hearts. After Uncle Zhao and others left, Wang Hao and the others did not leave in a hurry. Instead, they sat on the ground and continued to recover their strength. About 10 minutes later, Feng Gaoyuan, who had been unconscious, also woke up. Am I not dead yet? Feng Gaoyuan's eyes were filled with confusion. Do you want to die so much? Wang Hao leaned against the wall and smiled. Who would want to die? Feng Gaoyuan muttered, in that situation. I thought I was going to die. But I didn't expect that I survived. My life is pretty tough. Hee hee. Cough. 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 He said a little too much. And Feng Gaoyuan couldn't help but cough a few times. You'd better have a good rest and talk less. Luosun said, you are not desperate. Wang Hao saved you. Otherwise, you would have had tea with the Lord of Hell. It's just a bottle of black tea. Wang Hao said. That's not an ordinary black tea. It's a life-saving black tea. Rosen said. Wang Hao smiled. The effect of the island black tea was indeed quite strong. He had never expected that the effect of the island black tea would be so good. At this moment, Wang Hao suddenly received another prompt. He added an exchange point. Hey, what's going on? Wang Hao was greatly surprised by this. One more exchange point is not a big deal. In this battle just now, he earned at least 300 to 400 exchange points. One exchange point wouldn't surprise him so much. Wang Hao was surprised how this exchange point came about. You can't just increase it out of thin air. Right? He himself is resting now, and has not killed zombies or mutant beasts. So where did this exchange point come from? Suddenly, Wang Hao thought of something. His 2 pets. Theoretically speaking, they are already their own pets. So the zombies and mutant beasts they kill should naturally be counted on themselves. Just like the controlled human machine on the virtual battlefield, the number of eliminations obtained by killing players will eventually be counted on one's own head. After thinking about it, Wang Hao figured it out. The thing should be like this. His 2 pets somehow got into conflict with other zombies or mutant beasts, and then killed a zombie or mutant beast. On his side, just get 1 more redemption point. Wang Hao's 2 pets are both high level. The big zombie is a level 3 zombie, and the flying mutant beast just controlled by Wang Hao is as high as level 6. With 2 pets of such a high level, it would be easy to kill a first-level zombie or mutant beast. Chapter 275 Verification. Wang Hao couldn't wait to verify it. He mentally commanded the flying mutant beast he had just controlled to fly back and attack a lone zombie more than 100 meters away in front of him. Look at the zombies due to its slow movements. It is estimated that its level will not be high. Soon, the flying mutant beast that Wang Hao had arranged to fly out of the city appeared in Wang Hao's field of vision. However, it quickly attacked the lone zombie. Under the attack of the flying mutant beast, the lone zombie had almost no power to fight back. In a moment, the flying mutant beast's sharp claws scratched its head. Maybe it didn't understand until its death why this same kind will attack itself suddenly. The moment the flying mutant beast killed the zombie, Wang Hao quickly checked his exchange points. Sure enough, 1 more redemption point was added. His guess was correct. This result made Wang Hao quite excited. 1 or 2 exchange points are not eye-catching, but the cumulative effect is still considerable. Even scary. I only have 2 pets now. When I control more pets in the future, I can earn exchange points by myself. How fast? It's unimaginable. Wang Hao has always had a headache for redemption points. Although after the update of the Redemption Mall and Virtual Battlefield, he has more ways to obtain redemption points, and it has become easier to earn redemption points. But that's only a relative term. There are too many auxiliary functions he wants to retain, and too many auxiliary functions he wants to upgrade. Whether he wants to retain the auxiliary functions or upgrade the existing auxiliary functions, a large number of redemption points are needed, especially the upgraded auxiliary functions. The higher the value of the auxiliary functions, the more redemption points are needed to upgrade them. Take the auxiliary function of copy as an example. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 requires a terrifying 10,000 redemption points, while upgrading from level 2 to level 3 requires more. It requires 50,000 redemption points. Wang Hao alone earns redemption points, and if he wants to upgrade these auxiliary functions, he will have to wait until the end of the year of the monkey. It's not like Wang Hao hasn't thought about earning redemption points through other ways, such as selling items he obtained from the virtual battlefield, or items he obtained through the copy function, especially the latter, which can be copied by himself if he chooses. They are all good things. They will definitely be popular when put on the market, even if they only sell exchange points and not Huaxia coins. There will still be many people who want to buy them. But Wang Hao can't do that yet, because he wants to arm his own team first. After all, the existence of the team is also very important to him. Therefore, Wang Hao's exchange points have been stretched thin. However, now, he has another way to earn exchange points. And this method will earn exchange points faster and faster as time goes by. By then, he can earn thousands a day, or even tens of thousands of redemption points is not impossible. With such a happy event, Wang Hao became energetic, and the tiredness on his face also lightened a lot. Look! That flying mutant beast is back. Just when Wang Hao was secretly happy, Su Guangyuan pointed out the window with a look of horror. Everyone looked in the direction Su Guangyuan pointed, and their expressions changed drastically. That flying mutant beast is here again! Seeing that familiar and huge figure, everyone was frightened. This flying mutant beast left a very deep impression on them. Or it was a shadow. Before, the 8 members of their team were in peak condition, but they still failed to kill the flying mutant beast. Now all 8 of them were injured, and Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong had no fighting ability. Now they faced the flying mutant beast. If it's a beast, I'm afraid it's more bad than good. Several people couldn't help but feel a little pessimistic in their hearts. Wang Hao was awakened by Su Guangyuan's words, and quickly ordered the flying mutant beast to stay away. His team members had a psychological shadow on it now, so don't scare everyone. Hey, it flew away. It seems to have flown away and not come back. It won't go around in a circle and come back. Right? Although they saw the flying mutant beast flying away with their own eyes, everyone felt that still not at ease. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Yu Qianing said, the flying mutant beast may come back at any time. We can't fight it in this state. As long as it comes back, we will all die. Yes. Let's retreat first. Go back first. Let's go back to the wealthy area and talk about it later. Qi Charan agreed. Wang Hao opened his mouth. He originally wanted to comfort everyone and let them not be too nervous. But he didn't know how to explain it, unless he admitted that he controlled the flying mutant beast and let it be used for his own use. No matter how he explained it, they can't convince everyone. Wang Hao thought for a while, but finally did not explain. Everyone is not in a very good condition now. If they continue to stay here, They will not be able to kill mutant beasts and zombies. Even if they are not threatened by this flying mutant beast, they will not be threatened by other zombies or mutants. If surrounded by beasts, it will still be very dangerous. I no longer have the ability to control mutant beasts or zombies today. Thinking of this, Wang Hao nodded and said, "Okay, let's go back to the station first. Luo's son, you carry Feng Gaoyuan, and I will carry you Jianzhong." "Okay," Luo's son responded. "It's better for me to carry you Jianzhong." Su Guangyuan came over and said to Wang Hao, "You're injured. It's inconvenient." "I'm fine," Wang Hao said. "You're more injured than me. Don't argue. It's okay anyway. Just carry it to the car." "Okay. I can do it." After saying that, Wang Hao carried Yu Jianzhong on his back. And Luo's son also carried Feng Gaoyuan. Everyone went downstairs. Uncle Zhao and others had cleared many of the obstacles downstairs, and there was enough traffic. After everyone went downstairs, they headed towards the parking place. Fortunately, the distance was not far. Wang Hao always remained vigilant. Zhuang Xuer and others were also scattered around, paying attention to the surrounding situation at all times. The journey was uneventful, and they arrived at the parking place. Several people got on the car one after another. Wang Hao sat in the passenger seat and gave directions to Zhuang Xuer, who was driving. Nowadays, this slum is not safe. They may encounter zombies or mutant beasts at any time. If they encounter a small number, it will be fine. If they encounter a large group of zombies or mutant beasts, they may not be able to get out. At this time, Wang Hao's perspective function becomes particularly important. With Wang Hao's command, the two vehicles returned to the civilian area smoothly. After returning to the civilian area, everyone's spirits were obviously relaxed a lot. Compared with the slums, the current civilian area is undoubtedly much safer, and the number of zombies and mutant beasts is already very small. Sure enough, everyone did not encounter mutant beasts and zombies along the way, but they met a lot of survivor teams. These teams appeared here naturally to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. Wang Hao and the others do not have the energy and physical strength now. Chapter 276, Entering the Battlefield Injured. Finally back. In the team station, Wang Hao and others slumped on the sofa, recovering their strength and energy. No one thought that after a simple hunting operation, the entire Qifeng team would come back in such a state. Fortunately, although everyone was injured, there was no attrition. At least everyone came back alive. After taking a rest, everyone dealt with their injuries again. When they were in the slums, due to the limited environment, they could only deal with them briefly. Now that the surroundings are very safe, everyone naturally has the energy to deal with their wounds. Even before returning to the station, Zhuang Xuer called her father in advance and asked her father to arrange for a military doctor to come to the station to help everyone treat their injuries. If you just deal with it by yourself, you will probably take some medicines obtained from the virtual battlefield. In terms of professionalism, it is obviously not comparable to that of professional doctors. After the doctor's treatment, everyone's condition is obviously much better. Brother Su, what's going on with Uncle Zhao? Wang Hao asked Su Guangyuan. They have returned to the air raid shelter safely. Su Guangyuan replied, they brought back a lot of food and water, which can last them for a few days. Wang Hao nodded. There were still a large number of zombies, and zombies scattered in the slums. Mutated beasts. Uncle Zhao and the others should not dare to leave the air raid shelter in a short time. With the food and water they brought back, they could hold on for a few days. When Silver Light City's army frees up its hands, it will naturally go to kill the zombies and mutant beasts in the slums. And various teams in the city will also go to the slums. By that time, the crisis in the slums will be relieved. Of course, it is foreseeable that before this, a number of people will die in the slums. The lack of food and water will force many hiding survivors to come out to search. Once they come out, there is a high probability of encountering zombies and mutant beasts. It is huge. If you only encounter a small number of mutant beasts and zombies, it will be fine. Once you encounter a large number of mutant beasts and zombies, it will be dangerous. You guys rest first. I'm going to advance to the virtual battlefield. Wang Hao said to several people. You are injured. Yet you still enter the virtual battlefield today? Zhuang Xuer asked. Injuries in reality will still be affected after entering the virtual battlefield. Wang Hao's injuries are not light, and his movement is not very convenient. Once he enters the virtual battlefield, he will definitely be affected. It's okay, Wang Hao said with a smile. At worst, I will be the sixth one. I have only played one promotion match in solo queue. Today is still the promotion match. I don't expect to kill many in this game. I can sneak in if I find a place to stay. The top 10 are okay. Hearing Wang Hao say this, Zhuang Shuer nodded. As long as you don't fight and just find a place to live, the injury will really have little impact. However, being the 6th person may not make you into the top 10. Luck is very important. After Wang Hao greeted everyone, he entered the virtual battlefield. Yu Qianing, Zhuang Shuer, Qi Charan and Luo Sun, who were relatively lightly injured, also entered the virtual battlefield one after another. As for the others, recuperate with peace of mind. Although there is no registration fee required to enter the virtual battlefield now, if it is implemented into a box, the points loss will be huge. Therefore, if you have difficulty moving, it is best not to enter the virtual battlefield. After Wang Hao entered the virtual battlefield, he attracted some people's attention because his left hand was hung with a bandage, and he was obviously seriously injured. Brother, don't come in like this. Isn't this a pure gift of points? A player walked over and looked at Wang Hao and said with a smile. It's okay. Wang Hao said with a smile. I just need to find a place to live. Be the 6th child? The player said, that's a way. But I'm afraid you can't even kill a human or a machine like this. On the virtual battlefield, firearms have recoil just like in reality. Wang Hao can only use one hand now. It is undoubtedly very difficult to shoot. He might actually be killed by a man-machine. Human machine? Wang Hao said, that thing won't hit me. Just brag. The player smiled and said, human machine doesn't recognize its relatives. It beats everyone it sees. Even themselves. How could it be possible? Let you go. Wang Hao smiled and did not explain. He really hopes to meet humans and machines. In that case, he will have a helper. And the single row can become a double row or even a 4-row or 8-row row. Of course, the premise is that he can encounter humans and machines. And encounter multiple humans and machines. The game started soon. The 3 random auxiliary functions in this game had average effects. Wang Hao chose one at random. He is still accumulating redemption points and has no idea about retaining auxiliary functions. Random to ordinary auxiliary functions are not bad. At least it will prevent him from being too entangled and upset. After getting on the plane, Wang Hao took a look at the flight path. To be on the safe side, he did not choose P-City in this round, but chose the jungle area. Although even if he skipped P-City, he would not be without combat effectiveness. But now that he is competing in the promotion round, he still focuses on playing it safe. During the skydiving process, Wang Hao kept observing the surrounding situation, and was relieved when he was sure that no one was jumping to the same position as him. After landing, Wang Hao picked up a pistol, which was a powerful Desert Eagle. As for the rifle, he picked up an AK-47. However, he carried this gun on his back. He didn't use it if he could. He didn't want to use it. The shoulder injury was aggravated by the recoil of the shot. In addition to these 2 guns, Wang Hao's main targets are grenades, smoke bombs, and Molotov cocktails. In this game, he plans to use these projectiles as his main combat items. Duh. The familiar sound of gunfire came, and Wang Hao perked up. Teammates are here. Wang Hao went up to the 2nd floor, and he saw a player from a high position, squatting behind the courtyard wall with classic man-machine steps. It didn't look like an ambush, but like he was playing a large game. Wang Hao decisively used the puppet auxiliary function on it. A green progress bar immediately appeared on the man's head. To Wang Hao's expectation, the progress bar quickly filled up. It's done? Wang Hao was a little surprised that he succeeded in one try. Sure enough, after Wang Hao ordered the man-machine to come upstairs, the man-machine walked towards this side obediently, and stood motionless next to Wang Hao. As for shooting at Wang Hao, that was even more impossible. With the addition of such a bodyguard, Wang Hao's safety has been greatly guaranteed. However, he did not rush to find other players. Human machine has obvious disadvantages. There is only one human machine, and Wang Hao is half disabled. If you really encounter other players, you may not be able to win. Chapter 277 Illegal Team Formation. Is it almost done? Wang Hao looked at the human machine teammates in front of him, and finally thought about taking the initiative to fight. At this time, he had controlled 3 man-machine and had 10 mines, 5 cigarettes, and 3 Molotov cocktails in his backpack. As for other supplies, he did not carry much because the backpack space was limited. Now, there are only 67 players left in the game. Although Wang Hao didn't expect to kill everyone in this game like before. He can't just kill anyone. Although he can only earn a small amount of exchange points here, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. It's good to earn an extra exchange point. Thinking of this, Wang Hao drove his car and took 3 human-machine teammates with him to actively look for other players. Soon, Wang Hao saw a player driving a bungalow appearing in his field of vision. Hey, it's you? Wang Hao stepped on the accelerator. The car suddenly accelerated and chased the bouncing car. The bouncing car soon discovered Wang Hao's car. But he didn't care or be afraid because it was a single row. Although the car chasing him was a car, there was at most one person in the car, because he had to drive. The other party had no chance to shoot him. As for stopping the car and shooting him, he was not afraid. Fool! If the other person stops the car, he can take the opportunity to leave. Therefore, being chased by a car may seem dangerous, but in fact it is not a problem at all. I don't know which fool you are. Are you interested in chasing me with your car? Can you still kill me? The player driving in front, while controlling the steering wheel, did not forget to taunt the player driving behind. However, he soon stopped laughing. By dragging his vision, he saw the car behind him, with 3 bodies leaning out of the window. Holy crap! What's going on? Why are there 4 people in that car? The player driving the bouncing car in front was almost shocked by this scene. He never thought that in the car behind, there were 4 people sitting there. Please, this is a single row, not a 4-row row. How is it possible to form a team? Could it be that they formed an illegal team? This is okay. But the virtual battlefield has always cracked down on illegal team formations. Players who form illegal teams will have a high probability of being permanently banned. Even if the account is not permanently banned, a large number of points and redemption points will be deducted. It is completely not worth paying such a high price for the few extra redemption points earned in the game. Therefore, basically no players will form a team illegally. Just as the player driving the bouncing car was thinking about what was going on behind him, the 3 players peeking out of the car behind him had already opened fire on him. Because he didn't take the other party seriously before, the player on the bouncer didn't drive very fast. Now the distance between the 2 sides was not far. Therefore, after the 3 people behind him opened fire violently, many bullets hit him. On him, he was barely given a chance to speed away before he was swept out of the car and turned into a box. Hack you! The player who was in a state of nothingness couldn't help but curse. What a bastard! Beat me with 4! Don't let me meet you again. Is it interesting to earn me an extra redemption point? Let me see what you do after this game is over. The happier you laugh now, the harder you will cry later. Ban the account. The account must be banned. Nah, Bang Bang car players have determined that the 4 people in the car behind were in an illegal team. In the situation just now, there is no other explanation except that they were in an illegal team. He knew the severity of the punishment for illegally forming a team. So, already in a box, he was desperately cursing the 4 players in the car, and at the same time cursing them to receive the most severe punishment from the virtual battlefield. However, the player who was cursed by him at this time was not worried at all. 3 people stood next to his box, and the other one was licking his box with a smile on his face. Holy shit. This guy is so fat. He actually has an airdrop gun. What a pity. I don't plan to use a gun in this game. You must bring grenades and Molotov cocktails. Wang Hao didn't expect this either. If the player took it like that, he probably died in their pursuit not long after picking up the airdrop. Wang Hao is not worried that his behavior just now will expose himself. After all, he was only responsible for driving and did not fire a single shot. The shooter was a human machine. What's more, there is no customer service in the virtual battlefield. Even if the other party has intentions, there is no way to complain. As for whether the player will be banned, Wang Hao doesn't know. Wang Hao is not worried. These humans and machines are his teammates. But even the virtual battlefield has acquiesced. He doesn't. It's illegal to form a team just with your teammates. After licking the bag, Wang Hao took his 3 human machine teammates on the road again. They wandered around in the wild and shot people when they saw them. Of course, the 3 human machine ones were still the ones who shot, and Wang Hao was still only responsible for driving. Their behavior also attracted many curses and curses from other players. Everyone who was attacked by them thought that they were forming an illegal team. This was just a solo queue. Others did not dare to form an illegal team. There was only one person, Wang. There are 4 of them on Hao's side. Even if the marksmanship level of man and machine is slightly inferior, they can still suppress other players with their numerical advantage. Moreover, after these Mamashi were knocked down, they could still rescue each other. And each man-machine could also take medicine to replenish their status. Therefore, Wang Hao and the others always maintained a full staff. The whole hunting process was much easier than Wang Hao expected. He originally thought that he would join the battle because the situation was critical. Although he couldn't shoot, he still had no problem throwing projectiles. However, from beginning to end, he without taking action. Other players did not expect that there were 4 more hidden in his car. So even if they discovered him, they did not take it seriously. As a result, they all died at the gunfire of his human-machine teammates. In this way, Wang Hao led his 3 human-machine teammates all the way to the finals. In the finals, with Wang Hao's precise command, 3 human-machine teammates used grenades to bomb wildly, forming an artificial bombing zone. After killing other players along the way, they only needed to throw objects, especially grenades. Therefore, Wang Hao and the 4 of them now have a large number of grenades in their backpacks. Under the repeated bombardment of 3 human-machine teammates, no player could withstand it. What Wang Hao did was to use the see-through auxiliary function to determine the players of other players, and then give the precise position coordinates of his 3 human-machine teammates and let them throw grenades there. Chapter 278. Let's go separately. Cool. When there were only 4 players left in the audience, Wang Hao stood up and smiled with satisfaction. The last 4 remaining players are Wang Hao and his human-machine teammates. In other words, the only ones left now are our own people. You 3 stand together. Wang Hao took out the grenade from his backpack and smiled maliciously at the 3 human-machine players. The 3 human-machine players obviously didn't know what was about to happen. Under Wang Hao's order, the 3 of them stood together obediently. Then, Wang Hao unplugged the latch on the grenade without hesitation and threw the grenade at the feet of his 3 human-machine teammates. Even though the grenade was approaching, without Wang Hao's order, the 3 man-machine remained motionless and stood there obediently. Boom! There was an explosion, and the 3 human-machine players disappeared. Where they had just stood, there were 3 more boxes with red lights. 1 thunder kills 3. Cool! These 3 elimination numbers are also Wang Hao's final elimination numbers in the entire game. Apart from solving these 3 puppets of his own, Wang Hao has not made any moves in the entire game. Of course, this does not mean that he only scored 3 elimination points. In fact, his elimination points were as high as 23. The extra 20 eliminations were given to him by 3 human-machine teammates. When the human machine kills other players, only the name of the human machine will be displayed. But when the number of eliminations is finally calculated, these elimination numbers will all be counted on Wang Hao's head. I'm so cruel and ungrateful. They helped me kill people, but in the end, I had to kill them with my own hands. Hee hee. Wang Hao laughed as he spoke. His single-row chicken eating rate is already very high. But now that he has the auxiliary function of puppet, it would be an accident if he doesn't eat chicken. Not long after Wang Hao returned to reality, Zhuang Xuer and others were also teleported out one after another. Wang Hao, how was your promotion match? Zhuang Xuer asked. The top 10 are alright, Wang Hao said with a smile. He didn't say that he came first, only that he was in the top 10. After all, the promotion competition was just about getting in the top 10. That's good, Zhuang Xuer said. I'm not as good as you. Although this game didn't end in a box. It didn't add a few points, and didn't kill many people. Me too, Yu Qianing and others said immediately. Everyone is injured, so this result is not surprising. After all, it is very inconvenient for them to move. Although they can avoid falling into a box with their own strength, it is still difficult to break into the finals. They are not Wang Hao. There is no way to find helpers in the game. However, it was able to avoid falling into a box, which was more or less a bonus, and a few people were quite satisfied. As for Wang Hao's results, they didn't ask in detail. When they thought about it, Wang Hao probably found a place to hide. In the end, he was lucky enough to make it into the top 10. As for the number of eliminations, there was no need to think about it. As for the first place, then it's even more impossible. The final circle is full of people. With Wang Hao's limited mobility, there is no way he can stand out. After that, Wang Hao planned to double queue. However, Zhuang Xuer and the others gave up today's double queue because they had a harder time playing in single queue. It was luck that they didn't land in a box. In addition, they exercised strenuously during the game. Moving their wounds may further aggravate the injuries. Therefore, a few people decided to voluntarily give up today's double row and 4 row. Wang Hao could also understand their choice. If it weren't for the auxiliary function of puppet, I'm afraid Wang Hao would have made the same decision. No one else participated in double row or 4-row. So Wang Hao had to participate by himself. He had no fixed teammates and chose to form a random team. Wang Hao's teammate in the double queue was a golden 5th level player. The player was shocked when he saw Wang Hao's hanging left hand. Damn it! Brother. If you're injured, don't enter the virtual battlefield. Aren't you trying to trick people? Wang Hao's teammates looked reproachful. Indeed, a person in a semi-way state like Wang Hao cannot provide any help to his teammates at all. Being matched with such a teammate is really a blow to another person, which is equivalent to being born with one less person. Actually, it's not that I can't fight, Wang Hao said with a smile. It's true that he can't use a rifle very well, but he has no problem with a pistol, and even more with throwing objects. His auxiliary functions such as see-through and self-aiming will not disappear when he is injured. With the help of these auxiliary functions under this situation, the strength that Wang Hao can display will not be worse than that of ordinary players. However, his teammates clearly didn't believe him. You're ready. Are you? Do you think this is a game? Can you operate it with one hand? Wang Hao's teammates said, I'm unlucky if you get matched. Later. Don't follow me when you skydive. Let's fight each other. Everyone. Having one more drag bottle is more dangerous than acting alone. This has been verified by many people and many times. Based on the fact that they did not believe that Wang Hao could still play, Wang Hao's teammates decisively abandoned him. Okay. Wang Hao didn't insist. This is good for everyone. Without his teammates around, it is more convenient for him to control the man machine. Wang Hao originally thought that he would not control the man machine in this round, and would only play support next to his teammates. He has see-through with the self-aiming auxiliary function. It is absolutely no problem to cooperate with teammates to provide assistance, and their final results will not be too bad. However, since his teammates wanted to leave separately, Wang Hao would not insist on it. Soon the two of them got on the plane and marked their jumping points on the map. The distance between the two jumping points was very far, and they were afraid that they might not meet each other for a while. Wang Hao's landing point is still in the jungle. If he stays in the jungle first, collects some supplies, and then controls one or two man machine, Wang Hao will have the confidence to fight to the end. Wang Hao was very lucky in this round. Although there were not many locations in the room, he found 3 grenades and a pistol in a short period of time. As for the rifle, he did not see it, but there was a submachine gun. Even better luck was that Wang Hao soon met the human machine teammate. Naturally, Wang Hao would not refuse the teammate who came to his door, and successfully controlled it. This human machine teammate was more trustworthy than the matched teammates. Because there is only one human machine teammate, Wang Hao is not very confident. He plans to stay in this wild area for a while before going to other places. When he is injured, Wang Hao can be patient and patient. When there are more humans and machines to control, he will indeed be enough. However, just when Wang Hao and his human machine teammates were lying in the room to make ends meet, they heard the roar of a car. Wang Hao's nerves were tense instantly. What made Wang Hao even more nervous was that the car coming from elsewhere actually stopped around this housing area. Chapter 279. Okay. Hey. The doors here are all open. Has anyone searched them? Sure. Be careful. Maybe you haven't left yet. Yeah. 2 players walked out of the parked car. They looked at the door to this housing area was open, and I immediately became alert. Through see-through, Wang Hao could clearly see their every move. The 2 players were very cautious and always stayed close to each other. They did not give anyone the opportunity to defeat each other or to hit and repair in succession. Obviously, the 2 of them should often play together. Yes, they cooperate very well with each other. Seeing the 2 people searching the nearby house and walking towards the house where he was, Wang Hao estimated their speed and pulled out the grenade. At the same time, the man machine pulling out the thunder was not far away from Wang Hao. There seems to be a sound. Yes, I heard it too. It was the sound of thunder. There is someone in this building. To Wang Hao's surprise, the 2 of them quickly stopped and did not rush upstairs again. Although he did not hear their conversation, Wang Hao guessed that his existence might have been exposed. In the chicken-eating game on Earth, expert players are very good at identifying locations by listening to sounds. They can judge the specific locations of other players through their footsteps. On the virtual battlefield, position recognition by listening to sounds still exists, and many experts can still determine the approximate positions of other players through subtle sounds. Pulling out thunder as a sound. No matter how careful Wang Hao was, he couldn't cover up the sound. Sure enough, the next second, Wang Hao also heard the sound of thunder coming from downstairs. The players downstairs want to explore. This made Wang Hao frown. He knew that he had been exposed. But he didn't know whether the two people outside knew his specific location or knew that there were two people in the building. If the two people outside knew their precise location, then the grenade would most likely fly towards them. Thinking of this, Wang Hao did not throw the grenade immediately. Instead, he asked the drone to throw the grenade first, and then immediately jumped from the window. Sure enough, the sudden appearance of the man machine instantly attracted the two players. The two subconsciously looked in the direction of the man machine. However, they held grenades in their hands. This was not an ordinary mobile game, but a mobile game. The grenade can be cancelled even if the latch is pulled out. But this is not feasible in the virtual battlefield. As long as the latch is pulled out, the grenade will explode regardless of whether it is thrown. Therefore, when they saw the man machine, the two players were startled and subconsciously threw away the grenades, and then prepared to take out their guns and hit the man machine. But they didn't notice that when their attention was drawn away by the man machine, there were footsteps coming from upstairs. Wang Hao had already arrived at the window, and threw the grenade out the window. Boom! There was an explosion, which was the sound of a grenade thrown by a man machine exploding. However, he threw it in a hurry, and he was not a real person. Therefore, the accuracy of the grenade was obviously not good, and it did not hit the two players. Boom! Just when the two players breathed a sigh of relief, another explosion sounded. What exploded this time was the grenade thrown by Wang Hao. Because the attention was completely attracted by the man machine, and because Wang Hao condescendingly looked down at their position before throwing the grenade. Wang Hao's grenade was far more accurate than the man machine one. You were blown up by player Wang Hao using a frag grenade. Wang Hao's grenade has done a great job. Two players, one crippled and the other down. Wang Hao and the man machine shot up and down at the same time at the remaining player with residual health. The difference is that the man machine uses a rifle, while Wang Hao uses a pistol. Although it is a pistol, Wang Hao's pistol is not an ordinary pistol. It is a Desert Eagle. The lethality of this pistol at close range is quite strong, coupled with the auxiliary function of self-aiming. It can be said that every bullet fired by Wang Hao accurately hit the remaining health player downstairs. Boom boom! Two explosions were heard, which were the sounds made by the explosion of grenades thrown by the two players downstairs in a hurry. They were too hasty when they threw them. Naturally, these two grenades had no results. With the explosion of the grenade, the remaining player with residual health also fell to the ground in anger, and together with his teammates, turned into a box glowing red. The battle is over. This wave of battle started suddenly and ended very quickly. If Wang Hao was alone, I'm afraid he might die here even if he had clairvoyance. Fortunately, he had a man machine teammate to help cover him, and the two of them cooperated with each other to kill both players. And the price they paid was only the loss of 2/3 of the health of their human-machine teammates. While the man-machine teammates were replenishing their status, Wang Hao came downstairs to lick the bag. To his disappointment, these two players were very poor and did not have any good things in their bags. These two players were probably the same as him. They chose the wild area as their destination. Compared to the urban area, the wild area was naturally poorer. Quite a few. Brother, you can do it. When Wang Hao was disappointed, his teammates' voices came from the team channel. Luckily, Wang Hao replied, this wave of fighting was indeed a fluke. Wang Hao was injured. Without the help of humans and machines, he would have fallen. I guess those two players were too stupid. They actually lost 2 against 1. They were facing a person like you who was seriously injured and lost more than half of his combat effectiveness. Are you not a pure idiot? The individual eventually died under Wang Hao's gun. Wang Hao smiled and did not explain. If I were here, those two people wouldn't even have a chance to draw their guns. Wang Hao's teammates also boasted. That's right. Wang Hao agreed. It's boring to argue for points, but it's nice to have such a talkative teammate. After Wang Hao finished licking the bag, he drove his human and machine teammates to another jungle area, and then continued to separate. In the team channel, he was chatting with his real teammates in various ways, until the 3rd lap. Wang Hao was still in the safe zone. However, as the safety zone shrinks, it becomes increasingly unsafe for him. Other players often drive by from a distance. If Wang Hao was not injured, Wang Hao would have taken action long ago. However, he can only move one hand now. Naturally, I chose to be patient. During this period of time, Wang Hao was not without gains. His human-machine teammate added one more. Wang Hao was already very satisfied with being able to meet two human-machine teammates in one game. As for his real teammates, they are still alive. The two occasionally chatted and kept in touch, but neither of them had any intention of approaching each other. However, things quickly changed. Damn it! Someone is chasing me. Wang Hao, I'm going to your side. Help me cover it. Chapter 280 Attitude Change. Hearing that his teammates were coming, Wang Hao quickly asked his two human-machine teammates to hide in the grass in the distance. This is not a mobile game, and there is no weeding function. As long as the grass is dense enough, players hiding in it cannot be seen from a distance. After the human-machine teammates arrived at Wang Hao's designated location, a bouncy car emitting black smoke appeared in Wang Hao's field of vision, and the driver was his teammate Lei Ming. Obviously, Lei Ming had been shot by the other party while escaping. It is not known whether it was due to Lei Ming's superb driving skills, or the poor shooting skills of the other party in the car. Lei Ming's car was in smoke after being hit, but he was not there. Not much blood was lost. Wang Hao, they are coming. Be prepared. Lei Ming reminded Wang Hao while driving. I know, Wang Hao said. Sure enough, Wang Hao soon saw a car chasing Lei Ming. A man leaned out from the passenger seat of the car and was shooting at Lei Ming. Wang Hao did not rush to shoot, but only fired after the opponent entered within 100 meters. Bang bang bang. Several dull sounds sounded in succession, and Wang Hao fired. The bullets fired from the Desert Eagle went straight to the car. The person in the passenger seat lost most of his health in an instant. At the same time, the driver in the driving position also lost some blood. This self-aiming function is good, but when multiple targets gather together, it is easy to miss the target. Wang Hao originally planned to kill the player in the co-pilot position first to eliminate Lei Ming's danger, but the last shot failed. It hit the driver. The Desert Eagle is very powerful among pistols. Even compared with some rifles, it is not inferior at all, but its ammunition capacity cannot be compared with rifles. Wang Hao quickly emptied the magazine, and he immediately replaced the magazine. Wang Hao did not have the ability to change the magazine with one hand, so he could only use his injured left hand. As a result, the speed of changing the magazine was naturally much slower. At this time, the two players in the car chasing Lei Ming also realized that they had been led into a trap by Lei Ming, and someone was responding to Lei Ming. Holy crap! This kid is so insidious. There's someone in the front room. It must be his teammate. Should we continue to chase, or turn around and leave? Chase! We must chase. There are two of them, and we are two of us. What are we afraid of? But we are not satisfied with the current situation. You only have 1/3 of your health. I am increasing the health. Moreover, they are not satisfied with the driving situation. We are not afraid of them. The two people chasing after each other appeared. There was a slight disagreement, but they quickly reached an agreement and continued to pursue the car. At this time, they were only about 100 meters away from the housing area. With such a short distance, they could drive to the housing area quickly. As long as they are close to the housing area, they can fight at close range without worrying about being swept away. However, just as they were about to arrive at the housing area, Wang Hao had already replaced the magazine and appeared at the window again. That guy is out again. I'll deal with him first. The player in the co-pilot seat also saw Wang Hao through the window. Thinking that he had just been beaten by Wang Hao, he felt quite annoyed. Lei Ming ignored his background and directly aimed at Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao's movements were faster than him. Bang bang bang. Several gunshots rang out, and each bullet accurately hit the player in the co-pilot position. One of them hit the head. The player in the co-pilot position was not full of health. After being hit by several shots in a row, he was immediately knocked off the car by Wang Hao and fell to his knees on the ground. Of course, he also fired a few shots before he was swept out of the car. However, his shooting skills in the fast-moving car were really average. The bullets he fired only hit the walls around Wang Hao. Wang Hao himself was shot. Didn't get hit either. Holy crap! His marksmanship is so accurate. I saw it. He used a pistol. This guy is so crazy. Kill him. Don't be afraid of him. The player who was kicked out of the car by Wang Hao was in. He urged his teammates in the team channel. However, his teammates were a little panicked. Wang Hao's accuracy in shooting really scared him. You know, he drove very slowly, which also caused his teammates to drive less accurately in the car. High, but relatively difficult for others to shoot them. But Wang Hao was actually able to hit the target with a gun. And he used a pistol. The accuracy of this marksmanship is frighteningly high. Subconsciously, The driver dialed the steering wheel to get away from Wang Hao. Whether it was to escape directly or go around to the other side of the house, it was better than facing Wang Hao's gun directly. Wang Hao, on the other hand, took advantage of his detour to change the magazine again, and then fired immediately without aiming. Bang, bang, bang. Several more gunshots rang out, and the remaining players had not yet walked out of the 100-meter range. Wang Hao was hit again. This guy had been shot before. He had been driving, and had no time to replenish his health. Therefore, his condition is also dissatisfied. Now, he was shot several times in a row. He didn't even have a chance to stop. And his health was empty directly. He fell from the car and turned into a red glowing box the moment he landed. The car they drove forward for more than 10 meters under the influence of inertia, and then slowly stopped. Holy crap! Are you so perverted? While Wang Hao was killing the remaining player, Lei Ming went up to the second floor and appeared next to Wang Hao. He went upstairs with the intention of recuperating his health first before preparing for a hand-to-hand battle. However, he did not expect that the two men chasing him were thrown to the ground by Wang Hao before they even arrived at the room. They became two men. Box. Looking at the Desert Eagle in Wang Hao's hand, Lei Ming was even more shocked. Wang Hao actually killed two players with full status with a pistol. Moreover, these two players are still in a fast-moving car. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lei Ming would never believe such a thing. It was too outrageous. I saved you. And you're just scolding your savior like this? Wang Hao smiled and waved his arms. The power of the Desert Eagle is great, but its recoil is also great. Even a strong man has to hold the gun tightly with both hands when using it. But Wang Hao's left hand was injured and he couldn't do it. Therefore, he always held the gun with his right hand and fired. The huge recoil made his shoulders numb. This means that Wang Hao had taken the second-level strength potion. If it had been before, it would not have been impossible for his shoulder to be dislocated due to the shock. I'm not scolding you. I'm complimenting you. Lei Ming said quickly. Wang Hao, your marksmanship is too good, isn't it? How did you get it? Can you teach me? This guy's attitude changed a lot. Duh. At first, he looked down on Wang Hao, but now he admires Wang Hao very much. Chapter 281 Cooperation. Just keep practicing your spear every day. There are no shortcuts. Wang Hao sat down leaning against the wall and talked to Lei Ming casually. So simple? Lei Ming obviously didn't believe it. You should be more talented than us. I have seen many people who insist on practicing guns every day. Their marksmanship is not as good as yours. Talent determines the upper limit, and hard work determines the lower limit. He is definitely very talented in this area. Lei Ming looked convinced of his point of view. Maybe? Wang Hao was non-committal. You are also very strong. Lei Ming said, you shot the Desert Eagle with one hand and fired so many shots in succession. If it had been anyone else, your shoulder would have been completely useless. You act like nothing is wrong. It's really admirable. Wang Hao smiled. His arm was not broken, but it was still sore at this time. Brother, you are so strong with just one hand. How much better are you when you are not injured? Lei Ming sat down next to Wang Hao with admiration on his face. He was really impressed by Wang Hao's performance. When he saw Wang Hao come to the virtual battlefield with one hand disabled before, he took it for granted that Wang Hao was fooling around and cheating his teammates. Now he realized that Wang Hao had the confidence to dare to do this. Even if it was with only one hand to use, his fighting power is greater than that of many people. Absolutely so, Wang Hao said. I have never played against the masters, so I don't know what level I am at. You are definitely the top level, Lei Ming said with certainty. I am already in the gold rank. I have been around for a year, and I have met many platinum level masters, and even met those at the star diamond level. But I feel that you are better than them. You only saw me firing a few shots. Or a pistol. You know I'm better than them? Wang Hao said with a smile. You know the subtleties, Lei Ming said. The smaller the aspect, the better it reflects a person's level. If you are so good at pistols, you are definitely not bad at using rifles and submachine guns. Good taste. Wang Hao smiled and said, however, you have been in the golden rank for a year. Your improvement is too slow. Right? Do you think everyone can compare with you? Lei Ming said. Most of them, the ranks of the survivors are all at the gold level, which is why the recruitment threshold for the regular army is stuck at the gold level. It is very difficult to upgrade from the gold level to the platinum level. I am pretty good here. I have met many people. After staying in the gold rank for more than 10 years, he even fell to the silver rank in the middle. Wang Hao was secretly stunned after hearing this. But it's normal to think about it. When you reach the gold level, there are basically no players who are too novice or too novice. Everyone has basic common sense and basic marksmanship. Everyone has similar strength. This kind of game where everyone has similar strength is the most difficult. Fighting. It is difficult to survive to the end. Secondly, the higher the rank, the fewer points will be added for each game won. When Wang Hao was in the bronze tier, it was normal to add 40 or 50 points to a game. However, when he reached the silver tier, especially after silver 1, it was already difficult to add 30 points to a game even for chicken. Well, it must be more difficult to increase points after reaching the gold rank. Furthermore, there are the perverted promotion rules of the virtual battlefield. The existence of the promotion competition makes it more difficult for players to improve their ranks. It will undoubtedly be more difficult to reach the platinum level. Therefore, the rank of most survivors will be stuck in the gold rank. Of course, there are many, or even more, below the gold rank. But there are only a few people above the gold rank. And those who can reach the platinum level are already okay. He is called a master. What rank are you in now? Lei Ming asked. If you play double row, you'll be ranked first in silver. Wang Hao said. If nothing else happens, you should be able to play in the promotion match tomorrow. I advise you to wait until your injury recovers before playing in the promotion match. Lei Ming advised, although you are very strong. But the difficulty of the promotion competition is higher than that of ordinary games. In the promotion competition to reach the gold rank, your opponents are all gold level, or even higher. If you only use one hand, it will be difficult. Wang Hao nodded and didn't say anything. He was going to see how his injury was recovering tomorrow. From his point of view, the sooner he could play in the promotion match, the better. After all, he had to play 3 games in the promotion match, not just in one day. After completing the promotion match, you can continue to increase your rank points. You take a rest here. I'll go down and lick the bags. Lei Ming suddenly remembered that there were 2 boxes outside that he hadn't licked yet. And he immediately had an idea. Do you lack anything? I can help you bring it. Grenade and smoke bombs. Wang Hao said, I don't plan to use the gun anymore. Although he successfully killed 2 players in the battle, Wang Hao's arm is also very sore. He only has one now. You can use your hand, but you can't use this good hand anymore. It will be very inconvenient whether you are playing games or hunting mutant beasts and zombies. Okay. Lei Ming nodded. Afterwards, Lei Ming went to lick the bag. This guy was very cautious. He threw a smoke bomb before licking the bag, fearing that someone would attack him. Wang Hao's perspective auxiliary function was always observing the surrounding situation. There were 200 people around him. There are no other players within meters. However, Wang Hao did not remind Lei Ming. Even if he said it, Lei Ming might not believe it. Moreover, stealing cigarettes and licking the bag is a good habit. Lei Ming should have developed this habit. And there was no need for Wang Hao to let him break this habit. Soon Lei Ming came back. And Wang Hao noticed that the gun on his back had been changed. Obviously, he had gained something from this licking. Here, a total of 6 grenades and 5 smoke bombs. Lei Ming handed both the grenades and smoke bombs to Wang Hao. Wang Hao took it and put it in his bag. The 2 of them did not rush into the circle, but stayed in this room area. To Wang Hao's surprise, the 2 man-machine machines were always safe. Although other players occasionally passed by them, they were not discovered. Wang Hao did not let them do anything. Without his cooperation, the number of people did not count. With an advantage, when 2 human-machine players compete with 2 real players, there is almost no chance of winning. Even with Wang Hao's command, it would be difficult to change this situation. It was not until the 6th lap was refreshed that Wang Hao and Lei Ming left the housing area. At this time, the housing area was no longer within the circle, and running laps was necessary. The 6th circle was already very small, and Wang Hao and the others could often hear gunshots coming from all directions. The 2 of them chose to keep their differences, so they had no intention of trying to break up the fight. They found a place with thicker grass and continued to keep their differences. The place where they were was not too far away from the 2 humans and machines. This was also the result of Wang Hao's deliberate choice. Chapter 282 Save Your Life. How to fight? Lei Ming asked Wang Hao subconsciously. It is now the 6th circle. The area of this circle is already very small. It will not be okay if we don't fight. However, Lei Ming did not have much confidence in his marksmanship. As for Wang Hao, he had not fired again since he helped him block the 2 pursuers. You use the gun. I use the grenade. Wang Hao said concisely and clearly. Can it be done? It can be done. Lei Ming nodded. In fact, they have no other choice at this time. They can't surrender and lose half of it. Right? It's now time. And it's impossible not to fight. At this moment, two players appeared in the field of vision, and Lei Ming shot at them without any explanation. The two people were changing points and were suddenly attacked. It was not too surprising. After all, the circle was not big in the first place, and there were players everywhere. It was normal for them to be attacked. After the two were attacked, not only were they not afraid, they actually drove straight to Wang Hao and the others. This is to prepare to eat Wang Hao and Lei Ming and occupy their positions. The gun in Lei Ming's hand fired harder. However, at this moment, gunfire suddenly came from the side, and another group of players came towards this side. They were probably preparing to break up the fight, and they took the lead in attacking Wang Hao and Lei Ming. Being attacked from both sides, Wang Hao and Lei Ming's situation suddenly became difficult, especially since Wang Hao could not shoot, and Lei Ming was the only one fighting. It was even more difficult to hold on. Lei Ming even prepared boxes of them. Soon, another burst of gunfire rang out. Lei Ming was stunned for a moment, and then said angrily, "Are we too so hated by others? Why are they all shooting at us?" The gunshot was very close to the two of them. Lei Ming said angrily. Ming subconsciously thought that the gunfire was also aimed at them. "They're not attacking us. They're attacking the team next to them." Wang Hao said solemnly, "You focus on attacking the two people driving up in front of you." Lei Ming was stunned for a moment before he realized what the last gunshot sounded. It was indeed not directed at them, but actually directed at the team next to them. After that team of players was attacked, they suspended the attack on him and Wang Hao, probably to avoid the attack. As a result, the pressure on Wang Hao and Lei Ming dropped drastically. Lei Ming immediately concentrated on shooting the two people who drove up. As for Wang Hao, he was not idle either. He already had a grenade in his hand. Although Wang Hao does not have the auxiliary function of grenades, he uses grenades multiple times in almost every game, often with the help of the perspective auxiliary function. Therefore, Wang Hao has quite a lot of experience in the use of grenades. His grenade accuracy and timing are superior to many others. Duh. Gunshots kept ringing out. In addition to Wang Hao and the others, gunshots also kept coming from other places. The entire safe zone was in chaos. No one could guarantee that they were absolutely safe. Wang Hao and Lei Ming had no intention of caring about other people at this time. Their first goal was to deal with the two people rushing in front of them. In the exchange of guns, Lei Ming did not knock down anyone, but it also caused a loss of their health. Even the car they were sitting in started to emit black smoke. At the same time, Lei Ming himself was also hit. After 2 shots, the health volume was reduced by about half. At this time, the car had already driven not far in front of Wang Hao and Lei Ming. Lei Ming suddenly became nervous. Now he and the opponent are in a one-on-one situation. One of the other party's people wants to drive. Wang Hao on his side has temporarily lost his fighting ability, which has resulted in a one-on-one situation between the two sides. But once the car gets close, the other party will inevitably stop, and the player in the driver's seat will inevitably get out of the car. At that time, he will face a one-on-two situation. Once that situation arises, he will probably hate it. Just when Lei Ming was worried about his fate, he noticed a black dot flying out from the corner of his eye. Lei Ming's attention was focused on the two players in front, so he didn't realize what the black spots he saw were for a while. It wasn't until there was an explosion that Lei Ming realized that the black dots were grenades. Your teammate Wang Hao used a fragmentation grenade to kill the player Moda. Your teammate Wang Hao used a fragmentation grenade to kill the player Yujin. For *2, the system prompt came immediately. Lei Ming first said he was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Damn it! Wang Hao, you are awesome. Kill 2 with 1 thunder. Lei Ming looked at Wang Hao excitedly, with a kind of ecstasy on his face that he had survived a disaster. Good luck. Wang Hao smiled and said, let's not talk about this for now. There are 2 more nearby. Let's deal with them first. It's not 2. It's 4. Lei Ming corrected. Wang Hao did not refute. Of course. Nor did he agree. In fact, there are only 2 threats next to them. The other 2 are human machine players. They were the ones who helped block the attack just now. Of course, this was done in accordance with Wang Hao's orders. Lei Ming didn't know about this situation, but under Wang Hao's deliberate guidance, he did not attack the 2 human machines, but launched an attack on the 2 real players next to him. The gunshots rang out fiercely again. And there was no threat from the front. Lei Ming let go of his hands and feet and fought vigorously. But with little effect. Their position here was not very good. But there was a slope in front of the two people on the opposite side. Cover and use. Wang Hao was not in a hurry to help, but secretly directed the two men and machines to retreat. And while the two players were fighting with Lei Ming, he suddenly launched an attack from the side. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Gunshots suddenly rang out. The two players were still focused on fighting with Lei Ming. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly appear from the side? You know, they were lined up just now. And there was no one on the side. The two people were a little confused by the sudden attack. They were originally dissatisfied, but they didn't even find the specific location of the person who attacked them. And they became two boxes. Damn it! Someone took advantage of me. Lei Ming quickly noticed the changes behind the slope and muttered unhappily. Wang Hao smiled and said, if you were picked up, just pick it up. Just guarantee your life. That's all I can think about. The two moved a little distance and found a better position. As for that, the two humans and machines lurked again after killing the two players. With Wang Hao's see-through auxiliary function, they could avoid other players in time. In this way, Wang Hao cooperated with Lei Ming and secretly commanded the two men and machines. The two sides coordinated, and they had a great advantage in numbers, and took a lot of advantage in this circle. When the seventh circle appeared, everyone knew that the battle had reached its final stage. Chapter 283. Another bullet. Good luck. Holy crap. Holy crap. Number 1. It's really number 1. When he saw those 4 golden characters, Lei Ming was so excited that he couldn't help but Wang Hao, on the other hand, seemed much calmer. After all, eating chicken, it wasn't anything particularly surprising to him. Isn't it just that I won first place? Do I need to be so excited? Wang Hao said. What does it mean to get first place? Lei Ming looked at Wang Hao and said, do you know how difficult it is to get first place? I haven't won first place for more than 3 months. All 3 modes are included. Now that I have won the first place, how can I not be excited? When Lei Ming said this, Wang Hao immediately understood why he was so excited. Looking at you acting so calmly, could it be that you often take first place? Lei Ming looked at Wang Hao suspiciously and said, he was quite convinced of Wang Hao's ability. Although Wang Hao didn't have many opportunities to perform in the whole game, from some small details, he could still see that Wang Hao had a solid foundation, and his strength was higher than that of Wang Hao. High, not low. However, if you want to get the first place in this virtual battlefield, in addition to strength, luck is also very important. If you are not lucky, you may be matched with only masters, or your luck in the circle will be extremely poor, and you may not be lucky enough, or where to jump, where supplies are scarce. And what's more, people who are unlucky have a high probability of being killed while walking in the bombing zone. In short, luck affects every aspect of the game. Whether you can get first place or not, luck is very important. The quality of luck is not determined by the player, and has nothing to do with the level of strength. Therefore, Lei Ming admits that Wang Hao is stronger than him, but does not think that Wang Hao can always be first. It's not bad. I can get at least one every day, Wang Hao said. Just brag. Lei Ming obviously didn't believe Wang Hao's words. No matter how powerful a player is, it is impossible to guarantee that he will get at least one first place every day. The probability is too high. If such a person really existed, it would be simply terrifying. However, what he didn't know was that what Wang Hao said was true. In today's single-row games, Wang Hao can basically take the first place. Although it cannot be said to be 100% in double-row and 4-row games, the probability is not low. Especially when playing in duo queue with Zhuang Shuer, the probability of getting first place is higher. Seeing that Lei Ming didn't believe it, Wang Hao didn't explain, go touch the airdrop box. Lei Ming didn't think about what Wang Hao said anymore. He grinned when he saw the airdrop box not far away. Seeing Lei Ming swaggering towards the airdrop box, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile on his face. Wang Hao was also in a good mood. Not because he had eaten chicken. Eating chicken was really not a surprise to him. He was happy because he was now more and more comfortable controlling humans and machines. With the addition of humans and machines, with the help of his teammates, his probability of winning the chicken in the 3 modes will not be low in the future. Although Wang Hao will basically not let the robot appear in front of his teammates in double row and 4-row. But like the game that just ended, and there is no problem in secretly assisting and cooperating. In the game that just ended, Wang Hao's role was relatively limited. Lei Ming was not Zhuang Shuer, and he would not trust Wang Hao 100%. Wang Hao was not so easy to command, and the opponent could not quickly understand his intentions. Therefore, Wang Hao focused on commanding the two humans and machines, letting them secretly assist Lei Ming, and distract other players by attacking more and less. This gave Wang Hao and the others a lot of advantages, and successfully survived to the end. When the last 4 players arrived, Wang Hao used a grenade to blow up the 2 human machine players. This surprised Lei Ming for a while. After all, he didn't even know where the 2 remaining players were at that time. But Wang Hao had already found out. He killed them, and also took them away with a grenade. This made Lei Ming, who originally thought there would be a hard battle, a little confused. He did not expect that the final decisive battle ended so suddenly and quickly. After one game, Wang Hao has a better understanding of commanding the machine. After all, there is not much he can do in this game, so he can just command man-machine battles with peace of mind. This is also his biggest gain in this game. Even if he failed to eat chicken in the end, Wang Hao was already very satisfied with this harvest. What's the matter? Looking like frost beating an eggplant? Wang Hao, who had come back to his senses, couldn't help but feel a little strange when he saw Lei Ming walking back slowly. I finally got the first place, but I only got bullets, Lei Ming said angrily. 2,000 bullets. Apart from this, there is nothing. 2,000 bullets is a lot. Wang Hao laughed. The most indispensable thing on the market now is bullets, Lei Ming said. In the exchange mall, the price of bullets has been falling. These things are just cabbage on the roadside. You can get as many as you want. You tell me, I will open them from the airdrop box. How can you be happy with something like this? Wang Hao smiled and said, it's better than nothing. Just be satisfied. Wang Hao could understand Lei Ming's mood. It's rare that he hasn't eaten chicken in several months. After eating chicken once, I naturally had great expectations for the airdrop box. As a result, all my expectations were dashed the moment I saw the bullets. Although 2,000 bullets are indeed a lot, with the number of bullets currently on the market judging from the price, these 2,000 rounds of ammunition are not really a good reward. No wonder Lei Ming is so angry. What else can I do if I'm not satisfied? Can I touch it again? Lei Ming said helplessly. The virtual battlefield will not give him another chance to touch it. If he goes back and touches it now, he will only touch air. He only has one chance to touch the airdrop box in the chicken game. Stop talking about me. Go and touch it, Lei Ming urged. I guess what you touch should be bullets. I have long heard that the probability of bullets being produced in airdrop boxes is very high. Now this is confirmed. Lei Ming is not optimistic about Wang Hao touching the airdrop box. During this period, the probability of bullets being produced in the airdrop box is too high. Many people have begun to complain about this. Is there any problem? Few people speculate that after this period of time, when the price of bullets in the exchange mall drops to a stable level, the probability of bullets appearing in the airdrop box will be greatly reduced. However, that is for the future and is just a guess. If you touch it now, there is a high probability that it will still be a bullet. Wang Hao smiled and put his hand into the airdrop box. He actually didn't have high hopes. In the past few days, the probability of finding bullets when he touched the airdrop box was quite high. Even if he touched it again this time, bullets are nothing strange. However, when Wang Hao took out his hand, he knew that both he and Lei Ming had guessed wrong. Chapter 284 Acting Alone. What is this? Lei Ming walked over curiously and asked. Although I couldn't see clearly what the object in Wang Hao's hand was, it was definitely not a bullet. Cannon! Wang Hao said. Cannon? Lei Ming looked at the palm-sized model in Wang Hao's hand. In the airdrop boxes of the virtual battlefield, there are all kinds of strange things, including clothes, tableware, shoes, etc., especially in low-rank airdrop boxes. The probability of such junk is higher. As for the release of models, there is nothing surprising. Are you worse off than me? You only opened one model, Lei Ming said with a smile. Obviously, the cannon in Lei Ming Deng Wang Hao's hands was just a model. Although the bullets are not very valuable, they are much better than the models. The models are of no use other than looking at them. Lei Ming's originally angry mood suddenly improved a lot. Wang Hao smiled and didn't explain much. This is not a model. This is a real cannon. However, this cannon needs Wang Hao to select a location to place it. And once placed, it cannot be moved. Before being placed, it will look like this model. Lei Ming was just a passerby teammate Wang Hao met. Naturally, Wang Hao wouldn't explain too much to him. There was no need. After the two said a simple goodbye, They returned to the real world. When Wang Hao returned to the real world, everyone else around him had already gone to rest. They were not going to participate in double row and quadruple row today, so going to rest early would help them recover better. Wang Hao continued with the fourth row, with the auxiliary function. Even if he is injured, he is not without combat effectiveness on the virtual battlefield. After entering the virtual battlefield again, Wang Hao also saw several of his teammates. Unsurprisingly, Wang Hao was disliked again. Wang Hao could understand this situation. After all, no one wanted his team to start. Just one less combat capability. Wang Hao didn't explain too much, and he pretended that he didn't hear their complaints. If possible, Wang Hao would like to play Solo 4. But unfortunately, after the virtual battlefield update, Solo 4 is no longer allowed. Double rows and 4 rows must form a team to enter the virtual battlefield. Perhaps, this is also a virtual battlefield. Once again emphasizes the importance of teamwork. Because of being disliked, when Wang Hao chose to leave the main force and act alone, the other three did not object. They did not expect Wang Hao to provide any help in this round. It would be better for Wang Hao not to go with them. Otherwise, they would one more burden. Wang Hao still started in the jungle. After searching for supplies, he patiently waited for the man and machine to arrive. The system didn't let him wait long, and soon a personal computer appeared in Wang Hao's field of vision with a unique step. Wang Hao naturalized it without hesitation and started on the right path. With a man and machine in danger, Wang Hao still did not leave the wild area and was still hiding there. As for the man and machine, they squatted not far from him, and the two of them stared at the stairs. When Wang Hao was in trouble, 3 of his teammates had already clashed with other players. After the 3 players died one after another, they did the same thing after their deaths, which was to complain about Wang Hao. They did not think that the death was caused by their poor technical skills, nor did they think that they might not have cooperated well enough with each other. They only thought that Wang Hao was gone, and they were one less person. Wang Hao made their team inherently inferior to others. For some, this difference is not only a difference in strength, but also has a psychological impact. After all, when everyone is about the same strength and the number is at a disadvantage, the impact will be huge. Even though the 3 of them were in a state of nothingness, they kept complaining about Wang Hao, blaming Wang Hao for coming to play games even when he was injured. This was harming others and themselves. At first Wang Hao could not care less, but the 3 people's words became more and more unpleasant, and he couldn't bear it anymore. Even if I only have one hand, I can still fight better than you. After saying that, Wang Hao blocked the 3 of them directly, and his ears were instantly clear, without the noise from his 3 teammates. Wang Hao continued to settle down. Later, he controlled the 2nd and 3rd robots, which allowed his team to gradually grow. Although this is a 4th row, all of his teammates are dead, and they have no ability to watch the battle. Therefore, Wang Hao does not need to avoid anything and directs the man-machine formation. Although he has 3 less real teammates, he has more. Compared with the 3 human-machine teammates, Wang Hao prefers these 3 human-machine teammates. Although their strength is somewhat inferior, they are better at being obedient, which is the most important thing. With 3 human-machine teammates, Wang Hao feels more at ease. Speaking of which, Wang Hao's luck was pretty good in this round. Usually it would be good to meet only 1 man-machine. However, he actually met 3 in this round. Wang Hao was wondering whether 3 of his teammates would die too quickly. The other man-machine originally planned to be assigned to the 3 of them was assigned to his side. Of course, this is just Wang Hao's random imagination out of boredom. Although he had 3 human-machine teammates, Wang Hao still did not take the initiative. He still chose to settle for points. His goal in this round was to win the game with just a margin. As for the elimination points, he did not insist on it. Of course, choosing to be divided does not mean that Wang Hao has no strength to fight. On the way to be divided, 2 unlucky guys entered his room. The result was that neither of these 2 unlucky guys could see clearly what was inside the room. In this situation, Wang Hao and his 3 human-machine puppets, who were well prepared, concentrated their fire in seconds. Naturally, Wang Hao couldn't refuse this kind of head that was brought to his door. Apart from this small episode, Wang Hao's journey to gain points was quite dull, even boring. Until the finals, he went smoothly and safely. When it comes to the finals, it is naturally impossible to continue to keep the score. However, Wang Hao has 3 bodyguards and a lot of grenades in his bag. In the end, Wang Hao has the assistance of perspective, stealth, and even clone. With the help of the function, He succeeded in eating chicken. Of course, the help of the 3 puppets was also indispensable. And Wang Hao's way of repaying them was to blow them all up. When Wang Hao's 3 teammates slowly fell from the sky, Wang Hao could see the expressions of surprise, disbelief, and embarrassment on their faces. The mixture of many expressions made their expressions very strange. Obviously, they did not expect that Wang Hao, a semi-disabled person, could actually get the first place. You know, even if all of them are healthy, it is difficult to get the first place. Not to mention that Wang Hao has suffered hurt. Wang Hao ignored them. After touching the airdrop box, he stood aside and waited for the game to end and be teleported out. What's the air? It's just good luck. I don't know who muttered. Wang Hao naturally didn't know what he said, because until now, Wang Hao was still blocking his 3 teammates. Chapter 285: The Puppet's Contribution. After the 3 teammates touched the airdrop box, Wang Hao was teleported back to the real world. As for the joyful expressions on the faces of the 3 teammates before being teleported, Wang Hao ignored them. Judging from their hesitant and embarrassed expressions at the end, they seemed to want to add themselves as friends. And Wang Hao pretended not to see it. After returning to reality, Wang Hao played with the cannon he obtained during the Turo game. This thing is a good thing, Wang Hao said to himself while playing with it. It's a pity that once it is placed, it cannot be moved. It can only be used for defense and cannot be carried around. Wang Hao originally wanted to sell this thing to Wu Haomiao. Presumably, he would be willing to pay a high price to buy this thing. But after thinking about it for a while, Wang Hao gave up the idea and decided not to sell it for the time being. Anyway, you can sell this thing anytime. Why not keep it in case you need it sometime? With the decision made, Wang Hao put it into his backpack. There are a lot of things in Wang Hao's backpack: cannon models, wormhole device makers, proficiency bonus cards, genetic potions, etc. These things are all treasures, and Wang Hao can't just put them in the basement of the station or where he lives. If it is lost, he will suffer great losses. It would be great if the team warehouse was opened, Wang Hao said to himself. In the daytime battle, although everyone in their Chi Feng team was injured, the harvest was not small. Everyone earned a lot of redemption points. At the same time, the team also accumulated a lot of points. Wang Hao's Chi Feng team already upgraded to level 4. Starting from level 5, the team will gradually open some additional functions. For example, at level 5, you can open the mall redemption function. This mall is the exchange mall building in the city center. However, once the team reaches level 5, team members can no longer use it. Go to the building to exchange materials on site, and you can connect to the mall building to exchange materials anytime and anywhere. At the same time, after the team level is high, the team warehouse can also be opened to store team materials. However, Wang Hao does not know at which level the team warehouse can be opened. In addition, team upgrades will become more and more difficult as the team level gets higher and higher. It takes 5,000 points to upgrade from level 3 to level 4, and 10,000 points are needed to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. From now on, each level up will require a lot of points. Fortunately, everyone in Wang Hao's team is strong, and Wang Hao has been committed to improving the combat capabilities of the entire team. Therefore, the team's upgrade is not far away. Let's upgrade the team to level 5 first, Wang Hao said to himself. Suddenly, Wang Hao had a thought and glanced at his redemption point, 889. Just when Wang Hao checked his redemption point, another redemption point was added, 890. Wang Hao instantly beamed. In addition to the redemption points I earned from the virtual battlefield, I earned an additional 132 redemption points during this period. Naturally, these 132 exchange points were not added out of thin air, but were contributed by his 2 puppets. Under Wang Hao's instructions, the 2 puppets have converged at one place. At this time, these 2 puppets are outside the city. They are hunting mutant beasts and zombies according to Wang Hao's orders. These 2 puppets, one is a level 3 zombie, and the other is a level 6 flying mutant beast. When they are united together, their combat effectiveness is still very strong, and the efficiency of hunting mutant beasts and zombies is still very high. After all, Wang Hao had only just returned from the slums, and he had already earned more than 100 exchange points, so his efficiency was not low. However, Wang Hao is not without worries. He is also afraid that his 2 puppets will encounter high-level zombies or mutant beasts. In that case, they will still be more dangerous. We need to control more puppets, Wang Hao thought secretly in his heart. Controlling more puppets will not only enhance the strength of the puppet team, and improve their efficiency in hunting mutant beasts and zombies, but also better protect their safety. Wang Hao does not want the puppets he has worked so hard to control to die. However, there is no need to rush this matter. After all, his puppet auxiliary function is only at the first level. He can only control one puppet a day, and the number is limited. It is useless for Wang Hao to rush unless he upgrades this auxiliary function. Wang Hao doesn't have enough redemption points to upgrade this auxiliary function yet. Since the quantity is limited, Wang Hao can only think of ways to deal with quality. After sorting out his thoughts, Wang Hao returned to his residence to rest. The next day, Wang Hao drove to the slums alone. As for Zhuang Shuer and others, Wang Hao asked them to have a good rest today, especially Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong, the two most seriously injured and in urgent need of rest. Hunting mutant beasts and zombies, there is no need to rush into this matter. Whether it is in Silver Light City or in the wild, there are a large number of zombies and mutant beasts, and there will be many opportunities to hunt them in the future. Wang Hao actually wanted to take a day off, but thinking about the auxiliary function of puppet, he could only control one zombie or mutant beast in a day. It would be a pity if it was wasted like this. So Wang Hao went to the slums with his injuries. When we arrived at the slums, we were still greeted by countless zombies and mutated beasts, wandering aimlessly on the streets with dull eyes and dull faces. Judging from the previous turmoil, these zombies and mutated beasts acted with plan and purpose. But now these zombies have become so sluggish. The change before and after is quite big. Perhaps the intelligent creatures that originally commanded them have already evacuated Silver Light City, and the previous battle that ambushed the major legions was their last battle here. This is not impossible. After all, with the help of neighing, mutant beasts and zombies have occupied several large cities in China, and they have already established a foothold. Secondly, after those cities were breached, a large number of survivors escaped from those cities. And those who escaped the survivors, their first choice is these three cities that have not been attacked by zombies and mutant beasts. Therefore, the three big cities, including Silver Light City, that have not been attacked by mutant beasts and zombies gathered here, there will only be more and more survivors, and it will undoubtedly become very difficult to break through these three big cities. The commanders behind these zombies and mutant beasts should also be aware of this, and have no intention of fighting the survivors here. Spend it, and evacuate this place is a very wise choice. As for these low-level zombies and mutant beasts, they have become victims. For those intelligent creatures, there are countless zombies and mutant beasts throughout China. Losing some has no impact. For them, the most important thing is they are high-level zombies and mutant beasts. As long as these mutant beasts and zombies are protected, their strength can be preserved. Chapter 286 Mutated Beast Big Black Bear. It is for this possible reason that Wang Hao wandered around the slums for a long time, and saw countless low-level zombies and mutant beasts with dull eyes, but not a single high-level zombie or mutant beast. Wang Hao is naturally not willing to only control low-level mutant beasts and zombies. He can only control one zombie or mutant beast every day. Wang Hao is not willing to use his quota on low-level zombies and mutant beasts. Therefore, Wang Hao was not eager to use this auxiliary function, but was still looking for it. Find high-level zombies and mutant beasts. Finally, after searching for more than an hour, Wang Hao found his target, a very strong-looking black bear. This black bear is banging its head against the wall. In front of it is a 3-story building. I don't know why it doesn't like this building, so it bangs its head against it. The wall on the first floor has been hit by it. A big hole came out, but this guy still didn't stop hitting. Ordinary survivors have no way to identify the level of zombies or mutant beasts. However, the official statistics of zombies and mutant beasts are kept. They have relatively detailed information, which records the various zombies and mutants they have encountered. Beasts determine their level based on what is known about them. However, that information is in the hands of the authorities, so ordinary survivors have no way of knowing it. Wang Hao can only roughly judge the levels of mutant beasts and zombies through their behaviors. There are obvious differences in movements and expressions between low-level zombies and mutant beasts and high-level mutant beasts and zombies. Low-level zombies and mutant beasts usually have dull eyes, dull expressions, and slow movements, while high-level zombies and mutant beasts usually have dull eyes, dull expressions, and slow movements. The expressions of the higher-level mutant beasts and zombies are much richer, and the lag in their movements is not serious. According to Wang Hao's judgment, this black bear should be a mutant beast of level 3 or above. Mutated beasts and zombies of level 3 or above already have the value of controlling them, now that he has encountered them. Wang Hao will naturally not miss them. The level of this black bear is not low. It is naturally not easy for Wang Hao's first-level puppet auxiliary function to control it smoothly. Fortunately, Wang Hao found a good position without worrying about being discovered by it. And then slowly use the puppet auxiliary function slowly and again and again. If it doesn't work once, do it twice. If it doesn't work twice, do it 3 times. Wang Hao used this auxiliary function over and over again. And finally, after more than 20 minutes, the progress bar was successfully filled. Black Bear, who was still banging his head against the wall, became another puppet of Wang Hao. It's actually a level 4 mutant beast. Looking at the information on the smart bracelet, Wang Hao was surprised and happy. He originally thought that this mutant beast was probably only a level 3 mutant. But he didn't expect that it was actually a level 4 mutant beast. Wang Hao directed the mutant beast to come to his side. Looking at this big black bear that was over 2 meters long, Wang Hao was quite satisfied. Try your fighting ability. Wang Hao ordered the big black bear to walk towards a group of zombies not far ahead. There were about 20 or 30 zombies in that group. Their movements were slow and their eyes were dull. They were obviously just low-level zombies. After receiving Wang Hao's order, the big black bear walked towards the group of zombies without hesitation. The group of zombies did not realize that the mutated beast had rebellion, and they did not react at all to the approach of the big black bear. Snapped. The big black bear stood up like a human, and then slapped the zombie in front of it on the head. The huge bear paw came with huge force, and the zombie was knocked to the ground without any defense. The big black bear was unyielding, and changed from standing to crawling. It stepped hard on the zombie's head with its front paws. With such huge force, it actually crushed the zombie's head. Wang Hao opened his mouth in surprise when he saw this scene. This is too violent and bloody, isn't it? Wang Hao muttered to himself. In terms of overall strength, this big black bear can't compare to the flying mutant beast before. But if it's just a competition of strength, the big black bear will definitely win. This big black bear is so powerful. The strength of bears is not small. Wang Hao suspects that this big black bear has improved in strength when it mutated. Its strength is even greater than that of ordinary black bears. This is naturally a good thing for Wang Hao, which means that he has another powerful assistant. When the big black bear trampled the zombie to death, the other zombies around him didn't react at all. Their dull heads couldn't understand what was happening. They were only hostile to human survivors. And the big black bear was a mutated beast. As they are the same kind, they will naturally not attack the big black bear. So, under Wang Hao's order, the big black bear started the massacre mode. The 20 or 30 zombies in front of him died under its palms one by one. The way the big black bear killed these zombies was very simple. Either by shooting, either step on it. However, although the method is simple, it is also very effective. Who makes it powerful? These low-level zombies are not its opponents at all. And they don't even have the power to fight back in front of it. As zombies were killed one by one, Wang Hao's redemption points continued to increase. When I checked last night, Wang Hao's redemption points were 890. Now, his total redemption points have reached 1,668. The crowd is naturally the result of the other 2 puppets. You know, zombies and mutant beasts don't need to sleep. They have no concept of sleeping at all. Therefore, when Wang Hao is sleeping, they are still faithfully executing Wang Hao's orders and attacking other zombies and mutant beasts. This is why Wang Hao's exchange points have increased dramatically. This is because zombies and mutant beasts are more difficult to kill. Their heads must be blown to kill them completely. Otherwise, the number will be even higher. Now, Wang Hao has another powerful puppet, and he will earn redemption points faster than before. Captain, there's a big black bear ahead. Holy shit. This bear is so strong. It's definitely not a low level. Captain, are we going to fight? Just as Wang Hao was about to take the big black bear to the next one when we arrived at the location, a group of survivors came not far away. There were about 10 people in total. These people were obviously from the same team. Now in Silver Light City, the number of teams has exceeded 300,000. Various battle teams have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. In addition to the original residents of Silver Light City, the members of these teams also include survivors who fled from other nearby cities. Today, various battle teams can be seen almost everywhere in Silver Light City, because there is almost no threshold for establishing a team. The strength of each team in Silver Light City is uneven, with some being strong. As for the team that appeared in Wang Hao's field of vision, they did not turn around and run in panic after seeing the big black bear. Instead, They were considering whether to hunt the big black bear. This made Wang Hao think that this team might be somewhat powerful. Chapter 287 Containment. Fight! Lin Tian stared at the big black bear not far away and said firmly, "We must fight." Lin Tian is the captain of this team named Tian Yin. After the exchange mall and virtual battlefield were updated, he followed the trend and formed a team. He himself can be regarded as a little master. And he also got to know some people. After forming the team, he spent some money to recruit some people into the team, and soon established the framework of the team. Was established. However, Lin Tian can only be regarded as a little master. In reality, there are many people stronger than him. However, the other 4 people he brought into the team are weaker than him. Therefore, he has only been able to establish the team for several days. Promote the team to level 2. As soon as the team level was upgraded, Lin Tian couldn't wait to recruit 5 people into the team. And the team was full again. Lin Tian naturally cannot be as strict as Wang Hao in the selection of team members. In his opinion, anyone can join his team as long as he is a survivor. As for strength, he doesn't care much. At worst, when he meets a master later, in addition to kicking out the less powerful people in the team must be full in the early stage so that it can hunt more mutant beasts and zombies and obtain more team points and redemption points. As for the attrition of members due to their weak strength during the battle with mutant beasts and zombies, Lin Tian also doesn't care. The most indispensable thing in this world is people. As long as his team level is high. As long as he has enough in his hands. If he has supplies, he won't have to worry about finding new players. Eliminating some weak players through battles is not a bad thing for him. As long as he can obtain team points and exchange points. Therefore, when encountering this big black bear that was obviously not a low-level mutant beast, Lin Tian decided to fight with it without any hesitation. Lin Tian had heard that after high-level zombies and mutant beasts were killed, not only could they receive a large number of exchange points as rewards, but they could also receive item rewards. And the items in these rewards were usually of the highest quality. How could Lin Tian not be tempted by such a generous reward? Of course, he also knows that fighting such high-level zombies or mutant beasts will most likely result in attrition. But as long as he can obtain redemption points and item rewards, he doesn't care about attrition. As long as the person who dies is not him. That's alright. Wen Feng, Song Bing, you two go here. Zhao Qian, sure boo. You two go over there. With the decision made, Lin Tian immediately began to prepare for the war. There was just such a mutant beast in front of him. And there were no other zombies or mutant beasts, which allowed them to arrange it calmly. Wang Hao, who was in the far corner, frowned slightly when he saw this scene. The captain of this team was quite capable. With a simple arrangement, the big black bear's escape route was blocked. No matter where the big black bear ran, he would be attacked by them. It's just, they seem to have forgotten that this is a high-level mutant beast, not an ordinary animal. Mutated beasts are not that easy to kill, especially high-level mutant beasts. Seeing that their arrangement was about to be completed, Wang Hao immediately gave the order to the big black bear to break out. Thump thump thump. The big black bear ran quickly, and the whole ground seemed to shake slightly. No, it's going to run away. Lin Tian also realized the purpose of the big black bear and immediately said, "Shoot! Shoot! Kill this mutant beast!" Duh. Gunshots rang out, and countless bullets flew towards the big black bear. However, the big black bear has rough skin and thick flesh. This attack will cause some injuries to it, but it is not fatal. Stop him. At this time, Lin Tian also realized that high-level mutant beasts were difficult to deal with, and he didn't care so much anymore. This was his first time face-to-face with high-level mutant beasts, and he couldn't just let it go. There was a little chaos in the originally well-arranged formation, but the big black bear was in front of a few people in the blink of an eye. This scene shocked the faces of the 2 team members in front of the big black bear. They didn't expect that this seemingly clumsy big black bear was not slow. It was in front of them in the blink of an eye, and its huge body was like a mountain facing them at a glance. Pressed over. The 2 of them were so frightened that they forgot to dodge. Bump! The 2 team members were directly knocked away by the big black bear. While they were in the air, they were already vomiting blood, and their faces were pale. The impact of the big black bear was evident. Kill him! Don't let him escape. Even 2 teammates were injured. But it didn't change Lin Tian's mind. He didn't even care about the life and death of the 2 team members. His attention was all on the black bear. Under Lin Tian's order, the rest of the team were still shooting wildly at the big black bear. The big black bear seemed to be angry. and a low roar came from its mouth. However, Wang Hao's order to it was to break out of the encirclement, not to kill all the survivors in front of it. Therefore, although it was annoyed by the behavior of these human survivors, it had no intention of attacking them. It absolutely obeyed Wang Hao's orders. However, the big black bear did not want to tangle with them. But Lin Tian was unwilling to let go. He shouted, "Catch it with a net, and don't let it escape." Under Lin Tian's order, one of the team members took out a bag from his backpack. There is something like a fishing net. This is a net that Lin Tian specially asked someone to weave. The materials used are quite sophisticated and strong and durable. The purpose of weaving this fishing net is to trap high-level mutant beasts and zombies. Lin Tian also knew that his team was not very strong, but his desire to hunt high-level zombies and mutant beasts did not weaken at all. Since he could not fight head-on, he would think of other ways. As long as we can trap mutant beasts or zombies and prevent them from moving, wouldn't they become targets? Shouldn't we just let them kill such mutated beasts and zombies at will? Even the most difficult to kill mutant beasts or zombies cannot escape when they are unable to move and can only become targets. They will eventually die under their guns. The only difference lies in the length of time it takes. However, Lin Tian's previous understanding of high-level mutant beasts and zombies came from other people. He himself had never faced high-level mutant beasts and zombies before, so he did not know high-level zombies and mutants at all. The beast's terrifying abode. The rope net thrown by Lin Tian's team members enveloped the big black bear, and several other team members quickly ran over and pulled the other rope ends of the rope net. "Caught! Caught!" the team members shouted excitedly. "Okay. Ha ha ha. Great. No matter how powerful you are, you can only be captured now. Ha ha ha." Lin Tian saw the big black bear in the network and laughed wildly with excitement. He seemed to have seen a large number of exchange points and top-quality equipment was waving to him. Chapter 288: The Powerful Black Bear. However, Lin Tian and others were happy too early. Seeing that he was caught in the rope net, the big black bear went crazy. He suddenly stood up, grabbed one side with his two front paws, and then swung violently. Then he saw two members of the Hayashida team being thrown away. Flew out. The big black bear was unyielding, spinning around in circles, swinging its two front legs wildly, and the team members holding onto the rope net were thrown away one by one. "Hold it! Hold it!" Lin Tian was shocked when he saw this. However, the big black bear was already extremely powerful, and now it was in a frantic state. How could its strength be compared to that of a few survivors? No matter how hard the team members tried, they were unable to hold the rope net. Instead, they were thrown away one by one by the big black bear. After throwing away all the survivors holding the rope net, the big black bear raised his head and roared. Then, he grabbed the rope net with his two front paws and pushed it to the left and right. The rope net that Lin Tian had placed high hopes on was just like that. Tear easily. Lin Tian was stunned on the spot and even forgot to shoot at the big black bear. This was the first time that he led a team to face high-level mutant beasts alone. Unexpectedly, the ferocity of the mutant beasts exceeded his imagination. This is simply not something that humans can deal with. Lin Tian had such an idea in his mind. However, this idea was quickly thrown out of his mind, and all that was left in his mind was panic. The big black bear was coming towards him. Duh. Lin Tian subconsciously fired. However, facing the imposing black bear that was getting closer and closer, he was so frightened that he couldn't hold the gun steady, and he didn't know where the bullet was shot. He is not afraid of facing zombies and mutant beasts, even high-level ones. He is not afraid of casualties. But the premise of this is that he himself is not in danger. Every time he hunted mutant beasts and zombies, he always cleverly ensured his absolute safety. As long as he was fine, he would not care whether his team members suffered heavy casualties. However, at this moment, when he faced the ferocious mutant beasts, when he felt that he was under a huge threat, he couldn't help but feel panic and fear. The big black bear soon came to Lin Tian. Lin Tian wanted to run, but found that his legs were weak, and he couldn't exert any strength at all. Snapped. The big black bear that approached didn't talk nonsense to Lin Tian. He raised his wide and thick bear paw and slapped Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't make the slightest move to avoid it. He was slapped hard on the cheek, and the person was hit directly. After flying out, it was at this moment that he truly realized how powerful this big black bear was. Bump! Lin Tian hit the ground hard. His left cheek was swollen like a steamed bun, and his internal organs seemed to be displaced. His whole body was in severe pain. He lay on the ground and looked at the big black bear in horror. For the first time, I feel that death is so close to me. However, the big black bear just glanced at him and walked away slowly. Although the big black bear had his back to them, Lin Tian no longer had the courage to hold a gun at this time. At this time, he could only be lucky to survive the disaster. And how could he dare to provoke the big black bear? Good job. In a slightly remote alley, Wang Hao patted the big black bear and smiled with satisfaction. He has already seen the fighting power of the big black bear. It can be said that it is quite powerful. Whether it is facing zombies, mutant beasts or survivors, it always behaves very bravely. This fighting power and lethality make Wang Hao quite satisfied. His army of puppets finally gained a powerful thug. Now that he has powerful thugs, why would Wang Hao not use them? After checking the big black bear's injuries, Wang Hao let it go out of the city to meet the two previous puppets, and let the three of them hunt mutant beasts and zombies outside the city. Compared with human survivors, hunting mutant beasts and zombies is undoubtedly safer. Human survivors will attack any mutant beasts and zombies they encounter. In this way, the big black bear will be attacked as long as it encounters humans. But it is different when facing zombies and mutant beasts. Those guys will not regard it as an enemy. Even if the three of them commit crimes in front of other zombies and mutant beasts, other mutant beasts and zombies will not attack them and will still treat them as the same kind. In this way, these three puppets will undoubtedly be much safer when hunting mutant beasts and zombies. Each of them is not weak. Now that the three of them are together, their combat effectiveness is quite terrifying. As long as they do not encounter large groups, high-level zombies or mutant beasts will not be in any danger. It is for this reason that Wang Hao arranged for them to be outside the city, specifically hunting mutant beasts and zombies. Although there are survivors outside the city, especially after other cities were conquered, a large number of survivors wandered in the wild. But compared to inside the city, there are undoubtedly a few survivors outside the city. And even if they encounter human survivors outside the city, they can escape safely. After all, the area outside the city is wider, and there are also other mutant beasts and zombies as cover. After letting the big black bear leave, Wang Hao returned to the place where he hid his car and prepared to drive back. However, when he returned to where he was driving, a wry smile appeared on his face. The car is gone. Although I have long thought that this slum is not safe, life safety is not guaranteed, and the car may be stolen at any time. After all, vehicles are relatively precious items in this apocalyptic world. I saw an unguarded car. Who wouldn't be tempted by a vehicle? It is reasonable that Wang Hao's vehicle was stolen. Without a vehicle, Wang Hao could only return on foot. Fortunately, he has the two auxiliary functions of see-through and invisibility, which can help him successfully escape from the slums full of zombies and mutant beasts. Otherwise, once he is surrounded by a large number of zombies and mutant beasts on the way, his current state is probably going to be explained here. It wasn't until the afternoon that Wang Hao returned to the team station again. This was because he took a taxi on the way. Otherwise, he might not be able to return to the wealthy area even after dark. After all, Silver Light City is very large. Wang Hao, what are you doing? Inside the team station, Feng Gaoyuan was sitting on a deck chair leisurely basking in the sun. When he saw Wang Hao walking in from outside, he asked casually, "Go out for a walk." Wang Hao said casually, "How is your injury?" "Recovering very quickly." Feng Gaoyuan said, "That island black tea of yours is really good. I thought I was going to see the King of Hell this time. I didn't expect to survive. And even after such a serious injury, I have already recovered a lot in just one day. The island black tea is really amazing." Feng Gaoyuan was full of praise for the island black tea. How miraculous the effect is. He is the one who has the most say. After all, he is the only one in the entire team who has taken island black tea. Chapter 289 Help. Wang Hao nodded and had a clearer understanding of the efficacy of island black tea. "Where are the others?" Wang Hao asked. "Xianzhong is in the room. Luo Sun didn't come. Shuang Shuer and his 3 daughters came and left when they saw you weren't there. Su Guanyuan is in the air raid shelter." Feng Gaoyuan said. "What are you doing in the air raid shelter?" Wang Hao asked. "I don't know." Feng Gaoyuan said, "I saw that he bought a lot of things and moved them into the air raid shelter. The air raid shelter underground where the Qingfeng team is stationed is quite large. Wang Hao built this air raid shelter not only to protect against zombies and the attacks of mutant beasts, and more importantly, it is used to store supplies. However, Their entire team does not have a lot of supplies now. So this air raid shelter has not been used for the time being. And it is empty inside. Of course, some basic easy-to-preserve food and water are available. Just in case. Wang Hao nodded and let Feng Gaoyuan continue to rest while he got out of the air raid shelter. Although the air raid shelter is underground, there is plenty of light and air circulation inside. There is no feeling of depression in the air raid shelter at all. Wang Hao also saw Su Guangyuan, who was busy in the air raid shelter. Brother Su, what are you busy with? Wang Hao asked. Wang Hao, are you here? Seeing that the person who came was Wang Hao, Su Guangyuan smiled and said, I'm sorting out these supplies. In the Qingfeng team, Su Guangyuan was relatively silent. His background was ordinary, and his strength was very high. Generally speaking, he himself also knew that if it weren't for Wang Hao's relationship, he would not be able to join the Qingfeng team. Therefore, he usually seems a bit taciturn. But he trains a lot in private. During the battle, for Wang Hao the orders were also carried out to the letter. At the same time, he is also the only person in the Qingfeng team who calls Wang Hao captain. Of course, privately he and Wang Hao were not so different. Bullets, bread, biscuits, mineral water. Why did you buy so much food and water? Wang Hao looked at the supplies in front of Su Guangyuan and was a little confused. Our team should have a lot of food and water in reserve. Right. Wang Hao naturally attaches great importance to the storage of food and water. In this apocalyptic context, food and water are very important supplies. The cheapest one on the market is naturally that kind of synthetic ointment. But that kind of thing can only they are full of food and have no taste at all. After Wang Hao and the others get better, they will naturally not buy those things again. What he reserves are mostly compressed biscuits, canned food and other easy-to-preserve foods. They usually eat rice, vegetables, meat, etc. The prices of these things are not low. But with Wang Hao's current ability to earn exchange points, these things are still affordable, since he has the ability to consume. Wang Hao will not wrong himself. I bought these for Uncle Zhao and the others, Su Guangyuan said. There are a lot of people in Uncle Zhao's air raid shelter. Although they brought some food and water back, they couldn't hold on for long. I heard Uncle Zhao say that their air raid shelter was empty again. A group of people came, and the consumption of food and water increased. Zombies and mutant beasts were ravaging the ground. A lot of food and water were destroyed. In addition, there were other survivors plundering them. Now I think about it, it's not easy to find food and water. So I just want to send them a batch tomorrow. Uncle Zhao and the others took good care of me before. But now they are in trouble, and I have to help. Su Guangyuan has been in contact with Uncle Zhao and knows the situation there. It can be said that the survivors who are still in the slums are not in particularly good condition. Food, water, and bullets are the most scarce supplies. Zombies and mutated beasts are ravaging the slums on the ground. It is not easy to find food now. It is not safe. Not to mention, there are many survivors hiding in underground bomb shelters in slums. Everyone is looking for food and water, which makes it more difficult to find enough food and water. Su Guangyuan is a grateful person. He had been taken care of by Uncle Zhao and others before. Now that he knew that Uncle Zhao and others were not in a good situation, he chose to help without hesitation. Since joining the Qingfeng team, Su Guangyuan has earned a lot of exchange points, although it cannot be compared with Wang Hao and others. Compared with him before, it has improved a lot, and the exchange points have always been very valuable. With strong purchasing power, he bought these materials using exchange points. So that's it. I was negligent, Wang Hao said. In this case, I'll ask Sun Yanfling to send another batch of supplies, and I'll go with you to deliver the supplies tomorrow. No, I'll just buy it, Su Guangyuan hurriedly said. How can that be done? As you said, Uncle Zhao and his others have a lot of newcomers coming to the air raid shelter. The supplies you bought may not last long. No one knows when the zombies and mutated beasts in the slums will be wiped out. It's always good to prepare some supplies, Wang Hao said. Besides, Uncle Zhao and the others have taken care of me before and were very kind to me. It's only right for me to help. But you are the captain of the team now, so you have to. There are many places to use exchange points. Su Guangyuan said, you should save some money on those exchange points. Nowadays, the virtual battlefield secretly adjusts the probability of bullets appearing in airdrop boxes, which leads to the expulsion of food from airdrop boxes. The probability is greatly reduced. Many people have to buy food from the exchange mall, and there are only exchange points that can be used. This also leads to the possibility of using huaxia coins to buy food, water, and other supplies on the market. It's not very popular. If you want to buy these things, you basically have to use the exchange point. It's okay, Wang Hao said with a smile. I can earn exchange points very quickly now, so this expense will not have much impact. Wang Hao's words were not lies to comfort Su Guangyuan. Everything he said was true. After having 3 powerful thugs, Wang Hao can earn exchange points almost every moment. The strength of the 3 puppets is stronger than the last. It is simply a massacre against low-level zombies and mutant beasts. Therefore, Wang Hao now earns exchange points. The point speed is several times faster than before. Spending some exchange points to buy supplies does not have much impact on him. Okay. Seeing Wang Hao insisting, Su Guangyuan said nothing more. But the smile on his face became brighter. Although he has earned some exchange points during this period, he cannot compare with Wang Hao and the others. Uncle Zhao and the others have a lot of people in the air raid shelter. If he only relies on his support, the pressure on him will be too great. With Wang Hao taking action, it's much easier. Wang Hao then called Sun Yanfeng and asked him to send several trucks of supplies. Although Sun Yanfeng was confused as to why Wang Hao needed so many supplies, he readily agreed. Chapter 290 War Treasures. Why do you need so much food, water and bullets? You can't consume so much supplies as a team, right? Sun Yanfeng was very efficient. In the evening, he sent over 6 trucks of supplies that Wang Hao needed. Each car was filled with food, water, bullets and other supplies. Although Wang Hao was determined to help Uncle Zhao and others, he did not provide food with good food and drink. Although the food he bought was not synthetic ointment, it was only food with an average taste. The price of these food was relatively low. But even so, 6 carts of supplies cost Wang Hao 800 exchange points. This is the reason why he and Sun Yanfeng are familiar with each other. If he buys it from someone else, the price will be higher. Compared with before the turmoil, the price of materials has increased a lot. Before the turmoil, buying so many things would have cost more than 300 at the exchange point. But after the turmoil, many things have changed. And the prices of these materials have also changed. Rise. It will be transported to the slums tomorrow, Wang Hao said casually. Transported to the slums? Sun Yanfeng asked in surprise. Are you also planning to do business in the slums? What do you mean? Sun Yanfeng's words made Wang Hao confused. Aren't you? Sun Yanfeng looked at Wang Hao and seemed to see that Wang Hao's doubts were not fake. No. What exactly do you want to say? Wang Hao said. It seems that you are not. Sun Yanfeng said. The slums are occupied by zombies and mutant beasts. Do you know that? Of course I know. Wang Hao said. It is now an enemy-occupied area. Sun Yanfeng said with a smile. There are many survivors trapped in the slums. Most of them are original residents of the slums, and will live in the slums. They must not be particularly capable people. Of course. Except for you, Brother Wang. Their performance on the virtual battlefield is average. And their real-world capabilities are average. So they don't dare to rush from the slums to the civilian areas and wealthy areas. And they can only be trapped there now. Wang Hao nodded. Most of the people in the slums are indeed of average strength. If they perform well on the virtual battlefield and are talented, they will definitely earn a lot of exchange points. With the exchange points, they can completely move out of the slums. Therefore, Sun Yanfeng's words, there is no problem. The strength of the residents there is really average. This is why residents in civilian areas and wealthy areas dare to go to slums to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. But residents in slums dare not easily leave the air raid shelters and go to civilian areas and wealthy areas. As reason, they don't dare. Their strength cannot support their breakout operations. Now zombies and mutant beasts can be seen everywhere in the slums. Without sufficient strength, it is impossible for them to reach the civilian areas and rich areas alive. You must know that the residents of the slums are very poor and basically have no people can afford vehicles. But without vehicles they can only walk, which increases the danger during the breakout process. If possible, who wouldn't want to leave the dangerous slums for safer urban and wealthy areas? It's not that they don't want to. It's that they can't do it. This is what Uncle Zhao and others are like. There are many survivors trapped in the slums right now. Sun Yanfeng continued. This is a big market. They are trapped there and cannot go to rich and civilian areas. So they cannot get enough supplies and bullets. They don't have to. They just need to hide. They don't have to fight mutant beasts and zombies. But they can't do without food. Right? These are all necessities. Right? Wang Hao nodded. This is indeed the case. No one can lack these necessities. At this time, if the materials can be transported there for sale, do you think anyone will buy them? Sun Yanfeng asked. Then someone must be buying it. Wang Hao replied subconsciously. After saying that, Wang Hao came back to his senses, looked at Sun Yanfeng and asked, Do you want to transport supplies to the slums for sale? That's right. Sun Yanfeng nodded and said, Not just me. There are many people in this industry. Some people have even put this idea into action. Do you want to make war fortune? Sun Yanfeng nodded. War, no matter when it occurs, will generate huge market demand, including demand for ammunition and other supplies. This is true in modern society, and it is also true here now. But most of the survivors are residents of slums. How many exchange points can they have in their hands? Wang Hao asked. The survivors of the slums are all very poor, who would still live in the slums if they had money. Everyone doesn't have 100, but they always have 80. Right? If they don't have 80, what about 50? In short, they can't not have an exchange point. Right? As long as they have an exchange point in their hands. Even if there is only one exchange point. That is potential customers. Sun Yanfeng said, if you sell these materials in the slums, you will make at least twice as much money. Are you businessmen so evil? Wang Hao said silently. This is really not a piece of steel. Wang Hao originally thought that the survivors of the slums were poor enough and could not afford to buy anything. However, in the eyes of Sun Yanfeng and others, this was not the case at all. They had actually set their sights on the market in the slums. In Wang Hao's eyes, those who had no money, the survivors, are the sweet potato in their eyes. How can this be a sinister thing? Sun Yanfeng said with a chuckle, We call each one taking what he needs. They need food and water to survive. So we provide them with food and water. We are doing a good deed. We are doing it after all. It's not too much to make a little money. Right? If they all starve to death, what's the point of keeping the exchange points? Money that can't be spent is not money at all. It's just numbers. We are saving their lives. And they still want to thank us. If you say you are so great, don't you still want to make a fortune from the war? Wang Hao said. I don't deny this either. Sun Yanfeng said with a smile, It's a fair trade. If they don't buy it, I won't force them to buy it. What a fair trade. Wang Hao said, You let people put the supplies in the car, unload it, and I'll transfer the money to you. Sun Yanfeng has Sun Yanfeng's way of doing things. So Wang Hao can't say much. Moreover, in a sense, they can transport the supplies in and save a lot of people. From Uncle Zhao and the others, we can see the plight of the survivors in the slums. Food and water are life-saving things at this time. Don't rush to transfer the money yet. Sun Yanfeng asked the clerk to unload the goods. And then he hugged Wang Hao and walked aside. Why? Are you going to give these supplies to me without charging me? Wang Hao said with a smile. However, after hearing this, Sun Yanfeng smiled and narrowed his eyes and said, It's not impossible. Chapter 291 Heartbeat. Hey, your son Boppy actually has such a kind heart? Why don't I believe it? Wang Hao said with a smile. Naturally, he would not believe what Sun Yanfeng said. Although the two had a good relationship, a deal was a deal. It was impossible for Sun Yanfeng not to charge money. Sun Yanfeng also needed to spend money to buy these supplies. Wang Hao did not think that Sun Yanfeng would give them to him for free. Brother Wang, who among us is following who? There are just a few hundred exchange points. Sun Yanfeng said with a smile. Hey, Boss Sun's business has grown so much now that he doesn't care about hundreds of exchange points anymore? Wang Hao said with a smile, Look at this tone. Isn't it just a few hundred exchange points? You don't have any confidence. You can't say such a thing. Brother Wang. Are you talking about Brother Tai? Sun Yanfeng said, As long as you open your mouth. Let alone materials worth a few hundred exchange points. They will be worth thousands of exchange points. I can also give it to you for free. Although Wang Hao knew that Sun Yanfeng was joking, these words made people feel comfortable. No reward for no merit. I dare not accept these 800 exchange points. Wang Hao said. 800 exchange points is not a small amount. And many people may not even be able to save so many exchange points in their lifetime. We have known each other for more than a day or two. I will tell the truth and not beat around the bush. Sun Yanfeng said. Wouldn't it be over if you were so direct earlier? Wang Hao said with a smile. Wang Hao is not stupid. Sun Yanfeng said that he wanted to give him these supplies. So he must be asking for something. There is no free lunch in this world. And Sun Yinfeng is not a kind person. There must be a reason for being so generous. Actually, I hope that your team, Brother Wang, can temporarily serve as the escort team for my caravan, Sun Yinfeng said. Guard team? Wang Hao asked curiously. What are you doing? Carrying supplies to the slums. Sun Yinfeng said, the situation is turbulent now. Although the zombies and mutant beasts in the civilian areas have been wiped out. But this does not mean that the civilian areas are safe. There are many people mixed there now. It is even foreseeable that as survivors from other cities flee, this Silver Light City will become increasingly chaotic. Even the civilian areas are like this. Not to mention the slums, which are full of zombies and mutant beasts, which can be said to be extremely dangerous. What is more dangerous than zombies and mutant beasts in the slums are the human survivors. Even before the turmoil, the slums were not very safe. After the turmoil broke out, the place became more dangerous. Some survivors who were extremely hungry and thirsty were trying to get something to eat or drink. But they could do anything. I could raise supplies, but I couldn't guarantee these. The supplies can be sold to those who need them. So I want to hire your team to be the escort of my caravan. As for the reward, don't worry. I will never treat you badly. Sun Yinfeng's words are not difficult to understand. He wants to go to the slums, make money by reselling materials. There is a huge market there. But there are also huge dangers there. He transports a large amount of materials to the slums. Just like Monk Tang walking among monsters. It will definitely arouse the greed in many people's hearts. In the chaotic place of the slum, it was unsafe even before. And it is even more dangerous now. Therefore, he wanted to find an escort team to protect his caravan. Only in this way could he sell supplies safely and smoothly. I don't agree. However, Wang Hao directly rejected Sun Yinfeng's request. No. Seeing Wang Hao's refusal, Sun Yinfeng became anxious. Your team is going to the slums anyway. Isn't this a convenient thing? Now basically all the teams in Silver Light City will rush to the slums. But most teams only they will operate near the junction of slums and civilian areas. Because there are too many zombies and mutated beasts in slums. And once they go too deep, they may not be able to come back. Although Sun Yinfeng didn't know the specific situation of Wang Hao's Qingfeng team, he would not miss this opportunity to earn exchange points. They would definitely rush to the slums. In other words, they were actually on the way. This is different. Wang Hao shook his head and said, they had their own plans to go to the slums to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. If they were with Sun Yinfeng, they would definitely have to accommodate Sun Yinfeng's convoy. What's the difference? Sun Yinfeng said, you just need to escort my convoy to its destination. After selling the supplies, you can move around on your own. We can return to the civilian area by ourselves. Or we can find a safe place to stay. We will come back together after you finish the fight. As long as there are not a lot of supplies in the car, they will be relatively safe. Of course, Sun Yinfeng definitely still wants to come back with Wang Hao and the others, which will undoubtedly be safer. It can be said that Sun Yinfeng made a lot of concessions in order to please Wang Hao and his team. It was not Wang Hao who was accommodating his team, but he was accommodating Wang Hao's team. Hearing what Sun Yinfeng said, Wang Hao hesitated. If escorting Sun Yinfeng's convoy does not affect the actions of his team, it is not impossible. After all, even if they do not escort Sun Yinfeng's convoy, they will still insist on heading to the slums during this period. Escorting the convoy is just a matter of convenience. Moreover, there are a lot of mutant beasts and zombies in the slums. They don't need to go to a specific place to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. They can just find a place to kill them. In this way, escorting the convoy will not affect their hunting operations. And helping to escort can also earn an additional exchange point. Although Wang Hao now has a puppet as a helper, and can earn redemption points several times faster, he will not dislike the fact that he earns too many redemption points. There are too many auxiliary functions that he needs to raise. Every auxiliary function upgrading requires a lot of redemption points. So it's always good to earn more redemption points. Secondly, the other members of his team don't have puppets. And their rate of earning exchange points is much slower than him. It would be nice if he could get them a job to earn extra exchange points. Thinking of this, Wang Hao was moved. However, Wang Hao did not agree immediately, but asked, how much can you pay? Hearing Wang Hao's question, Sun Yinfeng knew that Wang Hao was already interested. And now it was a question of profit distribution. He thought for a while and said, I can pay you 500 exchange points for each escort. Too little. Wang Hao shook his head without hesitation. This price is definitely not good. Although the two have a good relationship, this kind of thing still needs to be discussed clearly. If we talk clearly now, it will not hurt the feelings of the two people. If the negotiation is not done properly now, and there will be conflicts later, it will affect the friendship between the two parties. Chapter 292. Send it tomorrow. 500 redemption points is a lot. Sun Yanfeng said, although you can now earn redemption points by hunting mutant beasts and zombies. If you replace the 500 redemption points with hunting mutant beasts and zombies, you still have to kill 500, but this is not a small amount. The so-called asking for high prices and counter-offering. If Wang Hao is not satisfied with the price, Sun Yanfeng can have a good discussion with him. This is his strength. However, Wang Hao would not be too verbose with him. He said, let's do this. I don't want a specific number. We just want half of the profit from escorting the materials each time. No. Although Sun Yanfeng had already done Wang Hao's, the lion was ready to open his mouth. But he was still shocked by the price Wang Hao said. He shook his head repeatedly and said, this is absolutely not possible. Why not? Sun Yanfeng was anxious. But Wang Hao was not anxious. He smiled, said, although I don't know the current situation of your industry, I can imagine that there are many fleets and caravans interested in the slums. But not many actually take action because they want to sell there. Safety is the most important thing. I know better than you how chaotic the slums are. I was a resident of the slums before, and I have visited the slums many times in the past few days. It can be said that there is not enough defense force, and the supplies transported in are just meat buns. Dog. There is no return. If you want to make money, you may even risk your own life. Therefore, the defense force is very important. On the contrary, the material itself is not too important. As long as you have money, you can do it in the market, even if the price is higher. As long as it can be safely transported to the slums, we will be able to recover the cost and even make a lot of money. Therefore, if you think this distribution method is unreasonable, I can do it alone. Of course, you can also find other teams to escort you. Wang Hao was not stupid. He had never thought about this before. After what Sun Yanfeng said just now, he was able to figure it out. He can work alone. Even if the supplies delivered to the slums are not as much as Sun Yanfeng's, he can still make extra money. Of course, if possible, Wang Hao would definitely give priority to cooperating with Sun Yanfeng. He does not need to spend too much energy on this aspect with his teammates. For them, improving their strength is the most important thing. As long as they are strong enough, there is no shortage of opportunities to make money. In these last days, strength is the foundation. Wang Hao's words made Sun Yanfeng's expression keep changing. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't say it. Wang Hao's asking price exceeded his psychological expectations. His bottom line was that he could pay 800 to 1,000 exchange points at a time. However, he did not expect that Wang Hao was more ambitious and actually directly asked for half of the profit. This was undoubtedly it will greatly reduce his profit margins. However, Sun Yanfeng was unable to refuse Wang Hao. In fact, even if Wang Hao didn't contact him today, he would contact Wang Hao just for this matter. He found out from Su Guangyuan that the Qifeng team was already a level 4 team. Sun Yanfeng is relatively well informed. He knows that the Qifeng team is definitely the only 4th level team in Yingguang City, since the virtual battlefield and the exchange mall were updated. Not long after the update, Wang Hao was able to upgrade the team to level 4. Such an upgrade speed was very terrifying. There was no second team in the entire Silver Light City. Therefore, the strength of the Qifeng team must be very strong. Since you are hiring a guard, you must hire the strongest team. Otherwise, you may lose all your money. Wang Hao didn't know the specifics of their line of work, but Sun Yanfeng knew. He knew that in the past few days, some people had been transporting supplies to the slums for sale. Some were successful, and some were unsuccessful. The successful ones made a lot of money, and the failed ones made a lot of money. Some people lost all their money, and some even lost their lives. Now there are huge business opportunities in the slums, but there are also huge dangers. If you don't have the strength to protect your own supplies, you can only be robbed. Of course, Sun Yanfeng is also afraid of being robbed. If he is robbed once, even if he is lucky enough to save his life, he will suffer heavy losses in an instant, and even return to before liberation. It is precisely because of this that he wants to hire Wang Hao. The Qifeng team came to escort. Sun Yanfeng knew that the news of the Qifeng team's promotion to level 4 has not spread yet. Once it spreads, many people will definitely come to Wang Hao to cooperate. Strong teams are all very popular at this time. There is no lack of market at all. He is familiar with Wang Hao and others, so he can take advantage of it. But this does not mean that the Qifeng team must cooperate with them. They can definitely find other people. Even like Wang Hao has said, they can do it alone. Therefore, Sun Yinfeng actually did not have much confidence in this negotiation. If he wanted to hire the Qifeng team, he would have to make concessions. How's it going? Have you thought it through? Wang Hao asked. Think it through. Sun Yinfeng is a decisive person. Otherwise, he would not have developed to this point in such a short period of time. I agree with your distribution plan. We will ship the first batch of goods tomorrow. For Sun Yinfeng, Wang Hao was a little surprised by his decisiveness. He thought there was going to be a fight between the two. He was even ready to give in. Of course, his bottom line couldn't be too low. The minimum was 40%. Benefits. Otherwise, he would rather go it alone. It's refreshing, Wang Hao said with a smile. However, if the goods are shipped tomorrow, wouldn't it be a bit urgent? It's already evening and time is running out. Are you sure you can raise enough supplies in such a short time? Okay, Sun Yinfeng said. Actually, I have a batch of supplies under my hands. But I don't dare to transport them to the slums easily before I find the guards. So that's it. Wang Hao nodded. Okay. Tomorrow morning, let's go. See you tomorrow morning, Sun Yinfeng said. This matter should be done sooner rather than later. Once the army of Silver Light City moves to the slums, it will only be a matter of time before the mutant beasts and zombies in the slums are cleared away. Once the zombies and mutant beasts in the slums are cleared away, they will naturally be gone. The opportunity to make this war fortune. Therefore, after negotiating with Wang Hao, Sun Yinfeng was so anxious to transport the first batch of supplies. If it weren't for the fact that it was more dangerous at night, Sun Yinfeng even wanted to transport the first batch of supplies to the slums at night. After Sun Yinfeng left, Wang Hao told other people in the team about the incident. He was originally worried that the others would disagree, but unexpectedly, they all agreed with it after learning about it. Chapter 293 Recognition. This is a good thing. Why are you opposed? Feng Gaoyuan said, we were going to the slums. This is a convenient thing. Moreover, when we transported supplies to the slums, we also helped the survivors there. With supplies, they can survive, and even fight mutant beasts and zombies. It is completely appropriate to pay some exchange points for this. We can't give them supplies for free. Right? 1 or 2 cars is okay. That's more. No one can afford it. And if you give away supplies for free, it will still cause looting. It is better to sell them. Once they have the supplies, they can go into battle and earn exchange points. It is a win-win situation. Of course, we win more. What you said is somewhat similar to Sun Yinfeng, Wang Hao said with a smile. That's the way it is. Feng Gaoyuan said, I also know that Su Guangyuan and you are planning to send supplies to those in the slums. You have friendship with each other, and it is understandable to do so. But have you ever thought about your help? How long can you hold on? You gave them supplies for free. After this news spreads, more people will definitely go to the air raid shelter, waiting for you to feed them. There will be more and more people there, and the supplies will be consumed faster and faster. There are a lot of supplies in these trucks. But how long can they last? You can't keep giving them supplies for free. Right? In that case, you and Su Guangyuan won't be able to afford it. If you sell the supplies, you won't have these problems. If you want supplies, you can buy them with exchange points. In this way, even if there are more and more people in that air raid shelter, we can continue to deliver supplies there by earning exchange points. And we can continue to do this. After they get the supplies, they can fill their stomachs and fight against mutant beasts and zombies. Although their strength is average, there are many people. As long as they act together, they can always kill mutant beasts and zombies to earn exchange points. Once you have reached the exchange point, you can continue to buy supplies from us. As long as our prices are not too outrageous and not higher than other merchants, then we are lifesavers to them. Not only will they not resent us, but they will also be grateful to us. Feng Gaoyuan's words almost completely dissipated the guilt in Wang Hao's heart. He smiled and said, what you said makes sense. I thought about things too simply before. Feng Gaoyuan's words were indeed very meaningful. The truth is also very convincing. Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan can provide supplies to Uncle Zhao and the others. But if the news spreads, there will definitely be many people waiting to be fed. If Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan only provide supplies to Uncle Zhao and others, it will also cause conflicts. Uncle Zhao and the others have many familiar people there, including relatives and friends, and they will not be able to leave for a while. In this case, It is really not appropriate to give away supplies for free. At least not openly. Otherwise, Wang Hao and Su Guanyuan will not only not be helping Uncle Zhao, but may even harm them. It's not that you think it's simple. It's that you have a good heart. Feng Gaoyuan said with a smile. Take the wormhole device maker as an example. This thing is a treasure wherever it is placed. If it is put on the market, it will definitely there are many people who want to buy it. After all, this thing can save lives at critical moments. In other teams, the captain will not give it to the players for free. If the players want it, even if they are in the same team, they have to. If you can buy it with money, you can get a discount and a reasonable price. This captain is already very good, but you can just give it away for free. Don't you think this is too kind? So, I should ask you for money? Wang Hao said with a smile. It's late. Feng Gaoyuan said with a smile. However, you are really good as the captain. It is our blessing to join the Qingfeng team. I will also call you captain from now on. Feng Gaoyuan said this. That is, fighting. I recognized Wang Hao from the bottom of my heart. Although it was just a change in name, I could see his psychological changes. Whether it is Feng Gaoyuan or Yu Qianing, they are all very ambitious. Their strength is much higher than that of ordinary survivors. The stronger they are, the more arrogant they will naturally be. Join Qingfeng. It doesn't mean that the team fully agrees with Wang Hao, but as their understanding of Wang Hao deepened, Feng Gaoyuan and others were gradually impressed by Wang Hao's personality. Wang Hao was not only strong in personal strength, but the most important thing was his personality. Wormhole device maker. What a good thing. Wang Hao could give one away for free without any hesitation. Island black tea is definitely a life-saving product, and Wang Hao can take it out without any hesitation. Isn't such a captain worthy of admiration and following? It can be said that from the moment Wang Hao took out the island black tea without hesitation, Feng Gaoyuan was convinced that Wang Hao would never betray the team in the future. Not only Feng Gaoyuan, but also several others were impressed by Wang Hao, and they admired Wang Hao in their hearts. Wang Hao smiled and said nothing. He just does things according to his own principles. Sometimes he may seem a little stupid, but Wang Hao has no regrets. He exchanges his heart with his heart. If he wants others to completely convince him, he can't be too selfish, especially since he is still a member of the team. Captain, of course, cannot be selfish. The team members had no objections to escorting the supplies, and Wang Hao was relieved. Afterwards, Wang Hao returned to his residence, had a quick bite, and then entered the virtual battlefield. Today, he has 2 promotion matches to play, the last day of the solo promotion match, the first day of the double row promotion match. The promotion competition is very important for any player, and even Wang Hao does not dare to be careless. Therefore, after eating, Wang Hao adjusted his state before entering the virtual battlefield. There is nothing much to say about the solo promotion match. Wang Hao did not rush to fight after landing. Killing 1 or 2 more people would only allow him to earn 1 or 2 more redemption points. For this, it is obviously not worth taking the risk of failing in the promotion match. Therefore, Wang Hao still focused on being stubborn and waiting for people and machines to come to his door. In fact, almost all the players who participate in the promotion round are mainly divided, because whether they can pass the promotion round depends not on the number of eliminations, but on the final ranking. Even the most powerful players dare not say that they will be good every time. You can win every battle, but if the boat capsizes in the gutter, then the gains outweigh the losses. Therefore, even if a master participates in the promotion competition, for the sake of safety, he will choose to settle for points. Of course, they don't have Wang Hao's ability to control humans and machines. Wang Hao's luck in this game was pretty good. He met 2 humans and machines, with the 2 humans and machines secretly assisting him. Wang Hao's hopes of winning the promotion round were naturally greatly increased. Chapter 294 Double Row Teammates. Good luck. For familiar big characters appeared in midair in front of Wang Hao. Eat chicken. Although the injury has not yet healed, with the help of human-machine assistance and auxiliary functions, Wang Hao finally succeeded in eating chicken. And this time's chicken competition also represents the end of Wang Hao's 3 solo queue promotion matches. His solo queue rank was successfully promoted from Silver 1 to Gold 5. And he was officially a Little Master. And he was a Little Master on the surface. With the upgrade of his rank, Wang Hao's single rank points will no longer be restricted starting tomorrow, and he can continue to accumulate them. The airdrop box obtained from eating chicken did not bring any surprises to Wang Hao. It was just some food. However, this time it was not compressed biscuits or bread, but 10 fresh and hot rice bowls. With these 10 rice bowls, Wang Hao returned to reality. Wang Hao didn't eat much at night. After a battle, he happened to be hungry, so he opened a rice bowl to fill his stomach. This is a fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl. The moment you open it, the rich aroma of rice and vegetables hits your nostrils, making Wang Hao's already hungry stomach even hungrier. Wang Hao didn't waste any time, took the chopsticks and started eating. This is not the first time Wang Hao has eaten food obtained from the virtual battlefield, but he has different feelings every time. The virtual battlefield has a wide variety of food, including dry food, cooked food, and exquisitely prepared Western food. Of course, synthetic ointments are also indispensable. Different foods have different tastes. Synthetic ointment has the worst taste. The survivors would never eat it unless they had no choice but to find something else to eat. Wang Hao only ate that thing once, when he first traveled through time, and never ate it again after that. That stuff is really hard to swallow. The fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl in Wang Hao's hand tastes much better. Even better than the similar rice bowl Wang Hao ate on Earth. In less than 10 minutes, a plate of rice bowl was all eaten. Wang Hao planned to take the rest to the team station tomorrow and divide it among the team members. In an apocalyptic environment, electricity is quite precious, and the refrigerator it is an absolute luxury. The place where Wang Hao lives naturally does not have a refrigerator. Without a refrigerator, these rice bowls cannot be kept for a long time. After eating and drinking, Wang Hao prepared for a double row. His double row points have reached the point where he can enter the promotion tournament. Today is the first day of the double row promotion tournament. Wang Hao originally wanted to contact Zhuang Shuer, but gave up after thinking about it. Let Zhuang Shuer have a good rest at night. They will go to the slums tomorrow. Zhuang Shuer was also injured before. Although the injury is not too serious, more rest is always good for the body. Instead of looking for Zhuang Shuer, Wang Hao didn't look for anyone else in the team, but chose a random match. In this round, Wang Hao was randomly matched with a young man in his 20s or 80s. As soon as he entered the island plaza of the virtual battlefield, the young man named Pan Hong was the first to speak. Brother, this is my promotion round. Let's play it steadily. Are you also in the promotion round? Wang Hao said in surprise. There are not so many rules in the promotion matches for silver to gold to 5. And the difficulty is not as high as the promotion matches for high-level players. Therefore, in the same game, there are usually only 1 or 2 players who compete in the promotion matches. Wang Hao did not expect that his teammates it was actually a promotion match. Yeah. Pan Hong looked surprised. I'm also in the promotion match. Wang Hao smiled and said, Silver is 1 level and gold is 5. Today is the first game. What a coincidence. Pan Hong obviously didn't expect this to happen. Wang Hao nodded and said, It's such a coincidence. Then we should be more cautious, Pan Hong said. However, at this time, Pan Hong discovered that Wang Hao's left hand was not very flexible, and looked suspicious. Your hand is injured? To be precise, it is almost recovered, Wang Hao said. After taking the genetic medicine, Wang Hao's physical fitness improved. After this injury, bandages, painkillers, and energy drinks were used, and the injury recovered faster than expected. Wang Hao's recovery speed from his injuries surprised Zhuang Shuer and others. Although his injuries were not as serious as those of Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong, they were not too light. At least they were more serious than those of Zhuang Shuer and the 3 women. But now, the 3 Zhuang Shuer girls have not yet fully recovered, and Wang Hao's injuries are almost healed, which is really surprising. It's almost healed, but it's not healed yet? Pan Hong frowned. Brother, you are harming people. Don't worry. I won't hold you back. Wang Hao has been in this situation for a long time as expected. I had to assure Pan Hong. Of course, if Pan Hong doesn't believe him, Wang Hao doesn't mind acting alone. He just wants to be in the top 10. And he doesn't have to win the chicken. Even if Wang Hao acts alone. Even without the help of a puppet. Relying only on the auxiliary function. You can also enter the top 10. Pan Hong looked at Wang Hao, a little helpless, and said, We have already come in. It's too late to regret now. We can only make do with it. You follow me later, and don't run around. Let's be careful, and we should be able to move forward. 10. To Wang Hao's expectation. Although Pan Hong was disappointed, he did not dislike him, but was still willing to take care of him. Okay. Pan Hong greeted kindly, and Wang Hao naturally did not refuse. The countdown ended soon, and Wang Hao and Pan Hong got on the plane. Perhaps because Wang Hao was injured, or perhaps because he was older than Wang Hao. Pan Hong decided to jump on his own without asking Wang Hao's opinion. Wang Hao looked at the jumping point marked by Pan Hong. It was a wild area, not far from G-Town, and it was suitable for development. So he didn't say anything. Soon they arrived at the skydiving location, and Wang Hao and Pan Hong jumped out of the plane. During the flight, Wang Hao and Pan Hong both observed the surrounding situation, and were relieved when they made sure there were no other players around. Let's be careful. After searching the housing area, if it's still in a circle, don't rush into it. In midair, Pan Hong couldn't help but remind Wang Hao again, I've been stuck in the promotion competition for 6 days. I don't want to be stuck again. Today is the last day of promotion. As long as I can get into the top 10 today, I will pass this level. So don't make any trouble. You've been stuck for 6 days? Wang Hao, surprised. 6 days is actually not a particularly long time. Pan Hong said, among the people I know in the virtual battlefield, some people have been stuck for more than half a month, as long as it is a promotion match. Even the lowest promotion match. Then some people will get stuck. This is normal. Chapter 295. It seems to be a human machine. 1 promotion from silver to 5 gold is only the most basic promotion competition. And it is also the first promotion competition for players. It is relatively not that difficult. But even so, there will still be people stuck here who are not allowed to deposit. If you think about it, the threshold for the regular army is the gold rank. You can know that not everyone can reach the gold rank. Most people's rank is still below the gold rank. Therefore, Wang Hao's solo rank has been raised to gold. He can already be called a little master. Of course, his actual combat effectiveness must be much stronger than the apparent combat effectiveness. Pan Hong was a talkative person. After landing, the two of them chatted while searching for supplies. Of course, Pan Hong did not forget to observe the surrounding situation. He still attached great importance to this promotion competition. Through chatting, Wang Hao learned that Pan Hong was originally from Xinguang City. On the night of the turmoil, Xinguang City was not spared. It was captured by the rebels before dawn. The city was full of rebels, zombies and mutant beasts. A large number of survivors, those who fled. Pan Hong was one of them. It's too tragic. It's too tragic. Pan Hong said it's too tragic 2 times in succession, which shows how tragic the situation he saw and encountered that night was. There were hundreds of people who escaped with me, and less than half of them escaped successfully. The others were either missing or died at the claws of zombies and mutant beasts. I saw a person with my own eyes being killed less than 10 meters away from me. A group of mutated beasts were cut into pieces. At that time, my legs were so scared that I didn't dare to stop after stumbling for a long time. Although several days have passed since this incident. Pan Hong's expression changed when he mentioned it. Still ugly. Wang Hao did not laugh at Pan Hong. This was Pan Hong's normal reaction. And it was also the reaction of most survivors on that night of turmoil. Although this is an apocalyptic setting. In fact, because there are a large number of armies in major cities, the survivors have been well protected. As long as they are not unable to survive, the survivors will generally only stay in the city. Their understanding of mutant beasts and zombies comes from classes, PPTs, and videos, but they have never had personal contact with them, let alone fought against mutant beasts or zombies. Therefore, when encountering such a thing suddenly, most people's psychology will collapse, and it will be difficult to organize effective resistance. This is why several large cities fell shortly after the turmoil broke out. If the survivors in these cities can be organized and can resist and counterattack under unified guidance, then even if there are rebels who cooperate internally and externally, and even if a large number of zombies and mutant beasts enter the city, those cities will not be able to survive. It is impossible to fall so quickly. And it is even possible to defeat the rebels, mutant beasts and zombies. It's a pity that these cities have a large number of well-equipped survivors, but they fail to organize them effectively, which leads to the current result. This is a dereliction of duty by the rulers of major cities. They have never considered that this situation will occur before, and they have no organization and training in this area. But now, stimulated by the exchange points and the threat to their lives, the survivors took up arms and stepped onto the front line against zombies and mutant beasts. After experiencing the initial discomfort, they soon all adapted to fighting zombies and mutant beasts. Then where are you now? Wang Hao asked. Ruins in the wild. Pan Hong said, thousands of survivors have gathered here. We have set up a temporary camp. It is safe for the time being. The wild is not a long-term place after all. Do you have any other considerations? Wang Hao asked. Of course. Pan Hong said, I plan to go to Silver Light City. Some people in the camp also have this idea. But there are also many people who think that we are not very rich in supplies, and the camp is not too close to Silver Light City. If we encounter a large number of zombies and mutant beasts on the road, we have no resistance. So they don't want to leave. And those of us who want to leave are a little hesitant for a while. There are more zombies and mutant beasts in the wild. From the camp to the Silver Light. In the city, no matter how careful you are, you will still encounter zombies and mutant beasts. If you are not strong enough and the number of people traveling is not large, it is indeed a disaster. Therefore, if Pan Hong and the others cannot find enough people to go with them, they will hesitation is normal. In addition, when Pan Hong and the others fled from the city, they were in a hurry and had no time to exchange supplies. The supplies they brought out of the city were just a little accumulation and could not be too much. Without sufficient material support, traveling far away is indeed more risky. However, it is more dangerous to stay in the camp. There are many zombies and mutant beasts in the wild. Although Pan Hong and his camp have not been attacked by mutant beasts and zombies for the time being, it does not mean that it will always be safe. Once attacked by a large number of zombies and mutant beasts, their temporary camp will. There is not much resistance at all. Once the camp is forced, it is difficult to say how many people can escape. Pan Hong naturally understood this potential crisis, so he was anxious. Wang Hao couldn't provide any advice. Wang Hao didn't know the specific situation in the camp. If he gave wrong advice, it would kill people. Of course, Pan Hong didn't expect to get any advice from Wang Hao. However, when he knew that Wang Hao was in Silver Light City, he was a little surprised. He did not expect such a coincidence. He also asked Wang Hao a lot about the situation of Silver Light City. While the two were chatting, gunfire suddenly rang out. Pan Hong immediately stopped talking and looked nervous. He had been stuck for 6 days, and now he was a little nervous when he heard the gunshots. It's like a human machine, Wang Hao said. The sound of gunshots does sound similar, but we can't rule out that it's a real player pretending to be one. Pan Hong, who had been stuck for 6 days, was very cautious at this time. Well, let me go over and take a look. Don't show your head first, Wang Hao said. You'd better not go, Pan Hong said. It's okay. I'll just take a look from a distance and not get close, Wang Hao said with a smile. After saying that, without waiting for Pan Hong's further persuasion, he walked forward. The gunfire came from behind the slope. If you want to see if it is really a man machine, you have to at least go up the slope. The reason why Wang Hao dared to go alone was not because he was stupid and bold, but because he was sure that this person must be a human machine. The reason why he is so sure is because his clairvoyance function has been working, but he did not find how the person approached them. Then there is only one possibility. The player who suddenly appeared is not a real player, but a human computer. Only humans and machines have the ability to teleport and get close to someone out of thin air. Chapter 296. What a danger. You're back so soon? Are you a real person or a human machine? Pan Hong was a little surprised to see Wang Hao back so soon. I don't know. I didn't see anyone there, Wang Hao said casually. In fact, it was indeed a personal computer. Wang Hao got there, successfully controlled it, and then ordered him to hide out of sight of the two people. No one ran away? Pan Hong was slightly startled and said, if this is the case, the real possibility is very high. He must be hiding in the dark to observe us. And there may even be more than one person. When it comes to humans and machines, generally he will not leave easily. After he reaches the vicinity of real players, he will either actively attack the players, or he will wander and circle near the real players. It is basically impossible for him to leave. But now, the gunshots have disappeared, and the people have disappeared. It is indeed more likely that it is a real player. Maybe. Wang Hao was non-committal. Let's not act rashly. We have a geographical advantage, and they don't dare to come over hastily. Pan Hong was as cautious as ever. Wang Hao nodded without refuting. In this round, their plan is to keep the score alive. Now that they are still in the circle, there is indeed no need to leave in a hurry. It only took a few minutes to wait like this. Suddenly, several more gunshots rang out, and Pan Hong's nerves became tense again. I'll go take a look. Don't go. Pan Hong became more and more certain that the person in the dark was a real player. Although Wang Hao was injured, the living people could provide some help. Naturally, Pan Hong didn't want to see it. He had an accident. It's okay. I'll just take a look from a distance. As long as the two of us don't show up at the same time, it should be fine. After saying that, Wang Hao jumped off the second floor and went straight to the direction where the gunfire came from. Pan Hong planned to persuade him again, but saw Wang Hao running away, which made him quite speechless. If two people don't show up at the same time, nothing will happen. How can it be? If there are really two real players hidden in the secret, Wang Hao will be easily attacked if he goes out alone. Once Wang Hao is killed, he will be the only one left here, and one person cannot stop the joint attack of the other two. He and Wang Hao will be defeated one by one. However, Wang Hao didn't give him a chance to persuade him. Fortunately, Wang Hao came back soon, still safe and sound. Didn't they shoot at you? Pan Hong was a little surprised. He was now more and more certain that the person behind the scenes was a real player. Wang Hao swaggered over and was not attacked, which surprised Pan Hong. I didn't see anyone, Wang Hao said. I think it's very likely that it's a man machine. He may have teleported away. I've looked around all over, but I haven't seen anyone. Really? Pan Hong didn't believe it. Really? Wang Hao said. If you don't believe me, come here and have a look. There is a slope here. If they really want to attack, we have a place to cover. Pan Hong hesitated, then went downstairs, determined to go and have a look. They will definitely not be in the finals here, which means they must enter the circle. If they don't know the situation on the slope, they will not dare to enter the circle. There are no vehicles here, and they have a few smoke bombs, but definitely not enough to be used in the circle. Therefore, it is necessary to explore the situation on the other side of the slope. There is really no one. Pan Hong lay on the slope and observed the surrounding situation. What surprised him was that there was no one around. Even if he stood up carefully and exposed himself, he was not attacked. That's what I said. Wang Hao smiled. Yeah. Pan Hong breathed a sigh of relief. After making sure the surrounding area is safe, they can enter the circle safely and boldly later. However, if what just appeared was a human machine, why did it suddenly leave? Aren't humans and machines going to fight to the death after encountering real players? Why did you teleport away suddenly? Pan Hong couldn't figure it out. What Pan Hong didn't know was that the man machine did not leave. He just hid in the grass behind a tree in the distance, according to Wang Hao's request. The tree and the lush grass just blocked Wang Hao and Pan Hong's eyes. In terms of field of vision, it was normal for Pan Hong not to see them. Soon, the third circle was refreshed, and Wang Hao and Pan Hong were indeed kicked out, because they were sure that their surroundings were safe. Wang Hao and Pan Hong were able to enter the circle with confidence. Since there was no vehicle, they could only run into the circle on their legs. Why are there still 54? Looking at the number of survivors, Pan Hong was quite dissatisfied. Their goal in this round was to enter the top 10. However, it was now the third round and more than half of the people on the scene were still alive. This certainly did not satisfy Pan Hong. Wang Hao is not in a hurry. With auxiliary functions, 2 human-machine teammates, and 1 real-person teammate, it is not a big problem to make it into the top 10 in this round. We can't go any further. Wang Hao suddenly pulled Pan Hong. What's wrong? Pan Hong looked at Wang Hao with some confusion. P-City is ahead of us, and P-City is also on the route. There is a high probability that there are people here, and we don't have any vehicles. If we rush over like this, we will easily be targeted, Wang Hao said. Wang Hao looked at the shaking figures in front of him. Although he said that there might be someone there, his tone was very firm. Pan Hong looked at P-City not far away, thought for a moment, and said, I think what you said makes sense. Let's go around the mine. Pan Hong was not a novice in the virtual battlefield either. Understand? People often jump here in P-City, and this game is on the flight path, so it is normal for people to jump. His goal in this game is not to kill many people, but to enter the top 10. So it is better to be cautious and start from go around. Although it will take a detour, at least you can ensure your own safety. Okay, Wang Hao said. The two turned around and originally entered the circle about 100 meters away, but because they took a detour, they now had a longer distance to cover. Duh. Not long after the two turned around, gunshots were heard from the direction of P-City, and bullets hit Wang Hao and Pan Hong, startling them both. The two people immediately understood that there was indeed someone in P-City, and they were discovered by the other party. The opponent was originally supposed to wait for them to get closer before shooting, so that the probability of hitting would be higher. But now Wang Hao and Pan Hong suddenly turned around, only getting farther and farther away from P-City, staring at Wang Hao and Pan Hong. Naturally, the player couldn't bear it and had to shoot. After reacting, Wang Hao and Pan Hong quickly started running. They did not run in a straight line, but in irregular routes, which could effectively avoid bullets. After running for a while, the gunfire in P City stopped. The other party probably realized that it was impossible to hit Wang Hao and Pan Hong, so they chose to give up. Huh? It's so dangerous. Fortunately, I have you. Pan Hong, who survived the disaster, said to Wang Hao. Chapter 297 Rollover. Wang Hao and Pan Hong took a detour into the mine. The mine is a special place on the island map. In most cases, there are relatively few players jumping into the mine, but the supplies here are not too poor. Even a team of 4 can be fed. Of course, if there are more people, it will definitely not be okay. Wang Hao didn't know if anyone jumped into the mine in this round, but at least when they arrived at the periphery of the mine, there were no other players here. How about searching the mine first? Pan Hong asked. With Wang Hao's timely reminder before, Pan Hong now attaches great importance to Wang Hao's opinions. Okay. Wang Hao nodded. The two immediately split up and started searching for supplies from 2 directions, aiming to complete the search of the mine in the shortest possible time. The results of the search were pretty good. After the search, the equipment of the two of them had changed a lot. Wang Hao had an extra level 3 head, and Pan Hong had an extra level 3 armor. The firearms were also completed. The update made the two of them feel a lot happier. The jungle area they jumped into before was too poor. After searching the mine, the two men continued on their way into the circle without further delay. Fortunately, the two also found a jeep that was almost full of gas on the side of the road. I'll drive. Pan Hong volunteered to be the driver. Wang Hao has no objection to this. Under normal circumstances, he will not choose to drive, but will choose to be a gunner. After all, he does not have the auxiliary function of vehicles yet. Only when he is a gunner can he use his role maximize. The journey into the circle was relatively smooth, and the two of them did not encounter any danger. However, shortly after entering the circle, the situation changed. There is someone in front of you on the left. Wang Hao's sharp eyes discovered the presence of other players in advance. This time, he relied not on perspective, but on eagle eye because the opponent was not within 200 meters. Pan Hong looked in the direction Wang Hao pointed and saw a car. Seeing that there was indeed someone there, Pan Hong subconsciously dialed the steering wheel and wanted to escape. He always kept in mind that the goal of this round was to get into the top 10. Naturally, he would avoid a shootout in the wild if he could. However, in the eyes of the players on the car, his actions were a sign of cowardice, which gave them the courage to pursue. They are chasing them. Wang Hao was always observing the situation of the car, and naturally found that the other party was chasing them. Why are these guys like mad dogs, clinging to them when they encounter them? Pan Hong complained while driving. We all live in peace. Can't we have a decisive battle in the finals? Wang Hao smiled. But not everyone likes to be divided. To be precise, the vast majority of players who enter the virtual battlefield do not like to be divided, but are warlike. This is also related to the virtual battlefield itself, because this is a real battlefield. But after death, it is not real death. Since life is safe, everyone naturally has no worries, and wants to take the opportunity to experience it. The feeling of a real battlefield, especially for those who are not above or below the rank points, is extremely combative. On the virtual battlefield, there are quite a number of people who are always stuck in points. They are lucky today and earn a lot of points in one round, but they are unlucky tomorrow, and it is not impossible to land in a box. Their rank points are like an elevator. Generally, they are always hovering around a certain value, unable to go up or down. This situation seems to be caused by luck, but the fundamental reason is still because of their strength. Their strength puts them in this rank, which is not allowed. They continue to rise, or fall too much. If they want to make a breakthrough in rank points, they must either work hard on their skills, or they will completely fail, and their status will decline. Both of these are difficult. It is precisely because of this that these players don't like to fight for points, and prefer to fight with others. Anyway, they have nothing to pursue in terms of points, and they don't have to worry about it continuing to drop. They might as well go find someone to fight with. And if they win, they can earn more eliminations. As for points, this is more attractive than just trying to get survival points, and the upper limit is also higher. Therefore, this kind of entangled situation is not uncommon on the virtual battlefield. Wang Hao believes that Pan Hong must have encountered it before, but today he just wants to be ranked in the top 10. When he encounters this, people who are like stalkers are naturally quite annoyed. There is someone in front of you to the right. Wang Hao suddenly reminded. Pan Hong was shocked when he heard this. And he saw a car on the right front, heading towards them. This way. They have other players in front and behind them. Damn! Why are you so unlucky? Pan Hong complained. Duh. At this time, the players in the two cars were already shooting unwillingly. And the targets were Wang Hao and Pan Hong. The two people in the middle immediately became targets. Phew? I don't know who fired the gun. But by some bad luck, it blew out the left front tire of Wang Hao's car. The car, which was driving fast, lost control instantly. Pan Hong was obviously not prepared for this, and failed to do it in time. Control. The result was that the car hit the rock in front and rolled over. In this way, the players in the other two cars will not let Wang Hao and Pan Hong go. Wang Hao bared his teeth and climbed out of the car. His left shoulder injury had not healed. But after this collision, it seemed to have worsened. However, now is obviously not the time to think about this matter, as two other cars are already approaching quickly. Throw smoke bombs, Wang Hao said loudly to Pan Hong. At this time, Pan Hong was also slightly injured due to the overturn of the car. In addition, the two cars were approaching quickly. The huge crisis made him a little confused. After hearing Wang Hao's words, he subconsciously took out the smoke bomb. Wang Hao and Pan Hong threw 4 or 5 smoke bombs in succession. Suddenly, white smoke filled the air around them, completely losing their vision. Wang Hao and Pan Hong could not even see each other. And of course, they could not see the people on the other two cars. Player. And the players on those two cars can't see them either. The two cars approached Wang Hao and Pan Hong almost at the same time. Seeing the vast white surrounding them, they gave up attacking them and instead attacked another car. This is a 2Q game. There are 2 players in each of these 2 cars. They are not on the same team. Because Wang Hao and Pan Hong were in the middle, they became targets before. Now that they are hiding in the smoke, the players in the 2 cars have lost their vision and will naturally turn to attack the players in the other car. Duh. Gunfire rang out and bullets flew everywhere. Pan Hong hid behind the rocks and did not dare to move, let alone shoot. Under such extremely poor field of vision conditions, he would probably not be able to hit other players if he fired. Instead, his position would be exposed and draw the anger of other players. Rather than shooting randomly and setting yourself on fire, it is better to hide temporarily and reap the benefits later. However, Wang Hao will not just watch here. Chapter 298, A Narrow Success. Duh. Wang Hao pulled the trigger without hesitation. Wang Hao. Don't shoot. Pan Hong was shocked when he saw this, fearing that Wang Hao's reckless behavior would lead to violent retaliation. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the system prompt. Your teammate Wang Hao used the M416 assault rifle to knock down the player Lu Min. This must be a coincidence, right? Looking at the system prompts, Pan Hong was surprised and uncertain. It must have been a coincidence. With such thick smoke, it was impossible to see clearly, let alone kill people. Wang Hao's casual shots probably just happened to hit the unlucky guy due to some bad luck. However, just when this idea came to Pan Hong's mind, the gunshot rang out again, and the system prompt sound also came. Your teammate Wang Hao used the M416 assault rifle to knock down the player 1-1. This? Pan Hong was stunned again. Knocked out another one? Is this such good luck? Can you knock down the opponent with just a few shots? How about I try it too? Just when Pan Hong was still surprised at Wang Hao's good luck, system prompts appeared one after another. Your teammate Wang Hao. Your teammate Wang Hao. There were 2 more system prompts. Wang Hao in a short time within a few seconds, he actually knocked down and killed 4 players, achieving the achievement of 4 consecutive gun kings. Pan Hong, who saw the system prompt, was so shocked that his eyes widened. Isn't this too outrageous? Just now they were being chased by 2 teams of players. But in the blink of an eye, Wang Hao killed these 2 teams of players by himself. And all 4 of them died in Wang Hao's hands. Such a result was something Pan Hong never expected. Moreover, there was still smoke around them. How did Wang Hao achieve accurate shooting? Holy shit. Wang Hao. How did you do that? Pan Hong reacted, his face full of shock and disbelief. And of course, the joy of surviving the disaster. It's your luck, Wang Hao said with a smile. I fired randomly while listening to the footsteps. But I didn't expect that I actually hit it. I can only blame them for their bad luck. Hack. You are so lucky too. Right? Pan Hong said with envy. He did not doubt Wang Hao's statement, because only this explanation could make sense. The smoke blocked the field of vision of both parties, and Wang Hao was bound to be affected. Of course, he was also protected by the smoke. Shooting in the smoke, he fought hard. It's all about luck. Obviously, this time, Wang Hao's luck has the upper hand. Even the absolute upper hand. Wang Hao rubbed his shoulders and smiled. The smoke gradually dissipated. Not far from Wang Hao and Pan Hong, there were 2 cars parked in 4 boxes. Pan Hong immediately ran to the box and searched for useful materials inside. Wang Hao also behaved the same way. They had only searched a small area of houses and mines in the wild area before. The equipment was not complete, so searching was necessary. These 4 people were obviously richer than them. After some searching, Wang Hao and Pan Hong had completed the level 3 sets and had airdrop guns in their hands. Their confidence was greatly increased. This car can still be used. Wang Hao pointed to one of the cars and said. Their own car had overturned and it was obvious that they could not continue driving. Fortunately, the 4 people just had 2 cars for them to choose from. It's still full of fuel and durable? Pan Hong said with some surprise. They fought so hard just now. But this car was not damaged at all. It's amazing. Of course Pan Hong didn't know that it was Wang Hao's credit that the car was in such good condition. The 2 got in the car and continued moving forward, finding a room to rest. At this time, Wang Hao was already secretly controlling 2 human machines to hunt down lone players. Of course, these 2 human machines were not too far away from Wang Hao. He still needed to link up with these 2 human machines, like what he just did. In this situation, Wang Hao would still be in danger even if he had auxiliary functions to help him. Fortunately, they took cover at the time. At the same time, the 2 teams of players were also attacking each other. If they had attacked Wang Hao and Pan Hong, they would have been there long ago. The 2 of them endured with peace of mind. They were lucky this time. And they were still in the circle until the final round. Finally the top 10. Seeing that there were only 10 players left, Pan Hong became excited. Finally in the top 10. He finally passed the promotion round. He was stuck in a golden promotion tournament for 6 days. You can imagine his frustration. Fortunately, today he finally passed the promotion tournament. Wang Hao. Let's take the initiative to fight out. Pan Hong was eager to give it a try. I have been frustrated for the whole game. It's time to let go and fight. In order to pass the promotion round, Pan Hong had been struggling. When it comes to players, even if there is only one, he doesn't dare to shoot for fear of an accident. But now that he is ensured that he can enter the top 10, he naturally has no worries. Even if it is a box now. It doesn't matter. Okay. Wang Hao did not refuse Pan Hong's suggestion. Now there are only 10 people left on the field. And the 2 of them occupy 2 places. In addition, there are 2 humans and machines controlled by Wang Hao. In other words, there are only 6 enemies. And there are 4 on their side. People, the 6 enemies are not in the same team. In this case, why do we need to be patient? In fact, Wang Hao had wanted to take action before. But Pan Hong had never wanted to take the initiative and only wanted to keep things separate. So Wang Hao did not take action. Of course, just because he didn't do it himself doesn't mean that the human-machine puppet didn't do it. Under his command, the human-machine teammates have successfully picked up the mistakes many times. After all, this is just a 2-row game. Teaming up with 2 humans and machines has ensured that they will not be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Secondly, there is Wang Hao's auxiliary function to help. Although the damage of these 2 humans and machines is not as good as that of real people, they can always be at a critical moment, harvesting cleverly. Therefore, in this game, on the surface, Wang Hao has been trying to score points. But in fact, he has eliminated a lot of people. Seeing that Wang Hao agreed, Pan Hong immediately looked for the target and began to attack. Wang Hao was supporting from the side. At the same time, 2 human-machine teammates were also covering. As the 4 people on Wang Hao's side started to take action, the final circle became lively, and gunshots rang out from all directions. In the end, Wang Hao and Pan Hong succeeded in fighting chicken, and the 2 human-machine teammates eventually died at the hands of Wang Hao. In this whole game, Wang Hao kept a relatively low profile. After all, he and Pan Hong were not very familiar with each other, so there was no need to overact in front of him. What's more, Wang Hao has been studying this auxiliary function since he got the puppet function. The same is true for this game. On the surface, he is arguing with Pan Hong, but in fact, he has been secretly controlling the actions of his teammates. Nowadays, Wang Hao has become more and more proficient in controlling the puppets. He even knows their approximate damage value. shooting rhythm, pace, etc. This gain is much better than a few redemption points. Chapter 299 Many Dangers. Wang Hao. Please add me as a friend. After touching the airdrop box, Pen Hong actively asked to add Wang Hao as a friend. Okay. Wang Hao did not refuse. I will meet you when I go to Silver Light City in the future, Pen Hong said with a smile. Okay. Wang Hao also said with a smile. After adding friends, both of them returned to reality. Later, Wang Hao entered the fourth row of OK again. And this time, it was still a random match. If you are injured in reality, it will be reflected on the virtual battlefield. But if you are injured on the virtual battlefield, it will not be brought to reality. Therefore, although Wang Hao's left shoulder injury in the two-row game, the injury was aggravated. But it only affected the two-row game. When he returned to reality, the injury was still the same as before, without any aggravation. Therefore, when Wang Hao entered the four-row battlefield, he did not suffer any obvious difference. Treat. In this game, Wang Hao's luck was not very good. Even if he acted alone, he did not encounter a man machine. If he did not meet a man machine, he would naturally have no helpers. Fortunately, Wang Hao's auxiliary function can still work, but it also ensured that he would survive to the finals. However, they only survived to the finals. Shortly after entering the finals, Wang Hao and his teammates were double-teamed and died tragically on the spot. This time, Wang Hao didn't even have a chance to throw a smoke bomb and was killed by someone from a distance. The sniper rifle was shot dead in seconds. Faced with this situation, Wang Hao was helpless. Fortunately, he also had eliminations and survival points in this round, so his work was not in vain. After playing 3 games, Wang Hao's mission for today was completed. Before going to bed, Wang Hao thought about tomorrow's affairs. Cooperating with Sun Yanfeng is a new attempt, which has risks and benefits. It can be said that this is a completely new development path. If it can be passed, he and his team members will earn exchange points in the future. One more kind. Transporting supplies to war zones for sale is not something that can only be done in the current situation. It can also be done in the future. Although after the update, if the team level reaches level 5, you can redeem it without going to the Redemption Mall building. This prerequisite is that the team reaches level 5. To advance to level 5, you need 10,000 points. For most teams, this is by no means a small number. At least not something that can be achieved in a short time. After all, every team now has a limit on the number of players. Yes, when the number of people is limited, the speed of earning points will naturally be limited. The reason why Wang Hao's Qingfeng team's points increased rapidly was mainly because of Wang Hao's perspective auxiliary function for early warning. Other teams did not have this ability. They had to do it every time they hunted mutant beasts and zombies. Be cautious and don't dare to be too aggressive, because they don't know where or when zombies and mutant beasts will appear. As a result, their speed of hunting mutant beasts and zombies will naturally be greatly affected. Therefore, it is impossible for most teams to reach level 5 in a short period of time. Secondly, although after the update, you do not need to go to the site to redeem materials, the entry restrictions for each floor still exist. Survivors of lower ranks still cannot go to higher floors to redeem supplies. If Wang Hao can have the advantage of rank, he can taking advantage of this. You can still make a fortune by exchanging supplies that most survivors cannot redeem, and then reselling them. And one last thing. That's Wang Hao's copy function. Nowadays, Wang Hao gives priority to meeting the needs of the team members. The copied items are given priority to the team members. After the team members are fully armed, the items he copied will naturally be sold. And Sun Yanfeng after the caravan develops, it can also attract more customers. And Wang Hao's things will naturally be able to sell at higher prices. Therefore, this new cooperation attempt with Sun Yanfeng is very important. But Wang Hao couldn't help but frown when he thought about the situation in the slums. Today's slums are undoubtedly very dangerous. This danger not only comes from countless zombies and mutant beasts, but also from the survivors there. Many survivors are now experiencing a food and water crisis. They can hide in underground air raid shelters and not go out for a while. But they can't stop eating, let alone drinking water. Therefore, if they see food and water appearing in front of them now, they will definitely go crazy. Which is why many people see the market in the slums, but dare not rush to transport supplies. If there is not enough security force, if you rush to transport supplies in, it will be in vain. Not to mention making money. You will not even be able to save your life. So, can your team be qualified for this job? There is no doubt that every member of the Qingfeng team is strong. But there are too few team members, which is their disadvantage. Now they only have 8 people, among whom Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong. 2 of them were in the last battle. He was seriously injured. Although his life was saved, it will take some time to fully recover. He will definitely not be able to follow the convoy to the slums tomorrow. As a result, only 6 people from the team can go. It is by no means an easy task for 6 people to protect a convoy. Wang Hao has not forgotten that in the slums, in addition to the original slum residents, there are many members of other teams. If they saw a large amount of supplies appearing in front of them, they would probably have some thoughts. After all, the slums today are extremely chaotic, and anything could happen. No one would care if they killed a few people there, or robbed several trucks of supplies. The army is now busy clearing out zombies and mutant beasts. So how can they bother to care about things in the slums? Therefore, those survivors who go to hunt mutant beasts and zombies are also a potential threat. If you think about it, today's slums are really dangerous. However, since he agreed, Wang Hao naturally would not change his mind. What's more, this action is also related to the future development of the team. So Wang Hao naturally cannot be scared off like this. Early the next morning, when Wang Hao arrived at the team station, Su Guangyuan, Zhuang Xuer, and others had all arrived. At the same time, outside the team station, there were more than a dozen trucks parked. Each of the trucks are loaded with all kinds of supplies. Wang Hao glanced around and saw a few sneaky figures. Their eyes were always on the supplies coming to the door, and they occasionally exchanged a few words in a low voice. He didn't know what they were planning. Wang Hao, are you here? The first batch of supplies is here. When should we set off? As soon as Wang Hao arrived, Sun Yinfeng had already greeted him. Chapter 300 Transportation. Don't worry yet. Wang Hao said to Sun Yinfeng, have you noticed those people in the corner? I've seen them a long time ago. Sun Yinfeng didn't even look at them and replied, these few tails have been following me since morning. Now, if nothing else happens, they will continue to follow. You mean, they are here for this batch of supplies? Wang Hao said. Isn't this obvious? Sun Yinfeng said. As long as someone is interested in this batch of supplies. You still insist on transporting them? Wang Hao said. Wealth is sought in danger. Sun Yinfeng smiled nonchalantly. What about you? Do you want to accept this task? Wang Hao glanced at the people in the corner intentionally or unintentionally, and said calmly, yes. Why don't you accept it? We're not afraid. So what are we afraid of? Okay. Sun Yinfeng slapped Wang Hao on the shoulder and said with a smile. I really saw the right person. Both Wang Hao and Sun Yinfeng knew that exchange points were not that easy to make. I understand that I can make a lot of money by transporting supplies to the slums at this time. But how to transport them there, and how to sell them to the slum survivors is a big problem. And I can't do it without taking some risks. Wang Hao looked at Su Guangyuan and others who were ready, and said, get in the car. The 6 members of the Qingfeng team each got into a car. Of course, Wang Hao and the others were not the only ones responsible for escorting this batch of supplies. 6. And some guys hired by Sun Yinfeng. However, these guys can move goods, but it's hard to say how useful they can be in actual combat. Zhuang Xuer. When Zhuang Xuer was about to get in the car, Wang Hao stopped her. Looking at Zhuang Xuer's confused eyes, Wang Hao hesitated and said, otherwise, you'd better not go. Zhuang Jian had repeatedly told Wang Hao to take good care of Zhuang Xuer, and this time he escorted her. The action was undoubtedly very dangerous. Wang Hao didn't want Zhuang Xuer to take the risk. If something happened to her, there would be no place for him in Silver Light City. I won't, Zhuang Xuer said firmly. You all are going. Why can't I go? I am a member of the team, and I must participate in this operation. But, I know what you are worried about. Zhuang Xuer interrupted. I am an adult, not a child. I can take responsibility for my own actions. After saying that, Zhuang Xuer got into the passenger seat. Take responsibility for your own actions? Wang Hao smiled bitterly. If something happens to you, your father won't think so, and he will definitely be angry with himself and the team. However, Zhuang Xuer is an independent person. Now that he has decided to follow the car, he can't persuade him. We can only protect her carefully later. Wang Hao muttered in his heart. Later, Wang Hao also got into the passenger seat of a truck. The car Wang Hao boarded was the first car in the entire convoy. Everyone, pay attention. Maintain formation. Follow the car in front, and report anything wrong immediately. Now, let's go! As Wang Hao gave the order to go, the entire convoy started to move. When Wang Hao and his team started their motorcade, the few people who had been sneaking around outside the team station all left at almost the same time. Wang Hao was sitting in the co-pilot seat, with a solemn expression and firm eyes. He held the M416 in his arms. He was wearing a bulletproof vest, a level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, and power boots. He also had a dagger on his waist. People are fully armed and ready for battle. The other members of the Qingfeng team also looked similar. Everyone knew that this trip to the slums would not go smoothly. Time passed little by little, and the convoy moved forward smoothly. There were no accidents in the wealthy area, and they soon entered the civilian area. After entering the civilian area, Wang Hao could clearly feel the curiosity and attention of other survivors on the roadside towards their convoy. However, no one took action, and the convoy was still safe. This is normal. After all, the army in Silver Light City is now stationed in this civilian area and is carrying out the final cleanup work. Once there is internal fighting among survivors, the army will arrive as soon as possible. For the official, maintaining order in the city is as important as eliminating mutant beasts and zombies. Only with a stable order can Silver City avoid chaos, and its rule can continue. Therefore, the official attitude towards internal fighting is quite severe, especially large-scale internal fighting, and they will not tolerate it at all. Of course, if internal fighting occurs in places they don't know about, they will turn a blind eye and not pay too much attention. Now that they have not recovered the slum area, they naturally have no idea what is happening in the slum. Too much intervention. Therefore, today's rich and poor areas are safe. But the slums are chaotic. We are about to enter the slums. Everyone, cheer up. Wang Hao informed everyone in the team channel. The convoy quickly crossed the civilian area and entered the slums. Turn left at the intersection ahead. Wang Hao sat in the passenger seat and directed the driver. Before setting off, Sun Yinfeng had already told Wang Hao the destination of their trip to the slums. However, it was Wang Hao who decided on the specific route, and Sun Yinfeng did not interfere. The driver did not hesitate or refute Wang Hao's order. Sun Yifeng had already told him before that he would obey Wang Hao's instructions on everything on the road. The vehicles behind also followed Wang Hao's lead vehicle. Along the way, the convoy moved smoothly under the command of Wang Hao. Although they occasionally encountered zombies and mutant beasts, the number was not too large. They did not encounter a large number of zombies and mutant beasts. As for the survivors were also seen sporadically, and did not encounter a large number of survivors. It went pretty smoothly. Yu Qianing said in the team channel, "I thought someone would come to hijack the car, but it turned out to be a false alarm. We are quite lucky." Sun Yinfeng's tone also became much more relaxed. The destination was not far away at this time, and his heart had been hanging on the road. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. As long as he arrived at the destination and sold the supplies in the car, he would be completely relieved. However, in the entire team, only Wang Hao knew the true situation. Is there really no one here to hijack the car? Obviously not. Not only did people come to hijack the car, but there were also a lot of people who came. However, Wang Hao has the see-through function and can always detect their ambush in advance. He always turns in advance to avoid the ambush, thus ensuring the safety of the convoy along the way. Wang Hao did not tell the matter. It was difficult to explain the auxiliary function, and Wang Hao did not intend to take credit. However, while others were chatting in the team channel, Wang Hao's expression suddenly changed. Parking. Chapter 301 Interception. What's wrong? What happened? Captain, why did you stop? Wang Hao, did you find anything? As soon as the leading car on Wang Hao's side stopped, the vehicles behind him also stopped. After stopping, everyone asked about the situation. There is an ambush ahead, Wang Hao said in a deep voice. Is there an ambush? How many people? Where are they? Sun Yinfeng asked in the team channel. The exact number of people is unclear, but the total number is at least several hundred. Wang Hao said. Add up? What do you mean? Not a wave of people? Sun Yinfeng immediately understood the meaning of Wang Hao's words. Yes. Wang Hao replied, there are at least 3 places where people are ambushed. As for whether they are together, I don't know. In Wang Hao's field of vision, he could clearly see 3 different places in front of him, each hiding. There was a group of people waiting in formation. Wang Hao guessed that they were probably coming for his own motorcade. Turn around. Turn around, Sun Yinfeng said decisively. Wang Hao agreed. There were ambushes at every intersection on the road ahead. No matter which way they took, they would be attacked. The only solution for now was to turn around and choose another route. However, that would inevitably require a detour, not to mention the time delay. You may also encounter other dangers on the road. However, at this time, Wang Hao no longer cares so much, and first avoids the immediate danger. The convoy began to prepare to turn around. However, they are now in the slums. The slums are already very poor. The roads are in very bad condition, and the streets are very narrow. In addition, after being ravaged by mutant beasts and zombies, the roads today are even more chaotic. Want to live in such a street? Turning around is undoubtedly a very troublesome thing. At the same time, more than 100 meters away from Wang Hao and his team, there were many eyes staring at them. Every move of the team was within their sight. No, they're going to turn around. Damn, they must have discovered us. These people are really cautious. What should we do? Kill out. That's more than a dozen carts of supplies. Even if you grab 1% is worth the risk of fighting here for a long time. Yes, we can't let them escape. Seeing that Wang Hao and others were about to run, the ambushers couldn't hold back. Suddenly, they emerged from their ambush, roaring and rushing towards the convoy. Many of them ran and fired. This group of people is part of the team's idea. There are many people targeting Sun Yanfeng's motorcade this time. However, they do not know the specific destination of Sun Yanfeng's motorcade, so they can only ambush on several possible routes. Most of the unlucky ones couldn't even see the shadow of the convoy. But these people were considered lucky. They waited until they arrived and even blocked the convoy's path. Naturally, they would not be happy to see the cooked duck about to fly away. At the same time, many people also spread the word about the situation here, because they did not know the specific destination of Sun Yanfeng's convoy. Some forces dispersed the members and reported immediately as soon as they found traces of the convoy. They are coming. Wang Hao, who was the leader, immediately spotted the ambushers who rushed out, and his expression became more serious. Wang Hao didn't expect that they would be so decisive. They originally wanted to take a detour. It seemed that these people would not give them this chance. What's even more frightening is that the fighting here may cause a chain reaction. You must know that the survivors in the slums at this time are definitely not just the people in front of you. If they see something to be done, other survivors who have no intention at all they will be unable to restrain themselves from taking action. And when the time comes, their situation will be even more dangerous. Therefore, these people must be repelled, and they must be repelled as soon as possible without delay. Crackling. When Wang Hao reminded everyone, bullets had already been fired and hit the car body, making a sound like firecrackers exploding. Sun Yanfeng was somewhat capable, and had made a lot of preparations for this operation. The sides of these trucks were equipped with protective steel plates, and the tires were also protected. Therefore, bullets hitting the body of the truck could not bring any damage to the vehicle to cause too much harm. However, this is obviously not going to work. Once the ambushers approach, no matter how good the defensive performance of the truck is, it cannot stop their attack. Instead, Wang Hao and others may be caught in a trap. Keep turning around. Wang Hao ordered the driver while leaning out half of his body from the passenger seat. The gun in his hand was already firing wildly at the ambushers. Wang Hao's self-aim function can also work in reality. Therefore, he did not need to deliberately aim at all. And the ambushers who ran within 100 meters were shot and fell to the ground one after another. Reload. After finishing the bullets in the magazine, Wang Hao threw it aside and took out another spare gun. The dropped gun was immediately picked up by the guy next to him, and the guy flexibly changed the magazine. This was also Wang Hao's special arrangement before setting off. There were 3 people sitting in a truck. One was a member of the Qingfeng team, and the other he is the driver. And there is also a guy brought by Sun Yanfeng. This guy's main role is to assist in the attack, such as changing magazines, providing bullets, grenades, and other supplies. If he has time, he will also participate in the attack. This arrangement can ensure that all members of the Qingfeng team can continue to attack and fully unleash their strength. It's a pity that the Qingfeng team only has 6 people who can fight, and it is impossible to equip each truck with one. Although the trucks at the back are also equipped with 3 people, there are no members of the Qingfeng team participating, and the combat effectiveness is much higher. Get a discount. The gun in Wang Hao's hand never stopped shooting. He was able to fire off the firepower of a team all by himself. His hitting rate is too high. Almost no bullet was wasted. Every bullet hit the oncoming ambushers. His auto-aim was originally very powerful. But these ambushers rushed over in a swarm. There was no formation at all. To Wang Hao, these are all living targets, and it would be strange if he failed to hit them. At this time, the rest of the Qifeng team also began to attack the ambushers, and the firepower of the entire convoy instantly became more intense. The ambushers were beaten until they howled and screamed in agony. They did not expect that the firepower of this convoy was so fierce, and each of their marksmanship was so powerful. The number of casualties continued to expand, and the wailing of their companions stimulated their nerves. Although each of them was they have rich experience in virtual battlefield combat. But on the real battlefield, they are still rookies, and their psychological endurance is not that strong. Therefore, the momentum of the charge was quickly suppressed, and they each found bunkers and hid. Chapter 302 Fight or Not. The gunfire stopped, and the only sounds at the scene were the wails and cries for help from the hit ambushers. Wang Hao glanced at the ambushers hiding behind the wall, and then planned to continue to turn around and evacuate. It would be bad for them to continue to struggle here. However, at this time, Sun Yanfeng came to the team channel with a bad news. Wang Hao, someone behind us blocked our road? Mad? It must be those tails who have been following us. These beasts really know how to choose the right time. Sun Yanfeng cursed. Unable to hide his anger, Wang Hao frowned. When leaving the station, Wang Hao and Sun Yanfeng both discovered that there were tails following them. These people should be the people who had been monitoring them outside the team station before. However, these guys were very smart and kept following them from a distance. They did not get close to Wang Hao's convoy, especially after entering the slums, and even further distanced themselves. Wang Hao and the others could not act rashly. Unexpectedly, these guys suddenly blocked their retreat at this time. If I had known earlier, I should have taken action before. However, thinking about this now is obviously of no use. Everyone, hang the team flag on the vehicle. Wang Hao ordered in the team channel. Luo Sun, play the recording. Okay. The next moment, the front of each truck was hung by the members in the vehicle. The flag of the Qifeng team. This flag can be designed and hung by every team. It is the symbol of the team. This is Team Qifeng. Friends who are blocking the road, please get out of the way. Team Qifeng is transporting supplies. We are all survivors. Our common enemy is zombies and mutant beasts. We should not fight internally. There are many people in this slum now, waiting for supplies to save lives. I hope everyone can put the overall situation first. Luo Sun played the recording Wang Hao had recorded in advance, trying to persuade the intercepted gangsters. The recording was played over and over again. Wang Hao and others did not dare to relax at all. Wang Hao played the recording just for a try. In fact, he was not very sure. Since these people came to rob, they had obviously thought clearly. Not so easy to persuade. Sure enough, the recording has been played several times, but within Wang Hao's see-through field of vision, none of the survivors who came to rob them chose to withdraw. Wang Hao, we can't drag it out like this. Sun Yanfeng said to Wang Hao, they must have reinforcements. The longer they delay, the worse it will be for us. Wang Hao nodded and agreed. The road behind us has been blocked. We can only continue to move forward, and all the vehicles will turn back to the front and prepare to rush over. All the cars started to turn back to the front. Captain, they have turned the front of the car back again. What should we do? Not far from Wang Hao's convoy, many survivors who came to intercept were always paying attention to the situation of the convoy. As soon as there was any movement here, they all found. The person being questioned was Hua Hui, the captain of the Bobcat team. Hua Hui is 35 years old this year, and ranks first in the 4th tier of the virtual battlefield. After the game was updated, he immediately formed a team. Today, the Bobcat team is already a 2nd level team, and is not far away from being upgraded. In the past few days, Hua Hui has been leading his team members to hunt mutant beasts and zombies in civilian areas and slums. Therefore, he also knew that some businessmen were planning to transport supplies to the slums. Their team had previously attacked the shipments with other teams. The caravan of supplies had a pretty good harvest. This was a business with no capital and huge profits. After tasting the benefits, Hua Hui became very interested in this matter. This time, when he heard about the news that another businessman wanted to transport supplies to the slums, he was immediately moved and joined forces to several teams had attacked the caravan together before. And everyone planned this ambush together. As far as Hua Hui knows, there are many teams coming to the nearby caravan this time. However, because the specific destination of this caravan is not known, the nearby team ambush locations are relatively scattered, and everyone has nothing to do with it. special ideas. Everyone depends on their ability and luck. Obviously, Hui was lucky. This caravan happened to pass by the place where they ambush. At least before launching the attack. Hui always felt that he was lucky this time. But when the battle started, Hui discovered that this caravan was a tough nut to crack. Before they took action, they also investigated this caravan and knew that they hired a team to escort them. This was nothing special. The previous caravans that transported supplies also hired escorts. But today's caravan, the caravan only hired one team. Compared with the previous caravans, the number of escorts was already very small. As for the guys who accompanied the car, their combat effectiveness was negligible. I thought it would be an easy day today. But Hui didn't expect that the team responsible for escorting would be so capable. Thinking of this, Hui couldn't help but look at the place where he had just charged. There were at least 30 or 40 wounded lying there. Some of them had even stopped moving. They didn't know whether they were dead or alive. Among these people, there were 2 members of their team. Looking at the team members who were wailing for help, Hui's face was cold. But he did not dare to rush to rescue people. Even if there was smoke bomb cover, he would be easily hit by a stray bullet. Seeing that the convoy transporting supplies turned back, Hui naturally understood their intentions, because they were not sure whether the convoy was passing by. Hui and the others had not set up roadblocks before, but it was obviously too late to set up now. Now they have 2 choices. One is to let the convoy pass, and the second option is to choose to fight and prevent the convoy from leaving. Hui and the others originally wanted to have a stalemate with the convoy here, wait for other ambushers from behind to arrive, and attack the convoy from front to back. But the other party obviously saw through their intention and did not intend to continue the stalemate with them. Seeing that the duck in his mouth was about to fly away, Hui was unwilling to accept it. But if they chose to fight, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Just after the charge, they already had 30 or 40 casualties. But the other side didn't seem to have any casualties, which showed how strong the other side was. To fight or not to fight? That is the question. Hui couldn't make up his mind. So while the opponent was still turning around, Hui went to the captains of several other teams to discuss their opinions. There were hundreds of people ambushing the convoy here, and naturally not all of them were members of the Bobcat team. In fact, there were 30 or 40 teams gathered here, some full strength, some partial, and only then hundreds of people gathered. What should we do? Fight or not? Fight. We must fight. If we don't fight, they will run away. Yes, they have trucks. Once they run away, it will be difficult to catch up with them. Our team doesn't even have a vehicle. None. But that Qifeng team is so strong. We can kill so many people in one fight. How many people can they have in one team? We can drown them all with just one breath. Yes. We don't need to be afraid of them. Chapter 303, There are mutant beasts and zombies. The captains of most teams tend to intercept. They have already taken action, and there is no reason to stop at this time. What's more, they have also received news that there are people from other teams coming from behind. As long as they hold the convoy for a while, under attack from both front and back, the convoy will inevitably be destroyed. They just have to wait a little longer. However, there are also team captains who are frightened by the combat effectiveness of the Qifeng team and do not want to see any more casualties among their team members. So they have the intention of quitting. Everyone is here for supplies. This joint team does not have unified command, so it is normal for there to be disagreements. There is no time to waste time. Hui said solemnly. Those who are willing to intercept again are prepared to fight again. Those who are not willing, please stay away. Of course, you will not share in the final result. Yes, that's it. Go. Agree. Okay. The captains of the major teams agreed. And there was really no time for them to wait. Even those who didn't want to fight anymore didn't have any objections to this suggestion. With unanimous opinions, everyone took action. However, it's just about taking action. Their actions are still unorganized. They don't understand how to arrange crossfire points and how to set up a stepped attack. After all, they are just ordinary survivors and have no way to compare with the regular army. What's more, Silver City is peaceful. Over time, ordinary survivors are unfamiliar with real battles. How can they know how to deploy tactics at this time? They all gathered together in a swarm, preparing to use the large number of people to suppress the convoy with firepower. The gunshots that had stopped for a short time rang out again. The dense bullets hit the car body and exploded like firecrackers. Wang Hao's expression became more and more grim. To be honest, Wang Hao is not very willing to fight survivors. As he said in the recording, he just asked Luo Sun to play. As survivors, our common enemies are mutant beasts and zombies. Survivors should not fight each other. Internal friction. But should join forces. But these survivors in front of them have no such thoughts at all. They only have exchange points in their eyes, and only consider their own interests. In order to snatch the exchange points, they will not hesitate to kill their own kind. In this case, Wang Hao no longer needs to be merciful to them. Ho ho ho! A low roar sounded, and the hairs on the hair of the ambushers, who were attacking Wang Hao's convoy, stood on end. This sound was too familiar to them. It was the roar of mutant beasts and zombies. There are zombies or mutant beasts being attracted. But when they were ambushed before, they had observed the surrounding environment, and there were no mutant beasts or zombies nearby. Why did mutant beasts and zombies suddenly appear now? Could it be that he wandered here from other places? This is not impossible. After all, zombies and mutant beasts wander around aimlessly when they have no target to attack. It is normal for them to swim here. Big gorilla. Hack! Such a big gorilla. There are also zombies. Look at the sky. There are flying mutant beasts. The ambushers discovered in horror. 3 mutant beasts and zombies appeared in their field of vision. Although the number was small, the momentum of these 3 mutant beasts and zombies was very scary. They have been dealing with zombies and mutant beasts every day these days. So it can be seen at a glance that these 3 mutant beasts and zombies are by no means low-level existences. But why do 3 high-level mutant beasts and zombies suddenly appear here? Everyone couldn't figure it out. Of course, they didn't have time to think about it now. Because after these 3 mutant beasts and zombies appeared, their goals were very clear, and they immediately launched an attack on them. For a moment, the ambushers screamed again and again. They were just ordinary survivors. Although they numbered in the hundreds, they did not have a unified organization. They were like a pile of scattered sand. Facing the attacks of these 3 high-level mutant beasts and zombies, they were completely helpless to fight back. This was a massacre, with zombies and mutant beasts massacring human survivors. The situation at the scene was completely one-sided. Holy crap! It's the flying mutant beast from last time. The Qifeng team quickly discovered the 3 mutant beasts and zombies. Everyone except Wang Hao became nervous. Although the mutant beasts and zombies are only attacking the ambushers at this time. To the mutant beasts and zombies, all survivors are their enemies, and they may attack the convoy at any time. The people of the Qifeng team are not afraid of those survivors. Even if there are hundreds of them. Without a unified organization, they will not pose a big threat to the convoy. But zombies and mutant beasts are different. Their combat power is too terrifying. Especially it's that flying mutant beast. Everyone in the Qifeng team has experienced its terror. Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong were not able to follow the convoy today because of it. The people in the Qifeng team know it very well. It was so powerful that when I saw it again, I was naturally quite nervous. Ignore those mutated beasts and zombies. Let's rush over first. Wang Hao ordered in the team channel. Others may be nervous, but Wang Hao is not. These 3 mutated beasts and zombies are his puppets and his thugs. Wang Hao had a premonition that today's transportation mission would not go so smoothly. So he let these 3 mutated beasts out last night. The beasts and zombies entered the city, allowing them to follow the convoy in secret. It was not until this moment that they actually took action. Naturally, no one would object to Wang Hao's order. Although they did not know that these 3 zombies and mutant beasts were helpers called by Wang Hao. But now the 3 zombies and mutant beasts were fighting against the ambushers, and the 2 sides were entangled. At this time, it was the best time for their team to break through. Originally, everyone in the convoy thought they would be attacked by mutant beasts and zombies when they broke through. But unexpectedly, the 3 mutant beasts and zombies completely ignored them and only focused on attacking the ambushers. As for the ambushers, they had no time to care about anything else at this time. How could they manage the people in the convoy? As a result, the convoy was able to pass smoothly. TSK. 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 It's so miserable. Looking at the battle behind him through the rearview mirror, Rosen was a little gloating. Although everyone was a survivor, everyone in the convoy had no sympathy for those people, and even wished they were all killed by zombies and mutant beasts. Of course, they don't have the slightest fondness for mutated beasts and zombies. Therefore, now that these 2 parties are fighting, the people in the convoy are happy to see them. And they feel quite happy. Don't worry about the back. There are people in front of us. Wang Hao suddenly reminded in the team channel. Chapter 304. There are still people. Anyone else? Everyone was stunned. They thought they were safe after surviving the ambush just now. But they didn't expect that someone was intercepting them in front of them. There are more people this time, Wang Hao said solemnly. Under Wang Hao's order, the vehicle slowly stopped. Then, Wang Hao led the members of the Qingfeng team and quietly moved forward. As for the convoy, they stayed where they were for the time being. Sun Yinfeng stayed in the convoy to watch over them. Soon, everyone saw a lot of debris piled on the road ahead. Behind the debris, there was a group of heavily armed survivors. Judging from the number of people, it was estimated that there were more than 1,000 people. Hiss? Everyone gasped when they saw this. Is this also coming for us? Yu Qianing asked. If nothing else, it should be, Rosen said. Wang Hao was sizing up the situation ahead. Compared to the doubts of others, Wang Hao was more certain these people are coming for them. Just when they were entangled with the ambushers, some people came around in front of them. These people made simple roadblocks with debris on the roadside, preparing to block the convoy. While they hid behind the debris, wait for the convoy to stop before attacking. If it weren't for the see-through auxiliary function, I'm afraid Wang Hao and the others would have dived in right now. At this time, I am afraid that I have already been attacked. What should I do? Qi Charan looked at Wang Hao. This road is the only way for them to pass. These people in front are good at choosing places, and chose the sniper location here. It seems that this battle is inevitable. But there were many snipers, and there were roadblocks. So it was almost impossible for them to rush through. What should we do? Of course we'll beat him, Wang Hao said extremely firmly. There seemed to be a lot of them, Yu Qianing said with a hint of worry. Although these ambushers didn't know what formations they were, they couldn't hold off the overwhelming number of people, even if they included the men hired by Sun Yinfeng. The total number of people on their side was only about 30. The disparity in numbers between the two sides was too great, and they really wanted to fight. Their chances of winning are not great. There are many of them, and there are also many of us, Wang Hao said calmly. Yu Qianing looked at Wang Hao with some confusion. There are only about 30 of them, and most of them are guys of average strength who can only play support roles. Is this a lot of people? Wang Hao ignored Yu Qianing's doubts and looked at Su Guangyuan. Su Guangyuan nodded towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao then looked at the others and said, "Now I will lay out the tactics. The tactics are very simple. Later I will be responsible for placing the wormhole device maker behind them. After I place it, you can teleport over through it. After that, Sun Yinfeng led the convoy over to attract their attention. Although the guys on the convoy were average, the vehicles themselves were good cover. With the vehicles around, Sun Yinfeng and the others would not be in any danger in a short time. When the battle started, we attack from the rear and catch them off guard. But there are only 6 of us. Even if we catch them off guard, when they react, they will send some people to contain us. What will happen if the remaining people come to grab supplies?" Qi Charan asked. This is indeed a problem. With the impulse device maker, it would be easy for them to attack from behind. The problem is that there are only 6 of them. Even if they are not weak, with 1 against 10, the number is still too small compared to the ambushers. Once the ambushers detach a group of people to rob the supplies, they cannot stop them at all. If the supplies are robbed, the mission will fail. We still have reinforcements, Wang Hao said. Reinforcements? Everyone looked at each other. Yu Qianing looked at Zhuang Shuer with a questioning look in her eyes. Zhuang Shuer shook his head. Yu Qianing suddenly became more confused. Just now Wang Hao said there were reinforcements. The first thing Yu Qianing thought of was the 4th Army. Their Qifeng team belonged to the 4th Army. Zhuang Shuer was the daughter of Zhuang Jian, the commander of the 4th Army. Wang Hao was able to invite the 4th Army. Reinforcements from the 4th Army Corps are not impossible. However, Zhuang Shuer denied her guess. Zhuang Shuer is Zhuang Jian's daughter. If the 4th Army Corps has reinforcements coming to support, Zhuang Shuer cannot possibly not know about it. Since Zhuang Shuer says there is no such thing, it must not be the case. But if the reinforcements were not from the 4th Legion, then who could they be? Yu Qianing didn't think Wang Hao was joking. Since he said there were reinforcements, there must be reinforcements. But the identity of the reinforcements was doubtful. Wang Hao did not explain too much. You must know that there are other survivors coming from behind. If they break through the interception of the 3 mutant beasts and zombies and arrive here, the situation will be more serious for Wang Hao and the others. Therefore, after instructing everyone to be careful here, Wang Hao took a detour through the alley and headed towards the rear of the ambushers. The place where the ambush is located is the only way for the convoy to pass. It does not mean that there is only one road that can pass through. It is just that there is only one major road and many small roads. However, these small roads cannot pass trucks. The ambushers did not arrange anyone on the small road. After all, trucks could not pass here. This was also a sign of their lack of experience. They never thought that anyone would pass here. The focus of their attention was on those trucks. Of course, even if there are people guarding here, they still can't stop Wang Hao. After all, Wang Hao can become invisible. After successfully passing through the alley, Wang Hao ran for a distance and made sure that he was behind those people before releasing the wormhole device maker. Soon, other members of the Qingfeng team were also teleported over one after another. After everyone arrived, Wang Hao notified Sun Yanfeng to start the train. It's coming! It's coming! It's finally here! I've been waiting for them for a long time. So many people didn't win against that group of trash in front of us. If they weren't trash, how would we have a chance? When Sun Yanfeng's motorcade appeared in the sight of the ambushers, the ambushers became excited. There were quite a few people who came to ambush the convoy today. If so many people acted together, they would not be able to get much supplies. However, because they were not sure about the route of the convoy, the ambushers were relatively scattered. In this way, everyone relied on their luck and successfully sniped at the convoy. People in the team can also get more supplies and earn more exchange points. Now, the convoy was appearing in front of him, with more than 10 trucks of supplies. How could these ambushers not be excited? Some people couldn't help themselves and fired in advance, which made others quite angry. But there was nothing they could do. After all, everyone just got together temporarily, and did not belong to each other, and could not command others. Chapter 305 There are reinforcements. Following Wang Hao's request, Sun Yanfeng did not get too close to the roadblock and stopped far away. The ambushers didn't suspect anything. They just thought that firing in advance would make the convoy alert, which made the convoy stop. What should we do now? Should we continue to defend? Or take the initiative? Some people want to continue to stay. Anyway, this is the only way for the convoy to pass. And the convoy will definitely continue to move forward unless they are willing to give up the delivery of supplies. But there are also people who want to take the initiative, because there are not many guards in the convoy. Even with the help of the bunker, they can still defeat this team. There is no need to defend here. If Sun Yanfeng really gives up transporting supplies, what if we just turn around and leave? If these people belong to an organization, they will definitely have a unified opinion. However, these people are from different teams, and there are even lone wolf survivors. Therefore, everyone has different opinions. Some of the more impulsive people have already rushed out of the bunker and rushed towards the truck. First come first served. There were only so many supplies, and we were not in the same team. Those who arrived first would not be polite to those behind, and must have taken more supplies. Therefore, seeing that some people had already rushed out, many people behind were anxious. The people who originally wanted to stick to it became a little shaken at this moment. In the end, driven by interests, nearly half of the people rushed out of the bunker. Although the others did not rush out, they were hesitant and might attack at any time. At this moment, gunshots suddenly appeared on the other side of the convoy. The escort of the convoy fired first. The bullets were naturally fired at the ambushers rushing towards them. However, this did not deter the ambushers, especially when they found that the gunfire was relatively sparse and the hit rate was not very high. The ambushers became even less afraid. Seeing this scene, many people rushed out of the bunker. Now, only about 1/3 of the people remained behind the bunker, and this number was still decreasing. Just when the attention of the ambushers was attracted by the convoy, Wang Hao and the others had already moved closer. At Wang Hao's signal, 6 members of the Qingfeng team pulled out the thunder at the same time. Throw! With an order, 6 grenades were thrown behind the bunker. At this time, the ambushers there didn't even know that someone had touched their backs. Boom, boom, boom. There were 6 explosions in a row, and the ambushers behind the bunker were knocked upside down and killed and injured. After throwing the grenades, Wang Hao and others had already found their positions and started shooting wildly. The bullets flew ruthlessly towards the ambushers behind the bunker. The ambushers had not yet woken up from the aftermath of the explosion. When he came over, he was attacked mercilessly. Wang Hao and others had outstanding marksmanship, especially Wang Hao. With the help of self-aiming, he had a 100% hit rate. The ambushers behind the bunker were quickly killed and wounded. Hack! There's someone behind you. Mad. You know these bastards are unreliable. Now they're starting to fight among themselves. Everyone, please pay attention. Don't trust anyone except the people in your own team. Behind the bunker, the battle also attracted the attention of the ambushers, who rushed out of the bunker. However, they did not expect that the people from the Qingfeng team would be the ones to launch the attack. In their understanding, the members of the Qingfeng team should now be while they were still on the truck. The battle at the rear was an internal fight among the ambushers. It's not surprising that they would have such an idea. After all, they themselves are not members of the same team. And there are only so many supplies. If there are fewer people from other teams, they can grab more. Many people actually have this idea. But they were all waiting to kill the convoy guards before taking action. But they didn't expect that someone had already taken action first. Wang Hao didn't care what others thought. At this time, he was leading his team members to do the final cleanup of the ambushers behind the bunker. However, at this time, Sun Yinfeng had already asked for help in the team channel. Wang Hao, they are rushing over. What should we do? It's hard to turn around here. Sun Yinfeng's voice was a little anxious. Although Wang Hao's side was going smoothly, the situation on their side was not good. Once those ambushers, when they get close, even if they are protected by a car, they still can't resist it. Because there are too many ambushers. It should be almost done. What's almost done? Sun Yinfeng didn't understand what Wang Hao's nonsensical words meant. Just as he was asking, a group of yellow-faced survivors suddenly appeared on both sides of the street. As soon as they appeared, they looked at each other. The ambushers attacked. The ambushers' attention was still on the convoy, and they were caught off guard. In an instant, many people were shot and fell to the ground. This sudden change shocked everyone present except Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan. Is this the reinforcements? Yu Qianing asked. Yeah, Wang Hao said. Who are they? Qi Charan asked. It's Uncle Zhao and the others. Su Guangyuan said. We'll talk about this later. We have to hurry up, Wang Hao said. Everyone nodded, and the movements in their hands became more and more agile. There were actually quite a few people left behind the bunker. About 1/3 of them. Although Wang Hao and the others had excellent marksmanship, they did not dare to rush forward rashly. After catching the opponent off guard, they relied on the surrounding bunkers to continue their attack. Although there were only 6 of them, they exerted an aura as strong as that of 60 people, making the ambushers tremble with fear. I surrender. Don't shoot. I surrender. Frightened by Wang Hao's momentum, some people behind the bunker were so scared that they lay on the ground, shouting surrender. And more people chose to surrender. Only a few diehards still persisted. But they were killed one by Wang Hao and others. Seeing this situation, Wang Hao and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It would still take some time for them to deal with all these people, and they themselves might also suffer casualties. Now that these ambushers can take the initiative to surrender, then naturally nothing could be better. This situation is actually easy to understand. The reason why these ambushers appeared here was just to make a fortune. They thought that there would be no danger in this operation. After all, there were many people participating in the operation, and the target is just a convoy, and the escorts are limited. No matter how you look at it, they have the absolute upper hand. But now, they discovered to their horror that things were not what they thought. The escort force of this convoy was terrifyingly strong. After realizing that their life safety was seriously threatened, some people could not bear the mental pressure and chose to surrender to save your life. In the end, more than half of the remaining 1/3 of the ambushers chose to surrender. Chapter 306 Ransom. Down. All dropped. The ambushers who rushed out of the bunker did not last long before they all surrendered. They were stunned. There are enemies in front, enemies behind, and enemies on the streets to the left and right. They didn't know how many guards the convoy had hired. They were originally planning to surround the convoy, but they were actually surrounded by the convoy's guards. Everyone came here to seek money, but found that their lives were seriously threatened, and not many could persist. So they all chose to surrender. Wang Hao. Everyone pushed the prisoners from both places to one place, and Sun Yinfeng and Uncle Zhao respectively led people to join Wang Hao. Uncle Zhao, thank you for your hard work, Wang Hao said to Uncle Zhao. It's okay. Uncle Zhao smiled and said, everyone heard that there is such a job, and they are very positive. Wang Hao nodded and said, I will pay everyone after I finish handling them. No rush. No rush. Uncle Zhao said quickly. Wang Hao, what are you going to do with them? Sun Yinfeng came over and asked Wang Hao. In fact, these prisoners are also hot potatoes. Wang Hao and the others are just a team and not official personnel. They are not qualified to sentence these people or even restrict their freedom. However, they are just released. Not to mention Wang Hao. It is Sun Yanfeng, and the rest of the Qi Feng team must be unhappy. The prisoners were also looking at Wang Hao, waiting for Wang Hao's decision. And their eyes looked at Wang Hao with fear, dissatisfaction, and resentment. Wang Hao came to the front of everyone, looked at the people squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands, and said, I still have something to do. And I am in a hurry. So I won't bother you anymore. You can leave after paying 500 redemption points. The smart bracelet if you have less than 500 exchange points. You can pay as much as you want. Why? Why do you want us to hand over the exchange points? I won't pay. Let's see what you can do to me. Can't we kill them all? Can it be less? 500 is too much. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, there was a commotion at the scene, and many people protested against Wang Hao's decision. Faced with the crowd's noise, Wang Hao smiled coldly and said, Why? Just because of what you just did. We are all survivors. But instead of hunting mutant beasts and zombies, they actually came to ambush the same kind. So they rushed towards them for what you just did. I will kill you all. And you all deserve it. 500 exchange points. No less. If anyone doesn't want to pay, I don't mind sending him to see the King of Hell. This matter will only cause trouble to the Lord of the city. I'm not afraid of that either. Don't forget. You are the one who made the move. You should be glad that I'm willing to have sex with you. If this matter comes to the Lord of the city, all of you will be imprisoned in Silver Light City. There are many mutant beasts and zombies inside and outside, which is a great opportunity to earn redemption points. If you lose one day of freedom, you will earn one less day of redemption points, based on your behavior today. Do you think you will spend less time in jail? I'm generous enough to only ask you to pay 500 redemption points. From now on, if anyone dares to refute, the number of redemption points will be doubled. Or you can pay double the redemption points. Or go to jail. Your choice. This time, after Wang Hao finished speaking, there was no rebuttal at the scene. Although many people still had serious expressions on their faces, they did not dare to speak out for fear that Wang Hao would double the price of their redemption. No one spoke, and no one took the initiative to pay the ransom. However, Wang Hao was not in a hurry. He believed that these people would know how to choose. 500 redemption points is a lot, but not too much. The current virtual battlefield no longer requires a registration fee. Everyone can enter 3 times a day. Even players with a low level of skill can still earn more than 10 redemption points after 3 games. If they are slightly stronger, 20 or 30 a day is fine. In addition, there are many mutant beasts and zombies inside and outside Silver Light City. Now you can earn redemption points by hunting mutant beasts and zombies. A first-level zombie or mutant beast is worth 1 redemption point. And for most survivors generally speaking, first-level mutant beasts and zombies do not pose much of a threat. It is even easier if you go in a team. It is not impossible for one person to earn 30 or 40 exchange points in one day. Of course, the premise is that they have to find enough first-level zombies and mutant beasts. And they have not yet encountered high-level zombies and mutant beasts. But no matter what, it is no longer as difficult as it was before to earn exchange points. Although 500 exchange points is a lot, if you work hard for more than 10 days, you can almost earn it. Of course, this is the number after deducting the cost. Nowadays, there are many supplies all require redemption points to purchase. So it actually takes a little longer to earn 500 redemption points. But no matter what, it is better than going to jail. Once you go to jail, you will definitely have to endure hardships. It is not at home. It is normal to suffer and be bullied. Moreover, once you go to jail, you will lose many opportunities to earn exchange points. How to choose? I believe anyone who is not a fool can figure it out. Wang Hao even planned to ask for a ransom of 1,000 exchange points. But after thinking about it, he only asked for 500. After all, the game had only been updated recently, and many people didn't have that much inventory. If they asked for too much, they wouldn't be able to pay it, and they would be exceeded. Bear the bottom line in your heart, and it will be bad if there is chaos again. I'll pay. Sure enough, about 2 or 3 minutes later, the first person willing to pay the ransom came forward. Very good. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction. After the man handed over the 500 exchange points, Wang Hao kept his promise and let him leave. With the first one comes the second one, and the remaining captives take the initiative to hand over the ransom one after another. Although many people are definitely unwilling in their hearts, the situation is stronger than the people. There are so many people around with guns watching eagerly. They didn't dare to refuse to deal with him. And they didn't dare to go to the city lord to make trouble. If the trouble was really serious, they would definitely go to jail. About 15 minutes later, everyone paid the ransom. To Wang Hao's expectation, everyone had more than 500 redemption points. Because the redemption points were recorded on the smart bracelet and could not be faked. Wang Hao originally thought that many of these people would be unable to pay the 500 ransom. But he did not expect this to be the case. Sure enough, thrift is the traditional virtue of the Chinese people. In addition, the exchange points are precious, so they must have used them sparingly. That's why they saved these exchange points. But today, they were cheaper for Wang Hao. Of course, this is the price they deserve for their actions. In fact, Wang Hao only offered 500, which was considered kind. Chapter 307 Dividing the Spoils. 617,500. This is the ransom Wang Hao earned from those prisoners. Even though Wang Hao has never been slow to earn exchange points. Seeing this number makes his heart surge. So many redemption points are enough for him to upgrade all the existing auxiliary functions more than once. Of course, Wang Hao just thought about it. At least not for now. Because not all of these exchange points belong to him. And they need to be distributed to other people on the scene. Wang Hao called Sun Yinfeng and Uncle Zhao. Now is the time to divide the spoils. Uncle Zhao, the people you brought will be exchanged for 200 points per person as agreed before. Is there any problem? Wang Hao looked at Uncle Zhao and asked. When he had a premonition that today's delivery would not go smoothly. Wang Hao started to make preparations and called 3 puppets. He was not yet at ease. So he contacted Uncle Zhao and asked him to select from the air raid shelter those who were willing to hire soldiers. The price is 200 per person. And if there are casualties, there will be additional subsidies. This is why Uncle Zhao and others appear here. They are the reinforcements in Wang Hao's mouth. No problem. Uncle Zhao said cheerfully. Although they had just heard the ransom offered by Wang Hao to those people. How much ransom was required was Wang Hao's business. It was Wang Hao's ability to get it, and it had nothing to do with him. Uncle Zhao was not jealous either. For him and the people he brought, 200 exchange points was a lot. You must know that they are all residents of the slums. And their own strength is not too high. They earn exchange points in the virtual battlefield and in reality. The speed is not fast. 200 redemption points is not a small number for them. And they are already very satisfied. What's more, in this battle, they were just supporting. And it was Wang Hao and the others who really fought hard. How many people are there in total? 317. Uncle Zhao said. Are there any casualties? 19 people were injured. None of them were serious. No one died. Uncle Zhao said. Okay. Wang Hao said, these 298 people. 200 exchange points each. A total of 59,600 exchange points. And the 17 injured friends. 300 exchange points each. A total of 5,100 exchange points. Adding up to a total of 64,700 exchange points. Uncle Zhao, can you take 1,000 exchange points alone? Since the injuries were all minor, Wang Hao would not be too small to subsidize the injured person with an additional 100 exchange points. If he was seriously injured or died, the subsidy would naturally be higher. I have too many. Uncle Zhao said quickly, theirs are fine. I can just get the same ones as them. How can that be done? Wang Hao smiled and said, if Uncle Zhao hadn't arrived in time today, we may not be able to win. Uncle Zhao, you deserve this 1,000 exchange points. I'm afraid you think it's too little. How could it be too little? This is too much, said Uncle Zhao. For Uncle Zhao, 1,000 exchange points is definitely not a small number. He does not feel that he has any special contribution. He is just conveying Wang Hao's meaning to the survivors in the air raid shelter. After hearing Wang Hao's offer of 200 exchange points, after there were some material rewards, Uncle Zhao didn't need to persuade him at all. Many people immediately expressed their willingness to come. Uncle Zhao felt that he had no special merit at all, and should get the same amount as others. But Wang Hao directly he was given 1,000 redemption points, which surprised him. Take it if it's not too little. Wang Hao smiled and said, I might need your help in the future. Uncle Zhao. Yes, you should take this exchange point. Sun Yinfeng also advised from the side, you deserve this. Sun Yinfeng was quite grateful to Uncle Zhao and others. After all, it was Uncle Zhao and others who made timely decisions. After arriving, His convoy was saved. Seeing that Wang Hao and Sun Yanfeng were persuading him, Uncle Zhao hesitated and said, "Then I'll accept it." Wang Hao, "Thank you." "Thank you for what?" "I should be the one thanking you." Wang Hao smiled and said, "Except for the exchange point. The promised supplies will be given to you later, when they arrive at your air raid shelter. It is not convenient to get them now." "Okay." Uncle Zhao agreed without hesitation. Now it's Brother Sun's turn. Wang Hao looked at Sun Yanfeng and said, "How about you reward your guys according to the standards of Uncle Zhao and the others? In this battle, those guys also made a great contribution. Yes, whether it was assisting in the previous battle or attracting the attention of the ambushers afterwards. They all contributed. Although Sun Yanfeng must have paid them a fee before coming, Wang Hao felt that it should be given to the family. After all, what Sun Yanfeng gave was the cost of moving the goods, and what he gave was regarded as a combat subsidy. "It's okay if you don't give it to them," Sun Yanfeng said. Before coming, Sun Yanfeng had indeed paid the guys a fee, and considering that this journey was not safe, he paid a lot of money. Even if Wang Hao didn't give extra rewards, Sun Yanfeng didn't think there was anything wrong. "Then I'll take it as your promise." Although Wang Hao is short of redemption points, he is not a stingy person. As a captain, if he is too stingy and selfish, it will be impossible to develop his status in the battle, and no one will be willing to follow him. Therefore, Wang Hao has always been more generous in this regard. There are a total of 26 guys, each with 200 redemption points. A total of 5,200 redemption points. 8 people were injured, and each person received an additional 100 yuan subsidy. The total is just 6,000. Wang Hao said, "Brother Sun, you can also take 1,000 alone. There are no problem." "Me too?" Sun Yanfeng said with a smile, obviously surprised. "Of course." Wang Hao said with a smile, "We fought this battle together, and of course you have a share. Just don't think it's too little. It's quite a lot." Sun Yanfeng said, "The battles before were mainly about you guys from the Qingfeng team are working hard. I got 1,000 redemption points for free. How can it be too little?" Sun Yanfeng is not a confused person. He knows very well who has made the greatest contribution along the way. Although there are few people in the Qingfeng team, but the role he played was not comparable to that of those guys. What's more, Uncle Zhao's people were also invited by Wang Hao. There was no Qingfeng team, and Uncle Zhao and others were not called. They had already been there. He was robbed on the way. So Sun Yanfeng was indeed very satisfied with being able to get 1,000 exchange points for free. So how could he still find it too little? As long as it's not too little, Wang Hao said. With this arrangement, Wang Hao gave away a total of 72,700 exchange points, which seemed like a lot, but it was only a small part of the exchange points Wang Hao had just earned. However, this is not over yet. The members of his own team have not yet given rewards. Wang Hao is not stingy with others, and he is even less stingy with his own people. After Sun Yanfeng and Uncle Zhao left, Wang Hao called the members of the team and said with a smile, "Now is the time to divide the spoils." Chapter 308 Comprehensive Upgrade of Auxiliary Functions. Several people in the team looked at Wang Hao, waiting for the distribution plan given by Wang Hao. Wang Hao didn't let them wait long. "Each of you has 5,000 exchange points. In addition, I will spend another 5,000 exchange points to purchase supplies. Each member of the team can use this batch of supplies." Wang Hao gave this distribution plan. 5,000? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. "Wang Hao, isn't this 5,000 too much?" Zhuang Shuer said to Wang Hao. "Yes, although I also want to share more. These 5,000 are too much." Rosen said, "Captain, you are the one who leads this operation. It would be good if each of us can have 1 or 2,000. 5,000 is too much." This operation was all arranged by Wang Hao, including finding reinforcements. Although everyone did not know that the 3 zombies and mutant beasts were also helpers invited by Wang Hao. Wang Hao was indeed like this, the most important person in this operation. They were just fighting under Wang Hao's command. They didn't have any objections to Wang Hao taking the big share. Wang Hao himself had contributed a lot. What's more, in any team, the captain would get more benefits than the team members. This was a consensus, so naturally they wouldn't have any objections. Opinion? Not much. Wang Hao smiled and said, "You deserve this. Moreover, with this division, I got quite a lot. I was afraid you might have objections. Captain, you deserve more if you get more." The distribution method within the Qingfeng team was decided in this way. The 5 people had a total of 25,000 exchange points, plus an additional 5,000 team funds. Wang Hao distributed another 30,000 exchange points. In this way, Wang Hao distributed a total of 102,700 redemption points. In a short period of time, more than 100,000 exchange points were used. This was something Wang Hao could not imagine before. But now it has actually happened. But even after using so many exchange points, Wang Hao still made a huge profit of more than 500,000 exchange points. Looking at the redemption points on his smart bracelet, Wang Hao felt a little dizzy at the moment despite his strong mind. The most important thing is that although he took so many exchange points, no one else involved in this operation had any objections to this. No wonder those people want to be captains. No wonder so many people choose to be gangsters in the wild. The speed of robbing to earn exchange points is really terrifying, Wang Hao thought to himself. Now, the number of teams in Silver Light City alone has exceeded 500,000. Moreover, this number is still increasing. As a captain, you definitely have certain privileges. And this is also the tacit understanding of the team members. As long as the team develops well, the captain will definitely gain a lot of benefits. Wang Hao had met gangster survivors outside the city before. At that time, he felt that it was too dangerous for them to choose to stay in the wild instead of in the city. But now it seems that those people would choose to stay in the wild, completely driven by profit. The speed of robbing to earn redemption points was too fast, far beyond what could be achieved by playing games on the virtual battlefield. At this time, Wang Hao was taking some action, wondering if he would also become a robber outside the city. Of course, it's just a thought. If you earn more than 500,000 exchange points at once, you must spend them. Only the exchange points spent are valuable. Otherwise, these exchange points are just a bunch of numbers. Wang Hao immediately opened his personal information, and after some weighing, he made a decision: upgrade all auxiliary functions except copy to level 3. This decision made Wang Hao's exchange points instantly increase to 178,014, part of which was earned by the 3 puppets for him. After the upgrade, all auxiliary functions have new changes. Invisibility, level 3. Upgrade requires 125,000 redemption points virtual battlefield effect. Every minute, you can become invisible once, lasting 1 minute. In the invisible state, other players cannot see you or hear your footsteps. There is no sound, and there is no display on the minimap. Your teammates can see you. When you take the initiative to attack, the stealth state disappears immediately, and the auxiliary function enters the cooling time. Realistic effect: every 10 minutes, you can become invisible once for 5 minutes. In the invisible state, no other creature can see you, hear your footsteps, smell you, or see you. Shadow: when you take the initiative to attack, the invisibility state disappears immediately, and the auxiliary function enters the cooling time. Perspective, level 3. Upgrade requires 125,000 redemption points virtual battlefield effect. Other players within 500 meters can't hide in front of you. Realistic effect: within 1,000 meters, any other creature has no way to hide in front of you. Eagle Eye, level 3. Upgrade requires 50,000 redemption points virtual battlefield effect. You can see further than others. Field of vision increased 5 times. Realistic effect: field of view distance increased 5 times. Clone, level 3. Upgrade requires 250,000 redemption points virtual battlefield effect. Every 3 minutes, you can summon a clone. The number of clones is 5. The level is equivalent to the main body. The clone duration is 30 seconds. The duration ends, or if the clone is killed, it will enter the cooling time. Realistic effect: every half hour, you can summon a clone. The number of clones is 5. And the level is the same as the main body. The clone lasts for 5 minutes. When the duration ends or the clone is killed, it will enter the cooling time. Self-aiming, level 3. 100,000 redemption points required for upgrade virtual battlefield effect. Within a distance of 200 meters, if the target is shot within a range of 5 meters, it will be automatically determined as a hit. Realistic effect: within a distance of 300 meters, and within a range of 5 meters around the target, it will be automatically determined as a hit. Unconventional rewards, level 3. Upgrading requires 100,000 redemption points virtual battlefield effect. After eating chicken, the rewards you get from the airdrop box are not regular rewards provided by the virtual battlefield, and the probability of obtaining the best items is increased. Copy, level 3. Upgrade requires 250,000 redemption points virtual battlefield effect. Every 1 minute, You can copy an item on your body or in your backpack. Realistic effect. You can copy 5 designated items every day. Repair, level 3. Upgrade requires 100,000 redemption points. Virtual battlefield effect. You can repair damaged items in the game. Realistic effect. You can repair damaged items in reality. And a function of the item will be randomly added after repair. Every day you can use this accessibility feature up to 3 times. Transport, level 3. 100,000 redemption points required for upgrade virtual battlefield effect. In the game, every 1 minute, you can select an object to move to the location you specify. Realistic effect. In reality, you can select an object to move to a designated location every day. And the movement is not limited by time and space. Puppet, level 3. Upgrade requires 250,000 redemption points. Virtual battlefield effect. Every minute you can control a man-machine for your own use. And the number of eliminations obtained by the man-machine will be doubled on your head. Realistic effect. You can control 3 zombies or mutant beasts for your own use every day. The higher the level of zombies and mutant beasts, the lower the probability of successful control. The higher the intelligence of zombies and mutant beasts, the lower the probability of successful control. PS. Level 1. The success rate of controlling level 2 zombies or mutated beasts is 100%. Chapter 309 changes. After the upgrade, the performance of most auxiliary functions has been improved. The reason why I say mostly is because there is an auxiliary function, and its attributes do not change at all after upgrading. This auxiliary function is transportation. After upgrading from level 1 to level 2, Wang Hao had already discovered the specialness of this auxiliary function. At that time, Wang Hao was still thinking about whether there would be changes after upgrading again. It was this lucky mentality that made Wang Hao in vain. I spent an extra 20,000 redemption points. Even though Wang Hao had plenty of redemption points now, losing 20,000 redemption points all at once made him feel heartbroken. That was 20,000 redemption points. And it was just wasted. If it had been someone else, they would have fainted from heartache. Fortunately, other auxiliary functions have changed after the upgrade, and their effects have been enhanced. The 3 auxiliary functions of self-aiming, perspective and eagle, I have all had their effective distance increased after the upgrade. For these auxiliary functions, the increase in distance means the effect is enhanced. After the stealth auxiliary function is upgraded, the invisibility time has been extended, but the function cooling time has been shortened a lot. Especially in reality, it can be invisible for 5 minutes at a time, and the cooling time is only 10 minutes, compared with before. This definitely a huge improvement. The auxiliary function of clone has also been greatly strengthened. Not only has the number of clones summoned each time increased, but the duration of the clones has also been extended. Moreover, the strength of each clone has also been improved. Previously, only the main body was available. Half of it has now fully reached the original level. In other words, whatever level Wang Hao is, the clone he summons will be at that level. The effect of this auxiliary function improvement is still quite strong, and the exchange points are worth it. Then, there is the copy auxiliary function that Wang Hao attaches great importance to. After the upgrade, it has changed from 1 piece a day to 5 pieces a day now. In this way, Wang Hao can give his team in a very short time, equipped with all kinds of top-notch equipment. Of course, the premise is that he must first have the best equipment. This reflects the importance of unconventional rewards. The unconventional rewards have also changed after upgrading. However, this change is a bit vague. It is just that the probability of obtaining the best items has increased. As for how much the increase has been, there is no clear figure. But since it says so, the probability must be higher than before. Wang Hao has obtained a lot of good things from the virtual battlefield before. Normally, his previous rank was not high, so he should not get very good things. It is better to get bullets, food, water, etc. But what he got was wormhole device maker and power boots are the unconventional rewards at work. Therefore, Wang Hao also has great expectations for this auxiliary function. Finally, there are the 2 auxiliary functions of repair and puppet. After the upgrade of the puppet auxiliary function, it did not bring much surprise to Wang Hao. After the upgrade, the number that can be controlled every day increased. At the same time, the success rate of controlling low-level zombies and mutant beasts has also increased, which is naturally a good thing. But this is all within Wang Hao's expectations. After the upgrade of the repair auxiliary function, it brought a surprise to Wang Hao. In reality, repairing items can actually give the item a function. This ability was completely beyond Wang Hao's expectation. although there is an additional usage limit of 3 times per day. The effect of this auxiliary function has actually been enhanced. Find a chance to try it later. Wang Hao muttered in his heart. Generally speaking, Wang Hao is generally very satisfied with the effects of these auxiliary function upgrades. Except for transportation. Wang Hao will never upgrade this auxiliary function again. There are more than 170,000 exchange points. Have they been used? Wang Hao muttered. More than 170,000 redemption points may seem like a lot. But looking at the redemption points required for each auxiliary function upgrade now, it seems that this number is actually not very large. After the auxiliary function is upgraded to level 3, it will take more. The exchange points are simply terrible. Even Wang Hao's more than 170,000 exchange points cannot upgrade the 3 auxiliary functions of copy, puppet and clone. To upgrade these 3 auxiliary functions to level 4, you need 250,000 redemption points. Seeing this number, Wang Hao felt dizzy. When he had just earned more than 600,000 redemption points, Wang Hao thought it was an astronomical figure. But now that he saw the requirements for upgrading these auxiliary functions, Wang Hao felt how small this figure was. In short, he still needs to continue to work hard and earn more exchange points. For him, there are never enough redemption points. After hesitating for a while, Wang Hao did not choose to upgrade any auxiliary functions. He kept the more than 170,000 redemption points for now and upgraded after encountering good auxiliary functions. Wang Hao. Everyone behind has dispersed. At this time, Sun Yanfeng came over. Looking excited. Someone had blocked their retreat before and then outflanked them. But because of the sudden appearance of 3 powerful mutant beasts and zombies, those who wanted to ambush the convoy were immediately scared away. When they met Wang Hao and Sun Yanfeng, they could surrender and pay a ransom to save their lives. But when they encountered mutant beasts and zombies, especially high-level mutant beasts and zombies, they didn't even have the chance to surrender. Zombies and mutant beasts would not accept their surrender. Therefore, when Wang Hao and the others were capturing prisoners, the ambushers behind them had already fled in panic. The reason why Wang Hao dares to slowly capture prisoners and ask for ransom here is because there are 3 powerful thugs guarding him behind. He doesn't have to worry about being attacked by the ambushers. Now those people have escaped, and they are also under Wang Hao's control. As expected. After all, although the supplies are tempting, you must have the life to get them. The survivors have now gradually learned how terrifying high-level zombies and mutant beasts are, and they do not dare to rashly provoke those terrifying entities. Wang Hao secretly thought that it was a pity. After making a fortune, Wang Hao now hoped that some unsighted guys would come to snatch supplies. In that case, he could earn ransom again. Unfortunately, the ambushers behind him were either the 3 puppets were killed or scared away, and no ambushers approached the convoy. The strange thing is that the 3 mutated beasts and zombies also disappeared. Sun Yanfeng didn't know what Wang Hao was thinking, and said with a look of confusion and joy, "I was worried about those 3 beasts coming over to kill us. Let's, what a blessing." Chapter 310. The buyer is coming. Lucky? Wang Hao smiled and did not answer the question, but said, "How is the scene handled? Are you ready to go?" When Wang Hao let those prisoners go, he didn't just ask them to pay the ransom and that's it. The guns were seized. In reality, a backpack can store guns, but in addition to a pistol, it can only store 1 gun. Therefore, you can actually see how many guns a survivor carries. Usually, survivors will carry 2 when they go out. For non-pistol firearms, 1 is in the hand or on the back, and the other is in the backpack. Wang Hao just asked the prisoners to keep their guns except pistols, not because he wanted to make some extra money, but because he was afraid that if they left with guns, they might turn around and return, and then they would have another item. Trouble. Of course, these remaining guns can also be sold to make some extra money. Sun Yanfeng's people were just packing up the guns. Of course, they were also dealing with the wounded at the same time. "Okay," Sun Yanfeng said. "Then let's set off." Wang Hao said. "Slow down the car a little, and Uncle Zhao's people will escort us." Sun Yanfeng nodded. Although he was already at his destination, before selling the goods, he would be there at any time. Accidents may occur, and having more people to protect you is more secure. What's more, even if you arrive at your destination, it doesn't necessarily mean that everything will be fine. Having more people to support the scene will also be beneficial to subsequent transactions. Soon, the convoy continued on the road. The people from the Qifeng team were still in the car, while Uncle Zhao's people were walking with the car. Because of the addition of Uncle Zhao's people, the entire convoy was larger than before. even if there were small groups. Most of the survivors who want to build a convoy will give up when they see this formation, because the car was driving slowly. There were only about 20 minutes left, but we walked for more than an hour. On the way, everyone worked together to kill several groups of zombies and mutated beasts. This was also an act of necessity. He was responsible for leading the way. Wang Hao is already trying his best to avoid zombies and mutant beasts. After all, their main purpose now is to transport supplies. As for hunting zombies and mutant beasts, there are plenty of opportunities. The two-story building in front is our destination this time. Sun Yanfeng's voice sounded again in the team channel. How many people can be hidden in such a small building? Rosen asked doubtfully. The people are not in the building. They are downstairs. Sun Yanfeng said with a smile. This is one of the entrances to a large air raid shelter. I have agreed with them to conduct transactions here. You guys wait while I contact them. There are basically more air raid shelters. An entrance and exit. Wang Hao and others had also seen various entrances and exits, so they were not too surprised by Sun Yanfeng's words. Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan were once residents of the slum. However, the slum area is quite large, and it is impossible for Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan to visit every part of the slum. Therefore, it is normal for the two of them not to know that there is an air raid shelter here. The convoy came to a slow stop, and everyone was on alert. Sun Yanfeng contacted the other party. Not long after, about 20 people walked out of the building, each of them fully armed. Brother Zhou. Here. Sun Yanfeng jumped out of the car and walked towards the other party with a smile on his face. Wang Hao's Qingfeng team was only responsible for escorting, not the specific transactions. Therefore, Wang Hao did not step forward, and his attention was not on the people who had just come out, but on the two-story building. There were suddenly more than 100 people there, and the number was still increasing. Wang Hao squinted slightly and glanced at the people who were talking to Sun Yanfeng. Sun Yanfeng had already taken those people to inspect the goods. Wang Hao approached Sun Yanfeng without leaving a trace and whispered about the situation in the building. Sun Yanfeng's expression paused slightly, and he subconsciously glanced at the two-story building. Brother Zhou, are you worried about me? Sun Yanfeng said to the leader. How is that possible? Zhou Ming said. Brother Sun, where did you start talking about this? If you believe me, brother, how come you arranged so many people in that building and pointed their guns at us? Sun Yanfeng said. Zhou Ming's expression changed slightly. There were indeed people in the building, and those people were all arranged by him. He originally wanted to grab the goods directly after verifying the goods brought by Sun Yanfeng. In that case, he could save a lot of exchange points. For this matter, he had planned it for a long time, and he did it flawlessly. They attracted the attention of Sun Yanfeng and others, and the personnel in the rear deployed firepower. Once they confirmed that the supplies were accurate, they took action immediately. But Zhou Ming didn't expect that Sun Yanfeng would suddenly say this. However, Zhou Ming is not an ordinary person. Although his face changed slightly, his tone was still normal, and he did not lose his composure. Brother Sun, you misunderstood. It's okay, Zhou Ming said quickly. Misunderstanding? Sun Yanfeng suddenly took out his pistol, pointed at Zhou Ming's head, and said, Brother Zhou, I came to save you with supplies. If you are not sincere, then forget about this business, and I won't embarrass you. I will take the things away. Now in this slum, there is nothing to worry about selling. If you don't want it, there are many people who want it. Zhou Ming said anxiously. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Do you believe it? Sun Yanfeng sneered. Sun Yanfeng didn't see anyone in the building, but he believed Wang Hao, since Wang Hao said there were many people there and pointed their guns at him. Sun Yanfeng believed him. Zhou Ming's face kept changing, and he wanted to quibble. But Sun Yanfeng's attitude was very determined, and his quibble seemed weak. I will ask you one last time now. Sun Yanfeng said to Zhou Ming, are you going to do this deal? If you don't do it, I won't force it. Again, in this slum, there is no shortage of buyers for these materials. If you want to continue this deal, let your friends in the building put down their weapons and come out. Zhou Ming hesitated for a long time, and finally gave in. Yes, I must do it. Zhou Ming didn't know how Sun Yanfeng discovered those people in the building. Those people were obviously very careful. There was no gap between them here, but Sun Yanfeng was able to find it. Moreover, he didn't look like he was deceiving him, which made Zhou Ming very confused. But now is obviously not the time to think about these things. If Sun Yanfeng is really annoyed and the business cannot be carried out, The people in the air raid shelter below will not let them go. Zhou Ming's initial idea is to rob if he can. And if he can't, then continue trading. No matter what, they cannot miss this batch of supplies. This is a life-saving straw for their more than 2,000 people. Chapter 311 New Maintenance Effect. Soon, a group of people came out of the building. In order not to cause misunderstanding, these people did not carry weapons. Zhou Ming looked at Sun Yanfeng, waiting for Sun Yanfeng's answer. The gun in Sun Yanfeng's hand was still pointed at his head. Sun Yanfeng looked at Wang Hao, and Wang Hao nodded towards Sun Yanfeng. This small action was noticed by Zhou Ming, and his eyes showed doubts. Could it be that this young man is the real boss of this caravan? Otherwise, why would Sun Yan ask him for his opinion again and again? When Sun Yanfeng received Wang Hao's affirmative reply, he put away the gun with a smile and said to Zhou Ming, "Why don't we end it already? Come and inspect the goods." The gun pointed at his head was taken away, and Zhou Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Nowadays in this slum, killing 1 or 2 people is really not a big deal. The officials are busy cleaning up mutant beasts and zombies, and they have no energy to care about the affairs of the slum. If Sun Yanfeng really kills people, Zhou Ming's death will be in vain, and he doesn't want to die yet. Although these supplies cannot be obtained in vain, they can at least save their lives. With the supplies, they will have the confidence to fight mutant beasts and zombies here. Sun Yanfeng did not do anything with the supplies. Therefore, Zhou Ming and others were very satisfied with the supplies after checking them. If there is no problem, let's trade. Time is limited, and I have to rush to the next air raid shelter, Sun Yanfeng said. Sun Yanfeng transported more than 10 trucks of goods this time, and Zhou Ming and his friends only had more than 2,000 survivors in the air raid shelter. It's not that these people couldn't use up the supplies. In fact, even if all the supplies were sold to them, they would still be able to use them. It can be digested, and there won't even be much left over. But the problem is, they don't have that much purchasing power. Don't forget, Zhou Ming and others are just survivors of the slums. As survivors of the slums, they have limited financial resources, and the exchange points they have cannot support them to buy all these goods. Sun Yanfeng also knows this. So, he had already contacted several buyers before coming to the slums, and Zhou Ming and the others were just one of them. Zhou Ming nodded, and then discussed the price with Sun Yanfeng. At this time, Sun Yanfeng showed his fangs, showing the shrewdness and greed of a businessman. Zhou Ming and others were just ordinary survivors. How could they be Sun Yanfeng's opponent in such matters as negotiation? In addition, they were indeed short of resources now. Materials are now a seller's market. Therefore, during the negotiation, Zhou Ming and others were losing ground and looked ugly. Wang Hao just glanced at it and walked to the side, playing with a gun with some damage on the surface. He would not interfere with the negotiation process, and did not want to interfere. Sometimes I thought about it. He was indeed not very suitable for business, at least in terms of mentality. He is much worse than Sun Yanfeng. Faced with the misfortune of Zhou Ming and others, Sun Yanfeng was unmoved. But Wang Hao couldn't bear it. After all, he was also a resident of the slum before, and knew the real-life conditions of the residents here. Although the words of Zhou Ming and others were somewhat exaggerated, but overall it's true. However, the residents living in the slums are not necessarily pitiful people. Many of them are not good people. Take Zhou Ming and the others. If Wang Hao hadn't discovered it in time and Uncle Zhao hadn't escorted him with a large group of people, I'm afraid that they had already started to snatch it. Poor people must be hateful, and sometimes they may not be unreasonable. Wang Hao looked at the progress bar above the gun in his hand and felt somewhat emotional. Soon, the progress bar filled up, and the originally somewhat damaged gun was repaired by Wang Hao. And Wang Hao also saw an additional message on this gun. The range increased by 10%. Is this a function that was randomly added after the maintenance? Wang Hao thought to himself. It's more like the equipment enhancement in ordinary games. Wang Hao also played some games before traveling through time. Equipment enhancement in games is no stranger. Most equipment enhancements increase the basic attributes of the equipment. But there are also enhancements that increase certain properties or skills. This 3-level repair auxiliary function is equivalent to a relatively special equipment enhancement. After enhancement, the attributes or performance are not fixed, and have a certain degree of randomness, which may be good or bad. It's a pretty good ability. Wang Hao is quite satisfied with the new effect of this auxiliary function. The same gun, after being strengthened, will have different properties and functions. The performance of the gun that has been strengthened will undoubtedly be more superior. If it is really sold on the market, the price will be higher. Wang Hao put the gun next to him, and then picked up another slightly damaged gun. These guns were confiscated just after the battle. During the battle, it is normal for the guns to be bumped and damaged. Some guns that have been used for a long time will even have serious jamming and explosion. Of course, such it's rare, but not impossible. The progress bar appeared again, and the entire process was quickly completed. This already intact gun also has a line of small words added. Shooting damage increased by 10%. Same gun, different functions? Wang Hao smiled and said to himself, it's really random. The two guns Wang Hao repaired were both M16A4s. However, after 2 repairs, there was a problem. The 2 different new abilities really fit the word random in the function description. Wang Hao simply took advantage of the last maintenance opportunity today, and it was still mandatory. And this time, a new ability has appeared, doubled ammunition capacity. This attribute is good? Wang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw this new attribute. This is reality, not a drama. So there is no situation where you can never finish the magazine. Ammunition capacity is very important in many cases. If you have more bullets in your gun, you can maintain fire suppression. This is also the role of machine guns. The reason why it is particularly important in many battles is that frequent changes of magazines will cause shooting gaps and give the opponent a chance to counterattack. Therefore, Wang Hao is very satisfied with this attribute of doubling the ammunition capacity. It's a pity that he just carried out maintenance with an experimental mentality. And the repair was also an M16A4 that he didn't like to use very much. Therefore, he did not intend to use this gun himself. However, after understanding the new ability of this auxiliary function, there will be many opportunities to strengthen your various equipment in the future. But there is no need to rush. While Wang Hao was groping for the latest function of repair, Sun Yanfeng had also completed the negotiation. Looking at his cheerful face, it was obvious that he was very satisfied with the result of this negotiation. Chapter 312 Very satisfied. Smiling so happily. How much money do you make? Wang Hao joked as he looked at Sun Yanfeng approaching. Of course. Sun Yanfeng glanced at Zhou Ming and others who were moving goods, and then said to Wang Hao, but don't worry. I know you have a good heart. And I am not a bad person either. Although my purpose is to make money. But I won't force them to death. And I will definitely leave them a way to survive. Compared with other businessmen, my price is still much cheaper. Wang Hao nodded, based on his understanding of Sun Yanfeng. Although Sun Yanfeng is also similar, other businessmen pursue profits like that. But they are not without a bottom line. This is also an important reason why Wang Hao cooperated with him. Zhou Ming and others quickly moved away the purchased materials. Of course, they also left an exchange point for purchased materials. Let's go to the next location, Sun Yanfeng said to Wang Hao. Wang Hao nodded. About 3 hours later, Sun Yanfeng sold most of the delivered supplies. During this period, he found a total of 5 buyers. This was because these survivors lack purchasing power. Otherwise, there would be no need to find so many buyers. However, after buying the supplies, these people have the capital to fight mutant beasts and zombies. And they can also earn exchange points in this way. With the exchange points, they can continue to buy supplies. Therefore, this is a matter of long-term cooperation. Perhaps Sun Yanfeng did not squeeze the price too much and had this consideration. There were some supplies left in the car, which Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan brought, mainly to supply Uncle Zhao and their air raid shelter. Because most of the supplies on the truck had been sold, there was a lot of space. Therefore, Uncle Zhao's people also got on the truck. Although it was a bit crowded, it could barely fit in. In this way, the speed of the journey was quite fast. A lot. When Wang Hao and the others arrived at the air raid shelter where Uncle Zhao and the others were hiding, someone was already waiting there. As soon as the car stopped, someone came forward to buy supplies. Yes, just buy it. After Feng Gaoyuan's analysis, Wang Hao also felt that giving away supplies for free was not a good idea. Instead, it might cause trouble to Uncle Zhao and others. Therefore, Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan changed their minds and no longer gave away supplies for free but sold them. Of course, the selling price is slightly cheaper. At the same time, those who follow Uncle Zhao to escort the convoy can get some material rewards. Wang Hao is not worried that doing so will cause dissatisfaction among others. After all, those people they risked their lives to escort the convoy. And they got these supplies for free. Wang Hao, please let me tell you. If something good like this happens in the future, please remember to think of us. Uncle Zhao said to Wang Hao with a cheerful face. Uncle Zhao was originally just an ordinary survivor. There are now about 2,000 people in this air raid shelter. Uncle Zhao originally did not have much say among them. The best proof is that he was sent out to search for supplies. After all, searching for supplies it involves taking great risks. If he really had the right to speak, Uncle Zhao would not be sent out. But after this cooperation with Wang Hao, many things have become different. Everyone knows the importance of materials in this situation. And Uncle Zhao, through Wang Hao, not only allowed those he brought with him to receive exchange points and materials as rewards, but others were also able to purchase materials at relatively low prices. In this way, Uncle Zhao has become a powerful and well-connected person in the hearts of the survivors. Many people now look up to him. Uncle Zhao has also become one of the most powerful people in the air raid shelter. Wang Hao glanced at the people who were carrying supplies with a smile, and said to Uncle Zhao with a smile, "This is definitely no problem. But this kind of thing is somewhat risky." Uncle Zhao remembered to make it clear to them. No need to say more. They all know it. Uncle Zhao said, "There are mutant beasts and zombies inside and outside the city. Where is there no danger? It may not be safe to hide in the air raid shelter. If you take some risks, you can get some supplies. I believe no one will refuse." Uncle Zhao brought out more than 300 people this time. But in fact, there were many people who were excited at the time. But many people did not trust Uncle Zhao and Wang Hao very much. And they were also worried about mutant beasts and the fear of zombies. Many people were hesitant and ultimately did not make the trip together. But now, Uncle Zhao and the others have gained real benefits. How can others not be tempted? As for taking risks, that's nothing. As residents of slums, their lives are usually difficult. In order to obtain exchange points and money, what have they not done? But they usually endure hardships and take risks. But they don't earn much exchange points and money. Now they can get materials and exchange points by taking some risks. Who would refuse? What's more, anyone with a discerning eye can now see that fighting zombies and mutant beasts will become the main theme in the future. Even if they are unwilling to face it now, will they be able to escape in the future? Sooner or later you have to face someone. There is no use in escaping. Therefore, Uncle Zhao is sure that if something like this happens next time, more people will definitely be willing to participate. Wang Hao nodded. People like Uncle Zhao will definitely be a big help if they are used properly. Maybe I will need their help again sometime. Of course, like other residents in the air raid shelter, Uncle Zhao and the survivors in this air raid shelter do not have much purchasing power. This is still the case when Wang Hao lowers the price of supplies. If the price increases, they can buy more. It is limited. So Wang Hao will soon bring supplies to sell. And his contact with them will not be interrupted. After all the supplies on the truck were sold out, Sun Yinfeng and the others no longer had the need to stay in the slums. Exchange points are important to everyone. But earning exchange points is not just about hunting zombies and mutant beasts. Sun Yinfeng and the others took another path. So there was no need to stay here to hunt zombies and mutant beasts. Wang Hao, guess how much you earned in total on this trip? Sun Yinfeng came to Wang Hao mysteriously and asked. How many? 8,000. So much? Wang Hao said in surprise. Wang Hao's surprise was not fake. He was really surprised. Although these 8,000 exchange points are nothing compared to the more than 600,000 exchange points obtained before. The more than 600,000 is an unexpected windfall. It is impossible to have such good things every day. But this 8,000 thousands of redemption points can be sustained for a long time. Or even more. Wang Hao originally thought that making 2,000 or 3,000 in this first transaction would be pretty good. But he didn't expect that he could actually make so much. Chapter 313 Distribution Plan. Hey, don't even look at who I am. Sun Yinfeng smiled proudly. He is indeed so proud of his qualifications. The fact that such a batch of goods can be sold to him at such a price is a reflection of his strength. Okay, I know how good you are, Wang Hao said. However, if you can make so much, don't those other businessmen make more? Wang Hao knew that the price Sun Yinfeng sold these supplies was, compared to other businessmen, are a bit lower. In this case, he can earn so much, and other businessmen will only earn more. Of course, Sun Yinfeng said. Otherwise, why do you think so many people want to transport goods here for sale despite knowing that this road is very dangerous? Wang Hao nodded. Their journey was relatively smooth. And other than the ambushers, they did not encounter many dangers. But they did not encounter too many dangers. Which does not mean that others will not encounter too many dangers. The reason why Wang Hao and his team are so safe is because Wang Hao is leading the way. And Wang Hao has clairvoyance with this auxiliary function. He can detect dangers in time, avoid them, and choose the best route, so as to ensure driving safety. But other convoys do not have people like Wang Hao, so it is impossible for them to transport supplies so safely and smoothly. And they knew that the journey would not be smooth or safe. But they still insisted on transporting supplies to sell. There must be a reason. The reason is that this business has huge profits. Wang Hao nodded. According to our previous agreement, you and I will each have half of the 8,000 exchange points. Sun Yanfeng said. I will transfer the 4,000 exchange points to you. Sun Yanfeng was very happy, and directly transferred the 4,000 exchange points to Wang Hao. The exchange point has been transferred to you, so I will take the others and leave first. Sun Yanfeng said to Wang Hao. They did not intend to stay and hunt mutant beasts and zombies. That was not their specialty. On the way back, although there was no escort from Wang Hao and others, because there were no supplies in the car, the convoy was more convenient to move. Don't worry too much about safety issues. Wang Hao nodded and said. Keep in touch on the road. If you are really in danger, remember to contact us. That's for sure, Sun Yanfeng said. Afterwards, Sun Yanfeng left with his people. Uncle Zhao and others have also returned to the air raid shelter. They have supplies and weapons, and they should be discussing how to deal with mutant beasts and zombies. Only members of the Qingfeng team are left on the scene. The spoils are divided. Wang Hao gathered the team members together and said, Our team has divided 4,000 exchange points for this escort. However, this operation is in the name of the team. So I decided that the team every member participates in the allocation. There are 8 people in our team, and each person gets 500 redemption points. Do you have any opinions? Everyone shook their heads to express their support for Wang Hao's decision. Wang Hao's distribution plan was different from the previous one. This time he brought Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong, who did not travel with the team. Everyone had no objections to this. After all, this operation was indeed carried out in the name of the team. Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong are both members of the team, and they are indeed qualified to participate in the allocation. This is different from the situation in the previous battle. In the previous battle, Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong did not participate. It is normal not to participate in the allocation. And with the team, it is also reasonable for them to participate in the assignment of operational tasks they accept in name. Since everyone has no objection, it's settled, Wang Hao said. Captain, what should we do next? Rosen asked. Of course it's hunting mutant beasts and zombies, Wang Hao said with a smile. Although we earned a lot of exchange points today, hunting mutant beasts and zombies is the main theme. We can't aim too high. Although we can earn a lot of money by hunting mutant beasts and zombies, the speed of redeeming points is not as fast as this operation. But only fighting can improve the strength of our team. Only when the strength is improved can we have the opportunity to earn extra money like today. Everyone nodded. This truth is not difficult to understand. If they are too ambitious because of their recent harvest, and look down upon the small gains from hunting mutant beasts and zombies, then their team strength will not be improved. If they are not strong enough, they will not be able to receive such jobs in the future. Even if it is picked up, it may not be completed smoothly. Moreover, such things may not happen often. So hunting mutant beasts and zombies is still necessary. Later, Wang Hao used his clairvoyance auxiliary function to lead the team members to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. The upgraded see-through auxiliary function has a longer effective distance, which also makes it more convenient for Wang Hao to search for mutant beasts and zombies. At the same time, it can also provide more advanced danger warnings. Of course, Wang Hao goes looking for zombies and mutant beasts not only to hunt them, but also to control them. His puppet quota for today has not been used up yet. After upgrading, Wang Hao can control 3 puppets a day. Wang Hao does not want to waste this quota. Unfortunately, Wang Hao did not find any high-level zombies or mutant beasts until nightfall. In the end, he could only control 3 first-level zombies. There are only a few high-level zombies and mutant beasts. If you want to encounter them, you need some luck. And Wang Hao's luck today is obviously not very good, because he had controlled 3 high-level zombies and mutant beasts before. Wang Hao now looked down upon low-level zombies and mutant beasts. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't encounter high-level zombies and mutant beasts, Wang Hao wouldn't control these first-level zombies. The first-level zombies were slow in movement and low in attack power. Wang Hao really looked down upon them. The combat effectiveness of these zombies was really pitiful. However, if the number of these zombies is large enough, they will have some fighting power. Moreover, If they are allowed to fight against the opponent's first-level zombies and mutant beasts, they will not be at a disadvantage. What's more, there are 3 high-level zombies and mutant beasts to do it. Where is their leader? In short, something is better than nothing. And Wang Hao shouldn't be too demanding. After nightfall, Wang Hao didn't want his team members to take risks. So he drove 1 or 2 trucks left behind by Sun Yinfeng back to the wealthy area, and then directly returned to the team's base. Except for Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong. Everyone else has almost recovered from their injuries, and they are all preparing to enter the virtual battlefield again today. The people in the Qi Feng team are basically teammates in each other's games, although they can now ignore the space, regardless of intimacy. Team up and enter the game anytime and anywhere. But face-to-face teaming is still a better choice, and everyone can also have better conversations. Therefore, everyone planned to go home after playing the game. Chapter 314, One Shot into the Soul. Do we also have an exchange point? Inside the team station, Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong looked surprised. Just now, Wang Hao announced that for this escort mission, each member of the team would receive 500 exchange points, including Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong who were staying at the station, which surprised them both. Of course, Wang Hao said, you are also a member of the team, so you can naturally get the redemption points. But we didn't do anything, and we got the redemption points for nothing. Isn't it bad? Yu Jianzhong said hesitantly. Yu Jianzhong and Feng Gaoyuan were naturally very happy to be able to get 500 exchange points for free. For them, 500 exchange points was a lot. However, they both felt that they deserved it. After all, they were all in the station, and did not participate in this operation. There's nothing wrong with it, Wang Hao said. This is not my idea alone. Everyone has no opinion. Yes, Luosun said. The captain said that this action was taken in the name of the team. The benefits obtained from the operation should be shared by the entire team members. And we all think the captain is right. Yu Jianzhong and Feng Gaoyuan were a little embarrassed, but they did not refuse. The two learned from Rosen's mouth that they had made a fortune during this operation, which made them envious and shouted that next time something like this happens again, they must participate. Even if you are injured. Of course, the two of them were just envious and didn't feel there was any injustice. After everyone took a short rest, they each entered the virtual battlefield. Of course, Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong are still recovering from injuries, and will continue to miss the game today. In the virtual battlefield, Wang Hao was lying on an elevated road by the seaside outside the airport. Next to him, there was a 98K equipped with an 8-fold mirror and a silencer. On the bridge below Wang Hao, there was a man machine crouching on the left and right sides. Wang Hao is guarding the bridge. In this single queue game, the 4 circle reaches the airport. This means that a large number of players who jumped in the north area of the airport need to go to the safe area through the 2 bridges on the seaside. Wang Hao first arrived at the bridge in the lower left corner of the map in 1 step, compared with the bridge in the lower right corner close to Port Inn. Wang Hao's bridge is closer to the safe zone. Come on! Wang Hao, who looked relaxed, straightened his body, held the sniper rifle, and pointed the muzzle at the front left. A bouncer appeared in the double lens. Wang Hao could see the person in the driving position of the vehicle. That player was wearing a 2nd level armor and a 2nd level head. 500 meters of see-through distance. 5 times the distance of an eagle's eye. 300 meters self-aiming distance. The upgraded auxiliary functions make it easier for Wang Hao. Other players who discovered it earlier, especially since he is still at a high place, have a wider field of vision. The upgraded Eagle Eye can allow him to see farther and clearer. Eagle Eye has always been a relatively neglected auxiliary function. Because of the perspective function, the effect of Eagle Eye is not so obvious. After all, whether in reality or on a virtual battlefield, it is difficult to have an unimpeded environment. Eagle Eye can allow Wang Hao to see further, but this auxiliary function cannot allow him to see through objects. Therefore, perspective is often used instead. Eagle Eye. But the auxiliary function Eagle Eye has its own uniqueness. When upgrading the auxiliary function, Wang Hao never thought of leaving it behind. In places with a wide field of vision, this auxiliary function can allow Wang Hao to see further. For example, in this special geographical environment, in the real wilderness, this auxiliary function can often work wonders. Boom! A dull sound sounded, and the helmet of the player in Wang Hao's scope instantly collapsed. Although his health bar could not be seen, it was thought that he had lost at least half of his health. I'm lucky. I actually got a headshot. Wang Hao said to himself as he pulled the bolt of the gun. The self-aiming distance of 300 meters allows Wang Hao to take more initiative. Before, he had to put the player within 100 meters before taking action. Now, his attack range has reached the previous 3 meters. Times, suddenly being attacked by an unknown person. The player in the field of vision was obviously in a panic, and he turned the steering wheel randomly, as if he wanted to avoid the unknown danger in this way. With his irregular way of advancing, if he encounters other players, he can avoid danger with a high probability. After all, it is very difficult for a sniper rifle to hit a moving target, unless you are an expert who is extremely good at sniping. Generally, players can basically only shoot empty guns. At the moment, this player is not only moving irregularly, but also driving very fast. Even for a sniper master, it is very difficult to hit him. It's a pity that he met Wang Hao. Goodbye. Bang! Another dull gunshot sounded. Within the field of vision, the player was driving a car with a nervous face. But he suddenly fell from the car. The moment he landed, he turned into a box glowing red. You were killed by player Wang Hao using the sniper rifle Kar 98K. Hack! In the virtual state, the player cursed with annoyance. From the beginning to the end, he didn't know where Wang Hao fired the gun, and he died inexplicably. 2 shots. Gun hit. Judging from the time between his 2 shots, the opponent's 2 shots were consecutive hits. What the hell? How could he shoot so accurately? You know, he was in a car traveling at over 100 speeds at the time. Under such circumstances, he was actually shot twice in a row. Wang Hao's marksmanship was simply terrifying. Although unwilling and annoyed, he did not doubt what technological means Wang Hao used. After more than 100 years, people have tacitly accepted that there will be no high technology on the virtual battlefield. At the same time, occasionally some masters will appear. This player only thought that he met a sniper master today. On the other side, Wang Hao was still lying on the bridge, pulling the gun bolt with a calm expression. He was not very surprised by the result, and his emotions did not fluctuate much. An expected result. The effects of these auxiliary functions of his are already outstanding. After some upgrades, they become more powerful, and can have greater advantages on the virtual battlefield. Another one. Soon, Wang Hao saw another approaching player. This player was driving a car. Judging from his driving route, it was obvious that he was also preparing to cross the bridge. Wang Hao would naturally not be polite when meeting such players. Bump! As a gunshot rang out, the player in the field of vision fell from the driving seat and turned into a glowing box. 1 shot into the soul. Chapter 315 M249 Light Machine Gun. Good luck. Looking at the 4 familiar big characters, the corners of Wang Hao's mouth turned up slightly. It's getting easier and easier. As Wang Hao has more and more auxiliary functions, his probability of winning chicken in a single row is also increasing. Now, after the auxiliary functions are upgraded, it has become easier for him to win chicken. Wang Hao was already familiar with things like touching airdrop boxes, and he felt very calm. Speaking of which, this is my first time touching the airdrop box in the prime tier. I don't know if I can give it a surprise. Wang Hao muttered as he walked towards the airdrop box. He had finished the solo promotion match yesterday, and now he is also in the gold rank. Although only the solo queue has reached the gold rank, at least he is at the gold rank. The higher the rank, the greater the probability of getting good things. Wang Hao naturally had more expectations. Of course, it's just that the probability increases. It doesn't mean that as you rank higher, you will definitely get good things. It's not impossible for the ace rank to get a few steamed buns. No matter what rank, the probability of getting good things is the same. It's relatively low. Wang Hao reached into the airdrop box, and then he took out a machine gun. Seeing this machine gun, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. M249 light machine gun. This is one of the light machine guns on the virtual battlefield. Its initial ammunition capacity is 75 rounds, which increases to 150 rounds after being equipped with an expanded magazine. It is one of the guns with the largest ammunition capacity on the virtual battlefield. This gun's advantages are large ammo capacity, fast rate of fire, and high damage per second. The disadvantages are slow reloading speed, difficult to control bursts, and very expensive accessories. In the virtual battlefield, the probability of this gun being refreshed is not high, and the probability of players using it is also low. One of the most important reasons is, this gun is too heavy. Virtual battlefield is a real battlefield, not a simple mobile game. Firearms need to be carried or carried on the back. The weight of the M249 determines that it will not be too popular with players. The excessive weight not only affects it is quite strenuous during the process, and it is also very strenuous during the battle, and the movements are very inflexible. Therefore, most players will choose rifles and submachine guns instead of machine guns in the virtual battlefield, even if the machine gun has a higher ammunition capacity. But, in reality, this is not the case. In reality, machine guns like the M249 are top-notch weapons. Treasures. Having an M249 light machine gun can easily suppress firepower, even on the Earth before Wang Hao traveled. This light machine gun was a necessary weapon for many armies, and its performance has been proven on multiple battlefields. In this apocalyptic background, the M249 is also a weapon with superior performance. The army in any city is eager to be equipped with such a weapon. However, the probability of this weapon appearing in the airdrop box of the virtual battlefield is not high. Therefore, even in the official army, this machine gun is rare. When Wang Hao followed Zhuang Shuer to visit the equipment warehouse of the 4th Army of Silver Light City, he saw M249, but the number did not exceed 20. In the 4th Army, the M249 is a treasure. Wang Hao had been thinking about whether to equip his team with this kind of light machine gun. There is no doubt that after equipping his team with this kind of light machine gun, the team's combat effectiveness will be significantly improved. However, the level of Wang Hao's copy auxiliary function was too low before, and there were many things he wanted to copy. The M249 was relatively low in the order. Moreover, due to the recent turmoil, various precious weapons of the 4th Army were put on the battlefield. It was difficult for Wang Hao to see those treasures. So before Wang Hao had time to copy them, he didn't expect to get them from the airdrop box today. Good luck. Wang Hao is very satisfied with his luck today. After playing with M249 for a while, Wang Hao was teleported back to reality. Captain, what's in your hand? As soon as he returned to reality, he heard Feng Gaoyuan's exclamation. At this time, other members of the team also returned to reality one after another. Feng Gaoyuan's voice reached everyone's ears, and everyone subconsciously looked at Wang Hao. M249? Chi Charan said in surprise. Yes. Wang Hao said with a smile, you're lucky. I found such a thing in the airdrop box. Captain, you are very lucky. Right? Rosen said enviously, I spent a lot of time and effort. Li Kai got the first place with great difficulty. But in the end, he only got 800 rounds of 5.56 bullets. This is really a comparison between people, which is really annoying. Others also looked at Wang Hao with envy, but they were not jealous. After all, we are all in the same team. Wang Hao is their captain again. Wang Hao gets good things. This is a good thing for the entire team. They will only be happy for Wang Hao. Envy? Wang Hao smiled. That's for sure. Yu Qianing said. This gun is a treasure even in the army. I haven't seen this gun anywhere else. The others nodded in agreement. Don't be envious. Wang Hao said, in less than a week, I will equip each of you with a machine gun. It was in Wang Hao's plan to equip each member of the team with a machine gun. Now he has one. Thanks to M249. This plan can be advanced. The reality and the virtual battlefield are slightly different in terms of equipped guns. On the virtual battlefield, the guns carried by players, whether long guns or pistols, cannot be put into the backpack. They can only be held or carried on their own. However, in reality, they can put a gun in the backpack. A long gun. This long gun can be a rifle, a submachine gun, a sniper rifle, or a machine gun. Therefore, the weight disadvantage of the M249 can be greatly alleviated. Wang Hao and the others can carry this gun out to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. Really? Rosen said in surprise. Of course. Wang Hao said. Chi Charan and Yu Qianing both looked at Wang Hao with curious eyes. They didn't know where Wang Hao had the confidence to say this. You know, the probability of this M249 light machine gun appearing in the airdrop box is very low. Even if Wang Hao, just because he was lucky enough to get one today, doesn't mean he can get 6 or 7 more. That's completely unrealistic. However, Chi Charan and Yu Qianing quickly thought of the wormhole maker and power boots that Wang Hao had given them before. The probability of these two things appearing on the virtual battlefield was not high, especially the former. Chi Charan and Yu Qianing Ning had never heard of anyone getting it from the virtual battlefield before. This shows how low the probability of its appearance is. But Wang Hao was actually able to equip every member of the team with one. It's incredible. However, such things do happen. Thinking about it this way, It seems not impossible for Wang Hao to equip everyone in the team with an M249 light machine gun. Chapter 316 Auxiliary Function, Quick Knife Hand. Wang Hao has a secret. This is the consensus of almost every member of the Qifeng team. The people in the Qifeng team are not stupid. They are even very smart. The longer they get along with Wang Hao, the more certain they are that Wang Hao has a secret. But they don't know what the secret is. And everyone is very sensible. After questioning, everyone has their own secrets. And Wang Hao is no exception. Although it is unclear what the secret of Wang Hao is, it is obvious that Wang Hao's secret is a good thing for the team. As a member of the team, everyone is a beneficiary. Therefore, they will not ask questions or leak secrets, and even took the initiative to help Wang Hao cover. Except for one person. That person is Qi Charan. Qi Charan had an ulterior motive for joining the team. After joining the team, she also realized that Wang Hao had secrets. She was very curious about the secrets of Wang Hao. Compared with others, she had a stronger desire for knowledge. But with Zhuang Xuer and Yu Qianing blocking her, she didn't gain much. However, she was still very curious about the secret of Wang Hao and wanted to find out the secret. Of course, even with such a purpose, Qi Charan still admires Wang Hao's character. Her family has many teams, and the Qi family is quite good to the team members. But even so, they can't compete with him. Compared with Wang Hao, Qi Charan often thought that it would be good to stay in Wang Hao's team. Therefore, although she was curious about Wang Hao's secrets, she never thought about destroying Wang Hao's team. Everyone took a short rest, and then started the double queue. Because Zhuang Xuer had recovered, Wang Hao's teammate in the double queue tonight was still Zhuang Xuer. This is not the first time that the two have cooperated, and they have already had a tacit understanding with each other. P City? Zhuang Xuer asked. Okay. The route of this game passes near P City, and it is completely possible to fly there. Soon, Wang Hao was attracted by the three auxiliary functions of this game. To be precise, it was the last auxiliary function, because the first two were familiar auxiliary functions to him. Quick Knife Hand. You can execute 10 knives in a row in 1 second. A very new auxiliary function that Wang Hao had never seen before. There are cold weapons in the virtual battlefield. And there are more than one kind of cold weapons. There are sickles, machetes, crowbars, crossbows, explosive bows, etc. However, compared to firearms, cold weapons very few people use it. Unless they have no choice or have a special hobby. The average player will not choose cold weapons. Virtual Battlefield is a gunfight game after all. And the disadvantages of cold weapons in it are too obvious. Wang Hao rarely used cold weapons in the virtual battlefield before. When he saw weapons such as sickles and machetes, he basically ignored them. However, now the system has randomly produced an auxiliary function related to cold weapons, Sharp Knife Hand. Even without reading the subsequent explanation, Wang Hao can probably guess the role of this auxiliary function. And the subsequent introduction will make Wang Hao understand this auxiliary function better. 10 knives in 1 second? It really deserves the name Quick Swordsman. Wang Hao thought secretly in his heart. Cold weapons have a natural disadvantage when facing hot weapons. But if this cold weapon mutates, it may not be worse than hot weapons. Take the machete as an example. If the opponent has no armor, 2 swords can basically clear its blood tank. If it is only a first level armor, it is almost 2 swords. If it is a second level or third level armor, the attack power of the machete will be obvious. It's a bit weak. If the opponent can't be killed with 1 blow, if the opponent has a gun in his hand, he is likely to be killed. But with the auxiliary function of this Quick Knife Hand, it is different. 10 knives per second. Even if the opponent is wearing level 3 armor and a level 3 helmet, 10 blows are enough to kill the opponent. In other words, as long as there is a chance to attack the opponent, with the help of this auxiliary function, it will be enough to kill the opponent. You can kill the opponent instantly. Of course, if you want to kill someone, you must first get close to them. How to get close to them is a problem. Many times, you will be shot to death before you get close to them. However, no matter what, the auxiliary function of this Quick Knife Hand can still work wonders in certain circumstances. What Wang Hao values more is its real-life effects. When Wang Hao went to the slums at night, he had seen several teams hunting mutant beasts and zombies at night, and all of them used cold weapons. Compared with hot weapons, cold weapons made less noise when killing enemies. It is smaller, and will not attract the attention of mutant beasts and zombies elsewhere. It is also safer to hunt mutant beasts and zombies at night. At that time, Wang Hao came up with the idea of practicing cold weapons. It would be best for everyone in the team to practice cold weapons. He was not planning to let the team members only use cold weapons. But after possessing the combat capabilities of cold weapons, under certain circumstances, it can have unexpected effects. But cold weapons are more difficult to practice than hot weapons, and they cannot be mastered overnight. It takes only a few years, or even decades, to master the essence. Even the team members Wang Hao saw that night in fact. They are not proficient in the use of cold weapons, and have almost no rules. That is, they can bully low-level zombies and mutant beasts. But when they encounter mutant beasts and zombies with slightly higher levels, they are unable to do what they do. But with the auxiliary function of quick knife hand, it is completely different. Wang Hao can instantly become a peerless swordsman. He can shoot many knives in a very short time. And it will naturally become easier to kill zombies and mutant beasts. Without hesitation, Wang Hao used quick knife hand as an auxiliary function for this game. He was going to try it to see how effective this auxiliary function was. If it was good, he would just keep it. He has a lot of exchange points now. Preserving accessibility features is easy. Soon, Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer got on the plane. When they were approaching P City, Wang Hao jumped off the plane, and Zhuang Xuer followed closely beside him. There are 6 people, Zhuang Xuer said while observing the surrounding situation. Wang Hao nodded, not taking it too seriously. There was also no worried expression on Zhuang Xuer's face. She and Wang Hao had encountered more players than this. So didn't they also in P City? In P City, Zhuang Xuer has full confidence in Wang Hao. It is not an exaggeration to say that P City is Wang Hao's home. Soon, teams of 8 people drifted to several areas of P City. Obviously, everyone was not ready to fight before landing. So they searched for supplies first. Chapter 317 I want a machete. What gun do you want? What accessories? Zhuang Xuer asked Wang Hao while searching for supplies. When teaming up with Wang Hao, Zhuang Xuer will consciously place himself in a supporting position and give priority to supplying Wang Hao with any supplies. Not everyone has such treatment. After all, Zhuang Xuer has an extraordinary background. Her own strength is not weak. There are few people who can make her do this. Only Wang Hao, whom she truly admires, and is willing to be Wang Hao's assistant. There must be a sniper rifle. Wang Hao thought for a moment and said, also, if you see a machete or sickle, remember to mention it. Machete and sickle? Zhuang Xuer was a little surprised. Zhuang Xuer was actually quite surprised by the 3 things Wang Hao asked for. This is not the first time that Zhuang Xuer and Wang Hao have played games together, and she has some understanding of Wang Hao's habit of using guns. Like most people, Wang Hao prefers rifles and occasionally uses submachine guns. As for sniper rifles, Wang Hao has also used them, but the number of times is quite small and can almost be ignored. And when he takes the initiative to ask for a sniper rifle like today, it is even more rare. However, this was not what surprised Zhuang Xuer the most. What surprised Zhuang Xuer the most was that Wang Hao was actually prepared to use a sickle or machete. What is that? Zhuang Xuer naturally knew that there were sickles and machetes on this virtual battlefield. But she had never used these 2 weapons. To be precise, he had never used cold weapons. Not just him, but most of them. Players have never used cold weapons on the virtual battlefield. And many players even say that cold weapons on the virtual battlefield should be cancelled. Facing a group of big men with firearms, what can cold weapons do? Use? Zhuang Xuer did not agree with this statement. But she had never used cold weapons. And she had never seen Wang Hao use cold weapons. Therefore, Zhuang Xuer was quite surprised when she heard that Wang Hao actually asked for a sickle and a machete by name. Accident. I've been practicing cold weapons recently. Wang Hao explained with a smile. I found that cold weapons have more advantages when hunting mutant beasts and zombies at night. Although I don't plan to use cold weapons all the time. After practicing, I can get the cold weapon is not too unfamiliar. I think it is still needed. Zhuang Xuer nodded suddenly. It is not difficult to understand why cold weapons have an advantage when hunting mutant beasts and zombies at night. Of course, Zhuang Xuer didn't think it was wise to hunt mutant beasts and zombies at night. But it wasn't a bad idea to practice using cold weapons as Wang Hao said. Duh. While the 2 were searching for supplies and chatting, gunfire suddenly rang out. The 2 of them were startled for a moment, and soon realized someone can't hold it anymore. This is normal. Those who can choose to jump to P City are few who are calm. It is normal for them to be ready to take action after gaining a little strength for a battle. Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer didn't say anything. But they searched for supplies much faster. There's a machete here. Zhuang Shuer quickly discovered it. Help me take it with me, Wang Hao said. Okay. Picking up cold weapons does not occupy the position of hot weapons. So there is no problem in letting Zhuang Shuer bring a machete. The two of them soon found 2 rifles each, a number of bullets, grenades, smoke bombs, medicine packs, etc. And they began to have the ability to fight. Here, after the two of them met, Zhuang Shuer handed the machete to Wang Hao. Wang Hao took the machete and waved it casually. I saw a shadow of a knife flashing past, and Wang Hao's knife was struck at will, but its momentum was not weak. Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao in surprise. Although she didn't understand cold weapons or how to use a knife, she could see how extraordinary Wang Hao's sword was. She actually saw the afterimage of the sword. Only when the speed is extremely fast, afterimages will appear. Zhuang Shuer understands this truth, but has never seen it before. Now, she has witnessed this scene with her own eyes. But how is this possible? Wang Hao clearly just swung the knife casually, and the speed didn't seem to be very fast. How could there be an afterimage? Moreover, when did Wang Hao learn to practice swordsmanship? His marksmanship is so good. He should be practicing his marksmanship most of the time. How can he have too much time to practice swordsmanship? Zhuang Shuer was shocked again and again, but the expression on her face was quite cute. Wang Hao didn't notice Zhuang Shuer's expression. He was also surprised by the scene just now. Just now, he just waved it casually, which was a subconscious action after taking the knife. But he did not expect such a scene. However, Wang Hao knew that what just appeared was not an afterimage, but a real image. Every knife shadow is a real knife, not a mere shadow. It seemed that Wang Hao just struck out with one sword. But in fact, what appeared was 10 swords. Zhuang Shuer didn't know this situation clearly, but Wang Hao understood it in his heart. Although I don't know the true effect of this sharp knife, it looks quite bluffing, Wang Hao muttered in his heart. Wang Hao casually put the machete behind his back, took the scaril, and said to Zhuang Shuer, "Let's go." Oh, okay. Wang Hao's words woke up Zhuang Shuer, and Zhuang Shuer tried to return to normal expression. But out of the corner of his eye, he just couldn't help but look at Wang Hao. He seemed to be becoming more and more mysterious. Not only is he proficient in all kinds of firearms, he has an ability to predict danger that is difficult for ordinary people to predict. Now he can even use cold weapons so well. Is there anything else he doesn't know? Zhuang Shuer became more and more curious and admired Wang Hao. As the daughter of the commander of the 4th Legion of Silver Light City, Zhuang Shuer has been exposed to the military's elites since she was a child. Those elites are the best among the survivors, with superior abilities in all aspects. However, when compared with Wang Hao, they were far behind. Zhuang Shuer was really curious as to why Wang Hao, who was born in a slum, had such ability. Perhaps, all this can only be explained by talent and genius. Zhuang Shuer was thinking about something in her mind, but her movements were not affected at all. She followed Wang Hao closely and attacked together with Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked very relaxed. The upgraded clairvoyance has an effective distance of 500 meters. This distance is enough for him to see everything around him clearly. The entire P city is basically under his surveillance. Wherever there is anyone, he knew where it was safe, and he didn't have to worry about being attacked. There should be someone in the building ahead. During the walk, Wang Hao warned Zhuang Shuer of the danger. Although he said should, Zhuang Shuer knew Wang Hao very well. This should actually meant sure. If Wang Hao said there is someone, then there must be someone. There are not many other buildings in P City, with the most houses. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer did not take the main road, but passed through the houses. In this way, their whereabouts can be well hidden, and they will not be caught by the enemy in advance. Discover. Chapter 318 Begging for Mercy. Using the cover of the house, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer had approached the target building. Of course, for experts, the effect of this kind of cover is limited, because they can hear the sound and identify the position. However, even if they can hear the sound and identify the position, they cannot be accurate to the specific location. There is a significant difference between hearing and seeing. Wang Hao glanced at Zhuang Shuer. Zhuang Shuer nodded, and the two of them pulled out the thunder almost at the same time. At this time, the two players upstairs seemed to hear the noise. They seemed to have pulled out the thunder. Yes, I heard it too. The two of them had heard subtle footsteps before, and knew that someone had touched them close. But they were not sure of the other party's specific location. Now, the two of them had pulled out the thunder. The sound reached the ears of the two of them, and they became more vigilant. These two people are not mediocre. After they heard the sound of pulling out the thunder, they guessed that the person who was closer to them was preparing to strike them. The two of them didn't know each other's position yet, but nothing would happen to them. Do neither. I saw two people running upstairs. Although clear footsteps would be leaked and their positions would be exposed, it would also increase the probability of avoiding grenades. At the same time, the two of them would consciously keep a little distance from each other. For one thing, even if it gets bombed, one of them can probably be kept safe. Soon, two black figures flew up from the window, and their eyes instantly shrank. Grenades! The moment they saw the grenade, the two of them confirmed their guesses and made evasive actions almost at the same time. However, the grenade was obviously flying faster than they were running, so there was not much room for them to hide. You were blown down by player Zhuang Shuer using a fragmentation grenade. One of the players was blown down. Fortunately, they kept moving. Otherwise, it might not be the same person who fell to the ground. Facing a moving target, even if Wang Hao has the see-through auxiliary function, he cannot guarantee that he will be able to explode. After all, after the grenade is thrown, it will no longer be under his control, and there is no tracker on the grenade. It's hard to say whether it can explode or not. Xuanzi, save me! Feng An shouted to his teammates for help, his face full of urgency. You know, this is the first circle. If you are eliminated at this time, it will be no different from landing in a box. And you will be deducted big points? Feng An obviously didn't want to be deducted points. His teammates wanted to save him. But at this moment, the sound of thunder being pulled was heard again outside the building. Feng An's expression suddenly changed. At this time, he was kneeling on the ground, moving very slowly. With the level of thunder the opponent had just shown, he was afraid that the next thunder would make up for him. His teammates obviously also had such concerns, and they hesitated at this time. He didn't dare to come to rescue him, for fear of being killed by a thunderbolt. Be merciful to the beauty. We are just divided. Don't fall in love with me. Feng An turned on his mic and begged frantically for mercy. He didn't know Wang Hao's existence, but he could see the kill prompts. From the name, it was not difficult to guess that Zhuang Shuer was a woman. Zhuang Shuer and Wang Hao also turned on their microphones, so they both heard Feng An's words. What should I do? Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao and asked Wang Hao for his opinion. Wang Hao frowned slightly, having trouble making a decision. Beauty. It's not easy to tell the difference. Just let us go. We promise not to shoot. Feng An continued, let my teammates save me. I will leave P City as soon as I get up. Zhuang Shuer didn't answer, just looked at Wang Hao. However, judging from her expression, she obviously hesitated. It is indeed not easy to score points on the virtual battlefield. It is difficult to improve the points, especially after the rank is high. It is even more difficult to improve. It takes a week or even longer for Wang Hao to lose points in a box. Only time can make up for it. If an accident occurs during this period, it will take more time to make up points. After the game is updated, the ways to obtain redemption points have been increased, and you no longer rely entirely on the virtual battlefield. However, rank points can still only be obtained on the virtual battlefield, and the importance of rank points has not been reduced at all. Therefore, everyone still attaches great importance to rank points. Let your teammates save you, Wang Hao said. Afterwards, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer threw the grenades that were about to explode elsewhere. Before time travel, Wang Hao also encountered someone begging for mercy when he was playing a game of chicken. This kind of situation is rare in the game, but it is not unheard of, especially those who are average in strength but value points very much. After being knocked down, he will most likely beg for mercy. In most cases, the player who knocked him down will not kill him again. After all, it is just a game. The player has already begged for mercy, so there is no need to kill them all. On the virtual battlefield, this was the first time Wang Hao encountered someone begging for mercy. After this first time, he believed he would encounter him again in the future. Compared with the chicken-eating games on Earth, Wang Hao feels that there will be more cases of begging for mercy on the virtual battlefield, especially on the high-level battlefield. After all, high-level points are difficult to obtain, and points will be deducted. It's quite easy. 40 or 50 points may be deducted for landing a box at one time, but after a game, you can only add a dozen points. This is still in the case of eating chicken. If you don't eat chicken, the added points will be better. Therefore, not many people are willing to land in a box. and no one wants to be deducted a lot of points. In this case, it is normal to beg for mercy. Letting the two people go would only mean losing 2 exchange points. Wang Hao didn't care, since the other party had already begged for mercy. He had no intention of killing him again. Thank you. Thank you. Feng An thanked him repeatedly. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer went upstairs. They looked at the two people squatting and kneeling upstairs and said, "Is there a sniper rifle? Are there grenades?" Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were not able to find the sniper rifle just now. There weren't many grenades, so they let these two people go. It wasn't too much to ask for supplies. "We don't have sniper rifles, but we do have grenades." The two of them simply took out the grenades and threw them on the ground. Wang Hao nodded and bent down to pick up the grenade. However, at this moment, Feng An, who had just been helped up, suddenly pointed his gun at Wang Hao. At the same time, his teammates pointed their guns at Zhuang Shuer. Duh. Gunfire suddenly rang out. Wang Hao, who was originally at full health, lost most of his health in an instant. After being attacked, Wang Hao instinctively pulled out his saber and slashed at Feng An. Feng An only felt a black shadow flash in front of his eyes, and the knife was approaching. Then, he fell to the ground again after being rescued before he even regained his health. After slashing down Feng An with one knife, Wang Hao had no time to draw his gun and directly swung the knife to look at Feng An's teammates. The teammate had already knocked the unsuspecting Zhuang Shuer to the ground, but he was surprised to find that his teammate was not able to knock down Wang Hao as expected, but was knocked down by Wang Hao instead. At this time, Wang Hao had already come to kill him. Chapter 319 Anger After Being Cheated. Phew! The sound of gunfire and the sound of a knife entering the body came almost simultaneously. Wang Hao's blood volume instantly bottomed out, with only a trace of blood, while Feng An's teammates had died under Wang Hao's sword, becoming another dead soul under Wang Hao's sword. In shock, Feng An turned into a box. How is this possible? Feng An, who was in a state of nothingness, still looked shocked. How did he do it? Kill you instantly with one knife? When did the machete of the virtual battlefield do so much damage? Feng An's words were full of shock. He himself could understand why he was killed instantly. After all, he had just been rescued and had not even replenished his health. His blood volume was very small. It was normal to be killed instantly with a knife. He was just shocked by Wang Hao's speed of reaction. However, what he couldn't accept was that his teammates were actually killed instantly by Wang Hao. You know, his teammates were at full health at the time. He was actually killed instantly by a knife when he was at full health. What a joke. No one would believe this kind of thing if he told it. Even if he didn't wear any armor, he could resist 2 machetes. What's more, his teammates were still wearing level 2 armor, so they couldn't be killed instantly by one knife. Yes, but now the fact is like this. His teammates, like him, were all killed instantly with one knife and died completely. His knife was too fast. Zhao Sun's eyes were full of shock. I saw a shadow of the knife, and then the blood volume was emptied. How could anyone swing the knife at such a speed? It was too fast. It's too fast. Zhao Sun said too fast twice, which shows how shocked Wang Hao's speed was. This guy is simply inhuman. Feng An said bitterly. This time I was really in trouble. Who would have thought that he would react so quickly and shoot the knife even faster? When Feng An was rescued by Zhao Sun and communicated with Zhao Sun through the team channel, discussing the assassination of Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer may not care about the 2 exchange points, but Feng An and Zhao Sun do. You can earn redemption points by hunting mutant beasts and zombies, but that is risky. Not everyone can hunt mutant beasts and zombies as easily as Wang Hao and others. For many survivors, virtual battlefield is still a very important way for them to earn redemption points. Feng An and Zhao Sun had also repaid kindness with vengeance through this method of begging for mercy and then sneaking attacks. At first, they felt a little guilty, but after doing this kind of thing a lot, they both got used to it and became accustomed to it. There is no psychological pressure. In this apocalypse, their own strength improvement and their own interests are the most important. As long as they can obtain exchange points, they don't mind using some special means. However, neither of them expected that they would be in trouble today. Although Wang Hao and the Pretender were not on guard at the time, and Zhuang Shuer was knocked down on the spot, Wang Hao's reaction speed exceeded their expectations. Moreover, Wang Hao used one hand to pick up the grenade at that time. At that critical moment, he had no time to draw his gun. Both Feng An and Zhao Sun thought that this operation was safe. But they did not expect that an accident would happen. I lost 38 points. What about you? Zhao Sun's voice was filled with deep annoyance. If they had known this, they would not have taken action. At least they could save their lives. Only with their lives could they have the opportunity to earn exchange points and touch the airdrop boxes. Now that their lives are gone, they have nothing. And they have also lost a lot of ranks. Integral. I lost 40 points. Feng'an's voice was even deeper. Perhaps it was because he was knocked down twice in a short period of time and was not able to knock down anyone. He was in the same rank as Zhao Sun. But this time he lost a little more points than Zhao Sun. I didn't expect that there would be someone who specially practiced cold weapons. Do you think there is something wrong with him? Feng'an said rather unwillingly. On the virtual battlefield, there are guns everywhere. With so many guns, who would pick up cold weapons? Isn't that thing just a decoration? Most players thought so. But today, they met a master. Zhao Sun twitched his lips in bitterness. He also didn't expect Wang Hao to be able to play with the knife so smoothly. However, even if things like today hadn't happened, they would have capsized sooner or later. How could you walk along the river without getting your shoes wet? If you do this kind of thing too often, sooner or later you will fail. I'm so mad. I'm really mad. On the virtual battlefield, Zhuang Shuer, who was rescued, did not immediately recover his blood state. Instead, he held a gun and went crazy at the two boxes on the ground, shooting. His face was extremely ugly. Wang Hao watched from the side and did not stop Zhuang Shuer from venting his anger. Anyway, they were not in danger for the time being. After a while, Zhuang Shuer stopped what he was doing, but his expression was still ugly. Are you still angry? Wang Hao comforted him with a smile. Of course. Zhuang Shuer said, how could they do this? We let them go. So it's okay for them to be ungrateful. But they actually want to kill us. It's so abominable. I've never seen them better. Even more hateful people. If I had known they were like this, I would have killed them with thunder. Wang Hao smiled. Zhuang Shuer had always been well protected by Zhuang Jian, and she had never been plotted like this. It's natural to feel annoyed at this time. Aren't you angry? Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao doubtfully. Angry? Of course I'm angry. Wang Hao said, I didn't expect them to be so mean. This incident has also reminded us that if we encounter this kind of situation in the future, we better not be lenient and learn from it. Easy. Just think of what happened just now as a lesson. Wang Hao adjusted his mood quickly. At the beginning, he was just as angry as Zhuang Shuer now. But after killing those two people, Wang Hao gradually calmed down. Even in the chicken game on Earth, this kind of repayment of kindness and hatred will occasionally happen. Let alone this more important virtual battlefield. In order to exchange points, many people can break through the bottom line and do anything. However, in this game, repaying kindness with hatred is not a big deal. In reality, in order to exchange points and interests, some people go even further. Wang Hao had witnessed infighting between survivors in the wild before. Even during the day, when they were escorting the convoy supplies, they were intercepted by other survivors. All this was because of the exchange point. Because of profit. For profit, some people are willing to do whatever it takes. And a little bit of morality cannot restrain them at all. After thinking about it, Wang Hao was not so angry. Of course, this did not mean that he would pretend that nothing had happened. At least, he would not be soft-hearted again if he encountered such begging for mercy in the future. Chapter 320. Sweeping the car with a sniper rifle. If I encounter anyone begging for mercy in the future, I will give them 10 or 8 grenades. Zhuang Shuer was still angry. One can imagine Zhuang Shuer's annoyance at having her kindness taken advantage of. After calming down for a while, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer did not let go of Feng'an and Zhao Sun's boxes and picked up all the useful materials in them. At this time, there were still 5 people left in the entire P city. Naturally, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer would not let go of the other 3 enemies. This time, they even shut down the entire world to avoid being disturbed. It was obvious that they no longer accepted anyone's begging for mercy. With the help of the perspective auxiliary function, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer easily killed the other 3 people. Fortunately, Wang Hao found a Mosin Nagant and a quadruple scope in the backpack of one of them. Although a 4-power lens is not as useful as an 8-power lens, it is still better than nothing. Why did you suddenly think of using a sniper rifle? Seeing Wang Hao equip the Mosin Nagant, Zhuang Shuer couldn't help but ask curiously. I think it's cool to use a sniper rifle, Wang Hao said with a smile. It is undoubtedly the safest to kill people thousands of miles away and kill them before the danger approaches. That's true, Zhuang Shuer said. However, it is more difficult to master a sniper rifle than a rifle. If you just snipe fixed targets, there is no problem. Even a rookie player can do it. But this is definitely not proficient in the use of sniper rifles. Only one who can hit moving targets is a qualified sniper. However, this is undoubtedly quite difficult. Moving targets are difficult to aim and move irregularly, which adds to the difficulty of judgment. Therefore, there are many people who know how to use sniper rifles, but not many are truly proficient in sniper rifles. This is why it is rare to see players using sniper rifles in high-end games. I know, Wang Hao said. However, practice makes perfect, and more practice can always improve your level. Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao and wanted to persuade him again. But after thinking about it, he decided to wait. Wang Hao realized that sniper rifle skills were not that easy to practice, so he would naturally retreat. As the daughter of the commander of the 4th Army Corps, Zhuang Shuer knows very well that if you want to become proficient in sniping, you can't just practice more. There are also sniper masters in the army. However, these masters consume a lot of sniper energy during training. In addition to bullets, what's more important is their talent. To be proficient in sniper rifles, talent is the most important thing. Without talent in this area, no matter how hard you practice, your level will be limited, and you will not be able to reach the height of a sniper elite. The military trains snipers every year. However, only a handful of soldiers can really stand out from the many soldiers. Most of them cannot train them. This is not because they don't work hard, or because the top brass of the military don't pay attention. It's because of their ability in this aspect. Their talents are limited, and no matter how much they practice, they will reach the ideal height. More practice may allow them to surpass ordinary snipers, but they will definitely not reach the level of elite snipers. Zhuang Shuer was afraid that Wang Hao would go too far and wanted to persuade him to stop. But considering that Wang Hao was not the kind of person who liked to go too far, once he realized that a lot of training could not significantly improve his sniper skills, he would probably give up wisely. After equipping himself with a sniper rifle, Wang Hao came to the middle of Peace City. The houses here are taller than those in other parts of Peace City. The highest point of Peace City is also here. The view here is good, and you can see the surrounding situation. Of course, being in a high position makes you vulnerable to attacks from enemies from all around. However, this is naturally not a problem for Wang Hao. With the help of the auxiliary function, he does not need to worry about being attacked by sneak attacks. The reason why he chose this place is to better attack the enemy. Soon, Wang Hao discovered the target, a car. This car was speeding through the fields outside Peace City. Judging from its route, it seemed that it was just passing through Peace City and had no intention of entering. From Wang Hao's perspective, his good field of vision allowed him to clearly see the faces of the two players in the driver's and co-pilot positions, as well as their clothes. Just because these two players don't plan to enter Peace City doesn't mean Wang Hao will let them go. Wang Hao was seen half crouching on the roof. His gun pointed at the car in the distance. Boom! A dull sound sounded, and the golden bullet casing fell with the sound of gunfire. However, the car in the distance was not damaged at all. Not even a piece of skin was broken. Mistake? Wang Hao was a little depressed about this situation, but he was not too surprised. After all, although the effective distance of self-aiming has increased, it still needs to be hit within 5 meters of the target range to be judged as hitting the target. If it cannot hit the target within 5 meters, everything is in vain. However, Wang Hao was not too frustrated. With his current level of marksmanship, it was difficult to hit a moving target player, but it was not too difficult to hit a player 5 meters around the target. There was the sound of a sniper rifle. It came from Peace City. Well, it seemed like they were hitting us, but they missed. It's so whimsical. A sniper rifle was used to hit a car. It's a shame he figured it out. If he used a rifle to sweep the car, I'm still worried that he actually used a sniper rifle. It's weird if he can hit it. In a field not far from Peace City, two players were chatting with each other in a fast-moving car, and they were the targets that Wang Hao had just attacked. The two of them obviously also discovered the intentions of the players from Peace City, but they were not worried at all. Generally speaking, rifles or machine guns are used to sweep cars. Very few players use sniper rifles. Sweeping cars is a technical job. Most players have average car sweeping skills. Players who are good at sweeping cars with sniper rifles, they hadn't heard of it. So even if they knew they were being targeted, they didn't have much worry in their hearts. Bang! At this moment, another gunshot rang out. You're still here? The driving player laughed and said. Do you really think you are a sharpshooter? That's funny. Damn it! Stop talking nonsense and run. Just when the driving player was about to taunt a few words, the passenger seat appeared. His teammates urged him with a look of panic. What's wrong? Damn it! Why are you bleeding? The driver of the car noticed that his teammate was already bleeding. He was shot again, and it was confirmed. Hit by the man with a sniper rifle, said the player in the co-pilot position. So accurate? Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the two people's hearts jumped almost at the same time. Then, the player in the passenger seat suddenly disappeared from his seat and fell to the ground. Your teammate Su Zheng was knocked down by player Wang Hao using the sniper rifle Mosin Nagant. A prompt appeared, and the driver's eyelids twitched wildly, and his face changed drastically.